we are all consuming, and it is a huge business. But
yes, sir.
You don't think salads are? Bro, you literally, if your goal was to have fiber, right, which is what salads give you, you could literally eat the leaves off trees. Literally.
That's what we're talking.
You could literally cut your grass and eat it.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying that the meat industry is bigger than the grain industry?
Together they suck ass. They're all together. It's called the USDA.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you is,
think about this. You're paying $4 for a salad.
Hey, hold on. I waited for you, man. Wait for me.
Oh, I got interrupted.
Wait for me.
How you want to tell us how the body works and how cellulose works when you have no clue what the fuck you're talking about? You just read it off a page and you believe it. So that's cool for you. So I don't believe that dog shit. I'm sorry. I just don't believe it. And I don't believe how your stomach works, how they told you either. Because the same industry that bought off, smoke these cigarettes, kids. It'll help your teeth. Get out of here, man. I used to play that on national TV, dude. You ain't going to keep reading stuff out of a book to me and keep telling me that you know something. Stop doing that, because that'll tell me you don't know anything from that book.
You could lead a man to water, but you can't make him
Why don't we try to...
Don't read Google stuff to me. It's not going to help me at all. It's only for you.
Sorry to interrupt you, but why don't we check what they were doing back in primitive times? The so-called primitive man was a good man, a man as clever man, okay? Let's not write him up as somebody who is insignificant. Because I made my decision at 19 to live a life where I don't need to go to the doctor. So that means no junk food, no drugs, alcohol, coffee. And 41 years later, I haven't been sick in all that time. I have had a drop of alcohol. I've had the occasional split, but I haven't had a split in 23 years. So I must be doing something right. Yeah? I'm trying to live as healthy as I can. Yes, if it means going back to basics like primitive man, then that's the key. Okay?
So do you eat any meat?
I eat a little bit of meat, of course. I don't say I don't eat any meat.
I'm saying,
but it's not every week. It's not every month.
Do you only eat salad?
How do we know that if you only eat, like, if I went out today or went out or whatever, was eating some grass, or you eat certain things, or you eat a hamburger, only hamburger, and I eat only grass, how do we know you're going to die from that?
Yeah.
You're going to die. If you're only eating grass, you're going to die.
Grass, you'll definitely die.
You're not getting enough nutrients.
Yeah, I don't recommend we eat grass. But I would.
That is my
question. But you can eat salad only. You can eat salad only and survive
about it, but I'm being serious.
You can live on
I'm being serious too. Demok, I'm being serious. If you only eat greens like a sheep does, you're gonna die.
You can
straight
only
up.
eat salads. Yeah, you can survive easily.
From eating greens, who have you seen die?
Yeah.
No human. I haven't seen anyone because they're not that dumb.
Then stop spreading that.
Hold on.
All right, how about you try it?
Hold on.
What about
how about you try it, bro?
Vegans now, the vegetarians
people talking, man. If you get shot from a bullet and I watch it, that's what happened from a bullet. I'm not going to then say it happened from eating greens. You understand? Only when I see you die from eating greens, I'm going to tell people that's what happened. I'm not going to tell the world, don't eat greens because it's going to kill you. Where's this happened at?
Hey, Demok, have you ever seen someone die from starvation?
Hey, Demok, it's called
anything. Have you ever seen someone not eat, period?
Bro, can you hear me?
Hold up, Gemsy.
Hey, it's called the American food pyramid. People die out of that just following that shit. Don't you know that, Demok?
Yeah, I know. I can hear you, but Percentage was talking too, though. It was hard to.
Yeah. So, have you ever seen someone die from not eating anything?
No, I haven't. I've never witnessed it. I've heard it, but never witnessed it.
Yeah, Demok,
no,
have you seen it?
Die after 7
okay, then what makes
not eating either?
I mean, I heard of people dying from eating meat.
So how about then we just all stop eating because we have no evidence that you actually die from starvation?
Now you're spiraling.
Well, you can do whatever you want.
That's basically what you're saying, though.
You'll be the first person to tell us for science.
That's basically what you're saying, Demok.
But the thing is,
the truth is, people have tried going on these diets, and they've lost a lot of weight. You can find testimonials, man. I'm sure you can find a number of people that have done it. Okay, just like you could find someone that's went on a 2-week fast, basically starved themselves to the point of almost dying, and then they broke their fast.
Hey, listen, I know. I have a vegan friend. He's been vegan for fucking almost 20 years now, He's perfectly
Well
healthy,
done.
bro. He's fine. He
There you
doesn't
go.
eat.
There
He
you go.
eats no. Listen, he eats no dairy. He has no meat. He not the complete vegan. All he eats is
Brilliant.
plants, vegetables, and
Nuts,
fruit.
berries.
And
Yeah,
carbs. And carbs from actual pasta and shit like
he's
that. He doesn't
almost
eat only plants.
he's almost 20 years in as a vegan, bro. And look at he'll eat breads, but if there's certain breads that have certain things, he won't have it because he's like a true vegan, bro. And here's the
How old
thing:
is?
But he's getting
How old
carbs
is he?
from pasta and
how
from
old is
bread
he?
and stuff like that.
He's
Yeah.
He's
let me
not
see. This
uh,
year he turns
He,
45 this year.
it's
Apocryphon.
a,
The
So
discussion
he
here
spent
is whether or
20.
not humans can
What's
digest
sugar
Spent
got to do
fiber.
with
26.
meat?
He
Hold on,
spent
what?
26 years from his first year. He got his mama's milk, which is not vegan, and he grew up 26 years building a physique, eating the I don't know whatever he ate, not being vegan, and now he's vegan, and now he's healthy because he's vegan.
Yeah. So
no,
what
well, he's
happened was
maintaining
so
health.
what,
He's
so here's what
maintaining
happened.
his health. His health is not diminishing.
Yeah.
Okay,
So here's
that's
what
the key. You got
happened.
to remember.
So here's what happened. So
Yeah.
almost 20 years ago, I want to say this probably 19 years by now. Almost 20 years ago, he got really sick because of his eating habits, and he was eating a lot of bad, unhealthy food, meat, all
And
that.
he took the vaccines too. Did he took the
And
vaccines or no?
no, listen, he's he got really sick, and then he changed his
So no
diet up.
drugs, no vaccines ever.
Yeah,
Just food.
dog,
He
he
got
doesn't.
sick because
No,
of
he
the
doesn't
food.
do drugs. Matter of
Wow.
fact, he drinks
Wow.
alcohol. He drinks
Bro, he
alcohol.
just went from one
Yeah.
extreme to the other extreme. That's
Yeah,
it.
hold on. Settle down there. Settle down.
Dempsey,
So,
any old poison will do.
I mean, what I'm trying to get at though is that he hasn't died from eating just plants or fruits and vegetables. I consider vegetables along the family of plants, but um
Yeah.
um
Well done.
so
So do I.
so
So do I. Here,
so
yeah.
what I'm saying though is that to make a statement saying you can't live like that. No, you can actually.
No one
And
was saying that, man. You're
well, hold
attacking a
on.
straw man,
What it
Apocryphon.
sounds
We
like.
weren't talking
It
about
sounded like
veganism and fruits and vegetables. We were
no
talking specifically about that which
grass.
ruminants eat, which
Okay,
is like
okay,
grass
okay,
and
okay,
fiber and cellulose.
okay.
Demok's
So
under the impression that you can digest cellulose, and I'm
okay,
saying
so
you
with
can't.
that with that being said, I do want to point out though
I
that
was talking about the vegan idea of the meats and stuff, or
that
I mean, I'm sorry, the nuts and the berries and stuff. Yeah, like anything
physically,
that comes from the plant.
yeah,
Yeah.
physically though, I do want to remind everybody, like physically, like the actual organs we have, the intestines we have, they aren't designed to be eating meat the way carnivores have stomachs designed to digest the meat. We have stomachs that are designed to digest like he said, like fruits, vegetables, you have nuts, plants. That's we are even our teeth are designed for grinding the fiber out of, these vegetables with our molars in the back, which is odd that they
That's
have
And
a
yet we
second
have
right.
mouth, right?
canines.
Huh?
No,
You
we
have
And
don't.
two
yet we have
pointy teeth.
canines.
What
Two
about
pointy
canines?
teeth compared to all the rest of
Yeah.
the
Very
flatland.
small. Very small they are.
Very
Check
small, yeah.
this
Maybe we
out,
shouldn't be eating
Lieutenant.
a lot of meat, but to say that we
Right,
shouldn't be
check this
eating
out.
any meat is,
What
you don't
about
have
gappy
evidence for that.
teeth?
No.
Listen, you don't have evidence for
It's
anything
not a
you're saying either.
necessity. That's the
You
point.
keep telling us about cellulose from a plant, but yet the peanut that comes from the plant or the seed that produced the plant, like the peanut, has protein in it. And you say the word cellulose, and I said, what cellulose? You said from plants or grass or whatever, but those grasses and those plants can come up to be a tomato plant or banana or pineapple or any other plant that a plant becomes, and it sets off the fruit. So is that fruit a part of that plant cellulose or no? Like what do we talk? I mean,
Fruits
you
have
say weird
cellulose in
stuff.
them, but fruits have actual other things that are beneficial to us, that nutrients that we can digest. But I was responding to the comment that someone said where you don't need to eat animals. You could just eat the thing that animals eat, and it'll be the exact same thing. You don't need to get the
Yeah,
protein
I
from the
said
animals,
that.
get the protein from the plants, and that's not the case. You can, because they eat plants that we can't get nutrients from, because they can digest cellulose and we can't.
Who told you that?
Bro,
what I'm trying to say.
who told you that starvation
What
leads
I'm
to
trying to
death?
say is that you can survive without. You can
We're
live
talking
without
about
meat.
eating
You can
green
survive
stuff,
without
dude,
meat,
versus
and
meat.
your
Now
health will
you
not
keep
be.
bringing other stuff into it to try to help yourself out. You're not going to win this,
No,
buddy.
the
I'm
whole
sorry.
point of fiber, Demok,
Yeah,
is that we
meat
can't digest it. That's
versus
why it's
green. No,
used
that's
to
what you
bulk your
keep
stool.
saying.
You're
You
arguing
keep
against the
saying that,
principle.
weirdo. Stop. Stop saying that. I don't believe
Alright,
that.
fiber doesn't
That's your
exist.
belief. Yeah, you keep saying other weird stuff that makes no sense. Okay, for who you? Cool. That's a cool
Meat's
story you
not
got.
safe to eat
Alright, the truth
unless you
doesn't make
treat
sense.
it, cure it,
What
salt
I'm
it,
saying
age it.
is green stuff. When have you seen anybody eat
Bro,
green stuff and die?
you could eat a
Percentage.
plant right out the ground, right off the tree. When it comes to meat, you got to treat it. You can't bite into an animal.
Right, because you'll get maggots and other stuff and parasites and other weird shit. That's real weird too, huh?
There's something that needs preparation and treatment in order for a person to digest it versus an apple that I could rip off a tree. Which one is for
Well,
people and which one isn't?
well, I would say both of them sometimes have preparation types, right? The apple has to be ripe, right?
No, it doesn't. They don't got to
Well, I
do that.
mean, well, think about it. Well, it kind of does. Certain plants protect themselves. When they're not ready, they have like a little shelling or a thing, and if you're smart,
Okay,
you
no,
tear that
that's right.
off,
No,
and
you're
that'll
right about
poison
that.
you. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
that's
some
right.
of them. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not.
I was just thinking about how they wax our fruit. They're making these GMO type fruits
Yes.
that don't reseed, and they're making these types of meat where these chickens don't have heads and they're being pumped with hormones and steroids. And they're like warping the industry. Now plants don't grow seeds. Now meat is not really animals. It's fucked up.
It is fucked up. I'll tell you that. I don't
They're making
consume
little
that
meat in
much
the
What are they
lab.
meat
directing us
over the
towards?
year
You
anyway.
have to ask, what is the industry directing us to eat? Right now, we have no choice but to depend on the meat. They're forcing us to eat.
Worms, insects.
I feel like I don't have a choice when I want a
Yeah.
fucking decent
Insects and
meal at
Jones.
night. When I want a decent meal at night, I can't go to the grocery store, buy a fucking bag of onions, buy everything I would need to prep like a decent vegetarian meal. I run to the freaking quick little fast food place and I get something to hold myself over for the night. And that's like that's a better financial decision. It's faster. And that's what I deal with. It sucks.
I don't see
Raw
how
eggs.
eating grass or vegan
Raw
stuff.
eggs is the best.
Yeah, I don't see how eating grass or vegan stuff would be any worse than the cheese and the meat and the fat and the butter and the
How about the eggs? The
pesticides
raw
shit
eggs.
we eat.
Oh yeah, I was
Yeah,
also
raw
gonna say
eggs. Yes,
I
Because
was
bro.
a
we can
vegan for a
digest those
month.
things, Demok, that's why.
I was a vegan for a month, and I felt
Uh-huh.
myself that I was less angry. I didn't need coffee. I was less drained after working out. Like I was able to maintain a high level of energy rather than getting tired after eating meat. It's a big difference I felt, but I had to go back because I can't afford being vegan around here, man. It's expensive as fuck.
Bro, no one eats coffee.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing, isn't it? It is expensive. But you can
But when you
can
go to
live
the
without meat.
when you go to the supermarket, you go to the vegan section.
Loser!
You just go to the
Stop being so crazy. He said loser.
That's funny. In order to be a vegan, you got to really have time to prepare all your meals, go to the grocery store, and just be jam packed and not depend on like me. I don't have time. My schedule conflicts with a proper diet. I need to fix that
I
though.
say, but I say if you eat vegan, you're really eating everything, every piece of meat. So if you eat a cow, right, and all the cow does is eat grass all day, and what the cows produce from the grass is itself, then you're really eating a muscle of grass muscle.
Yeah, if you
I
eat a
agree with
full
that.
cow, then you're 100% vegan.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Well, you are in a
Yeah.
way. I mean, you are what you eat, and if that is what it eats, the liquid fills its liquid, and that becomes the muscle. From the grain of grass, you get the grain of muscle.
That's fair.
From a grain
Yeah.
of sand.
If you are
You
what
know
you
what?
eat,
I'm
and it
gonna
is what
turn
it
vegan.
eats.
I'm gonna be vegan from now on, and today I'm gonna start with a ribeye.
No, because
Yeah, remember the world champions out there are vegans. Some of the world champions are out there are vegans, yeah. So Olympic champions. So let's not knock it. and you can live without meat. Look at what they did in Holland. Look at Holland. Holland during the Second World War, Hitler took all the poultry and the cattle to feed the German army and the citizens in Holland. All they had was vegetables, nuts, and berries, and the heart disease that they had cured. They cured themselves because of Hitler. And when the war was over, they went back to eating meat, and the heart disease returned.
I need to see
You
an
had no
article
more
about
heart
that. That's
issues.
interesting as hell, bro.
Yeah, but according to Electric, because our intestines aren't like conducive to eating nuts, we're not supposed to be eating nuts.
No,
Yes, they
I
are.
didn't say that.
What
but
the
someone else said.
Holy.
You included nuts with your
Yes,
meat thing.
they are. No, we're more designed for vegetables, fruits, berries, and nuts. We're not carnivorous like the cow, like the tiger or the cheetah or the hyena.
I agree,
Yeah.
but Electric said that nuts and meat take too long to digest for humans. Meaning,
What about broccoli? What about broccoli?
Meat. No,
Is
meat.
broccoli good?
Did I say that? I think I said something else. I said that the cellulose helps. The cellulose fibers help us in our digestive tract. That's what I said.
You were the one that said that like we're not meant to be eating meat because our digestive tract isn't the same as animals, right?
I said that.
Okay, sorry.
Our,
Wait, which one? You both said you said it.
Our digestive system is shorter than a carnivore digestive system. They have longer. They have like an extra fucking longer intestine because it has to break it down more. Because meat, it takes more to break down than plants. And then
I thought it was the other way round.
I'm sorry. Yes.
It is the other way around.
Yes.
Wait,
My apologies.
Cows have like 4 stomachs.
Hold on.
Let him finish.
Hold on, but ours is longer. Yeah, my bad. It's fucking 4 in the morning right
Yeah,
now. I
that's
haven't
all right,
gotten
man.
sleep.
We know where you're coming from.
Yeah,
We know where you're coming from,
it's
bro.
reversed, but the thing is that because the meat stays longer in our stomachs, because it's longer, that's actually harmful for us. To where
That's right. The acid buildup.
To where a
Yes,
meat-eating
the
animal,
acid buildup.
where an eating animal, because they have short intestines, they can pass it quickly. So it literally goes rotten in our fucking stomachs, and that's harmful because of what's produced by that once the meat gets there. But that's a whole nother argument. I'm not saying stop eating meat today, go be a vegan. I just had a burger earlier. I'm just saying technically, like I know that we're not made to be eating meat. And if that's all you eat, that's really dangerous because you should be putting
Okay, but isn't the problem
that
it takes? Isn't the problem is that it takes so long for us to digest the meat itself?
What was that?
Like, isn't the problem not in the length of our intestines? Like, if anything, having longer intestines serves us better. But it's just how long it takes to digest it.
It's both. So like our body, that's exactly what I'm saying. Our bodies, if we were designed to just be digesting plants, vegetables, and fruits and nuts, and then we throw meat in there, and it takes longer. Well, not only does it take longer to break down the meat, but it also has a longer track to go through, and that meat is sitting in our stomach that much longer. So it's a double whammy.
It takes longer to
That's
digest
right.
meat?
Getting rancid in our stomach.
But how do you know that?
Yeah, that's why. Have you ever? Let me ask something. Have you ever ate like had a really good barbecue, right? Like ate like chicken and fucking a carne, like everything, bro. Like it was delicious. And then later at night you burp and you can smell like dead. Like you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because you added a lot of barbecue sauce.
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Yeah, you can say that all you want, but
the thing is, Apocryphon, it takes a long time for us to digest nuts too. So by that logic, nuts are bad.
It takes less time. It takes less time to digest meat and longer time to digest those fibers and those.
Don't eat meat.
You never digest the fibers.
Eat broccoli and nuts for a week and then burp on yourself and see what it smells like. It's still gonna smell, dude. What the hell?
What he said about the barbecue,
bad,
what he said about the barbecue is because he was drinking soda and adding
Because
I think barbecue burp smells good.
Well, that's fine, but I'm saying that
Well, that just proves you wrong then.
meat inside of you, it will, because it's taking a longer a longer journey.
Okay, we heard you.
It will get rot. It will go rotten.
It will become rancid.
It's not because it takes a longer journey. It's just because it doesn't digest as quick.
Let me ask you something about the meat. I don't eat vegetables. I just eat meat.
Well, good for you.
Am I dead?
Good for you. Do I give a fuck?
Not at all.
Your body can adjust to any diet. Like I know
So now
people
you're
that eat
saying the
raw
body
meat.
can
Can I
adjust.
say?
A while
Can I say
ago
my
you were
point?
saying you can't eat meat, you're gonna die.
I just want to say my point. I know somebody that from the
Who
time they were
said
little.
that?
Can I say my point? I know somebody from the time.
No, you're not. You're not gonna die.
Go ahead, Electric.
Like for real, guys. So I know somebody that was, when they were 5, they were raised drinking cow's blood. They eat raw meat, and if they eat cooked meat, they get sick and they get feverish. So your body's conditioned from a young age how it handles certain things that you eat, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we can't eat meat then.
Your body certainly can eat meat.
You can
Yes,
eat meat. Of course you can.
And can you survive on just meat and no
What we're
vegetables?
saying though, what's better? What's the better fuel?
God.
If you watch The Game Changer, if you watch the program called The Game Changer, those who ate meat performed worse than those who had vegetables, nuts, and they did the test. They even checked the plasma. They checked the blood as well. They checked it. They did the test.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask.
I tell you what, get in front of a 250-pound linebacker that just eats meat and tell me what game changed.
Hey, let me ask something. I mean, obviously you have a biased position, which is fine. But why is it? Why is it? Why is it when people have
What's your
Why is it
problem?
why is it when people have cancer that one of the first thing the doctors tell them to do is to change their diet and stop eating meat and turn to fruits and vegetables?
Vegetables.
Yeah, same thing just happened to my friend.
Don't forget. Hey,
don't get cancer. That is just ridiculous.
Don't forget that you also have to take, when the doctor told you that. Don't forget that he also told you take all of your vaccines and all the medication.
Yeah, exactly. He's reading from a script.
Well, come on.
No, you're retarded,
You're talking
bro.
about a diet.
You're fucking retarded.
Diet and nutritionist. The diet and nutritionist, not the doctors.
Yeah. Hey, all you let me know is you're not
Hello?
educated, bro. Congrats.
Yeah, right. There you go.
You're not
trying to
educated,
demean
bro.
me. Yeah, you're
You're not
talking about
educated.
me, not the topic.
Hey, you're a good example of what a meathead is.
Yeah. My wife is a
Unintended.
nutritionist. She's an RN and she's also a nutritionist. And you're just talking about me instead of the topic. How many times have you been sick this year?
I've been sick for the past 2 months. And you know what the doctor told me?
Okay.
You know what the doctor told me?
Yeah,
Guess what the
whatever he's
fucking
going to
doctor
tell
told me
you.
to do?
What does that have to do with
Guess
anything?
what the doctor told me to guess what?
I didn't
What do you
ask
mean?
that. I did not ask that.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, did you take prescription drugs?
I did for my pain, yeah, at the beginning, yeah, but I haven't done it since.
Right.
Yeah.
So you think if you didn't eat meat, you wouldn't have got sick?
No, has nothing to do with my diet. I ripped my stomach because I'm an iron worker and I lift a lot of heavy shit.
Oh my
so
God!
Fuck you and
Well,
go
what
suck
was
a
your
dick.
point? Then what was your point about the dude?
Because
what
we
is
were
your
talking about
freaking
because we were
problem?
talking about
Yeah,
plants
I
and
heard the
fruit
conversation.
and meat.
Yeah,
That's
I heard
why.
that conversation. That's why I'm commenting. I just don't know why you're cussing and attacking me and talking all over me. That's what I can. Seems like you're emotionally charged and biased, not me. Because
Yeah.
I'm a person who doesn't eat vegetables. I don't like them, so I eat meat. But the
Good for you.
problem with I know you can't help yourself, dude. Can I get my point out? Do you mind?
Go ahead, okay.
So I'm a person who likes meat instead of vegetables. So I eat probably 95% meat over vegetables. I don't take prescription drugs, drink or do drugs. I haven't been sick in 25 years. So that kind of destroys your eating meat type theory. Like you would be more healthy if you didn't eat meat. I think if I started eating just vegetables right now, I would get sick. That's how I feel. It might be mind over matter.
Good for you.
Well,
Hey,
Kia,
thanks, man. Thanks for the comment.
It has been clinically proven depending on the sport you do, if you consume meat before your event and vegetables, it can be detrimental to your performance. It's been proven clinically.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
saw
to
the
say
study.
that eating meat is going to kill you. Yeah, okay.
I saw
Fine.
that
So you
study.
know what
That's
I'm
one
talking about.
study.
I'm not saying eating meat is bad. Eating too much meat is definitely bad.
You could probably get
The
a study
point
together
where
that shows
you
that you
Hey,
should eat better. And you
hey,
can also get a study
haven't
together that says you should
been
take back.
sick in 25, you're doing good. If you haven't eaten meat in 25, sorry, if you haven't had a single vegetable or a nut or a berry or a fruit in any of that 25 years, then you've done well. If you've only consumed meat for breakfast, dinner,
yeah.
and lunch.
If
Yeah,
you've
I
never
don't.
had
I don't like
grain,
fruit.
or you never had vegetables or grains, all you had is meat for 25 years, hey, kudos to you, man. Clearly your body maybe
Yeah,
is
well
able to
done.
process it right.
So, so
But
that
I
would
do
prove
know that
bodies can adjust.
statistically a lot of people that have cancer and have these problems in life, heart disease, shit like that. The
It's caused by stress.
first thing that a doctor will do is say, "Hey, cut back your meat intake and switch to
No,
fresh
the first
vegetables."
thing they should tell
Matter
you is
of
cut
fact,
back your stress.
there's a doctor that did a documentary. It used to be on
Oh
Netflix,
my god.
good 15 years ago, 20 years ago. They took it down though. But yeah, there was a doctor who did a study about consumption of meat, and simultaneously there was another doctor that was doing the consumption of vegetables, and they're trying to see the different diets. And it came out to be that the protein in meat and animal meat would actually tear up the lining, the stomach lining, to where the vegetables and plants were the only thing that would rebuild it. So like,
That is ridiculous,
hey,
bro. The
it's a
roughage
you
the
could look
roughage
into it,
of
man.
plants like lettuce and stuff is real hard on your digestive tract.
Yeah,
Ask people who have problems with it. They can't eat
No,
lettuce.
it's
They
Mm,
can't.
who said
They
lettuce? I
can't
said
eat lettuce
vegetables, bro. I'm saying lettuce is
with
like one of those
roughage.
stupid ass vegetables that no one you shouldn't even eat that. That is nothing, bro. Like there's no
Wow.
nutrition to that, bro. You keep
there's
saying lettuce.
some
I'm not talking about
nutrition,
lettuce.
but
I'm talking
why would
about
it
Wow.
be
like
hard on your
This
digestive
guy's
system,
exposing
Rakia?
himself
I'm talking
Why
about
would lettuce be hard
broccoli
on your
and
digestive
carrots,
system?
like
because it's
potatoes, like
roughage. It's
good.
roughage. You don't break it down as much, so it comes out. It goes through your tract
Hey,
as a roughage.
hey. All
Yeah,
I'm
it's
saying is that
fiber. Why is
doctors
that
did a
bad for your
50
digestive
study,
system? It's not
a
bad for it.
50-year
Yeah, it's
study, bro.
rough on the walls of your digestive tract.
Nah.
Oh my
50-year study,
god.
bro. It's a 50-year study. You can go ahead
not,
and
man. You got
go ahead. Don't believe
that
me.
wrong,
Don't
Rakia.
believe me.
That
Don't
one
believe
Yeah,
guy
me.
won't shut
you
up.
got that
He
wrong,
seems
Rakia.
emotionally
You
charged.
got that wrong, mate.
Don't. Hey, a
Okay, well,
Yeah, you
fifty-year
got
get
that
study.
a
wrong,
Don't
mate.
believe me, bro.
go get
Don't
a
believe me.
bowel
Oh,
system,
oh,
and then eat lettuce. Tell me what
um,
happened.
matter of fact. Check this out. So they went to the government and they tried to tell them, like,
She's still
like,
stalking.
so they went to the government and tried to tell them, like, share their findings, and they were trying to educate people, like, in the hospitals. And guess what the government did to them? And they banned them from practicing medicine in America. So
Who's
they had
they?
to go. So they had to go down to Mexico, and they opened up a clinic down there.
Are you talking
And then
about Gersom?
people were going to them when they would have, let's say they caught cancer, and then they're given like 4 months to live, 5 months to live. They would go see those doctors, and they would give them a plant-based diet, vegetables and fruits only, and their diet alone was allowing them to defeat cancer and the things that they should have died from otherwise. In American medicine, they would have died because all they would have just
I don't disagree with that. I agree with you on that because certain things can be controlled by diet. And if you
yes,
get an element that's caused by something that was in the meat, then I agree that controlling your diet and getting off of meat would help you. But you're not saying that as a whole. You're saying You're saying that you basically shouldn't eat meat. It would be better if you ate vegetables.
No, hold on, bro. See, this is the. Hold on. I just told you I fucking had a burger earlier, bro. I didn't
That
say
doesn't mean what you're
I'm not.
saying isn't
And
true.
I literally said I'm not saying don't eat meat. I'm just saying that if you have a diet which consists more plants and vegetables and fruits, you can be healthier. You can be healthier than just eating meat. Two different things, two different stories there, man. Like maybe you just
Yeah,
misunderstood me, maybe you jumped the gun a bit, I don't know, but I'm saying that somebody who only eats meat has a higher risk statistically for like, heart disease, for fucking all kinds of problems
yeah.
that come along
Did
with meat.
you? Okay, so you take the meat eater that has no stress in his life, and take a vegetable eater that is stressed out every day. Who do you think's going to have a heart attack first?
You're
In your
introducing
biased
another
opinion.
variable.
No,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
We
not.
yeah.
don't know. We
He's
don't know.
If you
he's
want to
not
talk
Today's
about
stress
including the
levels are the
variable.
same. It's
if
about
you
whether or
want to
not
talk
He's
meat
about
only
only is
using
stress,
one
healthy.
variable.
if you want to talk about stress, then yeah, obviously stress can really mess you up.
So how
That's
do you
fine.
know if it's meat? How do you know if it's the meat?
Well, I mean, they say because people that statistically have had meat in their diet for so many years, and then they find out that, okay, well, people that eat meat generally have this and this and this and this and this wrong with them. People that don't eat meat, they have other problems, but just not necessarily those problems. Like, for instance, if you look at the number one heart kill, the number one killer in America is heart disease,
The
and then
stress caused by
but then
stress.
they correlate heart disease because they can literally your what's it called, those not the valves, the artery, I guess is what it is.
Coronary arteries.
Yes, it's packed and filled because of the fat
because of
and
the vegetable oils. The fat is actually good for your vessels. The animal fat is actually beneficial for you, and the oils from the plants are damaging to your body.
This is true.
the you're saying the oils from plants are bad for you?
Yeah, the plant
One
oils.
of the worst things that you can put in your body
Are
is
you
all
talking
those
about
vegetable oils.
are you hold on, wait wait. You're talking about vegetable oil because people cook meat with the vegetable oil, right? To fry it. Is that what you mean?
No, I don't cook meat with any vegetable oil.
Okay, well,
None
but
of it.
people do. But a lot of people do.
Yeah, he's
And I
talking
know
about
that.
that oil. The
Oh, yeah,
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 processed.
oil,
that oil.
oil in general.
If you're cooking
Yeah, but
meat
when you're
with
hold
that
on, hold on, hold on.
oil, that oil is damaging. Is
Yes,
definitely
but
damaging your
okay,
body.
but what do people use oil to cook for though? What are you cooking? What are you using oil to cook for though? Typically?
You, Not me myself, nothing at all. But you know what people use in the past to cook? They use lard, or they use animal fat, or tallow, animal fats, and they were healthier than people today. Today, people, instead of using animal fats, they use oils from plants, which is destroying your
Okay,
people.
okay.
Yeah,
People's
which
So,
are good.
but here's what I'm
Plant-based
saying though.
oils are good.
But here's what I'm saying though. But
oh no,
like vegetable oil, nobody eats that much oil when you're eating like a plate of vegetables. That's not you're not that's
bro.
totally different than what you're saying right now, because
That's right.
and that vegetable oil is usually used to cook meat. So yes, when you get that burger and it's nice and juicy, you're putting that vegetable oil straight into
No,
your
I
fucking
don't.
arteries, and
I
that's
don't
what
put
it
oil.
is. You're not
Exactly.
when you're
So
when
think
you
about it.
eat when you're
When you
eating
look at
broccoli and
when
potatoes.
you look at the American pyramid food, the food pyramid in the United States, they tell you, hey, consume a lot of these oils, consume a lot of these grains,
No, no one's
consume a
saying
lot of.
consume
Listen, I'm not
oils.
done. Listen. Look at the recommendations from the food pyramid, and they have consume more of this stuff, the grains, the oils,
No one, but no, dude, come on,
and
dude,
the plants, and
no,
then
you're wrong.
they tell you. Listen, listen. Think about it. When you get a plate in the
You're
U.S.,
wrong.
when you get a plate, you get a bunch of grains, a bunch of vegetables, a
But
bunch of
there's not
fruits,
that
and
much oil in
bro,
a plate of vegetables.
You guys
forget
find
about that. Forget about that. Think about the plate that you get. On the plate, you get a bunch of grains, a bunch of vegetables, a bunch of fruits, and
Well,
a little tiny bad quality piece of meat. And then you're saying, "Oh, I'm a meat. That person is a meat eater because he's eating a really bad piece of meat, and now he's having heart disease because of that little piece of meat. But when you look at the plate, most of the other stuff is grains, vegetables,
If you're
fruits,
saying
and
if you're
oils.
saying that vegetables causes heart disease, then there's something seriously wrong.
Not
You were
vegetables, the
talking.
vegetable
You
oils,
were
the
talking about
unsaturated,
you.
polyunsaturated
Listen, I'm
oils that are
replying to him.
processed by you.
Yes,
Yeah.
but those
So
oils are used when cooking meat, so I don't get
They're
it.
used when cooking everything. They're
Well,
used in almost
well,
everything.
well, technically, I mean, I don't know
They
Can I ask
who.
saute
Rakia something?
vegetables in vegetable oil all day, every day.
Yeah, look
Can I
at
ask?
just look at
I've
your pantry.
never.
Look at the ingredients list. It's gonna have like a vegetable oil or corn oil or
Maybe,
some sort of oil
it's a certain way
in
of cooking.
virtually
Because I've
everything.
always steamed vegetables, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
All right, let
Maybe
me ask
before you
Rakia
call
something,
people
guys, please.
uneducated,
Hold
maybe
on,
before
dude.
you call people uneducated, you should maybe get educated yourself fully on the topic.
All right, Rakia,
Yeah,
can I ask you
yeah.
something?
Okay, says the
Hold
one that
on, hold
denied
on.
a 50-year
All
study.
right, dude.
Okay,
Wait
buddy.
a second. Can I ask Rakia something? Rakia, you ever feel like you wake up in the morning, you don't feel that good, like maybe you got a hot fever or something, and you couldn't imagine eating meat, rather you want a smoothie or something? Have you ever had that feeling?
I haven't had fever and I don't know how long.
All right.
I mean,
So
I
nothing
have
has
not
ever
had
compelled
fever.
you to want a
I
smoothie
haven't
before?
been, huh?
You've never like desired a smoothie over a cheeseburger?
Dude,
you
I
know what
not really. I mean, I
you
drink shakes and smoothies and stuff. Like I like them.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, bro.
I don't, but I'm not like craving anything like that. I do crave sweets.
I bring that up because right now I went to a concert. It rained at the concert. I got really sick. I don't know what happened. I couldn't imagine eating meat right now. Like right now, I want a celery pineapple smoothie.
I
And that's
got
why I
you,
brought
yeah,
it up.
because you don't want to upset your stomach. You don't want to feel worse eating something heavy. I got that. Like if I'm not like if my stomach, isn't like it's trying I eat Mexican food or got some bad food or ate too much or whatever, my stomach hurts too. But I'm not. I mean, I haven't thrown up, had fever. Like I'm regular. You know what I'm saying? Like
Rakia,
I
Rakia,
don't
when you
I
go
don't
to
Word.
the
get the argument.
Mexican place, it's not the meat, Rakia. It's the Mexican salsa. It's the
Yeah, I
picante stuff
understand.
that makes you feel bad.
Or the meat might have been old or whatever. I think the other day I ate Chinese and the meat wasn't cooked, 100% perfect. It was
Or
too red, and
or
it might have been old.
the rice with all the grains and all the oils and all the vegetables with all the oils. That what makes you upset.
You're gonna have a hard time convincing me. Plus, my wife is a nutritionist. Now she eats vegetables more than meat, but I think it's an individual case. Like because she doesn't like
Yeah.
meat, she doesn't desire it, and when she eats it now, like since she got pregnant with our first child, she couldn't eat chicken anymore. Now if she eats chicken right now, she feels nauseous. She can't eat it.
Yeah.
It's just a change but before she got pregnant, we ate
Exactly.
chicken all the time.
That's what I meant by conditioning.
No, that's not
We,
a conditioning. That was a change in her body makeup. The only thing that changed was she got pregnant, and the smell of chicken made her nauseous. It wasn't a change over time or conditioning. It was her body telling her, hey,
Yeah, it does.
I don't.
It's been known to happen.
but that really is
Been
what I
known to
meant. It's like
happen,
the
man.
conditions of your body are going to want certain things.
Yeah.
That's what I really meant before.
Yeah.
When I
Don't eat
brought up my
any more
friend, when I brought up my friend that eats raw meat ever since he was a kid, the point I was trying to make is your body can be conditioned to eat anything, but it depends on what you're conditioned to eat. But I don't know.
Conditions of your body and conditioning your body over time are a little different. Would you agree? I thought you meant over time
Absolutely, yes, I
conditioning.
do agree with that.
Like it
Yeah.
would
Well,
take
yeah.
me a long
It's
time, I
just a
think, to be able
misunderstanding.
to tolerate vegetables. Like if I started eating just vegetables right now, I think my body would freak out, bro. It would take me time to condition it to eat, mostly vegetables, and I would
Yes.
get back to where I was healthy again, not feeling bad. But right now, if I just started eating vegetables and no meat, I think I would feel terrible.
You're right. It would just like how like dogs
Uh,
you can't switch up the type of dog food you're giving your dog. You ever heard of that? I
Yeah.
think it's along the same lines. Like our body will react negatively if we change our diet drastically.
I don't know about that.
No? All right.
Yeah. Okay. My dog died 2 weeks ago. Okay, my dog. She was 126 years old. Now the Labrador, the normal length is 12 years. Okay, so she lasted 18 years, and that was because obviously she was a free dog, hardly ever on the lead. Good lifestyle, camping, hiking, snowboarding, canoeing with me. So she did everything that the family did. When I do my juicing, I gave her the pulp to eat. The pulp. That's what she ate with her main meal. That's why she lived so long. No vaccines, no injections, nothing.
Pulp from
Didn't
what?
do anything. The pulp from when you do the juicing. When you do the juicing, you get the juice goes into one compartment, and then you got the pulp that's left, right? And I eat that, and I gave her that. I gave her that as well. We ate that together with
that stuff
her
is
dog
loaded
food and
with
my food.
nutrients. Yeah.
If you want me to tell you a personal story that got me into this topic a long time ago, my daughter was a national gymnast. She was an elite gymnast, training 6 days a week, eating meats and vegetables, whatever she wanted, but a very controlled diet, like what the nutritionist was telling her she needed at the time to perform at her peak, right? We have hired nutritionists for the team. So then she got sick with mono, and mono, put her on from an elite athlete to on the couch, and it attacked her gut. Well, the doctors couldn't figure out what was going on, and for over a year, doing all these tests, they couldn't heal her. Right? They couldn't fix her. Well, my wife started researching it as a nurse and became a nutritionist at the time, and got her on a juice diet. Put her on a juice diet to get her gut performing right again. And then once she got healed with no help from the doctors, mind you, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of tests that my insurance put a cap on and wouldn't pay, and it cost me hundreds of thousands, right? After the insurance. So that's when my wife started studying and put her on a juice diet, and within about a month, she was back to gaining strength and training again. Now, that's just a particular case of how, a diet can control a individual's health. And that's my point. I think it's an individual basis on what you're going through, how your body is, and all that.
Okay, but juice comes from fruits and vegetables. Why didn't you just eat those directly? It would have been the same.
Because her gut couldn't handle it. When she loves vegetables,
Yeah, couldn't process it.
But at the time, her inner gut couldn't handle it, and she would get sicker and sicker. But when she went on the juice diet, her gut could break down and get the nutrition out of the juice and process it and flow it through or whatever. And it didn't make her feel bad or drained.
Is that because of the cellulose?
I can't tell you why. I'm just saying that's what happened. She couldn't eat meat or vegetables because her body couldn't break it down, and she felt sick. And like I said, from an elite athlete to on the couch is a hard thing to see. But then when she got on the juice diet, which fit her particular, symptoms or whatever, bam. But if she would have kept going to the doctors, who knows? I mean, it wasn't coming to an end. It was getting worse and worse and worse. And the doctors had no clue. They gave up on her. Like, told us they're not going to run any more tests because the insurance won't pay for it, for one, and that they don't think any of they don't have any more tests to run on her where they can make a prediction or what to do. Ridiculous.
All right.
Damn.
Well, if anybody's interested, I've posted some images of myself exercising in the park rather dynamically at the age of 60. That's 41 years not being sick, dedicated to looking after one's health. Mostly vegetables, but yes, of course, I eat meat and I eat fish to boot. But there you go.
That's amazing.
What's achievable at 60 years old. Dynamic.
I wanted to bring up a small point. I could imagine if you start off like as a kid, you only eat vegetables, and then you have some kind of vitamin deficiency, and it turns out you need meat, and you eat meat and you get better. Yeah, that could happen too.
Yes, that can happen too. Yeah, exactly that. When I was growing up, the main thing that the old ladies used to say, look, I'm a black boy going to school. I don't know these old ladies. You know what they used to say? Make sure you eat all your greens. That's what these ladies are saying to me and my brother, my two younger brothers, as we're going to school in the mornings. Yeah? Fucking brilliant. You know what I say to them? I said, yeah, I eat my greens and my friends' greens because they don't like it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm grateful my grandmother kind of like force fed me broccoli growing up. Now I love broccoli, and it's really good for you. It has a lot of protein.
Broccoli today, it's got more vitamin C than an orange. Would you believe? There you go.
But I can imagine if I wasn't raised on broccoli and I went to go bite into one now, I might think that shit tastes like gasoline. You know?
Well, I like the vegetables. I mean, I had that today. I have it every day. That's my high octane fuel. Okay, I worked it out years ago that the cows don't drink milk after they get first when they turn a year old. The elephants, all those big animals, don't drink milk. They eat their vegetables or they eat their meat. So I just said, right, that's it. I'm going to do that. I stopped the milk when I was like 7 years old. I stopped milk at school. It was disgusting. Occasionally, I'd have it with cornflakes at home. I would stomach it, but at school, I used to throw up. So at school, I didn't have milk. I had water. But at home, occasionally. Now I have almond milk with the cereals occasionally.
I got a weird little story.
Alpen. Yeah,
my diet was horrible, right? Like I would drink coffee to stay like alert, but then I would eat a heavy lunch and get real tired. Bro, I got really sick, and then I went vegan, and for that month of being vegan, I didn't need coffee. Now I literally don't drink coffee. And it could be because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't had coffee in over probably 45 years.
I had to wean off of it.
Not one cup.
Because I felt myself being sluggish every day, needing a coffee. Then I stopped eating meat, stopped feeling sluggish, stopped eating coffee. That really happened like in January. I don't drink coffee no more.
Yeah. Take a look at the pictures I posted. How to stay in shape. This was last Sunday. My shots were from last Sunday. I got a couple to take a picture of me so I could send it on the YouTube and to my family and friends.
I think coffee is a huge drug.
Well, yeah, I mean it's got its uses, I suppose. I just don't have.
Yeah, not drinking coffee anymore has changed my life. Really, I don't spend tons of money every morning now. I don't need it.
That's right. Good.
I'm about to do some drugs right now. Then, if that's the case,
all right, I'm gonna smoke weed.
That's right. That's right. You're better off drinking, skunk juice. If you could turn that into a tea, skunk tea would be better for you than coffee. Do you know what I mean? You turn the weed into tea, you drink that, you're healthy. Do you know what I mean?
roll a joint up or something and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I enjoy myself, boys and girls. That's how you maintain. I mean, if you don't do your exercise,
where you been, Jen? I ain't seen you in weeks.
Huh?
I ain't seen you in weeks.
Oh, I've been everywhere. I've been on the Gem Panda server, the Rhetoric server. I've been on all different servers, causing ruckus, shouting them down.
Yeah, I know how you do.
Yeah, forcing down the truth, like King Kong. Open the jaw, put it in there, close the jaw, swallow.
Swallow. Hold their jaw closed. I love it, man. Are you French?
Me? I'm an African.
You're African?
Yeah,
is there such thing as a French African?
Nigerian, but I was born in England, UK. No, I'm an African 100%, but I was born in the UK. So I'm a UK born African, if you will. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, you have a unique voice. Me.
Thanks very much. Yeah, cheers.
Yeah. Man. Awesome, man. Cheers.
Yeah. So do you, Raquel. You have a unique voice. You know, when you're on point, it's poetry in motion. You know what I mean? When I listen to you.
I'm Cajun French, man. I can eat mud bugs.
That's why. That's right.
I got a lot of Indian in me too. So my family's from Tupelo, Mississippi. So a lot of Indian in my blood as well. Which means you can't really hurt me. And I got what they call old man strength.
That's right. That's right. I'm glad. What I was going to say was like 95% of the time, you're always talking sense. 5% of your time, you come off the rails. You disagree with certain things. You could be wrong, but that's rare, but it does happen. But most of the time, when I'm hearing your voice and that, it's on point. And you're really boxing them in. You're leaving them you're allowing them to box themselves in, and then you just pummel them. Bam, 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 with all the facts. I love it when you do that. You know, and then you give them a break. Well, do you get it now? Do you understand? Yeah? Have you digested that? You know, when you step back and let them process the truth, but they don't want to, then they give you the cognitive dissonance, and then you give it to them again. Yeah.
I just speak from the heart. Like I speak from my common sense and heart. I don't do a lot of. I don't need all the. You know, this study said this and this study that said that. I go out and do my own stuff, my own observations,
Yeah.
and speak from a common sense standpoint. Everything is broken down to water being the base, and
Yeah.
pressure being one of the main ingredients to what
Yeah, but you
controls.
have mentioned one or two studies, though.
Yeah, no,
You
I'll
did
find
give us some
studies that
citations.
I'll find studies that back up my common sense, but most of what I'm talking about comes from how
Yeah.
I think of things. You know, what
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
your
about.
personal experience.
Yep.
Your experience, exactly. Trial and error. That's how I speak generally. And the thing is, right, you get them, they say that's anecdotal. I said, yeah, but that's important because that's data. That is data, that is information. 60 years. Sorry, you can't know more than me. You haven't lived long enough. Sorry, mate. Sit down. Park yourself up and respect what I'm saying to you. Program, man. Right? Get with
How'd
the program.
everything?
Yeah. So, like I said, you
How'd
eat well,
everything go?
exercise well, you can enjoy your life a little bit. Yeah. So, how are you doing, Jeremy? I haven't seen you in weeks. Mind you, I haven't been here, but I see you in your usual ready to rumble voice. I can tell, but no one's there at the moment.
Oh, we did a min yesterday. How'd everything go over tonight? We should get crazy in here or what?
Wow, I missed it.
What?
I said I must have missed it then.
Yesterday, yeah. Kosho took a beating big time. About a half hour, an hour or something there. Was killing him.
Why am I not surprised? He always gets a bit.
Why y'all beating up on Kosho? What did
I
Kosho do?
felt bad, bro. Bad.
Kosho, the agent in place. Yes. He's an intelligent man. He's intelligent, and intellect betrays him. He knows the upper flat. He knows it.
I think he's intelligent for an intelligence agency.
Yes, he's from the intelligence agency. You can tell. That's what's betraying him. That's what's giving him away. That's why I call him an agent in place. He's razor sharp. He pretends to play dumb, but he's not, man. He's razor sharp.
Can I tell y'all something? This is kind of unrelated, but I'm going to tell y'all. There was a day where I really wanted to have a one-on-one with a couple Globers that are in here defending the globe all the time and are really smart. Wanted to ask them a couple questions. They refused to have a one-on-one. I find that interesting.
Really?
There you go.
Yeah, some of these guys don't want to talk to you. Like I feel like if I could ask a couple honest questions to these guys, I'll understand their stance better. But they're avoiding that.
Yeah.
Bro, we do
because
that
they know
shit all
you're
the
going to
time.
tear
If you
them
ever
to
want
shreds.
5 minutes with someone, if you ever want 5 minutes with someone, just let us know. We'll clear the floor for you.
Right on.
Yeah. They know you're going
Did
to
I
tear
hear
them to
Kosho
shreds.
correctly? I think it was last night or the night before. He said he's Jewish, Kosho, or his origin is Jewish. He said something like that.
He sounds it. That doesn't surprise me.
He says he's Jewish, yeah.
So you guys saying he's an agent, an intelligence agent, and now he's Jewish? I'm like, okay.
Well, why not? He could be
I'm
a
just
Mossad
joking about
agent.
him
He
being
could
an
be.
agent,
Why
but
not?
he does claim to be Jewish.
Okay. Good for him.
You can tell the kind of things, the knowledge he carries is agency based. That's what I have to say.
He fucking Googles everything, dude. He sits there at the computer, Googles everything. He's an expert on it in 5 seconds every time. Say something in front of Kosho and give him 3 minutes. He'll be a fucking expert on it in no time.
Yeah, it's amazing. His intellect betrays him. Agent in place, no doubt about it.
I don't know.
Yeah. And we laugh it off, but that's the truth. When you laugh it off,
you don't know
you're
if he's
laughing
an agent
you're
or
laughing
not.
at yourself, mate, because that's the truth. He's an agent in place.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
He's an agent in place. They have to have their agents because they have to keep this deception going. And I think Kosho is one of them.
Well, maybe not. You don't know.
That's the nuance I get from his demeanor.
I don't know how you would know if he's an agent or not, really, but.
Well, I mean, it's in plain sight. You know, they say it's in plain sight. There you go. Don't be fooled. You know, it's all in plain sight, sir.
All right, Pete or Jen.
Yeah. I mean, I could be wrong, but then again, you know, I'm generally like right on those kind of things. You know, I can smell it. Smell those agents in place. You can tell.
Yeah, I thought it was weird when I tried to have a decent conversation. Somebody was getting roasted in here. And I messaged them. I was like, yo, man, I understand what you're getting at. Like, maybe you could just tell me what you're thinking and get all your thoughts across without people interrupting you. And they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to talk to me. So, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just the kind of person, I'm okay with talking to anybody. I'll tell anybody what I'm thinking.
Yeah, they knew you were gonna kill them. You were gonna destroy them. That's why. They probably heard you speaking and they thought, right, no, I don't want to do this one. I'm going to be embarrassed here. Yeah.
I don't think these guys are scared.
Carefully.
I don't think these guys are scared to talk to anyone in here.
No, if they're not on their game, though, they won't join in if they're not on their game. You know, if they're not on their game and they can see a guy's red heart, you know, he's just covering every corner. There's no
Actually,
doubt in this guy. This guy's got no doubt.
Actually, let me change that statement. I think there are a few people that might be scared because Ruhif's got me blocked or muted or something. So there may be a few dudes in here that are scared.
There you go.
What's up with that?
There you go. Yeah, why would they do that, you know?
I mean, why would he have you blocked? Like, Jeremy, you've never said anything out of line, in my opinion.
I don't know about that.
Why are you getting blocked? I don't know.
He's shook, bro. He's shook. I do him in. He says mad goofy shit, and I call him on it, and he don't like it. I can spot the bullshit a mile away. Like, I'm not a fucking genius or anything. I know just enough to know that these guys don't know what they're talking about.
All right, I'll tell you guys who it was.
Yo, you don't have to be the smartest
doesn't
one.
want to fucking. I messaged Zanuck and I was like, "Yo, man, I hear you. Like, these people are cutting you off. I want to hear what you have to say." And he didn't want to tell me what he was trying to say.
Zanuck?
Yeah, now I have reason to believe Zanuck isn't trying to really have a genuine. Like, it's a lot of interrupting, a lot of cutting off. He barely gets his point across, but he's cool with that. He's cool with being really interruptive. And then you try to have a one-on-one, he doesn't want to do it.
Listen, Zanuck's a piece of work.
Weird. I'll say some weird shit, guys. My bad.
Zanuck's a piece of work, let me tell you something.
I'm genuinely interested in, like, how he comes to all of his points. Like, I wanted to ask him, like, yeah, how did you come to this conclusion? Well, nope. I'm not allowed to know how he thinks. Instead, when I listen to him, when I hear conversations with him in it, it's just a lot of interrupting, a lot of, like, talking over, points not being made. Kind of disappointing sometimes with this guy. But I feel like he wants to talk a lot. He wants to say a lot. And I never understand what the hell he's trying to say.
It's tough. It's tough. Very tough. Like Zanuck, or, you know, because he's very long-winded. He goes on and on. All right. So that's why he gets interrupted a lot. He's going on for 45 seconds, maybe a minute or something. And, you know, people get antsy in the pantsy. They want to get their shit up. They might want to respond to the 4 points he's already made. I don't know. It's very hard, and then he interrupts a lot.
Right.
He likes to do that. He'll answer your question and then ask you two questions and then tell you about a story of something else. So you're like,
and then make another point. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, well, how I have to cut you off if I'm going to answer to any of this stuff because he keeps going and going and going and going and going. Or you want to jump in because he makes a statement that's completely false. And he likes to say, like, when he says something, he'll be right. Like you agree with that. But when you're jumping in to say you don't agree with it, you're like, wait, I'm not finished. It's like, well, I'm not going to let you just slide that in there. Like if you're right, because you're not right. He does it.
Yeah.
Dude, I really wish I had a fucking smoothie right now. I need to get a smoothie right now.
That sounds good.
Dude, I woke up so sick, like I can't lift my head. Rakia, you never get sick?
Hey, make sure you add at least 3 to 6 raw eggs to the smoothie, bro. And if they're like duck eggs, even better.
Eggs to a smoothie? I mean, I'll cook some eggs and have it with my smoothie, but I'm not putting it in there.
No, don't cook them raw.
You said no, don't cook your eggs. Mix it with your smoothie. What are you thinking?
Or just make the smoothie out of eggs. That's it. The only ingredient, eggs.
Is that a real thing?
Drink them. Yeah.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I figured that would taste nasty off the bat.
No, the eggs barely taste like anything.
Shit,
don't do them cold. Do it at room temperature. Don't do it when they're cold.
Okay.
Aren't eggs
Put
high
them
in
outside for a
cholesterol?
while and go ahead,
I was just saying, aren't eggs high in
thinking about
cholesterol?
them makes me nauseous.
Yeah, good. Cholesterol is good for you.
I literally just got a headache thinking about eating raw eggs.
Yeah, maybe because you need them. That's why.
You got to just swallow them down. You can't mix them up. Got yolks nasty, but if you just take it down, they go right down. They're good too.
Yeah, they go right down, just like you said exactly. You could just swallow them, not a big deal.
Who's the southern gentleman? Who's the guy with the southern draw?
What's up, Jeremy?
What's your name?
Car.
Oh, Car. My bad. What up? I didn't recognize your voice. How we doing, Car? Long time. I tried talking to you the other day. You were late, roboting all over the place. I was like,
Yeah, I heard you in there. I tried getting back, but yeah.
Hey, if Car's second my recommendation of the raw eggs, definitely follow that.
I ain't about to do it today. I don't feel good right now, but I'll definitely get a regular smoothie.
Yeah. The raw eggs are okay, but you don't have to do them every day.
If you mix some good protein powder with raw eggs, it's decent. It's a decent. And you said you're gonna make a smoothie, so you maybe can add some fruits. You like fruits, so maybe some blueberries or I don't know. What else? Whatever doesn't have too many seeds. Whatever fruit, don't include the seeds.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Anybody ever hear about the Egyptian god named Bes? B-E-S?
No, but tell us.
So there's some like
Yeah,
ancient mythological story that, you know, there was these people that lived off the land. They were vegan, you know, pre-dynastic Egypt. These people were eating vegetables, not killing animals. And there was a character named Bes, this little troll with a beard, this little gremlin guy, who set up a bowl in front of a stone statue and said that if you don't put gold in this bowl, then God is going to be angry and he's not going to have mercy on you. The people didn't fill the bowl with enough gold in time. So then Bes put poison in the water, poison in the soil, fed the animals poison, and the people started suffering. They started getting bumps. The kids started coughing. They started sweating, not sleeping, just all kinds of ailments. And then the pre-dynastic Egyptians, they went to Bes. They said, oh shit, you were right. God is not having mercy on us. How do we get rid of these bumps? How do I get rid of this cold sweat? And Bes goes, oh, here's something you've never tried before. Take this fish out of the water and get the oils from the fish. Or here's a cream that I made out of aloe plant. And he was pretty much offering lotions, creams, and medicines to people that never dealt with these types of ailments before. And the people depended on Bes for his cures. And in order to not make God angry, they kept filling the bowl with gold. And that is the story. Really roughly put. There's definitely things I forgot.
Did this happen in a spinning globe?
I don't know. Egyptians believed in Nut and Gabe, so they believed the earth was flat and there was a firmament above them. But yeah, the point of that story is just the idea that there was a period in time where people didn't eat meat, didn't need lotion, didn't need creams and medicine, but they were tricked into thinking they needed this stuff. And it's actually very unnatural to just bite into a chicken. Like, these people were hesitant to go ahead and accept these types of treatments. Like, how are you going to convince them they've been eating vegetables their whole life? Now you're telling them they need to cut the head off of a chicken and drink the blood and rub fish oil on your skin. This was like this is wacky stuff.
You know? I don't think that's the point of the story.
Oh, okay.
I think the point of the story is that people are easily fooled, and you could exploit that to create a problem. It's like Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. You know, you introduce the problem to get them to do what you want, basically.
Yeah, there is definitely a theme of deceiving people in there. Yeah, Hegelian dialectic.
He didn't have to give them the lotions and stuff like that. He could have just said, fill the bowl. Like, what do we do to fix this? He could have just said, fill the bowl, like I told you to. And then they
needed to be in a state of suffering to be at this dude's
absolutely
will.
Yeah. So he poisoned the water, poisoned whatever, caused these issues. But these issues are self-limiting. They don't last forever, right? Because he is not going to constantly poison the water. He just poisons it. They have the problem. They ask, what do we need to do? Fill up the bowl. They start filling up the bowl. And, you know, if they stop filling up the bowl, then he poisons again, just to keep him in check. You know, he doesn't need to introduce the lotions and stuff like that. That's all unnecessary.
Yeah, the lotions embody the cure. So Bes provided the cure for these people. That's how he was able to have them in the palm of their hands. But
Yeah,
I'm gonna put the video.
He's a manipulative genius.
This story sounds like a vegan made it up.
It's the original Hegelian dialectic.
Pre-dynastic Egypt, they were in fact vegan. Yes.
Create a problem and then sell the solution.
That's right. Just like the freaking jibby jab.
And get your vegan meals.
Just like the jibby jab. This video is 3 hours, but totally worth the watch, in my opinion.
So, man, if ads want to be vegan, that's cool with me. You know, do you? I'm gonna do me though, and eat chickens and shit.
Don't eat shit.
But you've got to admit, there was a point in time. There was a point in time where this was frowned upon. It wasn't normal to eat meat. I mean,
man, I don't know if you could say that.
I mean, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that if there is a reason for our survival, like there's an ice age, oh my God, there's no vegetation. Holy shit, we got to kill animals and eat them. Okay, that's possible. What if there wasn't an ice age? What if there was plenty of vegetation? Are we killing animals while there's tons of freaking fruit growing everywhere? Like, do you see a squirrel next to an apple tree? Bro, if you see a squirrel next to an apple tree, are you taking the apple or are you fucking slaughtering the squirrel?
Electric, I don't think you can point me to a time in history where you have the evidence to show that we weren't eating meat.
Yeah.
There's
think
also
about it, if there was better vegetation, that means the animals were eating better vegetation, so there were better animals, so we would eat the animals. Very easy.
Grain-fed beef.
Y'all gotta look it up. Pre-dynastic Egypt, they were in fact vegan.
Yeah, that's the story. Where's the evidence?
All right, so just go ahead and believe that everybody ate meat, even though
you don't think they ate fish from the Nile River, man?
In the history books, when they taught me about Columbus discovered America and the conquistadores met the Mayans and all these people, they told me that their main meal, their main crop was corn and grains. And that's just part of the story with the globe and the Christopher Columbus discovering America. They included the grains with the globe story to me. I remember those things together. The globe, the grains, and black people came from Africa.
Well, that one's true.
Anyone that I've ever met that doesn't eat meat, they're skinny, they're weak, they're pasty, they're slow. Like, what the hell?
They're always hungry.
Exactly. They're always looking. They look at
bodybuilders. What about bodybuilders that don't eat meat? Bodybuilders that don't eat meat. Bodybuilders.
I mean, this is barely an argument.
I wouldn't generalize.
Egypt pre-dynastic era was in fact vegan, guys. Like, you can look it up.
Hey, they got their mother's milk the first day, the first week, so they're not vegans.
Good point. But they did not slaughter animals. I mean, all right, guys.
Yo, Electric,
right, I'll
you're making a claim. The burden of proof is on you. We're not going to look it up. That's shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
Gotcha. No problem.
Where's the evidence?
I posted a video. It's 3.5 hours.
Why are vegans? Hey, tell me this. Why are vegans always talking about food and what they're gonna eat for the next meal? And they're always thinking about.
And why they're shouting and like not actually making an argument? Yeah.
Hey,
or you barely get people to.
Good point. But let me tell you, this is a trend between vegans. They're always hungry and always thinking about what's the next meal they're gonna make.
That's the opposite of what happened.
Says the guy that mentioned raw eggs like 17 times.
Barely get people to watch a TikTok in here. Good luck with a 3.5 hour video.
Exactly.
Right.
At your leisure. Vegans, they always want you to sign a bloody petition. Like, they should be outlawed. Vegans.
We should sign a petition against vegans.
You guys think we could sustain factory farming for the next our generation alone? Like, let's just talk about like the next 50 years.
I don't agree with that factory farming shit they do, where they got a chicken in a little ass 1 by 1 foot cage or whatever. That's
this is how they've
1,000 chicks just because they're male.
This is
They
the
feed the
process for us to
chickens
get our nutrition.
grains. You know the grains that the chicken and the cow are not supposed to be eating these grains because it's not their natural diets. But then vegans say, "Hey, eat these grains," because veganism.
I've actually recently seen a video where it shows what they're feeding these pigs and animals and shit, and they feed them old food scraps that humans don't eat, but they're not even taking it out of the packaging. Like they throw the packaging and everything in there and just shred it all up. It's crazy.
Disgusting.
What? I never seen that.
You guys hear about tilapia? You know what tilapia is, right?
Fish?
Fish, yeah.
You guys eat tilapia?
Yeah, the farm fish, farmed. Yeah.
It's peasant fish. We eat fucking salmon. Tell them, Bandsaw.
We eat, yeah. I farm my own fish.
Real man.
Yeah,
Fish
real man.
I mean, they'll tell you it's salmon.
Real men.
Yeah, they might tell you it's
whale.
salmon.
Real men jump on a whale and go out fishing themselves. That's what real men
do. Yeah.
Right?
Like rakia.
Bloody farming fish.
So you're saying that everybody that eats fish is catching it?
No. You go to the catcher. He already got his fish. He's strong enough that he got an extra fish, and you buy.
So who's eating the fish in these farms, bro? Who's eating the farm fish?
Everyone.
You
are.
I actually don't eat fish. I don't. I really don't like fish.
I bet you do. Look at your meat.
All right, yeah.
Bro, so you don't eat any meat
every time
or
I tell
fish?
y'all something like that's not true. Like I tell you I don't eat fish. That's not true. I tell
you don't eat any meat or fish.
That's not true.
I believe you.
All right.
No como chancho.
You guys know that tilapia is pretty much like shit fish, right? And that they disguise any kind of fish.
I don't eat tilapia.
Yeah, they do that. You guys know about the worm issue? That they have to pick worms out of the fish meat now? You guys know how hard it is to actually treat a chicken in a factory?
What's actually wrong with tilapia, though?
Tilapia eats fish. Yo, bro, I'll send you a video about tilapia.
I feel like Percentage eats tilapia.
No, I don't. But like, I feel like if it's a creation and it's in its natural environment, how bad could it be for you? You know?
Like if you just go catch one out of the.
Yeah. If it wasn't like fucked around with humans, I don't think it would be that bad.
You gotta add the extra caveat that he's saying farm tilapia, which is different from fish in the wild.
Well, there's no such thing as a wild tilapia anymore. Pretty much tilapia is farm fish.
Yeah, but I didn't say wild tilapia. I said wild fish, and you're talking about farm tilapia, which is whatever.
Y'all could just watch that video. It's 3 minutes.
Those Earth ships.
3 minutes. Now we're talking.
No, we need a timestamp.
3 hours.
We need a timestamp.
You want a timestamp?
Yeah. Come on, it's 3 minutes.
No, you gotta watch the whole video. It's only 3 minutes.
Those Earth ships they were building. Those Earth ships they were building. They were using tilapia in them for part of the renewable food source. You know, they'd have a whole stock.
All the time I think about, we got to pluck the feathers off of the chicken, and then you got to cut the beak off, remove the organs, cleanse it, treat it, and then even after that, you got to wash it like 3 times, and then it's still not good for you. You got to cook the shit out of it. Perfect temperature. Can't overcook it, can't undercook it.
I don't eat chicken. I eat buffalo, bison.
Look, if you're against plucking chickens and cutting their heads and feet off, just get your chicken, right?
I mean,
versus
backyard, having to pluck an apple off a tree.
Whack it in a blender, right? Crumb it up and make some nuggets out of it. What's the big deal?
Oh, nuggets. Now you're talking.
It's like
Rocky, I thought that'd get you.
Aren't certain plants and vegetables like poisonous unless you like do stuff to them?
Kidney beans. Yeah. Kidney beans, you cannot eat them raw.
Oh my goodness! There goes that theory. You gotta cook the meat. No, you don't. You don't. I don't cook my tuna. I eat it fresh.
You definitely have to cook beans. Yeah.
No, yeah.
You don't have to
there
cook
goes
it.
your
You
theory
just have
of
to
having
soak
to cook all meat.
I mean,
what he was describing was a
getting
process.
a bean ready and getting a chicken ready. Like, which one is more disgusting?
I hate beans, bro. They freak me out. They scare me. I think they're evil.
One time
there goes your theory on that too.
One time I was a little kid. One time I was a little kid. My dad made this meal. It was just a bowl of different kinds of beans and shit. I was like, yo, I can't eat that. And he made me eat it, and I threw up all over the kitchen table.
Oh, that's bad.
I had to eat
That was more
beans.
psychogenic than anything.
I had to eat beans to set a good example for my kids. My wife made me. I hated them, and I had to eat them. Oh my god, it was hell.
Bro, to
I mean, I
make
could do some like
beans
nice baked
delicious,
beans.
you gotta throw a lot of combination of spices and things to make it tasteful. But if you don't do that, they're just horrible.
Same goes with chicken.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, man. Hummus is delicious. You have like fava beans and stuff. It's good stuff, man. Like you don't have to do much.
Hummus is the pureed bean of the pureed chicken nugget.
Like beans aren't disgusting. You guys are just maybe not eating them right.
Hey, beans makes you fart a lot.
Imagine you had to prepare a live chicken every time you wanted to eat chicken. You had to actually kill it, pluck the feathers.
Easy.
Right. Yeah, you say easy now.
Oh, mate, I'm a farm boy through and through. It's very, very easy. It's not very hard.
Well,
to
you're a
prepare
farm boy, so
You
you're the
haven't
lived
lived to range 10 chicken stacks in 10 minutes.
Exactly.
You were raised doing it, so there's a difference. But like,
I feel like you should do that every like 5 to 10 years, or else you shouldn't be allowed to eat meat. You should kill and skin and cut up the meat of the animal, and then you have like this sort of license to eat that meat for like the next 10 years.
You should have to go dig stuff out of the ground for 10 years, every 10 years, and wash it and process it before you eat that. That's just, it's kind of weird, right? Like, farming is tough. You ever farmed? No, you have farmers do it for you. It's no different than raising cattle or chickens. Have you ever done that? Probably not. Yeah, people do it for you. It's no different.
Nah, chicken.
I mean, I'm well aware of. I used to have to take care of this bamboo forest. I had to like uproot and like cut into a lot of the roots and move the plants around and repot them and stuff. So that's my experience with like growing plants.
You rang the neck of that vine.
For granted.
You rang the neck of that stalk. No different.
Yeah, I had to cut the neck of the bamboo. Yeah.
Gross.
I don't know how.
What did you use? The hatchet? Did you use a machete? Ugh, that's such a barbaric
Decapitated
tool.
bamboo, you savage.
Yeah, there's no difference if you think it's living. There's no difference.
I think there is a difference between cutting a bamboo plant and cutting a chicken's head off.
Well, if you cut the neck.
Yeah. The difference is
that poor bamboo plant.
The difference is that the bamboo. Listen, the bamboo doesn't have a liver that you can eat. That's the difference.
The juices fly out at you, and if you listen closely, you can hear the bamboo go.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Once you kill the chicken, eat the liver right away.
No como cerdo.
I don't eat chicken much. I'd rather eat more like bigger animals like bison.
You want those exotic animals. You want like zebra.
Quail, pigeon, yum. Possum. Try some possum pie, guys.
How about rat?
Rat, yeah. 100%. Get a shish
Wait,
kebab.
what?
Whack it up its ass, put it over the barbie. Way you go. Yum. Guinea pig. Guinea pig's nice.
Fucking watch your pets around bandsaw.
I never had any of those, but I've had bison. I'm good with the bison. And venison.
If my pet's onto your house, he's looking at the dog like, hey, I'll put him on the barbie.
Like, when it comes to the end of the world, guys, what you got to do, buy yourself a couple of guinea pigs. You know how fast those things breed? You'll never be short of meat. Never.
Remember I was trying to tell Nate about his fucking rabbits?
His rabbit. He cracked it. He rage quit.
You're starving to death. You got 2 rabbits just bouncing on your face.
Yeah. I sent him a picture of rabbit stew.
Hey, how about make a rabbit smoothie?
Ew.
We'll make some rabbit nuggets.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Rabbit
Imagine
nuggets,
putting a bunch of meat in a blender versus a bunch of fruit in a blender. Which one are you picking?
I go with the fucking whatever. I mean, you ever had a chicken nugget from McDonald's or something?
You ever put Wham seasoning on a ground beef? Oh man.
Oh.
Killer.
Nah, the fruit's not cooked and neither is the meat. Uncooked meat smoothie or uncooked fruit smoothie? Which one are you picking?
Ceviche? I'll take ceviche right now over any vegetable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm talking to people that really do, okay. It's because I'm like, yeah, I got you.
Have you ever had fresh ground up ceviche tuna? Fresh tuna? It's called ceviche, brother.
I've had ceviche, but I don't know if it was raw meat. I've had like cooked ceviche.
No, bro.
Well,
raw
ceviche
tuna
is
on the
not
boat.
cooked, but they throw like lime in it, and they say the lime is cooking it. You know, the juice.
Right, it heats it up a little bit or cooks it, so to speak. Chemical reaction.
Lemon and lime,
Man, fuck the
salt.
Jews.
I thought he
You
said
gotta have
juice.
some lubrication.
Yeah, ceviche. Well, if it's done correctly, it's really good. Ceviche, yeah.
Oh,
Really good.
steak tartare. Steak tartare. Oh, yum.
Take the hook, or even don't take the hook out of a tuna. Cut it open, slice it up into thin slices, and it's like candy.
I actually love raw tuna. That's one of my favorite things to get when I get sushi.
Yeah. Have you ever had it 100 miles offshore while the hook is still in its mouth?
That sounds even better, man.
You were the one saying that things were gross, right? All the meat and blood and all that.
I was conditioned. I was raised on meat, so I enjoy it, man. But my point is, we don't need to be raised on meat.
The tuna is red meat, like it has a lot of blood in it. That's what makes it
only if you don't want to be retarded.
Yo,
then you don't
I'm gonna tell y'all something. All right, this whole time I'm thinking about this one thing. I know a girl who she got pregnant and then she started eating baby powder and she hasn't stopped. Like she still eats baby powder. She was conditioned.
What?
What the actual fuck?
Bro, call
Yeah,
the
crazy, right?
authorities. Call the authorities and tell on her.
I don't know what that means. To me, it just means that people can be conditioned to enjoy things that aren't truly good for them.
Bro, your friend, call 911 and say what she's doing, please.
Yeah. Didn't Johnson Johnson get sued for that causing cancer and stuff?
Just for putting it on your skin, not let alone ingest.
Yeah.
That shit's for external use only.
Asbestos.
Y'all never heard of people eating weird stuff when they get pregnant?
Yeah. I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah. Like pickles and shit and ice cream, not fucking baby powder. That's shit.
I heard of people
use
eating
only.
rocks, gravel, newspaper. Like I've heard of all kinds of things.
It's just called a chemical imbalance in your brain or something. Like they freak out because their chemical system's all messed up. But read your toothpaste label.
Maybe she needs meat or raw eggs. That's probably why. Maybe give her some liver, raw liver.
Oh no, I don't like liver, and I'm a meat eater. I don't even like
All
the
right,
cook.
give her colostrum, the first milk from the mother. Give her that.
Rakia, you don't like vegetables, right?
I eat like some vegetables, but like if I have a choice, I'm gonna eat meat.
I'm gonna bring up this stupid little thing again. My grandmother forced me to eat broccoli. I used to think it tasted like gasoline, but now I love broccoli. I was conditioned and raised to enjoy broccoli.
Or my point to that would be you've changed. Like if I started trying broccoli right now, I could probably grow a fondness to it. People change over time, the foods they like.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
You've been
But
brainwashed.
I've
Broccoli
never liked
washed.
broccoli. Yeah, the smell while it's cooking is what gets me.
Oh.
I don't have an idea what it tastes like because I can't get it close to my mouth because of the smell.
All you got to do is smother it in cheese.
Yeah, I learned in the college if you got to hold your nose to eat it, don't do it.
Bro, if a baby doesn't want to eat the broccoli, that's gotta tell you something. The baby maybe knows better.
No one got my joke, right?
Right, because a baby wants to drink soda and lollipops and knows better. Dude, what?
No, the baby wants the mother's milk.
Yeah, you put the mother's milk, the breast next to a baby, even if it's not their own mother, and that baby will go nuts if it's hungry. Put it next to
Bro,
broccoli, and it won't do anything.
let me tell you this. The mother's milk is the original Happy Meal. You know Happy Meal? Look at this.
I mean, if I go
No
to
one
like a
got my
Target,
jokes.
if
I
I go to a
wasn't laughing
supermarket
yet.
or Walmart or Target, and I pay close attention to little kids walk around, they'll be like, "Mommy, I want the candy. Mommy, I want the stupid toy." They don't want the books. I mean, maybe some kids do, but you know, I feel like mostly kids just like candy. Is that wrong?
Bro.
Bruh, where do I live? Like, y'all must live in a backwards. Like, we don't live in the same type of areas. Like, what I experience is different.
The candy is designed to candy wash brain your baby. It's a brain damage
My
item.
point is that babies aren't making the greatest decisions based on like their nutritional health. But what the hell y'all got me going on about this for? In January, I got really sick and I laid in bed for like 6 days, couldn't move, my neck hurt, I couldn't lift my head. When I finally got better, I had some hot and sour vegan. It had ginger, turmeric, and other good stuff. This got me better. But after that, I stopped eating meat. I told myself, damn, I felt so sick. I couldn't imagine eating meat during this 6 days. And I didn't eat meat for a month after that.
Eating the soda, drinking the sodas, and going to McDonald's? Did you kept doing that?
Dude, you like to assume really weird things. So I'll just tell you what's going on. I pretty much depended on soups, hummuses. My treat at the end of the night was like falafel or maybe like a hot and sour soup. Everything vegan for a month. I didn't drink milk. I didn't eat meat. I didn't eat cheese.
But before that,
I had
before
more.
going
Can I finish
vegan,
my
what
point
were
before
you
you try
eating?
to make a joke? Let me finish
No,
my point before you try to make another joke.
Before the vegan, what were you eating before going vegan?
The last thing I ate before I went vegan was a pepperoni pizza.
Oh my lord!
You didn't make any point, so I'm gonna make my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to drink coffee. I didn't want to eat meat. It was like that 6 days, and that period of time allowed my body to, like, I guess, get rid of everything that was in me. And I didn't want to put meat back in. So literally for a month, I had no problem resisting. It wasn't even a matter of resisting. I loved not eating meat for that. The only reason I went back is because I was spending like $40 a day, which is really not good. But I was really happy with the fact that I didn't need coffee and I was really high energy the entire day and I wasn't getting upset. I wasn't looking for my next meal, like hungry for meat every fucking time dinner came around. I wasn't like, oh, let me get a burger. Oh, let me get a chicken. Let me get this or that. Like once dinner rolls around, I'm not thinking about, and these are just experiences, like the changes I experienced. I thought that was interesting.
When you eat the burger, do you eat it with the bread or without the bread?
Yeah, I'm talking to somebody that likes to dismiss every point I make with no argument.
No, but the pizza as well. Like you're saying, you got sick from that, but somehow you're trying to put that in meat or something, bro. And
I
also,
don't know what you're saying.
when you went cleaner, like when you took kind of
Cleaner.
like a
Okay, so
break from
not
all
eating
that
meat
stuff.
is cleaner. Interesting. That's what you think.
Oh,
Yeah.
remember the bread and the flour in the pizza and all the oils in the pizza and all the junk? That stuff, you went away from that and you started doing the ginger, which might help. It will definitely help you. You gave your body a break out of all of the junk that you
I mean,
were
I'll
eating
tell you what my
before.
diet was like before that time I got really sick. Most of the nights, before I come home from work, I'll get a chicken and rice with lettuce, tomato, and hummus. Or I also
Just
like to get
vegetarian.
Spanish food. I like to get the Spanish chicken and rice. Most of the time, I'm just eating chicken and rice, man.
Yeah, rice is a grain. It's delicious if it's done right,
And I
but it's
work in the
bad for
city,
you.
so a slice of pizza only costs $1. And if I need something to hold me over, I might spend $1 on a slice of pizza. But that's the truth, man. I got no reason to lie or try to be funny with you. You know, this is just what I
No,
experienced.
you're not. I know. I don't think you're lying, but I'm telling you, the rice is bad for you. I'm Hispanic and I like rice, but it's bad for you. That's it. It's not that complicated.
Okay, you eat rice and it's bad for you, so you're going to tell me that I shouldn't eat fruits and vegetables?
You definitely should eat fruits, and especially during the season.
Oh,
If
the
the
argument
fruits are
changes
in
now.
season,
How interesting.
wait, what argument?
I don't know. What was the argument about, you don't need to eat fruits and vegetables?
Who said that?
I don't know, man. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't think anyone said that. Oh, except for Rakia. Rakia was on that weird shit saying that.
No,
No,
he didn't. He didn't
fruits.
say that necessarily.
Let's say
He said he
fruits,
doesn't eat
right?
it.
Depending on the region that you are, like let's say in the Caribbean, you had a certain time of the year that you will get fruits from the fields, right? You'll get certain fruits. You could eat those fruits, but you're not gonna make an artificial fruit that you're gonna be eating all of the year and replace the meat, the protein, and the animal fats and the animal products with the fruit that is being artificially grown all year long. You can have fruits by the season of the fruit.
Anyway, I talk about all this stupid stuff just to say that I think meat is really a market. It's a business profit. It's not about our health. It's just because they could sell it and they could season it and they could get us to eat it and they could freaking get a whole lot of it because you could just, give birth to animals. This is what they do.
Maybe,
This is like a never-ending
maybe
market for them.
maybe it's not the meat that was making you sick, right? Maybe it was all the extra added preservatives and hormones and this sort of stuff. If
And
you
the
eat good
grain he
meat,
was eating.
yeah, that's right. But if you eat good meat
When I got
and
sick
good
in January
fruit
and
good fruit
the
and
last thing I ate was
vegetable,
a pizza. Sorry, go ahead.
if you eat good meat and good fruit and vegetable that are hormone free, preservative free, GMO free, you're not going to have a drama if it's all natural, good stuff. It's the not good stuff that'll make you sick.
That's true. I should mention that when I got sick, it wasn't because of the pizza. It was because I was on the side of the road and a bus hit me with a bunch of slush. And I think that's what got me sick. And this was also right when the freaking Omicron was going on. So I don't know what really, because I tested negative for that. I don't know what I was sick with, but it compelled me to not eat meat.
No, but you definitely did something good when you started taking a lot of stuff out of your daily, like all of that bad stuff that you were eating. Yeah, that will help you because you're gonna take a break and your body's gonna be able to heal, and that's good.
Detox.
That you introduce better things into the body and you got better, and that's great. But don't throw the baby with the bathwater.
You think bread is good for you?
No, bread you could eat it sometimes, but bread is definitely not good for you. Especially the bread that we get these days.
Why do you think you should eat it sometimes?
Uh, I try to avoid it most I can, but I do eat it sometimes. But no, it's definitely not the best thing you can eat. I don't think you can. I don't think myself, I'll speak for me. I don't think I can digest it.
Oh, bread smothered in lard and then fried is so good.
Oh, lard, yeah.
Oh.
Because it's animal fat, and it will.
Yeah.
A lot of nutrients are fat fat soluble. So if you have fats, animal fats, and you consume certain foods, you're gonna be able to break that down correctly and get the nutrition from that. But if you don't consume any fats and you eat that meal without any fat, you won't be able to digest it correctly or break down the nutrients because you need the fat to do that.
Yeah, breakfast of champions. Bread smothered in lard and then fried up. Oh,
That sounds good to me, honestly.
I know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
haven't
is.
done it like that. But the way I've had it is with butter, which is not lard, but butter. It's okay. I love it
Yeah.
with bread.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Y'all remember
starving.
the Got Milk campaigns in the '90s when all the celebrities were on
It,
TV in black and white, got milk and the milk mustache on their face. Remember that?
yeah, but that's a trick because that's not milk. Because the milk that you go to the store and buy, that processed milk, that is actually not milk. It's labeled as milk, and they draw the cow in the label, and they say, "Hey, milk," but that doesn't mean it's milk.
It's pasteurized milk.
So that's not milk because milk is what comes from the cows, from the mother's milks when it comes out. You can see the vapors. It's so warm and hot,
Yeah.
and when you get it like that, that's milk.
Yeah. Get
But when
yourself
you
Yeah.
go
raw
to the
milk.
store, that's not milk.
Get
Go
yourself
drink
raw
yourself
milk.
some goat milk
Okay,
right
so
out of
they're
the
telling
tip.
everybody got milk, got milk, got milk, and they're not actually giving us milk. What's your point, though? Like, they literally got a lot of people drinking milk thinking that it's milk.
They
But
lied
it's
They're
on
not
telling
us
me
milk.
that
about
it's not
almost
milk
It's a
just to
everything.
scam.
change the fact that they tried to
It's a
convince everybody to
scam to
drink it.
sell milk. It's the farmers basically came up to it. They lobby these people and they make commercials and they get people to buy. I mean, it's just a deal.
Exactly. They're
And then
selling excess.
they make a law that you can't go buy unpasteurized milk. It's
Mm-hmm.
illegal here to sell milk fresh
Yeah.
out of the cow's tit at a
Yeah.
farmer's market.
Same here, Rakia. They've done the same here, and what they do here to get around it, they sell it as a how do
Mine
they
sells it
sell it?
as
For
a
bath,
energy
milk bath.
drink.
No. They sell it to bathe in. To
Yeah.
bathe in.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
it
that's
said.
what he
Yeah,
said, a
yeah,
bath.
yeah,
One of my
yeah.
local farmers sells it as an energy drink, and they don't mess with him, but it's just a running joke. But yeah, the bath milk basically is
Yep.
how they get away with it, and then you can use it once you get it home. They can't come into your home and tell you not to drink bath milk.
Yep.
But even there's another layer to that because the milk that you get from a cow that is being fed the wrong stuff and injected the wrong stuff and given the bad environment, that the product that is you're gonna receive from that cow is not the same as the cow
That's
in the natural environment with the right conditions, with the right water, and not with all the drugs and all the V shots and all that stuff.
that's why
It's
you go
not the
to a
same stuff.
farmer's market and
That's
get
right.
grass-fed meat and grass-fed cow's milk or
Yeah.
goat
Yeah,
milk
yeah, yeah.
that is grass-fed. It's less chemicals that they're injecting, and they still make them give their cows shots, which is ridiculous, but a lot of them fake it. Like their veterinarians, are able to get around that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The less
That's
chemicals
true.
in the cow, they're just pure grass fed. Come eat one of my steaks, buddy. You won't ever eat out in a restaurant.
Rakia, where do you
Yo,
live, Rakia?
Louisiana,
Louisiana. Yeah, yeah. Cool, cool.
the great mix, man. We
Y'all
got
ever hear of
Cajun.
X-Cheese?
Rakia, I
You know
wanna
what
go eat
X-Cheese
some raw. I wanna go eat some raw fish and some of that stuff that you fish.
Woo! My boat's supposed to be, my engine's supposed to be repaired Friday. I'm testing out. I'm hoping to go get some raw fish pretty soon myself.
Did you blow your engine up, Rakia?
I did. Thanks
What?
for bringing it up again. That's awesome. Just when I was getting over it. And it was nobody's fault but my own, too, because I was running, I knew I had bad fuel and was running it too hard and blew a injector tip off of one of my cylinder 3, which then made its way through the valves, exhaust valve, and out my turbo and blew everything up. So, yeah,
Oh, ouch.
thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Maybe set a timer every, 2 or 3 days to remind me. That would be great.
Man, it's the first time I've bought it up in 3 months.
No, it was in dry dock. It was in dry dock almost a year from the hurricane, and we got it
Yeah.
all put back together. Sea trialed it for like 2 weeks. Everything was great. I got 2 miles out of my pass and decided to open it up to see how my engines would perform at pinned out what we call it top RPM. and blew an injector tip 2 miles from the beach.
Boom. And
Boom, baby.
I bet you said damn.
I did say dang it, and gosh darn it, and what's
Yeah.
that? What the heck is that white smoke doing coming out of my exhaust? I did do that. I was actually handling it pretty well because I couldn't blame anybody else but myself, man. It was stupid.
Yeah.
We had a full maintenance scheduled at the dock, and if I would have done it after that, it probably wouldn't have blown that tip. So we were running some gelled fuel through the system, and it builds up too much pressure, and it's got to go somewhere. So the weakest point in that system at that time was the number 3 injector, so cylinder injector. There you go, pressure. It's a killer.
Pressure.
Yeah, well, I had it all torn down. Well, the mechanics did last week. They put the oil pan, the cylinder sleeve, cylinder and seals, and some main bearings back on the oil pan, and then the front end, which is the cooling system. They put the blower back on, and they're supposed to drop the head. They were building the head yesterday and drop it back on today. Get the rack system on and tune it up. Get it all set right, and I'm supposed to go run it Friday. But that has to all work out perfect, and all the parts and seals be there and all that. So probably not gonna happen. I mean, as the world turns.
So what's the topic for today, folks?
I have a topic, Bandy, and just as
Hey, Pete.
Hello, bud. Not too bad. I have a topic. It's on the similar lines as what Dave was talking about there, and Dave
Pressure.
would be, Rakia would be very experienced, and I actually think it's a pivotal point in all of this, and that is inferior mirages. Now, let me just say a couple of things. A globe earther will describe a boundary, so a horizon, and a dip below that. So it's air beyond that, above that horizon, according to their perspective. A concave earther must say that as we're looking over water, that the water indeed continues to rise, right? So what a flat earther says is a different matter. That's what, I know Dave has lots of experience on this, but I also maintain that the water does continue to rise beyond the visible horizon line or the apparent horizon line. So an inferior mirage will always be a reflection along the surface of the water. And I think this is most pivotal in my thinking anyway. It also has to apply in a sense to a concave earther's thinking. But of course a ball earther and the knowledge that we're brought up with is all garnered around this idea that we're living on a sphere with a drop away, which is 3 miles over calm ocean at eye level at the beach. So I know all these things have been hashed and rehashed before, but I actually do think it's a massively pivotal area, and what we decide an inferior mirage actually is, But you don't have to get into that if you don't want.
I will. I think it's both, Pete. Right. So you've got the reflection on the water itself, but I think also too the reflection is in the air as well. So it's twofold.
Okay. Now, that's what the ball earth says. The ball earth explanation is that all inferior mirages, when you ask for a mechanism, what exactly in the air, I've done this with Rumpus for years or whatever, when you ask what exactly is the mechanism which allows us to see the reflection through the air, you never get into. You say, oh, it's just the air. Well, even if you said it was the water vapor in the air that was causing this reflection, we'd be able to relate to it. But have you seen air mirroring to that degree normally, in any normal sense?
It's the water particles around the object reflecting onto those water particles as well as the water itself. Yeah, I think it's twofold. Definitely. It's not just on the water. And to narrow your thinking down to it just being on the water without any evidence of such, no, I don't think so, especially when you see it very much so, Pete, with the land mirages. They look quite different to the aquatic mirages. They're more wavy, they're more hazy. Okay, so as that water is evaporating,
Oh,
that
yeah.
vapor is rising up around the object, right? We see that mirage in place. So, like, it's not traveling towards our eye, but it's actually in place, and it is just reflected onto all the little air particles and water particles, really, in place and directly in front of it as well. It's just a reflection of the image. The light isn't traveling from the object to us at all in little packets of information as they would like us to think. They say that the light hits the object, whether that's a boat, whether that's a tree, whether that's an oil platform. You'll get people like Rumpus and Ruhif and whatnot saying that the light hits that object, bounces off that object, travels through the atmosphere, gets refracted at 7/6R into our eye. No, we just see through things. The light isn't traveling towards our eye in packets of information.
I'll add a wrinkle to that. They say that when it reflects the light, it angles up and then starts to curve around a ball to get to the viewer.
Yes,
so it's
exactly.
Doing some amazing things after the reflection part.
Now, here's the thing, Rakia, and we've all seen images of, we're zooming in on the horizon, you see these water, well, they're not called droplets, but they're water aspects that seem to be jumping up, even though we know it's a calm enough day, but they seem to be jumping up or leaping up from the apparent horizon. You know what I'm talking about there?
Yeah, it's just where the sky and water is meeting, and they're just so distorted, it looks like a wavy, like distorted portion, like turbulence.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks sort of out of place, especially we don't see water jumping up like this or separating like this. So I think the key is here to think in terms of scale. Of course, the ball earthers will deny the scale. We're looking at a mirage or we're looking at a floating boat, whatever, But yeah, when it comes to what's happening, we as flat earthers have to look at the scale. So beyond that visible horizon, there has to be water. That's the way I look at it. And those little aspects jumping up are maybe little tips of waves that might stretch over, let's say, 100 meters or 200 meters or something like that. But we're all viewing it sort of crunched up in a two-dimensional image, which incorporates an expanse of, it could be possibly, I don't know how far you've seen, 20 miles, I'm sure, sometimes, 10 miles, 15 miles.
Well, you're seeing the water and then you're not seeing it. You're seeing it and seeing it. So it's creating like a wavy part, like a distortion part. Yep. It's definitely water beyond where you can see. It extends out into the distant horizon that you can't see because your eyes can't see that far.
So, therefore, if it's water, but it seems to reflect the sky when there's no contrast there, we can conclude, surely, that it's the surface of the water, it's compressed in distance, and we're looking at it through a two-dimensional sort of aspect. But yes, it is the water itself that's reflecting, and when there's no contrast, it reflects the sky. Surely we can conclude that.
The distant water is angling back towards the viewer, and it's called compressed perspective. So it all bunches up. So 24 miles, let's say you're seeing, becomes like a 6-mile view. And depending on how high you are off the ground, perspective plays a part into that and how that compression affects in the atmosphere. But the smaller that angle is and the lower you get towards the surface, more distortion, the less information you're going to get back to the viewer. So then that causes obstruction. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
And they'll have you think too that the angular size of something changes equally along the whole object.
Yeah,
it's rubbish though. It doesn't.
Well, the angular size is based on a vacuum, so that when you put it in an environment like the atmosphere, it can affect the size of objects because of other reasons besides it getting further or closer to you. Like a distant object may appear close to you because of the atmosphere.
Yeah, but the angular size of something, Rakia, from your eyes down to your feet or down to ground level, Like that angle is far, far sharper, far more acute,
Yep.
right, compared to the top of the object. So that angular size is going to compress quicker, right, to the top of that object.
Absolutely, with everything remaining the same. If the object is going further away from you, the bottom is going to change quicker than the top. If it's you know, and that's why I say the sky, because the sky is so tall. It's not like a hallway ceiling. It's way taller than usually what you are from the floor. So the different compression rates of those angles cause some pretty fantastic optical illusions.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Where's Ruhif when you want him? Right.
Who cares? You don't need Ruhif. I mean, seriously, why do we need any of those? What you just said, what I've said, and what people say in here all day. Sensible. You can go look at it, repeat it, observe it yourself. You don't need any special math. You don't need any special tools. Just go observe it.
I actually challenge Ruhif to a Mount Canigou image, and I think we should get more. I know there's Old Glory and concave earther here, but I don't think there's too many of those around. I know Smokey is over in Gem Pandas, but yeah, plenty of ball earthers here, of course, and plenty of flat earthers. So I think what we need to do is to start presenting. I have an image actually, and I challenge Ruhif to do it. I haven't put on a bet. I said I'd bet him on it. And the challenge is to come up with the most reasonable explanation for what we're seeing here. It's an image of Mount Canigou and certain aspects to it. But yes, I think the best thing to do for further progress is to get a true opinion. It doesn't have to be this particular image or illustration, but get a true opinion from each of the sides, and whichever makes most sense. We'll have to get some sort of a jury going or something. You know what I mean? Just get a vote on it. Just which explanation makes the most sense, because you know, at the end of the day, this is what it's about. All the same characters come in here. I'm talking about the ballers, especially defending their same thing over and over again. So we need to hold them to task or something.
You're really low, Nate.
Well,
the
the concave earther has the same problem as the glober, as in when something appears to rise up in your eye level, which they're calling concave, you should be able to easily measure that. Just like when you see something appear to be lower in the distance, you should be able to measure that. It's just an optical illusion.
Yeah, and I agree. And this is why I sort of mentioned this to begin in the first place about inferior mirages. If the concave earther says that, yes, the earth and the water surface continually rises up, then it has to be water that we spot let's take a boat 10 miles away, we see half of the boat, and then we see an inferior mirage beneath it. Then as far as they are concerned, it has to be water. So what I'm talking about has to be true. It has to be a mirror image along the surface of the water. For a concave earther.
Pete. No.
That's for a concave earther. Are you a concave earther?
No, you say the same thing about.
Don't say no. Just explain how he's wrong, man.
Yeah,
we don't really know that it's no. Honestly.
But that's what a concave earther has to say, Travis. He has to say that. That's what I'm saying. That the concave earther has to say that. We're looking at the boat directly, 10 miles away, 15, 20 miles away, whatever. But we see half the cut off and we see an inferior mirage. He's going to have to say that we're looking at the boat directly, but the inferior mirage has to be along the water as it's below the boat, and we're looking along the surface of the horizon.
Look, I'm saying he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to say that. He can, but he doesn't have to, right? See, I mean, I don't know why this doesn't make sense.
So what else could he say? What else could he say?
He could say that it's in the air. The inferior mirage is in the air.
Then he hasn't thought about it properly. Then he should go away and do some more thinking.
Yeah, I get it, but that's why I'm saying no. It's not the only option to say that it's along the water surface. I mean, look, I can show you a picture in just a moment where I have a target with no inferior mirage and a target with inferior mirage, and they're both in front. Yeah, and listen,
I have that.
I know, but listen, I know, but you still don't seem to understand the ramifications. The inferior. Hold on. The inferior mirage cannot be on the surface of the water itself, because I can show you from the same observation, the same angle, no mirage and mirage, but the water surface is still the same. If it were the water surface, from that distance and angle, you would always have a reflection at that angle.
No, you have, and I already talked about this a few years ago with you, and I told you what to do, and I actually have the comparison. Let me look it up here. I have the comparison compared correctly. I put the house level is the same at both sides. That is the fixity or the backdrop. What changes is the level of, as we perceive it, the horizon, where the water seems to end and whatever beyond begins. So this is the changing part. So actually, let me look that up. And if you want to get into that, let's do it. You can do it now if you want. I don't want to take up everyone's time again.
No, bring it up, Pete. Compare the. Yeah, bring it up. So we've got the visual.
In the meantime, so Travis is just bringing up this new. It might take me a bit to find it now, but I have it here somewhere. In the meantime, I would think that that's possibly the best explanation that a concave earther would give, Travis. And it would have to be a reflection along the water, considering it is water all the way to the boat, and because the boat is so tiny and compared to the greater span that are looking over, then other factors come into play.
My point is that you're speaking for someone who's not here. So let's hear from, if a concaver wants to come in and make the claim that it is the surface of the water, then that'll have to stand. But for you to speak for them, it seems to me, which is why I jumped in and said no, was I thought that you were representing your perspective, because your perspective is the same as theirs. You think it's the surface of the water.
I'm not walking on eggshells here. I've spoken to the Old Glory many times. So yes, I'm thinking myself that that's what he has to say, but I'm waiting for him to come in to say it. If he's a different explanation, so be it. Let us hear it. Let us hear it. Anyway. Travis, you know me and you all have this trouble all along, but you know we have this trouble all along. And I mean, it would take a while to go through, and I don't want to I know people don't like me talking so much. So, and it's only specific to me and you as well. Yeah.
Just take a minute, find it, and then bring it up.
Okay, I'll do that. Let me just go on mute a minute then. The way on.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at the photo that I posted again. Okay, you've got the image on the left, and there's no mirage, but you have the surface of the water, and then you have the image on the right. You've got the surface of the water, but you have a mirage. You would have. I don't know how you could not say. I don't know how you could say, in the one, the surface of the water is creating the reflection, but in the other, it's not. How could you say that it's doing it in one but not in the other? The only thing that I can tell you is the reason why there's a mirage in one and not the other is because it's the air. The conditions of the air is what changes. I don't see any other way around it. I got to go on mute.
It was me or did VC die? What happened?
It was you, Nate. Really quiet.
What's up, Bansal? Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it's a bit better. How you going, mate?
Yeah. I'm good, man. Just busy.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I was talking away and I was on mute. Sorry about that. I posted the image there. I found it.
Okay.
Oh, what have we got here? This is what I said. Compared with the top red line is the rooftop. So everything's to the same scale. The rooftop of the house across the way. I don't know how far it was, Travis, 6 or 7 miles or something like that. But what I'm saying the biggest variable is the level of the water where it seems to end. Right? As it goes further and further towards the top red line, then you'll get more of the left image where the water seems complete. Imagine changing the whole of the water with grass on the left. There'd be no miraging, no nothing whatsoever, but it is water on the right, and it was probably a fine day or a different day. There was sun involved, there was different factors involved. So now it seems like the visible horizon is much closer to us, even though it's still water all the way back to the bottom red line, which I drew close to the shore. Okay, that's my explanation for that. I think you had just the two levels on a different. I think you lined up the horizons, so you had the houses at different levels. So I think that's not the right way to do it, to go about it, because we think of a trust our looks. If you went down to a lighthouse and you looked across at a particular fixture 20 miles away somewhere, you're going to always be looking at that target in probably some very similar angle and direction, always.
Yeah, but this is what I posted yesterday with the comparison of the mountain lake reflection and the mirage. Okay, so in the image that you have on the left, you have a full line of sight down to the shoreline. Okay, so you can see where the water stops.
Okay, but I'll have to examine another image now to give my.
Well, hold on. Let's just. Well, no. Just look at the one. Just look at the one that you posted.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So you have the shoreline. You can see those rocks, and then you can see the water leading up to that shoreline.
Yeah.
In the very next image where there's an inferior mirage, there is no shoreline. So hold on. This is my point. If it were the water reflecting the house, you would have to have the shoreline still be there between the house and the reflection. That's the difference between a reflection that's on water. You have a one-to-one correspondence of everything. But in an inferior mirage, you lose the base of the target plus whatever's beneath it.
Yes, but you're not scaling things properly. How tall is that house compared to how far it is across the lake?
How tall is that house? Are you talking about pixels now?
No. Just in just the way we can get a view. How tall is that house in relation to how far it is across the lake?
I've never been to the house. I mean, you can look at it. It's like maybe a 2-story house.
Yeah, roughly
right?
Would do 60 feet.
No, that's too much. 2 stories is just like 20 feet.
Is it?
Okay, but to me right now you're missing the forest for the tree on this one. Okay, look, you in a straight reflection, you will not lose anything that is above the reflection. Everything will be inverted. Everything will be inverted.
You're missing something here, and this is what I said again. This is the scale. If the house is 30 meters, Travis, we got to decode all of these images given to us by this artificial equipment, which is based on our eye. So we got to use our brain as well as our eye. That house is, as you say, let's just give it 30 feet. That house is 30 feet, but the distance, let's draw that autographically. The distance across is how far? The distance across is how far? 6 miles?
About 3. No. That one's only about 3 miles.
3 miles, okay. Yeah, that's still a massive variation, right? 30, how many feet in a mile? About 6,000, whatever. 18, 20,000. So you're looking at a target 50 feet high as opposed to 20,000 feet across. This requires sort of the scaling. If you also look at the image on the right, with all the water jumping around, what does that represent, Travis? What are we looking at there? This is exactly what I was talking to Dave. On an otherwise calm area, we never see water jumping around like that, but we see all the water sort of jumping around as if it's been bubbled or boiled in a pot. What's happening?
Yeah, but that's right. But see, that's where you're going to get diffusion of light. The image that I put up yesterday of the mirror lake, it's glass. It's glass. If you have a disturbed surface, it's going to diffuse the image. So there's no way that you're ever going to get. I'll take a kick to the nuts with pointy boots on this one. You're never going to get a mirror image on chopped water. There's no way. There's no way you're ever going to get a mirrored image on a disturbed water surface.
Okay. Am I not comparing my images I'm looking at now more like with like? At least the house is a fixity in the backdrop, so we have the same level. Even if there's a small bit missing at the bottom, it's only like 5 or 10 feet, something like that. So, are you telling me that the horizon, the seeming horizon on the right image, is Well, what are you telling me? How far across the lake is that? Where does that end? Where does the water seem to end like that, and then the mirage begin? Is it halfway? Is it further than halfway? Is it closer to the further bank? And that's actually very important as well. And I've said this many times in my own reckoning when you have to try to decode these things. But yeah, can you answer that?
Okay, look, just real quick. Okay, I've got to go out and attach my trailer for in just a second. But look, if you look at your image that you posted at 8:37. The right image has the inferior mirage. The inferior mirage is not a vertically displaced image. It's along the horizontal. So where you see the mirage, where you see the mirage end, draw another line straight across into the other image, and you can see then the distance. Let's just say hypothetically that's where the mirage ends in the other distance. Then you can see along the lines of perspective with foreshortening, that mirage could cover almost a mile's distance of water.
Yes, and it does.
In the air,
it's your perspective, bud.
I've got to go attach my.
So I highlighted this out with you before, Travis, and you can actually go prove this by the river. You can go prove this as you're walking along the river, looking at a target across the way as it starts to reflect. That reflection will almost come to your feet. It depends on the angle you're viewing it at. As you go down lower, the reflection will stretch. So there's no way that there's a one-to-one correspondence between the height of the target and the length of the reflection. It's like a shadow in a sense. You know the way your shadow stretches as the light source as you move away from it? It's the same thing with a reflection. And if you can't see that, go down to your local river and test it out. What am I going to say? If you don't accept that, you're not going to accept anything I have to say. And that's something you can check for yourself. I fucking have pictures on my camera which show that.
But what, are you comparing what you see at your local river when you're in very close proximity to something that you're looking at and trying to get some sort of similarity that it's over miles? I don't think that's a equal for equal comparison.
It's well, outside of the scale, the basic same principles can apply. If we see a target being stretched in terms of the reflective water locally, we can then extend that to, because now we're I'm a flat earther again, so the water does definitely continue on, right? The water does definitely continue on, and as Travis mentioned, that inferior mirage is along the surface. Yes, the surface of what? Well, it has to be water. So therefore, it has to be the water that's reflecting, unless it's the water's gone or vanished by air, which is stupid.
Because what you're not doing, what you're not getting for like at a riverbank compared to these photos we're looking at, you're not getting that reflection or that miraging in the air itself. You may, but you can't resolve it, right? But when you increase the distance, it exponentially becomes greater and greater and greater and more apparent. It's not just the water itself, it's also too in the air, in the water vapor, in the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, if you think that that's true, is it 10 feet above the water surface all the way to 4 or 5, 10 miles out? Can you imagine the thin line or the narrowing line that influence would have over that scale? So in other words, 10 feet, which is above you now as you move that 10 miles away, is going to be touching the water, the surface of the water. It's going to be so shallow you won't be able to recognize, you know what I mean, or distinguish it. I didn't say that very clearly now. You get what I'm saying, though. If it's through the air itself, 10 feet of air at a target 20 miles away, it's going to be a pinpoint on the ground. It's not like what the ballers say over a flat earth, that if you're looking 10 feet above the ground straight out, you should always be able to see 10 feet horizontally. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
No, Pete. I am not saying it is the air itself. I think I'm saying it is a combination of the two. That's what I'm saying. It's not just one, and it's not just one, and it's not just the other. It's a combination of everything.
If you think about it, though, it doesn't make sense, because if you're talking about evaporation over the surface of the water, so we're just diluting water, and over the surface of it, it creates some sort of reflection. Why won't you just say that the surface of the water creates the reflection because they're so closely connected, and also because there's so much water there? Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you again. Okay, so sorry, Ben. So this is why both of you are wrong. Okay, so
Hey,
the
you can say I'm
scale.
wrong. Don't you dare say Bandy So is wrong.
Yeah, well, I love him, but you know.
I'll kick you in the shins. Go on.
He kicked you in the nuts for nothing.
Okay. Look. The for me, here's the 1-2 punch. Okay.
Okay.
The one punch to Pete's claim that it is the surface of the water gets disproved by the fact that the image, the mirror, the mirage goes up into the target itself where the water is not. There's no way that you're going to get a mirror image of something where the alleged surface of the water stops. So if you look at the image where there's no mirage and you can see the shoreline, that's where the water stops. Then there's no way for you to get a mirage up higher that cuts into the house. What, the water, the house is being flooded out? No, the water is 50 feet away from the house. There's no way. So that right there, I don't know why you haven't understood this yet, Pete. It's been 2 years I've said this to you. Now that the 2 punch for Bandy is this. The reason why it's in the air is because no. The reason why it's not the water surface, bandsaw, because you're trying to give with one hand and take with the other, is because the scale of the image itself changes. So if you look at the image with the house where there is no mirage, the scale of the field of view is different than when you do have a mirage. The entire scale changes, which then requires that it is not the surface of the water.
That punch was a powder puff, Travis, because I think it's a combination, right?
I know you do. I know. But I just tried to show you why it can't be both. It has to only be one. It cannot be the surface of the water.
It can be 100%. It can be both.
Well, then I guess what I would say is that you have to demonstrate how the surface of the water can create an image like that. I don't think you'll ever be able to isolate that variable.
Even better, he has to come into my camp eventually. Then I'll have to talk to you a bit more as to why. Yes, it can be both, but it's pointless to actually say it's both because I have to tell you why. And I sort of hinted at it there, Bandy. No matter how much water is evaporating from the water's surface there is reflecting as well. Or why wouldn't it be reflecting if the water coming off it is reflecting over this scale and according to where the sun is? So you might as well just say that it's the water surface that is doing all the reflecting with a little bit of influence from the evaporation.
If I was to get a mirror, right, and put it on the ground, right, and then I was to get another mirror and say raise it 3 feet above the ground and put it at a 45-degree angle so I can see both mirrors. I stand back from them and I can see both mirrors. Okay. Now, in both of those mirrors, okay, I'm going to see a reflected image in both of them. Okay, so you've got the mirror that's on the ground representing the water, and then you've got the mirror that is above the ground that is representing the air, right? There, and you can see images in both of them.
Okay, so the problem with that, bandsaw, in my opinion, is this: if you were to look at simply a diffused reflection of a lake and a mountain, the water's moving, but you can see the image of the mountain, and it's going to be disturbed. It's going to be active. It's going to be moving, right? But you're still going to see that the mountain is reflected off the surface of the water because the water has that right? Okay, so the difference, in my opinion, the difference with an inferior mirage is the image is stable. There's no movement. It's a very the inferior mirage is an absolutely stable image, so that it, in my opinion, that tells me that it cannot be the surface of the water when the water surface can be clearly seen to be dynamic and moving, because the image is not doing that.
Well, I think if you were able to get a high enough definition camera, if you were to get yourself a 54,000K camera and zoom in on it, right, I think you would actually see movement in that video.
Okay, well then how would you But then how would you differentiate that from movement in the air?
You can't. I don't think you can. Because when you look at those images, right, those mirages and whatnot, they all look like they're one. So to actually draw a line exactly where the mirage on the water is and where exactly the mirage starts in the air, I think it's very, very difficult to do that, Travis. You know, to be quite honest with you, that's my opinion. I think it's very difficult to differentiate exactly where one starts and the other one ends. I think they slightly blend in, and also too, because you're looking through the air, which is more translucent, right? You're seeing through it as well. So you are also too seeing the miraging or the reflection on the water in combination with the miraging, the reflection in the air itself.
A good question, a good thing to recognize here as well, friends, is that this is sort of breaking. I'm not saying breaking territory. I'm sure that all of the fucking agencies and intelligences know all about this stuff. But the whole of the ball Earth explanation is absolutely wrong. We know that. How would they explain that? If there's any ball Earther in here, Kosho, where are you when we need you?
We don't care about the ball Earth explanation.
Right, fair enough. I think that's good to remember, though, that we're breaking new territory. There's no right or wrong, and if we're out to try come up with an explanation, we have to consider and open our minds. Definitely.
And can I add something to the reflected part? That you're imagining that to be a vertical reflection. What if the top of that mirror is further away from you than the bottom is, like it's angled towards you? What type of distortion do you think you would get?
A horizontal reflection that you're looking across.
Well, a slow, like, it's not perfectly vertical in reflection. So you get that mirage or whatever you want to call it, that optical illusion caused by the reflected light coming in at different angle, different distances.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, Dave. And these are all factors, and that explains exactly why we can see the gravel by the house, the door house. But everything else definitely above it is pretty consistent. This is exactly why it is, because the horizon, the water still seems to rise to eye level in reality over a flat Earth. But we have to decide exactly, on the picture on the right anyway, exactly how far or how near it is until this miraging starts to start. And then we'll know that as we're looking over this horizontal span, which seems to rise slightly to eye level, then we have to gauge how far it is to the further back. And then we'll know that this mirroring that we see along the water is maybe a half a mile long. From our perspective, as we rose up, that mirroring would tend to disappear, the horizon would tend to stretch out because you're changing the angle between you and the sun, and then everything would be revealed. There would be no more miraging after a certain point.
See, so the thing about this...
No.
Go ahead.
No, I don't know about no more mirages, but you're still going to have reflections and mirages, but the angle to the top of the object and the bottom is drastic over long distance, right? So the longer the distance, the more that is, and you're getting down to the surface. And also the angle of the light source also comes into play. So you have several different factors that, are different on different, times of the day and all that would make what you're seeing why you're seeing it. We don't see too far. We see exactly how far we can see on that day under the conditions that we're under.
Hey, Bandy, no Glovers in here, will I do?
Yeah, well, you're pretty hardcore, so have you got some equations for us, Terry?
Oh, yeah, E equals MC squared.
There we go. Boom.
All right, so it would seem to me that it should be obvious to everyone that Pete, you should either be jumping on to Bandsaw's bandwagon and claiming that it's both, right, instead of just one, because I don't see how you can avoid the reality that it cannot be the surface of the water that is reaching all the way up to the target. Like, how do you explain the mirage that goes all the way up to the target itself, skipping over the shoreline?
Because you can't perceive the very extremities of where the waterline surface begins. I remember, that's what I said about scale. You have the house that's
Yes, you
30
can.
meters, you have the house that's 30 feet, you have yourself that's 6 feet, and you have this long, massive stretch of mirror, and
Pete,
you can't discern the scale. And what I was meant by saying that, that Dave, if Travis had a helicopter and he was taking the same shot and he just went vertically up, as he got to a certain point, and you could look at the house from a certain angle, there'd be no more mirroring, there'd be no more interference along the water surface. So that's what I meant by that. But yeah, Travis, this is all a matter of scale,
hold
limited
on.
perspective, and
No.
just being able to what do you call it? The stretch
Pete,
mirror
you
image.
made a good
Let's
point,
just
man.
say this: the stretch mirror image.
No,
Being
yeah,
able to
you got to learn. Yeah,
you
you got
made
to
a
learn
good
how to.
point. Let Travis
Right.
respond to it and then make your other points because you keep going on and we lose it.
He denies the stretched mirroring along the water surface, though, Dave. I'm done now.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's two things that I want to say. Talking about the helicopter, again, if we're going to go for a straight reflection, if it's the surface of the water that's creating it, and it's not active, it's not going to be diffused. You're going to have a pretty clear, crisp one-to-one correspondence. If you get up in an elephant, I'm sorry.
I told you not, Travis.
Hold on. Okay, wait, listen. I wasn't able to finish my point. This is my point. Okay, I'm gonna from your perspective, I'm gonna say that the surface of the water is creating a reflection. I'm on the shoreline looking across, and I can see the entire mountain on the surface of the water. It is absolutely a reflection. Now I get into a helicopter and I elevate myself. Water is still going to have the same quality of surface, so it's still going to be reflective. But as I change my angle, the reflection that's in the water is going to change. And soon I'll be high enough to where I won't be able to see the mountain at all. I'll possibly just see the sky reflected, but it's still the surface of the water. So your argument for the helicopter, in my opinion, falls short because it's obvious that the target is going to change in regard to the surface if you change your angle. Now, going back to what you said about the surface of the water and the limited visibility, you can clearly see where the shoreline is. So you know where the water stops. The water is clearly lower in elevation and distance from the target. There is no way for the water to reflect that distance to the target and elevation. There's just absolutely no way you can have a mirage due to the surface of the water.
I think the fundamental issue here is you're claiming that if there's a reflection and if there's a target, there will be a one-to-one relationship. So in other words, that if the target you see is 30 feet high, the reflection can only ever be 30 feet high or 30 feet long along the surface. Is that what you're claiming ultimately?
Oh no, I don't know that that's the correspondence. I don't know that you could. So like when we're it's just going to be angular size, right? So the house is a 30-foot house, but in my field of view, the angular size is not 30 feet. You know what I mean? It doesn't take up 30 feet in my field of view. It's gonna be much smaller. So with the correspondence of the image, I don't know. I mean I've never looked to see if I could take like that lake reflection that I gave you yesterday. If I cut that in half and took the reflection on the water and then flipped it to see if it would be an exact match, I've never looked at that, but that's
I can tell you. I can show to you immediately. I can show to you immediately that let's just take this lake setting. But let's take a mountain. Would you say it's possible to see a mountain 10 miles away from a particular lake setting being reflected in the water? Would you say that's possible?
If it's high enough, sure.
So if you were in the water, if you were at the water level, you're looking over the water level, is a mountain, yeah, let's say it's whatever, 2,000 meters in the background. Would you say it's possible to see that mountain reflected in the water of the lake that's 10 miles away?
Pete,
Just from a
I'm
certain angle. You're not going to see all of it, right? But you're going to see some of it, right?
I'm just going to grant it for the sake of argument because I can imagine that it's true. Yes, go ahead.
Right. So the reason why I'm going to see part of it because the water doesn't extend far enough back. Now, if we extended the water all the way back to the mountain surface itself, wouldn't we get a reflection which would be much higher than the 2,000 meters we gave it for the mountain height along the surface of the water? Couldn't we? Couldn't we? Isn't it only possible that that's how it works? That would mean that the reflection can absolutely be not in one-to-one correspondence with the target itself. It could be many times stretch.
Okay, listen. Okay, hold on.
Is that a good point or not?
Hold on. So my point, I just posted the picture again that I created yesterday to address this issue. Okay, so I'm perfectly comfortable saying that the mountain reflection, okay, is a one-to-one correspondence. I don't have a problem saying that whatsoever. But what my point is that if you zoomed in to the shoreline, you're going to have everything. Everything is in that reflection. Okay. Now, when you go to the image to the right, which is not over water, okay, you've got a mountain, but you have a very acute angle that's only reflecting the bottom portion of the mountain. And then if you zoom in to see where the mirage starts, you're not going to see anything of the ground or the mountain. And that's one of the differences between a reflection, okay, so that the left image that I have is not a mirage. That is a reflection. It is not a mirage. However, the mirage on the right is a sort of reflection, but it's not the same. Okay, a mirage does reflect, but it's not the same as a straight correspondence of a mirrored surface, so to speak. I mean, I'm just gonna. I don't mind talking about this stuff over and over again, but there's obvious inconsistencies, in my opinion. There's obvious conflicts with the sensibility of the observation when you're begging for variables that you just can't simply produce or demonstrate.
I'm not. The mirage on the right, the image you just showed there, is along the surface of the ground all the way to the target, right?
Which one are you talking about?
A mirage is ultimately a mirror image along the ground. This is why it's called an inferior mirage. It's an underside mirror reflection, but it's cumulative. It's cumulative. You're not looking at things in the right way, Travis.
Hold on, wait, hold on. I could easily say that you're not looking at things the right way, but so I agree with you. I agree with you that there's a certain correspondence to when you say that it's cumulative. Now, the one thing that I can show you in the various targets that I have is an increase of angle and intensity of the mirage. So in some of my mirages, you don't have the full target mirage. You only have a portion of it. But in some of them, the mirage is so intense that you actually can see the top of the target miraged below. And that is completely within the arena of the air. The air creates how intense that is. Now, when you, whatever. If anybody else wants to say something.
No miraging ever goes onto the air. You cannot demonstrate that. There's always a surface needed. So if you want to say that it's people forget this, that when they're laying roads, when they're laying tarmac, they pump loads of water in. If they didn't do that, the whole thing would dry out. There's evaporation cracking. So yeah, when you have a hot day, the water has always been soaked, evaporated up, drawn up by the heat to the surface. So as we see a reflection along the road surface, that's all it is. You might say it might be a millimeter layer, even less, along the surface of the road, and cumulatively then it appears to our eyes as a vertical reflection. A mirage reflection, they're the same thing. One is just distorted. It's still a reflection.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what we're misconstruing.
Yeah, again, if there were no vanishing line on a mirage, I would possibly be absolutely 100% behind you, Pete. But you cannot avoid the fact that the angle and distance required to create the vanishing line has to elevate the medium. It has to elevate the medium. And that's where it has to be in the air. It cannot be.
Yeah. If I can convince you, that this of the mechanism behind this vanishing line, you're talking about why we don't see the stones or the little wallway by the house there, and we see the mirroring coming up to the center of the house. If I can convince you or give you a good, sound, solid reason for why that might be happening, which I think I have already, I think I've had it for years. I already spoke about it. Then you're going to come completely on board with me? Very good, man. Let me work on it. Give me an image. Give me an image to work on that illustrates your point and your deeply held belief. To the best of your ability to explain via your own mechanism, and I will try then explain.
I did that. I made a video for you 2 years ago. It's on my channel, man. I did this 2 years ago for you.
Didn't I answer your questions back then?
I don't know why we're still here, man.
I know, man. That's the nature of this place. We're in the back rooms where we have the same arguments, discussions daily, endlessly.
Are you trying to talk tanks?
Oh, what? Is the microphone broken?
Yeah, no, you're really low, tanks. You're really low, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, I wondered who was mumbling in the background.
Yeah, I kind of caught something. I just saw the.
If anyone is willing, I think this would make great listening to. Maybe Old Glory, Travis, you can come up with your explanation. I can offer mine, and a Ball Earth or Worthy Soul Kosho can offer up his explanation. I just posted it in chat here. It's Mount Canigou. It's Mount Canigou, a very rare image. The reason you can get it generally is because of the sun's coincidence with the mountain itself at a particular time of year. But a massive, monstrous distance is being looked over. But there is a reality to it, so there is an explanation to it. And I wonder whose explanation could be the closest. I think it'd be a great exercise. It'd be a great exercise for all of us to participate in. Definitely. And Ruif won't do it though. I made a bet with Ruif, but I didn't hear back from him, so I know he's probably out of the game. Anyway, I'll leave it there. I didn't mean to take up all the time conversing about the thing here. As Travis says, we don't seem to get anywhere via. So. And last thing I'll say, just the bandy, the reason why the air itself, the water evaporating into the air itself wouldn't be a massive factor. If we thought about a plane, right, from our eyes all the way, it's like if we say there's let's say a 6 foot band of air we're looking through. So we draw that plane from our eyes, which is 6 foot above the ocean originally when you're standing by the side of it, looking over to the target, which is like maybe 30 miles away. You could see that line, that plane would ever narrow down, but would angle down until eventually it became just indeterminable from the surface of the water itself. I would say that's a very near distance. So that's why I say it can't be the air. It can't be the air. It's too thin a band, when we're looking over these greater scales and distances.
I disagree 100%, because when we're standing on the surface, we are looking through. I'm not where I am, Pete, and I don't have a rope ladder next to me, and I'm not scaling up my rope ladder to get higher and higher above that band. I'm always going to be looking through what I'm looking through. Okay, and whatever I'm looking through is going to determine what I see. Now, every time I get higher and higher, right, every single time I take a step, I am now altering what I am looking through, right? Yeah. So now when I get higher, now I have to take in other things into consideration with what I am viewing, because that perspective changes every single time. So what I see at ground level, or what I see 50 feet above my head, there's no correlation. There's no correlation. I have to consider what I'm looking through at ground level, and that's why I say it is a combination of these things. It's not just the surface of the water or the surface of the ground. It's also to what is in the air. Right. You've got to consider these things in combination. And it is the combination of this dynamic system that affects what we see at any one particular moment.
I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. The greater point, though, is here we're looking at a fixed, recognizable target over great distance. So we can at least see that far through the air directly. So it's not so much what's happening in the air, it's what's happening beneath. And this is the whole point about coming to flat Earth away from ball Earth. They deny the greater expanse beneath. Everything curves away over a fixed horizon, right? But flat earthers, if you're looking over ocean especially, yes, the surface has to continue on, and it matters fundamentally what the surface is. I said it to Travis before. I'm going to go after this, and sorry for talking so much. But Travis, didn't I say it to you before? I hope you might have looked, finding the picture, find an inferior mirage over a vast stretch of grassland. That stretch of grassland. I don't think you'll be able to do it. You won't be able to do it. And this is something particularly that applies to the water, and especially, this is what I'm saying, last thing, especially because we come to flat Earth and we're considering against the greater story, an extended span of water.
Oh yeah, I've just real quick about the grass. Okay, just real quick about the grass. I've not been able to find such a vast expanse of grass as I can other surfaces, but I have tried. I think the distance is just too short to produce the effect.
Okay. You're still okay, so I'm not going to accept that as your defeat at this moment, but yeah, there's still a possibility you'll be able to find it. But I say no, I don't think it will happen that way. It's not how it works. The surface doesn't behave like a glass, like water will do. It's easy for us to see how water surface will behave like a glass. When it's a rainy day, look at a puddle. When the sun comes out, see where the sun is, where you get the best reflection from it. You know? Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Great chat as usual. I'll talk to you later, guys. Okay.
Do you not think that this is like a complicated way to try and figure out what the shape of the Earth is?
It is a demonstration that you have to have a physical surface over which the reflection occurs. I haven't been able to. It's a very abstract way to think about this, but the science says that a mirage is a vertically displaced image. Okay, that it's vertical.
I'm not saying either of you are right or wrong. All my point is, do you not think that this is a bit complicated and there could be easier ways to figure things out?
We're not necessarily talking about the shape by itself. We're talking about how optics, how we see over distance, refraction, miraging, perspective, all that.
Right,
well,
but
the shape is easy. You can just go get an auto level, do a leapfrog test, close your loop, and measure down to the surface to tell you what surface you're on. That's the easy part. You just deny that you can do that. That's nothing to it. Figuring out how things look over distance is difficult.
Yeah, but you can use your sight and perspective and look at the moon and realize that we have to be living on a sphere.
By looking at the moon means we're on a sphere. Really?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. We'll put it this way, right? If the Earth is flat and the moon is circling above us, right? Then at some point in time, right, the moon will be between, let's say, Japan and Australia, right? So then the people in Australia are looking up at the moon, and the people in Japan are looking up at the moon. They're both seeing the opposite sides of the moon, yeah? But for some weird reason, they both see the same face of the moon. And for some reason, they can both see that the moon's lit up. And how does the sun light up the moon on both sides, and how are they both seeing the same face of the moon?
So seeing the same face of the moon equals globe. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, like I say, the people in Japan are looking up at the moon, and they see the same face of the moon as the people in Australia, right? Okay. And if the moon is in between them, then that cannot be possible.
Okay. Well, I look up at the moon and I see a face, and my neighbour looks up the moon and he sees the same face, equals globe. I get your logic. Yep.
No. That's completely wrong. That's not what I said, right? Your
Okay,
next door,
hold on.
your next door
Just real
neighbor
quick.
has the same view and same viewing angle as you do, right? What I'm talking about is somebody that's viewing the moon from the opposite side of the moon. Yeah, if the Earth is flat, the people in Australia would be seeing a totally different side of the moon from the people in Japan.
Right, but we've done this before. Okay, if you put a photograph of something on the ceiling and you're on one side and I'm on the other, we're both going to see the same side, but you're going to see it upside down from it, right?
Yeah, and I think you're like, what are you basing that on? Like, I think you're basing
Hold
that
on,
on.
just real quick, Rakia.
Yeah, sorry
Hold on,
about
just
that.
real quick, Rakia. I mean, I want you to. Am I correct, sir? Are you still there?
No.
Yeah, I'm still here, but that's not.
Okay, so
Right,
hold
hold
on.
If you put a picture on the ceiling, right? The picture is a flat 2D surface pointing down the way, right? So unless you're saying that the face of the moon is a 2D surface pointing down the way to the Earth, then that's
So illogical, man. It doesn't have to be a 2D surface on the flat ceiling. It can be anything on the sea. What he's saying, it's in the sky above you.
yeah, we know it's in the sky above us.
Oh, I think you're doing this on purpose, actually.
Then what on
Because
purpose?
This is too. You can put a globe. You can put a ball in the sky above you, and if you view it from two different, from the north and from the south, it's going to be upside down to the opposite person. Okay, right. That's it. That's it. Right.
Right, so right, I'm stood at one side of the room, Rakia, you're stood at the other, right? And in the middle of the room, we hang a ball from the ceiling, right? And on that ball, we paint A on one side and B on the other, right? We both looking up at the ball, but yet you're seeing A and I'm seeing B. Why are we not both seeing the letter fucking A?
What the frick are you talking about, bro? Just put a 6 in the middle.
I get what you're saying.
Put a 6 in the middle.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I get what he's saying too, but that's not your point. He's going off on his own point.
Here. So what's your? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at my phone right now. What's your name, sir? I forgot.
It's
Highlander.
Highlander.
Oh, Highlander. Connor McLeod of the Clan McLeod. Okay, Highlander. So one of the things that I'll say is that the sky is much like a hologram. Okay, there's shit that the sky does that messes with what we know happens in a small scale that's right in front of us. Okay, you know as well as I do, as well as any child does, that the moon seems to follow us as we're driving. It's like, hey, Dad, the moon's still it's looking at me, Dad. I mean that shit happens, right? So there's something that's not correspondent between the sky and what we experience on the earth. So to me, I don't know what that is, but I'm comfortable saying that the way the sky presents the objects in it doesn't tell us the shape of the earth. It just tells us that the sky is very dynamic and amazing.
Can you restate your original point of
basically what I just heard you say is the sky is a magical display screen.
I knew he was going to do that.
Yeah, except I didn't use the word magic, right? It has to do with reality. It's real, but it's a different physics. It's a different system.
Highlander, do you think optical illusions happen?
Oh, so now you're going to tell me that the sky is an
asking you a
optical
question,
illusion.
man. Can you just ever answer a simple question? I'll repeat it.
Right,
Highlander.
I'll play
Highlander,
your
I have
game.
a point.
Okay,
If you
yes,
don't
optical
mind,
illusions are a fucking
Let him
game.
finish.
Yeah?
he just can't
Fucking
do it,
hell.
man. This is the
All
same
right then.
people every day doing the same
I just
exact
said, yes,
obfuscation
optical
tactic.
illusions are a real thing. Carry on. I'll play your
Oh,
silly little game.
what? It's not a silly game. It's just a conversation. You call it a silly game because you don't want to answer it. So if you want to
I
disengage,
just answered it
yeah, after
fucking
all the
times and you're
BS,
still not carrying
yeah,
on with what
after
you want to
Highlander,
fucking
now
say.
this,
stop your screaming.
Jesus
Stop your
Christ.
screaming.
now this, right? Maybe call me
Right,
a name or two.
you're sitting there saying, oh, you won't answer the fucking question. I've
Oh,
answered it 3 times and you're still fucking rabbiting on about how I won't answer.
Get it out,
Highlander,
fella. Yeah, get it
Highlander,
out.
calm down. All right, you're changing the tone. We're having a really cool conversation here, and you're coming pretty
He's
hot.
gonna
So
blame it
just,
on me. Watch. In
yeah,
3,
yeah,
2, 1.
yeah. So just breathe. I'm going to take you off mute now. So just tone it down a notch, please. Thank you.
Okay, so optical illusions happen. Do you agree that the atmosphere causes those and the way we see in the atmosphere? The optical illusions are caused by that, especially over distance. Do you agree with that?
If you're talking about something like the Black Swan, yeah, that's an optical illusion.
Okay, and distance and the way we see through the atmosphere is the main cause for that, right?
Right?
Okay, so when we view the moon, is it at great distance through the atmosphere?
Are the conditions the same?
Let me repeat it because you might have misheard me.
Are the conditions the same? Why wouldn't you answer my question?
Because you didn't answer mine first when I asked you a very simple question. Highlander, is the moon at great distance and are we viewing it through the atmosphere?
I answered your questions, but you won't answer mine.
I'll answer
Yeah?
all your questions. You didn't want to ask me anything until I started asking you and you didn't answer. So I'll ask for the third time. Highlander, is the moon at great distance and are we viewing it through the atmosphere?
That would be a yes.
I'm done with this guy. Now, do you want to ask me anything?
No fucking way. You can't just sit there and say, oh, yeah, look at Black Swan, that's a fucking optical illusion, yeah?
I didn't.
And
I
then
didn't say that. You did. I did not say that. You did.
Right,
You
okay, so
agreed
the
it
Black
was an
Swan's
optical illusion.
the Black Swan's not an optical illusion then?
It would have optical illusions in it. All long distance observations in the atmosphere do, I believe. So, including the moon.
Right, okay.
And you agree with that also.
Right. Are the conditions the same? When I look at the Black Swan, right, and I can see that that's clearly an optical illusion because I grew up near oil rigs, and oil rigs do not fucking look like that, yeah? So that the only explanation for that is an optical illusion, yeah?
I agree, yeah. I agree.
Right, so you agree, right? So then you can't turn around and tell me, because I'm looking at the moon from a vast distance and through the atmosphere, that therefore the moon's an optical fucking illusion, yeah? Because the conditions are not the same.
I never said they were, well, other than it being long distance through the atmosphere. You mean those conditions that you agreed would cause optical illusions?
No, I never said it would. I never said looking long distance through the atmosphere causes an optical illusion. Yeah, depending on the conditions may create an optical illusion. But I can see something at the moment. I can see something at the moment that's probably 12, 13 miles away, and there's no way that's an optical illusion. It's a beautiful, clear, perfect day.
Yeah. How can you just clarify what Rakia's point is? The actual size and position that the object that you just said was in perfect condition because it's clear day. How do you know? How are you confirming it's the actual size and actual position? And before you answer, you know nothing is in its actual position, right?
All right. Okay.
Yeah, debunked. Like I said, I'm done with this guy.
So your excuse is that we're looking through the atmosphere, therefore it must be a fucking optical illusion.
That's not. I didn't use it as an
The
excuse.
reason,
I just
the
used it
reason
as an
the
example
reason why
that
people that are
you
looking
said
on the flat
was an
Earth
optical illusion.
on opposite sides of the fucking moon, the reason they both see the same side of the moon, although on a flat Earth that would be impossible, is because it's some fucking optical illusion created by the atmosphere, although the conditions at night are completely fucking different.
Listen,
Not
just
what
real
I
quick,
said.
Highlander.
That is not what I
Okay,
said.
let me try to just
Misrepresenting what
jump
I
in real
said.
quick. So
Fucking hell.
Highlander, listen,
Dishonest, lying, bullshit,
Highlander, take it down a little bit, bro.
Wow. Where did that come from? Because he misrepresented me and then called me a liar about what he said I said. That's incredible.
Okay.
Okay,
What are
brother,
you saying
hold on,
then?
Rocky.
No, I'm
Right,
going to
so
say
if,
this. I'm going to
so
say this
if
whether you want me to or not. Hey, brother, you need to get some help, man. If from a
if
conversation like
you're
this, you got to
right,
do that,
if
you
you're
need
not
some help.
saying right, if you're not saying the reason why two people on a flat Earth look at opposite sides of the moon and it's not an optical illusion, then what are you saying?
I can easily see a 6 looking like a 9 if you're on opposite ends. Easily. Why can't you?
I never said anything about it being upside down. Right?
Seeing the same face.
Nothing
I can see
about
that
it being
easily.
upside down. Right?
I can see seeing the same face.
Nothing about it being upside down. Right? I'm talking about seeing opposite sides of the fucking moon. Yeah? Is there some part of this you're not grasping? Is it not registering?
Upside down.
Yeah, we all
Is
see
that
the same
one
face.
brain cell you have struggling to contend with it?
insulting me again, dude?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on, Rocky.
Oh, frick.
All right. Yeah, hold on. Highlander, tone down your hostility. All right, this is your final warning, buddy. You've come in so hot. Tone down your hostility and have a conversation. All right, if you want to. If you don't want to have a conversation, right, don't talk. It's quite simple.
But I'm trying to have a conversation with him, but it's not a conversation because he wants me to answer 3 fucking questions.
Don't bring it
and
back
then he
up.
goes,
You're bringing it back
and then he
up,
goes,
Highlander.
I'm done with this guy.
Highlander, just let it go.
Highlander,
I was trying to
hold
bring
on,
in
Travis.
another conversation.
Hold on, Travis.
Okay.
Hold on, Travis. Highlander, I asked you to tone down your hostility. So take a breath, right? Become one with yourself. Calm it down.
Let me try to change direction.
Conversation.
Highlander, no, man.
When he asks
No.
3 questions and then turns
just
around
want
and
to
goes,
fight.
oh,
You
I'm
just
done with
want
this
to
guy.
fight right now. You just want to fight right now.
I actually wanted a conversation about the point I was trying to make.
Let it go.
But then he jumps in and then says, ask me 3 questions, right? Then I answer the first one 3 times, and then he claims I don't even answer it. Right? And then after I answer the next 2 questions, all he does is go, I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. As if an optical illusion is the fucking answer to what we see in the fucking sky.
Okay, you know what, Highlander? If you come in with attitude, you're probably going to get attitude back, right? So just tone it down. This is the 3rd time I've asked you. You're not my child, so please just calm it down.
All right, great. So now trying to bring in a change of direction, hopefully, is that when we're making observations in the sky, a place that we cannot get to, I don't have a problem with creating scenarios to make to offer explanations. Okay, so Highlander, one of the things that the heliocentric model supposes is that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, and then it has to be 400 times farther away in order for them to have the same angular size, apparently, right? But we don't have to do that. We just say they're both apparently the same angular size. So we're making observations in the sky and we're offering up suggestions. So all we're doing from our perspective in this, in regards to the moon discussion, is that there's something up in the sky that is creating that effect, right? That doesn't necessarily correspond with 2D images or even 3D images, because you're absolutely right. If we put a sphere between the two of us, and there's an A on my side and a B on your side, if we move far enough away from that, you're going to lose sight of the other side. But that's not what happens in the sky. Now, I can't explain why. All I'm saying is, I think that it's something to do with how the sky works, right? So the other thing, if I can, just real quick, that blew my mind when I was making star trail observations back in November was if I were to just look at the sky all night long with my naked eye, it would look like it moved in uniformity. But when I take a star trail, I see 2 rotations, but my naked eye can't pick that up, right? So there's something going on that I can't see, right? And you can only notice that if you map the sky over many, many nights, or if you take star trails. So there's something that really is going on in the sky that doesn't really offer up an explanation right away. That's all we're saying, is that it could be something that we can't necessarily put our fingers on.
And you would be completely wrong, because you can clearly, easily explain everything.
But you see, why couldn't Rakia come out with that kind of explanation? Because then I would say, right, okay, you can't explain it, you don't understand what's going on, you're trying to figure it out, that's fair enough, yeah? Then everything would have been fine.
Right, but see, let's go back to this guy who jumped in and said, you're absolutely wrong, okay? Now, if I were to, let's say, create an explanation for an observation that I make in the sky, right? And let's say I'm just looking at it and think, okay, I think this is happening because of this. And then I sit there and I think, okay, if I say A, then that's going to lead to B. But I know B can't be the reason, but I still think A should be the cause. I'm going to just start to create things that I can't prove to prove my initial point that I can't prove. Okay? I'm perfectly well aware that that's the reality. The fact that this guy jumps in and says, you're wrong because we can explain everything, simply means you don't understand that the very first observation that was made in your model was never proven or verified or falsified, or however you want to describe that. And what ended up happening was we assumed A and then had to create a system in which A could work. Simply because your system right now has been fine-tuned over 500 years doesn't mean that it's a direct correspondence with reality.
And it's pretty obvious that's exactly what we were doing in the conversation. You know, working out what was going on, bouncing ideas off each other. We weren't saying this is 100% the fact, exactly how it is. We were bouncing ideas off each other.
Right. And so why is it then when we're having a nice, like even now we're having a nice conversation, right? You're talking about bouncing ideas off us, that this other guy comes in, starts asking
Don't bring
questions.
it back, Highlander. You're doing it again, man. Leave it. There's no reason for you to go back into that. None. It's like you want to bring Rakia back in for a fight. Yeah. That's exactly what it's like right now.
Move on.
You know, I mean, think about it. I've said it this way before, that if Highlander and I and Bandsaw and whoever that other guy was that came in with his guns blazing, you know, if we were all sitting on the same board, you know, talking about science, you know, how would we work through this stuff, right? If we were the original guys, Newton and Copernicus, and we were able to sit around the table together, and Newton says, I think this is happening, and then Bandsaw goes, yeah, but if that's happening, then this would have to be happening. And then Newton would go, oh yeah, you're right. Well, scrap that one. You know what I mean? But we're on the other side of history where all this stuff has been done for us, and we're trying to sometimes back engineer stuff. And I think from our perspective, when we try to back engineer it, we're trying to point out things that wouldn't make sense.
Well, that's not true. So basically, to start with, your first thing, you're saying we're sitting around, somebody suggests this is probably what's happening, and somebody else says that's exactly how it works, except it doesn't work. It's not people sitting around. It's done through research, papers. Some guy puts out a paper to say, I think this is what's happening. Here's how we can test it. Somebody else might say, oh, actually, I found a problem with your explanation. Here's the problem. That's what peer review process is.
Okay, awesome.
That's
I have
exactly
a question.
what it is, and that's how it's been working for years
agree.
and years and years. And
Great.
after many, hold on, let me finish. You went on for a long time. And after many years of research, of debate, of peer review, of various different options tried out, we have come to the conclusions we have now. There are some things that we're still debating on the outskirts, but for the most part, and especially for the shape of the Earth, there is no longer a debate. Everybody's convinced.
Okay, great. Now, I listen. I understand that my characterization was a bit simple. Okay, I'm not trying to say that that's the way it happened in history. Okay, so I have a question for you. However you want to think about your worldview of physics and how the world operates, could you give us what you think the very first starting point for your worldview? Could you give us a statement as to what that is? Like, your worldview must begin with this point. What would be the very first point your worldview would begin with?
I don't know that there is a first point. Why does there need to be a first point?
Because something that you believe, right? You might believe point L or lambda, but if your point alpha isn't correct, then your point lamma is falsified. It can't be correct either.
That's only if you have a chain of reasoning. Some things are not chained like that, are they?
Okay, well, that's
not everything is chained in that way, is what I mean.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Parmesan, I'm just wondering if you'd like to debate me over the shape of Earth.
No, thanks.
No, all right.
No.
It's funny because you said there was no debate.
Things.
It's funny because you said there was no debate, and we literally debate that every day.
Yeah, okay. I'm not into that kind of formal debate stuff. I only come in here for a little bit.
All right, so Parmesan. Okay, go ahead, Bansal. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so we've got peer-reviewed papers on things, right? Peer-reviewed papers. So I'm sure we've got peer-reviewed papers of how we see things over a curved density gradient. Can you show me the experimentation, how they've confirmed those theories that are in diagrams and in words, in a practical demonstration of what we look through a curved density gradient, and how light actually reacts in a curved altering curved density gradient? Can you show me the practical demonstration and the practical experiment that would confirm any of these peer-reviewed papers, words and diagrams?
I'm sure if you're really interested in the subject and if you research it, there's plenty of research that has been done on the subject. I can't refer to the specific thing you're talking about. I haven't looked at that specifically. I know about the density gradient, and I've seen balloons demonstrate that density gradient exists, right? But how light refracts, there's also various experiments that look at the various aspects of how light behaves under different conditions, right? We know exactly how it refracts through glass, for example, through different density mediums, and we have ways of determining how it refracts and how it interacts through the air. There's even formulas to calculate that, to model that, and there's even papers, that compare accuracy of one model versus another. Right?
Yeah, papers are fantastic, Parmesan. They're absolutely fantastic. Lots of words on them, lots of diagrams, lots of calculations. They are fantastic. I'd like to see the practical demonstration where this has been shown in real life how light performs in a curved density gradient? Has it ever been done? Well, the answer is no. It's never been done practically.
Well, hold on. How can you say you're definitely sure that it's never been done?
Because I've looked for it personally. Yes.
You've looked. Have you read through every
Yes.
single paper ever written?
What did I just say? I said there are hundreds and thousands of peer-reviewed papers in
Right. So
regards
you've
to
not
how
looked through all of them,
light,
have you?
right? No, I haven't looked through all
Well,
of them.
then you can't say that this has never been done.
Oh, no. What I can say is that the practical demonstration, right, to show how it actually works, right,
Yeah.
hasn't been done. Show me a video.
Right.
Right,
Just because I can't show you or you haven't found something doesn't mean it hasn't been done. Well, the best you can say is that I have not found
if
this
it was
been done.
out there,
That's
No.
different. To it's
Let me
never
tell
been
you how.
done, right?
easily find it. You'd be able to easily find it, Parmesan, if it was out
What,
there.
what
So
exactly are you looking for? What are you looking for specifically?
A practical demonstration. That's what
Of
I'm looking
what?
for.
Of what?
Quick.
How
Real
about
quick.
this? I got it.
You hear me?
I got it.
I know you hear me.
Now I do. Now
Yeah.
I do.
Go, Jeremy.
Let me tell you how this works. If bandsaw says something doesn't exist, it don't exist until. Go ahead, Travis.
No. Go, Jeremy. He's roboting anyway. You're roboting, Travis. Jump in, Jeremy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you. Go.
So if someone says something doesn't exist, that shit don't exist until the other person that's taking the opposite stance shows them that thing.
Okay,
Period.
God
That's how
doesn't
that works.
exist. Until you show me that God exists, you can't say that.
Me? Okay,
There you go.
so
How can you show me that God exists?
All right, so here's my example for the requirement that Banso is talking about. The science of mirage states that the mirage is a vertically displaced image, and I have an hypothesis that counters that. But my question is, where's the evidence that they've tested this?
Well, I know you've obviously looked into mirages. I haven't. So since you've looked into it, you must have come across some evidence.
And it's not. Yes. No, not evidence that they tested it. I know that
you're roboting. I can't make out what you're saying.
Yeah. I think that's the case. I can give you a paper, a vertically displaced image.
Flap your arms, Travis. Stand on one leg.
Is that any better?
Yep, you're back. Yep, you're back.
Yeah,
okay, so just real quick. I can show you paper after paper where they say a mirage is a vertically displaced image. However, none of those papers have a hyperlink for a source that shows how they know that.
Okay. Does the paper not have any references?
That's what I'm saying. So when I read in a paper, a mirage is a vertically displaced image. There's no footnote, and there's no endnote, and there's no hyperlink. There's no source citation that I can look back to see how they know that.
Okay, so would you say then that that's a badly written paper?
I would say that for me, as someone who's been looking for the past 4 years, I'm not happy with that kind of research or presentation. Absolutely, it's not adequate.
Fair enough. What exactly is you're looking for specifically?
Okay.
So I understand.
Okay, so if Andrew Thomas Young says a mirage is a vertically displaced image, I would like the paper or research that goes behind how they can know and make that claim.
Vertically displaced image. So what does vertically displaced image mean?
Well,
in your
it
mind?
means it means that if you're looking at a target in the distance, and there's refraction that is happening, and that image is distorted, it almost looks like it's twice as big, like it's being stretched. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, but don't you think, right? What if we just take the words, right, and we try to deconstruct what they probably mean, right? Vertically, which means up and down, right? Displaced, moved. So the image, so the image of whatever you're looking at has been moved up and down. That's what I understand from that phrase. Is that not what you
Yes.
understand? Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay.
In a simple form, correct. But my point is that I believe that their claim, that their description of what they're seeing is only observational. They're looking at something, describing what they think is happening, and now that has become a scientific fact. That's not good enough for me.
But if it's a description of the observation, what's wrong with that? It is just, so if they're saying a mirage, this is the description of it. It's an image that's been displaced vertically, right? It's a like you said, a description of an observation. What's wrong with having a description of an observation? I don't understand what your gripe with that is.
Okay. So let's say that you're making that claim. Have you verified that, or have you just observed it and you're describing?
No, I'm just observing, and I'm describing what I'm observing.
Is it possible that you could be incorrect?
It is possible I could be incorrect. Yes, I could have whatever.
Okay, that's fine.
Hallucinations.
No, it's not a hallucination. It's a misinterpretation.
Well, I could be if I'm seeing something, right? Is it possible that I might be wrong? It is, because I might be having a hallucination.
I don't know why this is a complete obfuscation of this discussion right now. There's no reason to bring in a hallucination, which would require you to be inebriated with some sort of drug or alcohol.
I was just answering your question. Is it possible I am wrong? It is possible I am wrong.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you anything further than that. So yes.
Okay, fair enough.
So my claim that a mirage is actually along the horizontal x-axis from the observer. It's along the surface of the distance that he's looking over. It's not vertically displaced. So I have a contrary claim against the scientific position.
Right.
The only way. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, is it possible you're wrong?
It's not probable. I think that I can. I think that I have provided ample evidence for my claim.
Okay. Now I see you're sort of moving into a different point of view, right? Where the description that we talked about before, vertically displaced image, that's obviously from the point of view of the person looking at the mirage, right?
Okay.
From that perspective, it's like, imagine you point a camera at the mirage. That's the view, and in that view, the image is moved vertically down, usually, right? And you're saying if we take a look at it not from the point of view of this camera, you look at it from the side, from a third-person objective. You've got a camera on one point or observer on one point, and then some distance from it, you've got the object. Then it's actually, the image is actually moved horizontally across the x-axis. Am I understanding you correctly?
I think you're close enough to it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So maybe you're right. Maybe, but it's that's impossible to observe because the mirage appears at a different location depending on the observer, right?
Except for the fact that in my videos that I present, I make the obvious inclusion of the variable of putting a third person out into the event itself. Because
you're
correct.
Third person will not see the mirage.
Now, okay, but listen, that's not the issue. The issue is that I, as an observer, can see the mirage.
Right.
So then I can watch the third person move into and above the mirage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it. I'm saying that is the evidence that I've presented to my claim. I can show you an observation that will back up my claim that the mirage is not a vertically displaced image because it could be moved through and into.
No. Sorry, I need to jump in there because what you said does not contradict that it's a vertically displaced image. Even though it's moved, you're essentially saying it's moved closer to the observer. It's an image moved closer to the observer, right?
The image moved closer to the observer.
Yeah.
So here's the way that I would say, if the mirage were a vertically displaced image, then the person moving through it would almost be moving through a curtain. He would go into it and then disappear through it right away. But that's not what we see. We don't see that.
Yes, because right. Yeah, I understand. Go on.
Okay. So that would be another argument that the mirage is along the horizontal and not vertical.
I mean, this is all about, as far as I can gather, it's just about terminology, really. It's not because you're observing it from perspective of the side, from the sidelines, like somebody standing on the sidelines. You've got your observer on, let's say, your left-hand side, and you've got your image on the right-hand side, and you're saying, they say it's vertically moved. That means it goes down into the ground or something, or down below from where it is, where it's actually moving from right to left. That's what you're saying. Whereas the descriptions are not arguing that way. They to me, they appear to be from the perspective of the observer, right? From that image, you've got the observer, they're looking at an object and they see below it, they see the mirage. Now, it's probably, in the way you're describing it from that perspective, yes, it probably looks like it's moved right to left, closer to the observer, right? But if you look at it from the side,
hold on. I don't appreciate the lateral description of right to left because I don't speak that way. So I'm not comfortable with the way that you're describing it. It's closer to
the observer. Is that better?
Okay. So if I'm looking at a target, and you might not be familiar with my channel, but I have a single target that I can show you.
Yeah.
That target can be in two different intensities of mirage, so that the mirage will be closer to me as the observer.
Right.
In one away from me in another. So that's not right or left. That's along the whole.
You're roboting again, but yes, I understand. But that does not contradict that the description of it from the point of view of the observer. Oh, he's roboting a lot. Anyway, I'll just say my point while he's. It does not contradict. I don't think it.
Axis to and from. So close, far, near, far. Okay.
You're gonna have
no, not okay. We didn't hear shit you said.
No, but I understand what he means. Like closer, further. Yeah, I understand what he means. Closer, further, but from the point of view of the observer, of the guy actually, of the person actually looking at the mirage, you could say it's going up and down. It's not wrong to make that description.
Yeah, objects in the distance look like they go up and down. Now, you're going to sit here and tell me the actual position of something?
Of an optical illusion.
Do you know the actual position of any object you're looking at in the distance?
The actual position, maybe, if you measured it before.
From your viewing position.
From my viewing position,
can you tell me the actual?
Yeah.
Viewing position.
Sorry, go on, Jeremy.
Can you tell me the actual? Mic fucked up?
No,
there seems to be a delay, I think, but yeah, sorry,
3,
go on.
4, 5, 6. When did you hear me start counting?
4, 5, 6.
Damn, bro. All right, never mind. My shit's fucked up.
Just ask your question. I'll wait.
Nah, my mic's fucked up. Something's weird. No, it looks like it's working good now. I don't know. It's just like on and off, whatever. Go ahead.
Are you good? No, you're good. While it's good, ask your question or make your statement.
Yeah, so from any viewing position, looking at an object in the distance, you can't give me an actual position. Okay, you can think you have one. Maybe it's here, maybe it's there, but you don't actually know its actual position.
Well, I would disagree. I know the actual position of this mug sitting on my desk, for example.
Yeah,
sure.
I was just going to say, like, if I look at a tower in the distance, right, and I know where that tower's location is in town, and then when I'm looking at that tower, do I not know its location?
No, from your viewing position, you don't know if the whatever you're looking at is higher or lower its actual position.
Okay, so you're talking about refraction distorting where it's apparent where it appears in your view, in your vision, as opposed to where it actually is in the real world. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, you look out, you see something. We know it's not actually there because of refraction. It's in a different spot. Now you're going to claim you know exactly where it is and where it should be or whatever, but you don't know and you can't prove it. I've been through this with all you guys.
So, I mean, this is really minor, really, Jeremy, because it makes very, very little difference, especially if you're looking at, let's say I'm looking out the window at the house across the road from me, right? It might be a tiny fraction higher than it is or a tiny fraction lower than it is. For any practical purpose, it doesn't change. Doesn't make any difference for any practical meaning. I know exactly where it is.
The position of objects in the distance is.
I know
my bad.
Its location with enough accuracy that the small change in it going up or down doesn't make a difference for any practical use.
Yeah, but
okay, so the position.
Die quietly, Jeremy. Die quietly. Yeah, but you can look out your window at the house across the road, and that's very well and good, Parmesan. But now, look out the window, but instead of it being one windows, right, get 1,000 windows. All right, made from 1,000 different companies from 1,000 different eras, with thousands of different
loads of distortion,
glass formulation in it, and it is going to affect what you see. So
absolutely.
So making that correlation that I look across the road through my window and I see what I see is all well and good, but the further that we look at things, the more that we are looking through, so naturally, logically, it is going to get affected. It is going to get affected, and it's going to get warped and distorted and twisted and turned inside out and upside down. It's just logical that these things are going to happen.
Well, it's about how much of it happens, right? It's about the magnitude of how much distortion are you getting? How much change does it make? If you're talking about, like the example you gave, loads of different windows, different densities, different so on and so on and so on, yeah, because in those conditions you'd get a lot of distortion and it will look like it. But if you're looking on a clear day, not near any water surfaces, so you're looking through like plain, right? Or a field, the atmospheric conditions are not significant, don't create any significant refraction, then you're pretty sure that you can look far into the distance and still see mountains relatively clearly, right?
Well, you can see them, but you still can't be 100% sure of exactly what you're looking at and where it is, depending on what
you can be sure what you're looking at. You can be sure
most definitely. If I'm going to be looking at a mountain, right? It
Yeah.
ain't going to look like a cow. I get
Exactly.
that. Right,
Yeah.
I get that. Like it's not gonna magically transform
But
it into something else.
yeah,
Can
and
I
the
ask him
second
a
point you
question?
made. Sorry, just let me finish this one. Where it is, yeah, it might be slightly higher or slightly lower than you see it, but as I said before, on a normal day through normal atmospheric conditions, the difference is going to be so small that it doesn't affect any practical change. It doesn't cause any practical change. Right? You'll go to the same place and you'll find the mountain if you actually walk there or move there. You'll find it where
Absolutely,
you
no one
expect it.
disagrees with that.
Yep.
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 Can I
So
ask you a simple?
yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
go on.
Continue if you're not done.
No, I was just saying, yeah. So it's not significant.
But it's not in its actual position when it's over distance. You would agree with that? It is moved up or down and slightly smaller or bigger or whatever. Due to the
Yeah, I mean,
conditions.
technically, everything you see is not where it is now. It's where it was a fraction
Well,
of
we
a
agree.
second,
Yeah,
right?
we're on the same page. Yeah. Can I ask
Because
you a
light takes
question?
time to travel to get to your eye.
Yeah. I mean, we're in agreement with that, I believe, you know.
Okay.
But your example of the field, you know, where there wouldn't be a lot of refraction, would there?
Yeah.
And you're standing on the surface of the field, like you're 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
At what point would that field and the sky start to merge together, where you couldn't make out what was sky and what was field? At what distance would you give that for a 6 foot observer, approximate? Not going to hold you to any life or death measurement.
I don't know. It'll be something like what, 6 miles, 7 miles, maybe less.
Let's just take your number because it doesn't matter with my example. Let's say 10 miles, okay?
Yeah.
So at 10 miles, the sky and ground would be merged together in a way that you couldn't tell that was grass. But you know it's grass because you've been 10 miles away in that direction, so you know it's grass. But as you're looking at it, you can't tell it's grass, and you can't really tell where the sky is kind of hazy. Would you agree that's kind of how it happens?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, put a building at that point 10 miles away, right?
Yeah.
And you can see it's a 100-foot tall building. And
Yeah.
you can see the top of the building pretty clearly, right? I would say really clearly because of the angle change, right? Like you're looking up more. It's not merging with the sky. It's just in the sky. You would agree you could see the top of that building at that point.
I would say it would still, the edges would still be blurred in the same way as grass and sky is blurred, but because of
tell it was a
the shape.
building.
Yeah. You could see it's a building. That's because it's sticking out of the ground.
Gotcha.
Obviously,
Yeah, it's
easily
reflecting more light. It's bigger. It's taller. The angle is different. You agree with
No,
that?
it's just because it's sticking out. If you had what? If you had a
it's
cow
taller than
standing
the
in the
grass.
distance, right? You
No,
might
let's not
make
change
out
it.
that
This is
there's
my example. It's taller than the grass. You agree? So it sticks out.
yeah,
It's taller.
yeah, sort of, yeah.
We're on the same page. So you would see the
Right.
top. Would you see the bottom less clear than the top?
Probably not. You'd see them equal clarity.
You would see the bottom as equal as the top.
That's amazing.
Hang on.
I can't believe we're here.
Because this is great. So I'm fine with you saying that. So you're still going to stick with that?
I
The
think you'd
edges would
see
be.
the same clarity if the building is the same distance from you.
Yeah, but you changed the
From
angle.
distance.
You're not looking up 100 feet. You're looking level with the ground now. You still think that level would be the same? You know, you would be able to see it the same as the top of the building.
Well, I don't understand. You're not looking. You're looking. You're a 6-foot observer, right?
Yep.
And you're looking straight, and the building is in front of you. How tall was the building again?
100 feet.
Right.
So there's an angle change there, right? From 6 foot to 100.
Right. Yeah.
And because the 100-foot part is higher off the surface,
they're slightly longer.
It.
Yeah. Slightly longer distance. Yeah. So it might look a little bit more distorted.
You're looking up at an angle, so you're looking through less dense of a layer of medium. Would you agree with that? Like it's not merging as much with the ground.
No,
Okay, I'm fine
Right.
with you saying that. Everything's cool up to this point.
It's a bit.
Yeah, calm down. Me and you agree. We're on the same page. Now move that building 10 miles further past that point. You still think we're going to be able to see on a flat plane now? Just a field, flat field, not curving. You still think we're going to be able to see the bottom of that building as clear as we are the top?
Probably, yeah. You'll see both of them less clearly.
God. You just said the ground and the sky appear to merge at 10 miles. And now if I move the building from that 10-mile mark, which you say you can see the bottom of, which is fine with me, you move the bottom of that building 10 miles further, you still think you're going to be able to see the bottom of that building, sir?
Well, hold on. I think I misunderstood you. Are you saying you're moving the bottom? Are you saying you're moving the bottom but leaving the top in place?
Oh my God! You're moving the building.
The whole
10
building.
miles further.
Right. So both the top and the bottom have moved 10 miles further.
Usually when you move a building, that's what happens. Yep.
So both of them, both the top of the building and the bottom of the building, will look less clear than they did before. But they will be equally less clear.
Yeah, I'll take that bet. Because the sky and the ground merged. Yeah, no, not at all. I think you're just spouting that for some reason. But if you believe that, I want to go through it with you. You already agreed that the sky and the ground merge at 10 miles from a 6-foot viewer, which is not true. It's actually 3 miles. But anyway, I gave you the 10 miles, and that would cause like it to be blurry. You couldn't tell whether it was grass or whatever. But now when you move the building that's at that point 10 miles further than that blurry part where you can't even tell if you're looking at grass or not, you think you can see the top and the bottom of that building 10 miles further equally? You care to recant that?
Equally to each other, right? This is what we're comparing them. I'm not. It might be that at that distance, the extra 10 miles means the whole thing is just a blurry dot. But still, the top of the building and the bottom of the building are equal parts of the blurry dot that you see.
Hey, Rakia, ask.
Yeah,
does that make sense? No.
No, what you're saying does not make sense.
Okay, maybe I'm not good at explaining it then.
Listen, you don't have to explain anything to me. I'm going through the scenario, and of course the bottom would become more blurry, and the top would be. You would be able to see the top last because you're at a different angle, and that point that you agreed at is lower than the top of the building. So at that point where the base of the building is, of course it would be more blurry. And as you increase the distance, that information would be lost more than the top of the building. If you can't agree with that,
no, I can't agree with that.
Okay, good luck.
Because
I'm done with this guy.
Can I respond then?
Sure. I think I've heard
you're not
what
interested.
you said. No, I was very interested, and you said it would be equal. So you've already answered. So you just want to repeat it?
Well, let him do it. Let him do it.
Yeah, go ahead, repeat it.
No, it's fine.
I am in an absolutely gorgeous, like, historic town in New York. Where the fuck am I?
Dude, there are so many great places around New York. And
oh my gosh, this place is gorgeous. I want to stop driving my truck and jump out and walk around.
People think of New York as New York City. It's not, dude. Jeremy, I tell you, it's beautiful around there.
Oh, it's lovely.
Where am I? Saratoga?
Half an acre. Are you in Toga?
Yeah, I think so.
Toga's nice. They got the track. It's beautiful up there.
I'm going to Queens something today. Queensville.
Travis, you learn anything there?
What do you mean, Saratoga?
No, I'm talking about the bottom of the building being like, come on, man.
Oh yeah, man! It's absolutely amazing. We should clip that out. And look, that wasn't the discussion that happened yesterday with RC Meisty, right? That was a better conversation, and yet there's a glitch, man. I don't know why he's saying what he's saying. It's absolutely evident to me that what you're describing.
How do you agree? How do you agree at the 10-mile mark that the sky and ground would merge together and become one where you couldn't distinguish? and then have that grass or a building on the, at that point go further and say you can distinguish that it's the bottom of the building. I mean, I don't know how to explain it anymore.
No, you did fine.
You got grass that's, say it's a foot high. Wait, you're on a flat field. You got 1 foot tall grass from you to the building, 10 miles away. So now the grass has an angular size of whatever. I don't know.
I got a question.
You mean right in the middle of Jeremy talking? You have a question? Yeah,
No,
you're
just saying.
What's
so
your
that,
question? What's your question?
No, go and finish, and then I'll ask.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. Finish talking.
The grass has an angular size. It's going to be like, I don't know. Let's say it's like half a degree or something for the grass, up and down. The building is going to have an angular size too. The whole building have an angular size. I don't know what it's going to be. 10 miles. If you're on a flat plane, it's going to eat up from top to bottom. The grass is going to eat up however many, minutes or degrees it is. And then the building is going to be so small at that point. Grass is on the bottom. It's going to block out the bottom of a lot of the bottom of the building. No,
100%.
Can I have
not
another,
even including the atmosphere?
Can I have another go at it?
I would love for you to recant your story.
Okay. Imagine that you have a 100-feet building and beside it a 20-feet building. And if you are distancing away from that, what do you expect will disappear first?
The 20-foot building? But the bottom of that 20-foot building is going to disappear before the top of the 20-foot building.
Yeah, but the point what I want to...
Yeah, you're agreeing with me now?
That
No, Rakia, this is a different person. This is Alexander Lightwater.
Yeah. I got you. Sorry, dude.
And the 20 feet height is also in the 100-feet building.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. Alexander, thank you. That's a great picture. Yeah.
I like that, man. And I'm sorry I jumped on that, but I would still say that the bottom of the 20-foot building would disappear the same as the 100-foot building as it goes equal distance away from the viewer at that vanishing point. The only difference would be the top of the building would disappear at a different distance unless the conditions dictated where they just blink, where it's real thick and it just blinks out. You understand what I'm saying? But the bottom itself, because of that density layer and the angle change, will definitely disappear way before the top would.
I think it's a travesty that there are no 18-wheeler parking spaces in Saratoga.
Can I jump in for a
There
second?
definitely is.
Pull into
Listen,
a
are you going
Walmart.
down? Are you going down 50?
Yeah, I'm at 50 and 87 right now. I just realized that I have 2 hours before I have to be at my stop, but I'd have to turn around. There's no place to park. I totally want to go back and walk through Saratoga.
What are you
There's
jumping on?
got to be like
87?
a service station or something.
Are you jumping on 87?
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
Can I ask
Hey, can I get a mic check?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're good. Good.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to the guy about the angles. So, is he still here?
Parmesan, are you still here?
I am here.
Excellent. So you're a 6-foot tall man, right? And you're looking at a building 10 miles away. Now, that's a very acute angle from 6 feet above the surface of the ground to the ground, right? It's a very small angle at 10 miles away, right?
That's what I'm saying. The grass would have an angle, and the building. My bad. Go ahead, Hank.
Right, but the middle of your eye, 6 foot up, that's a very large angle. The sky's the limit, literally, right? It's a very large angle. From your vision, 6 foot up, right?
Right. Well, from my vision, 6 foot up. What do you mean? Like
so
if I look
if you
straight
take your
up,
eyes and you divide the world in half, everything
yeah,
above your eyes is half of the world, and
yeah,
everything below your eyes is the other half, because
above and
that's how
below your
your
eye
eyes.
line. Yeah, gotcha.
Right. So if you take that angle from 10 miles away, it's a very acute, very small angle, right?
Yeah.
But if you measure the angle from your eyes to the sky, it's what, a 90-degree angle? So it's it's
Straight
a
up. Yeah.
right. So there's no limit. You can look up and up and up and up and up and up. And there's nothing stopping you from looking further up except for your own neck, right? But when you try to look from your eye level down, there's something
Yeah.
stopping you, right? The ground.
Right.
So that information has a narrow path to travel through, right?
I don't understand that statement, that sentence. What information and what path?
The information that's coming off the bottom of the building from your
Okay.
eyes down is traveling through a very narrow angle, right?
Narrow angle. Right. As the light from the bottom of the ground reaches your eye, that's a narrow angle. Yes, I suppose. 6 feet below.
Bottom of the
So,
building.
yeah. But if you had a 12 feet building from the top of the building and from the bottom of the building, it'll be exactly the same angle, right? To your
No,
eye
because the
level
sky's
at
the
6
limit.
feet.
The
Yeah.
sky's the limit. Well, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
So
think you're right.
carry on.
So what I'm saying is that you're going to find it very difficult to, let me use the right word here, differentiate all the different things that are in that lower, angle as above to the upper angle, right? So it's very easy to see a building that's, like the Twin Towers from miles away, right? Or the Statue of Liberty from miles away, right? But when you're
Yeah.
trying to perceive 6 feet of that, building from the ground, that information is squished into a very small angle, right? Does
Right.
that make sense?
Right.
Sort of, but I can't agree that from the bottom it's distorted more, or I can't remember the phrase you used.
So go back
than
to
above.
Okay, so go back to what Alexander brought up. You have two buildings. One's 20 feet and one is 100. As you remove yourself from those buildings, which one is going to disappear first?
If we're talking about a flat plane, not curved surface, they will both get blurry at the same time. They will not disappear. They will turn into basically a dot in the distance eventually, but they will both get equally blurry.
I didn't ask. Yeah, I didn't ask about the clarity of your seeing them.
Right, disappearing. They will not disappear unless there's something obstructing them.
So you think? Okay, so then you think
Oh,
that
wow, we can see forever.
Right. So you think that let's say the 20-foot building is white.
Yep.
And the taller building is black.
Right.
And they're right, and the one is right in front of the other.
Yeah.
And the white one is in front of the black one. You think that you will always see an image of white as you move farther and farther away?
Well, which will eventually blur into one gray dot if you move far enough away that the beams of light from there are so close together that your eyes can't make them out as two beams.
Okay, so if you so then if you allow that the color becomes gray, right? That building is that 20-foot building is still there, but you've lost the top of the 100-foot building though is not gray; it's still black. So there's still clarity higher.
No, you won't see the black. You wouldn't see the black. You wouldn't see anything if it's that far away that they've blurred into one dot. You wouldn't see the top or anything. You wouldn't. At that far away, you can't tell. It's just a dot in your vision. That's the basic model of like how we understand it. I'm a bit confused because I think you guys are understanding differently.
Model of what? The basic model of what?
Of how I understand and how the general consensus is of how the optics work.
Oh, okay. Optic. I was just making sure. Okay.
Yeah.
When that white building is 1 pixel high, the black building will still be 5 pixels high.
Yep.
Okay. Then they haven't. Then you're not far enough.
And they don't disappear at the same time when you halve that again.
Nope.
They don't disappear at all. They blur into the blur and merge with
right,
light.
but what we're calling disappearing, man, you're just trying to. When you
No,
do
you
that,
guys are
man, it
calling
makes me think
disappearing.
you're
That's
just-
different. Then it's not. It doesn't
Come on, man.
out of
You
your
know
view.
what we're talking about, right? Do you know what we're talking about? Being like distorted so much you can't get the information. You can't resolve it. You want me to use the technical term since you're an expert on this? You can't resolve it. You
can
think
use
you're
the
going to be
technical
able to
term.
resolve both? Yeah, which is the technical term? Which is the term we should be
Up
using?
to you. You can use whatever term you want. If I don't understand, I'll ask. Don't worry about me, mate.
Damn, this dude. You're good, man. You're not as good as some, but you're good. I mean, just a time waster, right? Really? You went through all that to agree? You went through all of that disappearing act stuff to tell us that we can use it and you understand us?
No, I'm just telling you, it blurs into one rather than disappearing.
Really?
It blurs into a dot.
And beyond that dot, would the bottom of something disappear more quickly or the top?
No, it would disappear at the same time.
So you're
well,
just
not
talking
disappear.
about-
No, right.
Yeah.
Let me correct myself.
You're
Sorry.
talking about
it would
angular,
not.
yeah.
It would not disappear. It will get smaller, and smaller and smaller, equally.
Yeah,
from
angular
all
resolution
sides.
is what you're talking about. I mean, use the correct terms, or I don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure you understand what I'm talking about. Right?
Oh, you do?
Parmesan,
like you
you're right.
understand what disappearing was.
Yeah, it seems to me like there's a conflation of angular size change and distortion. The distortion's not going to happen. The distortion's not going to happen equally. Angular size change is. It's going to be symmetrical. It's going to match. It's going to. It's going to change. In the same fashion.
In all directions equally. Yeah.
Right, but that's not what happens with the distortion. The bottom of this target is going to be distorted before the top.
Right. Yeah, I disagree with that. I think the top and bottom will be distorted equally.
That's where you're conflating the two concepts. You're taking some optical.
How can it be equal if the angles are different and the amount of? Oh, dude, you cut out for me. Sorry, I can hear you roboting now. You're roboting, Travis. We didn't try and cut you off. We didn't hear you because you were roboting.
Angular.
Still roboting,
and
Travis,
then
for me.
And then mixing it with something that's purely.
Travis, can you hear us?
He's going on mute.
You're
Flap
roboting,
your arms,
brother.
Travis. Flap your arms, brother.
Hold the phone up towards the satellite, Travis. How can you say it disappeared? Where it
So
gets
what do you think?
resolved the same. Jesus, dude, am I roboting?
No.
That was a
No,
blast.
you're
I
not.
consider that a blast. So you did hear me talking. All right, we'll move on. How do you
there
say
seems
it's
to
the
be
same?
a delay.
A little bit of a
Sorry,
lag.
go on.
Okay, no problem. How do you say that it would be equal if the angle changes differently and the atmosphere lower to the ground is harder to see through? Do you not agree with that? Like if you're looking 1 foot off the ground for a long distance, wouldn't that be harder to get resolution than if you were 1 foot off the ground and looked up at a different angle? Like do you agree with that or not?
The atmosphere. When you say atmosphere is harder to see, are you saying that atmosphere causes distortion to the image?
Yeah, closer to the surface, you get that more distorted turbulence of air and gas and water vapor and blah blah blah. And as you
It's
rise, More delay, I guess, huh? Right in the middle.
No, sorry, go on. I thought you finished.
So
Go.
not delay, just okay. Now you thought I finished.
Go
All
on,
right.
go on. My bad. Please carry on.
I'll tell you what. You're smart enough to know that I'll go on mute every time I'm done talking. So to be fair, if it happens again, it's because you're doing it on purpose. Do you agree that the more dense layer, I'm going to call it, which might not be the technical term, but the more turbulent air is near the surface?
More turbulent air is near the surface. That depends. You can have really turbulent air higher up. So kites
Okay, but
fly
as a
better
whole,
higher up.
as a general practice, we say that the more dense, more turbulent air is near the surface.
I can agree with more dense air is near the surface, but it's not necessarily more turbulent.
Okay, so we'll use more dense. So is more dense air harder to gain resolution, or you see through it better?
Neither. It's not the density of the air that matters. It's the change in density from one height to another.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Are you having more change closer to the surface or above the surface generally?
More change closer to the surface or above?
Let me reconstruct it, right? You said it's the change, right? In temperature, I would assume, and all that. So does that happen closer to the surface more or above the surface? Like, does the above the surface become more stable and not change as much? Or is it closer to the surface where those unstable, more changing, as you put it, occurs? Because I'm trying to use
Let's take a scenario. Let's make a scenario. How about that?
How about answer the question? How about
it's
answer
a fairly
this
simple question, Parmesan.
Yeah, just answer the question.
Fluctuations in temperature and pressure closer to the surface or not?
I don't think it's that simple because he's talking about something different as well.
Not really.
You can answer the question as asked and then say how it's not relevant.
No, I can't answer the question as asked.
Okay.
Yeah, I know he can't because he has a religion. There you go, folks.
So if we make a scenario, so let's say you've got you're in a room with uniform density and temperature in the whole room, right? You've got an object at the end of the room, and then you've got an equal size room number 2 with lower density air in it, and exactly the same objects, exactly the same distance. In these two rooms, you would see the object with equal clarity.
That's not what we're talking about whatsoever. You just changed it to that to get away from answering my very simple question. It's obvious.
Is that it?
Well, if you say so, he didn't ask a question. He just made a statement, so I got no comment.
No, I mean, your little example, what was the point of it? No one's denying that there won't be refraction in an isotropic medium.
Okay.
Regardless of the pressure or the density. So what's your point?
I was just trying to understand his point. That's why I made up the scenario.
So just real quick, Parmesan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you saw earlier, it's been like maybe a half an hour ago, I posted a playlist from my channel that'll show you some of the stuff that I've talked about with what I think is happening with mirages. So if you want to check that out. But just real quick, at this point in the conversation, I'm just going to be honest. It's almost like we took you exactly where you needed to be, and you are intentionally not going where we've led you. Like Rakia has worked very clearly, very specifically to lead you to a place where you should say yes. And we are hearing you say, I don't want to say yes.
You can interpret it that way. I'm just telling you what I think.
I know. But the thing is that when you say yes to A and yes to B and yes to C, and they are all dependent upon each other, and then we say, now how about D, and you him and haw, to us, that's either dishonest or I just don't even know.
Or maybe I don't think D is dependent on the others, or maybe I don't agree that D follows from the others.
And that would be a logical fallacy on your part, because each of the other three have been leading to the next one, so that the last one is absolutely logically dependent upon the previous ones.
Well, I don't think it's a fallacy, because at each step in your reasoning, you might have a step which you think, or one person thinks, should lead from step 3 to step 4 is logical, and another person might disagree and say, actually, step 4 does not lead to step 5. It could be step X, 5A, let's say, or something, right? A different one. So I don't think it's a logical fallacy at all. You just might disagree at the reasoning from one step to another.
Anyway, check that playlist out and see
Will
if
do.
anything interests you.
Will do. But I had a question, actually. Do you think that the atmosphere or the air around us makes things look more blurry, causes objects to become blurry?
Yeah, absolutely it does, because the atmosphere isn't clear, perfectly clear like glass. It's opaque, right? So
That's not.
it's not. You
Sorry,
can't
go on.
see through it. What is it? Translucent? Is that the right word? You can't see through it clearly, right? You can kind of see through it. So he was right earlier when he said the lower you get, if the atmosphere is more dense, you'd be able to see through it even more less, and you disagreed and you said no.
Yep.
Right, but actually that's true, right? Because it would be crystal clear if you're really high and there's less particles to look through, right?
Okay, so that now makes more sense why I disagree, because I disagree that the atmosphere makes things look blurry. It doesn't. It's completely transparent.
You're a crazy person.
It's clearer.
You ever heard of
It's
fog?
clearer than glass.
You're a crazy person. You ever heard of fog?
Well, it's a difference of opinion. How does that make me a crazy person?
No. You're a crazy person. Have you ever heard of fog?
Fog, yes. Not
okay.
But I'm talking about air. What about fog?
Is fog a solid?
No, it's a gas.
Okay, just checking.
Okay, so is smoke. So is a whole load of different gases. There's colored gases. Pink gas that you won't be able to see through. That doesn't change the fact that the atmosphere or the air around us is colorless and it's completely transparent.
Even the dirt in the air, it's transparent too.
Dirt in the air? What dirt in the air are you talking about?
You ever heard of wind?
You're talking. Sorry?
Wind stirs up the dirt and brings it into the air?
Yeah, so if you have like a...
It's clear too?
Obviously not, because that's not the air I'm talking about. Well, so in a sandstorm, yes, particles of sand obscure your vision, right? That's in the air. But just because something else obscures your vision doesn't mean the clear atmosphere makes it blurry. Those are not the same.
Holy shit, I was stuck on mute. So when I look like 3 miles away at the trees, and that's about the limit where I live, the trees don't look the same as they look up close, right? They're actually a little bit lighter green as opposed to the trees that are right next to me. They're very dark, right? Darker green.
Okay.
And I've always wondered why that is, right? Why is that? Why do the trees 3 miles away look like almost like a kiwi green rather than a dark green, right? Like an big oak tree, right?
I
never could figure that out. And then eventually I started to realize that the light is causing the image to stretch out a little bit. the way that it interacts with the atmosphere. So there's refraction, right? You guys call it refraction. There's turbulence, and there's, the atmosphere isn't crystal clear. Like,
Can I say something before you go on to into the explanation?
You want to interrupt me right now? Go ahead.
If I can, I just wanted to give you something to think about. If you look at the same tree that's close to you in the evening when it's darker, or at night when it's dark, how does it look? How does the color look?
It's dark.
Yeah. So the color looks more pale, right?
Can't believe you interrupted him to do this. Actually.
Actually, can I ask? Did you say? I just want to confirm. Did you say when you're further away, the color looks slightly darker? Is that what you said?
I think he was saying it's paler,
lighter.
It looks
the
more
trees are
lighter.
a lighter green at 3 miles away, from my experience in East Texas. Anyway, so yeah, it's clear that when you look across a great distance of atmosphere, like, it's not like looking at it right in front of your face. So we know that, there's stuff in the atmosphere. It's not just gas, right? There's also particles and things like that. And the more dense things get, the less you can see through it, like water, right? So it may not be more dense, but it may be more distance. The more distance you get, the less you can see through it, right? That's why the weather, they always give you, like, what's it called? You can see 10 miles today. You can see 20 miles today. Right? That's because you can't see forever.
Visibility.
Yeah, visibility. I don't live next to the ocean, so we don't get a lot of that in our weather. Because if they reported on our news, like, you can see 20 miles, like, when have we ever been to see 20 miles? Channel 7. We ain't never seen 20 miles in East Texas. So they don't really report it here.
Okay. So I have to disagree with you. So first of all, you see a slightly different color, paler, you say, for the tree. You'll also notice if there is a bit less light, the color slightly changes. And that's nothing to do with the atmosphere. That's got to do more with how your eye works. At night, you pretty much can't make out colors. It's really hard to make out colors at night in very, very low light conditions. All right. If the only light you had was, the stars, for example, and the moon, you can't see the moon. And that's because that's how your eyes work. When objects are far away, it's sort of similar to that, which is why it might look a little bit discolored to you. But it's not to do with something in the atmosphere. And the second thing you said is that you can't see as well through water. Again, I have to disagree. The only way you wouldn't see through water is if there's particles in there that are blocking your vision, which in most turbulent, dirty waters, yes. But if you go to, I don't know, Egypt, for example, you can see 7 meters down, clear as day, because it's clear waters. Go scuba diving someday. You'll see, but really far through clear waters. It's more dense than air, but it doesn't obstruct your vision in any way.
7 meters
or
might
make
be a
it any more blurry.
So do you still think that you can see perfectly through the atmosphere as if it weren't there? It's that clear?
Yes.
Where do you live,
Atmosphere
bro?
is transparent. UK.
Dude, you live in the UK where it's always raining and shit? And you think you can perfectly see through it?
Not through the rain. I'm talking about atmosphere.
No, not through the
other
rain, but
things that block or fog or something like that.
So clouds, water vapor, right? That's a gas, right?
Yeah.
Can you always see the stars?
No, because clouds sometimes block it.
That's exhibit number 1, exhibit A, and I rest my case. Thanks.
Well, the part you see, hold on a second. The part you see in a cloud, that's actually like minuscule pieces of like dust and ice and liquid water and shit. But you don't see the gas. When you look at a cloud, you can't see the gas.
Yeah, you're right, Jeremy.
And if there's no clouds, you can see the stars perfectly clear.
I know, and they're infinitely far away. We know.
Yeah.
No, they're not infinitely. They're finite.
There is
away.
such a thing as light. Just to pick up on Hank's point, there is such a thing as light attenuation. You guys know what that is, right?
No, tell me what's that? I heard of it. I can't remember. Actually.
The thing that means you can't see forever.
Really?
Yeah, really. You really can't see forever. I know might be a shocker to some of you guys, but
light attenuation.
Now do you believe me when I say he's a troll? Now do you believe me? Really?
Wait. That doesn't sound right, Jeremy. Light attenuation means you can't see forever.
Yeah, but we know this.
Yeah, that's what
we
it
know
means,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, we know this
That
because
doesn't
when
sound
we
right, Jeremy.
yeah, we know this. We know this because when we look at the stars in the sky, right? We see the stars that we normally see, but yet when we take out a telescope, we can actually see more stars than what we normally see. Because the equipment lets us see the light that our eyes don't normally see.
It's only if you use equipment that detects waves of light that are outside of our visible light spectrum. But if you use a telescope to look at something, the reason you see more stars than before is because some of them are so close not so close. Some of them, the light coming from them is so close together that your eye cannot distinguish that it's two beams of light coming from two different sources from two different stars. So they blur into one source of light to you. You see it as one star. You take a magnifying glass or any optical equipment that changes that separates these beams of light so that you look at the image and you can actually see two separate beams of light. That's what's happening. And that's why you're seeing more.
All right. Do we understand that you can't see forever, though? This is just a basic thing.
No, I don't understand that.
So you don't know what the attenuation of light is?
No, I don't.
You should
Sounds
probably
familiar,
check
but I
that
can't
because that's going to
remember
ruin your whole idea that you can see forever.
Okay. Can you explain it?
Yeah, you don't have eagle eyes.
Light
You don't have
interacts.
owl eyes. You can't see forever. You have limitations.
Can eagles see forever?
It doesn't matter.
You also,
Hold on, it wouldn't
did you
matter
know
how
your
good
brain
your
has
eyes.
limitations too? And also your physical body? Did you know that you're not Superman? You can't see through things? Did you not know that?
This light.
Go on, Jeremy.
Light. My
Breaking
AirPods
up.
fucking up.
Yeah.
I know.
Get in contact with North Korea, Jeremy. Oh.
Listen, this shit comes straight from Thailand. Better know. All right, listen. The light attenuation. Go ahead, Bansa.
No, my bad, man. You're cutting out a bit. I thought you were dropping off.
Am I good?
Yeah, go. Go while you're good.
Okay, the light attenuation, right? It'll hit particles, dust, pollen, whatever's in the air, and then it bounces off in different directions. Which over distance, you're never going to be able to see forever.
Unless there's nothing in the way.
Sure, but we live on Earth, right? And there's stuff in the way.
Not always.
There's always.
You look straight up at a star.
Are you in a clean room where they make microchips?
No.
Then it's gonna, no matter where you are, it's gonna light attenuation thing.
Not enough to make things invisible.
It's going to make it enough to where you can't see forever.
Yeah. No, it won't. You will be able to see if you're right. We live on Earth, you're saying, right? If you look straight up, you've got how many miles? 10 miles, 20 miles of atmosphere before there's pretty much nothing there, right?
Sorry,
that,
what was that first part? Hold on.
So if you look straight up, yeah?
Mad gas, dust, all kinds of stuff in your way.
Right.
Yep.
So there's about 20 miles of that, whatever you see. Let's say there's no clouds in the way. 20 miles of atmosphere with things so small they're invisible, whatever particles you wanna invoke, and then past that there's pretty much nothing until the next star that you're looking at. So you see
20 miles.
all the way that.
20 miles, and then it's all empty.
Well, roughly.
So not empty. There's stuff there.
Well, almost empty. There's so little of it that there's not enough to cause any or cause significant distortion of light, or what did you call it? Light attenuation.
That's a whole nother claim. The point is, we know light attenuation happens, and we know that see forever because of that. That's not even a question.
You can, man.
You can't see forever because when the light hits molecules and dust, all kinds of stuff.
What if there are no molecules in the way? That's my point.
It's logically flawed.
You live where there's no molecules in the way. Where do you think you live?
By the way, it's not molecules in the way, it's dust particles, you were saying. You're talking about dust particles.
Can I have another crack here?
Oh.
So when you said it goes up from the ground level and goes up into the sky where it's almost nothing, right? So that's why
actually,
you're saying...
I just realized I'm really sorry, but I do need to go. I completely forgot I needed to do something.
Yeah, see you later,
no,
buddy.
I'm serious. I'll come back later.
Yeah, see you later.
Tomorrow.
Bye. Just it's okay. Bye. So what he was describing there was a density layer, which would be more dense at the ground level than up in the sky, which was my point, which he disagreed with earlier. You would be able to see more distance in the sky than you would lower to the ground because of that density layer of dust particles and whatever the hell else they say is in the atmosphere. So he double speaks, he trolls, he acts stupid, he acts smart, he tries to control the room. Go ahead, Jeremy. Like, you think Jeremy needs your permission to go ahead, dude, if you're still listening? I mean, come on, man. Come on.
The thing is, this light attenuation thing, it's a real thing. Gas molecule, this is from Flexbook, ck12.org. Overall, when light hits the gas molecules in the atmosphere, it scatters. Light attenuation is the scattering of the light. It makes it so you can't see forever. You cannot see forever. This is a fact.
I'm going to take the win on this one. I'm taking the win on this one. Now, it's not a huge win because of my opponent, obviously, but I am taking the win on this one.
Ouch. That's a below the belt kind of
no,
that one.
That's actually just, he deserved that with all that bullshit he gave us. Trolling.
It's so logically flawed to say that you can see forever.
No, but being able to see a star that's a couple of thousand light years away is pretty far.
Or a couple thousand miles away. I mean, either one.
Show me a boat 100 light years away. Can I see a boat 100 light years away?
I mean, dude, I wouldn't put.
I never said you could see a boat. I never said you could see a boat that far away.
Oh, we can see 100 light years away or 1,000 light years away. I think you said 1,000, not 100.
No, I didn't say 1,000 light years away.
Light years. Okay, light years. Okay, 1 light year, 1 billion light years. We can see light years. Okay, then show me an olive tree a light year away. Where can I see an olive tree a light year away?
I never said you could see an olive tree light years away.
You said we could see a light years away. I want to see an olive tree a light year away.
I said we can see stars that are light years away, right?
So we can only see light.
Hold on. Don't be deceitful, because I never said that we could see the planets or anything else that circulate these stars, right? I said we could see the stars that are light years away.
So we can see a light source, right? But we can't actually see the torch itself, but we'll see the light.
Well, have you, when you go outside and look up at the sun, do you actually see the sun, or do you see the light coming from it?
So don't you think
The light.
The light.
The light.
So,
100%
Right.
the light.
Unless you actually have something that will filter out the sun's light, you have never actually seen actual sun, have you?
I'm seeing the sunlight 100%.
Right? So what's the difference between seeing the light from our star from the light from the other stars?
I'm seeing light.
Right.
But I'm not seeing anything.
Right. So what's your point?
Damn, man.
I think it was
Sorry.
pretty clear. I think it was pretty
Yeah. This is a simulation. It's gotta be. Yeah, we're innocent. I'm 100. If he's honestly saying at that time in this, that period in time, right now, reality, that he didn't understand your point, then this is a simulation. He's being programmed to argue against, and say certain things, and I am too. 100% simulation.
So what is it? Is it the distance you have a problem with? Is it the fact that we see the light? Is that what you have a problem with?
You want us to continue talking to you when you can't understand a simple point? That's the struggle, right? That's what I don't understand.
I'm not talking to you. No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Because whenever you get in a conversation, it just turns into a fucking shit show.
Really?
Well,
really?
In fairness, you came in all hot, but anyway.
How was it me that came in hot? He was the one that started it, right? He asked me a question, I answered it 3 times, and then he starts claiming that I didn't answer it. Then he asked me 2 more questions, and then says, "Oh, I'm fucking done with this guy." How was that a conversation? No, he led me down the path to answer questions that he wanted answers to, and then
shout every time you talk?
tried to fucking run away like a little chicken shit prick.
Do you hear me shouting?
More names. How about that? Boy, that is.
Relax, everyone relax.
It's like the 5th time, Jeremy. I mean, come on, man. Do we really need it?
Listen, I'm a big fan. I've been listening to Highlander for years.
Yeah. What does that mean? We're trying to create a place here that no name calling. Let me remind everyone.
No name calling, no yelling. Come on, guys. Let's roll.
The funny thing is, see, after he did it to me, he did it to someone else, and none of you guys even pulled a tear up on it.
Highlander, how many times do you have to be asked, right, politely, mind you, just to calm down? Talk normally.
I know this gets heated and shit. Let's just.
We were having when it wasn't Rakia that was in the conversation. It was actually a nice, good conversation, and we were getting somewhere. Okay, we might not agree on things, but it was a good conversation. Yeah. Then I go quiet. Then Rakia joins in and starts asking this other guy a question. And then next thing you know, because the guy's answered Rakia's questions, he's like, "Oh, I'm done with this guy." And the guy's like, "Well, can I not even respond?" And he's like, "I'm done with this guy." And
He
it's
had
like,
already responded.
that
He had
is
already
not
responded.
that is not a conversation. Yeah, you don't ask somebody questions, get a response, and then turn around and say, "Conversation over. I'm done. I've won. See you later. Bye." Yeah, do you know how fucking
I
childish that is?
I
That's the
didn't
way.
leave. I just said,
That is the way you act.
yeah, that's the way I
There's
handled
no
that situation.
conversation when you're involved.
Damn, dude.
Yeah? There's
Really?
no
This is right.
conversation. Because there is no back and forth. When you're involved, all it is people answering your questions, and then when you're happy with that answers, you go, "I'm done with this guy."
It's fine. We know. We heard. You don't like Rakia.
I
Don't
was
engage with
done
him if
with
you
the
don't want.
conversation. I was done with the conversation. He could have spoke about whatever he wanted to after that. I had proven my point. He had answered all my questions. I was done with the conversation with him. If he wanted to have another conversation with me, I'm fine with that. I'm still here. I haven't left or run or claimed victory. Well, absolutely, I did claim. I'm gonna claim victory on that one. But I was joking. Y'all all know I was joking. Like, oh, I got the victory on this one. Like, yeah. And who's causing the disruption again? Yeah. All right. Thanks.
I mean,
And I'm done with that guy.
in this arena for years, right?
No,
And I've
hold on.
spoken to many flat earthers, including Nathan Oakley and QE, and you're way more dishonest and worse than they are. And
Another
for
name call.
years, I couldn't imagine anybody worse than QE, but
All
you
right.
are.
Okay.
Another
We heard
name
your
call and
feelings on
insinuation,
Rakia.
do us a favour,
defamation of
Hold
Highlander?
character.
on. Hold
Can
on
you
a
back
second,
away from your
Rakia.
mic?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Down.
Yes.
Everyone calm down. Okay. We heard your feelings on Rakia. That's fine. If you don't want to engage with him, whatever. Let's just move on. Can we move on?
I think we can. Let me ask Highlander a question, if I may. Highlander, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we have a candle, right? We have a
Is it in the
candle.
wind? Is it in the wind?
No wind. There's
Come
no
on, that
wind.
was a joke. That was a joke. Come on, that was funny.
I know. I caught it. Nice one. So we have a candle. We're on a field. We got a good long distance, 10 miles away. We have a candle. It's pitch dark. We light the candle and we start moving away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be a point where we won't see that light anymore?
Yeah.
You agree to that, right?
Yeah. But at night, we can see it a lot further than what we do during the day.
Obviously, of course. But
yeah, I mean, that's one of the things they teach you in the army. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. But they also teach you in the army that there's a point where you will no longer see that light, correct?
Yeah,
why?
that's
We
correct.
can see forever. No, we can see forever. Why? Why wouldn't we see the candle?
Yeah, but well, hold on. That's where I'm going at, Jeremy. So you agree with this, Highlander, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now that's logical. That makes sense, right? We can see the physics behind it. We can see the light attenuation. We understand all that. But your model claims that this fact is not true, because when we look at what you call a star, that light travels forever. You see the problem here, Highlander?
Don't think they say the light travels forever.
That's what they say, bro. That's what
I'm not.
exactly what they
I
say
know
in your model.
I know it shifts in bandwidth as it travels, but
do you see
stops a photon?
I'm not 100% sure whether light travels forever.
It is in your model.
See forever.
Of
You guys were
course,
saying we could see-
logically, you can't think of something traveling. I can't, anyways. But your model predicts that, bro.
Yeah, the inverse square law says
And
that
5
it
minutes
travels
ago.
forever, but not at the same intensity. Sorry, go ahead.
5 minutes ago, you guys were saying we could see forever. Now you're saying we can't see this candle forever. Right. It's photons
No,
traveling.
I never said we could see forever. That wasn't my claim.
Oh, all right.
It wasn't your claim, but your model.
That's not something that I have ever said.
Yeah, because you're a logical person, but your model, Highlander, that's what it claims, bro. You have to understand what we're fighting against here. It's not you, it's your model.
I mean, who was it that said a second ago about it traveling forever, but it just changes in what? In density? Or intensity?
Intensity, yeah. It changed the inverse square
Yeah.
law, yeah. That's reality. But in your model, that light travels for billions and billions of light years, bro. That's impossible in reality. That cannot happen in reality.
But if that's what the inverse square law says it does, then surely is that
the
not
inverse
what?
square law says the opposite. It says that light gets weaker and weaker as you go away from the object that is transmitting this light.
Yeah, but does it say that the light disappears completely?
Well, you just said it with me. That's why I did the candle thing with you, bro. You don't need anybody to tell you anything. You can use your own logic, your own brain. We both agreed that a light, once you travel away from it, eventually you will not see it.
Yeah, but I thought, sorry, right. I thought when we were talking about the inverse square law versus the light, I thought we were talking about the light coming from the stars. Yeah?
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. If the light from the candle, think of it logically, Highlander. If the light from the candle will extinguish eventually, doesn't it stand to reason that the same thing would happen with the light from the so-called sun, star, whatever? Doesn't that, like, ring logic to you?
I mean,
or do you think there's a special circumstance up there that stuff behaves differently than here?
When we move further away from the candle, yeah, we know that we're looking through the Earth's atmosphere, and there's things in the atmosphere that will eventually block out that light. Plus, the light source that we're looking at is a very small light source. Yeah, it's not as powerful and as intense as the light coming from a star. Plus, the light coming from a star is moving through the vacuum of space.
That's a whole nother argument.
That's like how do you say it? That's like wishful. That's like you're assuming this would happen.
It's wishful
You're
thinking.
assuming a vacuum. You're assuming that it will behave differently. These are all assumptions. But we know how light behaves, right? We see it with our own eyes. And we know, you've never seen a light that you can see forever as you go back. No matter how powerful that light is, it will have a limit. You can have the most powerful star, sun, but if you think of it logically, nothing can travel forever. I mean, if you believe that, then I think you're gone, Highlander. Like, like most people that believe these fantasies.
I mean, I've never said that we can see forever, right? And I know that the human body and the human eyes have limitations.
So why is it that you think that you can see a light 1 billion, 2 billion miles away? Where we established in a field with a candle, you can just see it like, I don't even know if a mile you can see it. Probably not.
1.6.
It's 1.6? Thank you.
1.6 with a human eye and 10 miles away with 7 binoculars.
There you go, Highlander. 1.6, bro. I mean, it's logical. We're not blowing smoke up your butt here, you know? We're giving you physics and logic, bro. And what you guys give us is vacuums and fantasies.
Yeah, but what if that light was 10,000 times as big?
It would still have an extinguishing point.
Okay,
Travis.
what if it was 100,000 times as big?
Then you'd have to go back 100,000 times more.
Yeah, but my point, Highlander, do you see what I'm doing right now? That's what your model does. Your model just, I'm just going to say it this way. It just makes bullshit up, right? We know what we can show with the inverse square law here on the Earth.
Yeah,
There's
but
a
the thing is,
limitation. There's a limitation. There is a limitation. Light does not travel forever.
well, how far does the light travel then?
I don't know. That's not my field of research. I'm just telling
we
you that
know, Travis. We
hold on.
know candlelight. Hold on,
Okay,
Travis.
that's hold on, Essie.
We know
That's fine.
candlelight travels 1.6 miles.
Okay, yeah,
Islander?
right. Okay, that's fine. That's what I was going to say. I was going to give you just an example. I don't know how far, but I know that it doesn't. I can tell you that as I move away from the campfire so no one else will see me take a piss, that fire's light doesn't reach me.
Oh, wait, what? If you can see the fire, the light reaches you.
No, don't listen, man. I'm saying I'm moving away so other people can't see me. I move out of the light so they can't see me anymore. All I'm saying is we know that light on Earth, we know that it diminishes and extinguishes.
Yeah, but you just said you've moved out of the light. That that doesn't mean the light has stopped traveling.
Right. If you can see the light, it reaches you. I don't know what you're talking about.
How many miles did you walk to go take a piss?
Right. Like I think you're saying the local illumination doesn't let the people near the campfire see you, but that's not the light not reaching you. That's just you not reflecting enough light for them to see you. You can see the light perfectly fine.
Yeah, well, but the point
Listen,
is,
okay,
you can
go
move
ahead,
far
Rob.
enough away from the campfire where you can't see it, right, smart guy?
And like we say, I mean, like when I was in the army, right? We were out in the forest and we seen this campfire, and we seen several people sat round it, and my troop sergeant says to us, "How far away do you think they are?" Yeah, and we were all like, "Oh, maybe 600-700 yards, 800 yards." That was approximately, the guess that everybody was saying. Yeah, because it actually did look pretty close. And my troop sergeant said, actually, they're 2.5 miles away.
Was this before you got on the metric system? When did you guys get on the metric system over there?
And you can see a candle at over a mile. So the light reaches you from a candle a mile away. Campfire is bigger, so the angular size of it will be bigger. It's probably brighter, so you're going to actually see that for several miles.
Yeah, of course.
right.
Why can't you see the Why
the
can't
light
you see the
reaching you?
candle for 2 miles?
So is the light
Right.
reaching you or not reaching you?
Yeah, it's
The
reaching
light-
you. Awesome. Why
the
can't
light's
you see a
reaching you,
candle at 2
right?
miles?
But the people at the campfire,
Highlander, when did you guys switch to the metric system over there?
The 60s.
Why can't you see the candle?
When were you in the fucking army or the military where you were using yards and miles?
Why can't you see the candle at 6 miles?
2
Or whatever
miles.
the number was you said?
Yeah, if you have line of sight to a candle, you can
Okay,
see
hold
it
on.
1 mile.
I'm still talking. That wasn't the question. I'm saying that was a question of that's what you're saying. So the reason you can't see it is because there's a limited number of photons, and when only one photon's in your eye every 10 minutes, you're not going to see it.
Is that light
Does that limit
attenuation?
work on stars too, Moyak? How far do you think you can see a star?
Oh my god!
What?
Well, you
Is that a
answered
question?
it. You answered it, and then you carried on.
Well, that's because
If I interrupted, I apologize, but you're very low, bro.
He's making a very important distinction, which is that if you can't see a candle with a naked eye,
It seems like
you
you're
can-
making it, not him.
you can increase your aperture size by way of getting a lens or something with a larger angular resolution than your eye, like say a telescope, and you can see the candle from.
Which also has a limit. So
No
how
joy.
far could you see one with a telescope? I mean, you can't get over on this. You can try, but you're going to sound dumb doing it.
Yeah, there's no way around it.
Many miles.
The point is that when you increase
many miles,
you increase the amount of light that you can take in, and you can resolve things that your naked eye couldn't.
Yeah. Let's get to the bottom of this. Are you saying there's no limit of how far you can see a star? Yes or no?
No, there's no limit.
There's no. There you go, guys. They're in fucking La La Land. They're in La La Land.
How long it takes for the light to travel?
It's the exact same. It's the exact same principle as you can look out into a patch of sky and see nothing but maybe a star or two. But if you point the James Webb Telescope at it, you could see galaxies because you're taking so much more light with a huge telescope array than you are with your naked eye.
That is not the question. We're saying with that telescope, you think that you can see forever. That is the point, bro.
Okay, no, practically, forever. You can see in all practicality forever. If it's big enough and bright enough and it's had enough time to get to you, that light will get to you.
Yeah, because you think light travels forever, right?
You may need a lens.
Wow.
Come
on. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this
So
is
they're
sheer
just no
fantasy,
fucking
people.
control
You heard it.
You fucking morons are just gonna
There
talk
you
over
go.
Stop
that
it,
was
Moyle.
easy.
Seriously.
Light does travel
What?
forever.
I was talking.
There it
Two
is.
people interrupted me. What
Yeah,
they do?
let's stop with the
You chastise
interruptions.
them.
Yo,
Yeah, Moyak, you're low,
let's
bro.
stop
You're
with
not
the interruptions
understanding.
and let people finish their whole sentence. Hello. Let's stop with the interruptions and let people finish their whole sentences, guys.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
Jeremy,
if that
Moyak
doesn't
is very
happen,
low. We can't hear when he's stopping, and it's
no.
like
But even when
hard.
I hear him, if that happens, like if we do interrupt, does it still give him the right to say that? I don't think so.
I don't think you guys have established.
There's no name whatsoever. Very frustrating.
You guys haven't established a reason why you don't think you can see as far as we can see. The only thing you say is eventually we can't see things with our naked eye. And we could say, well, you could increase your optics and you could increase your aperture size and you could take in more light and you could see the things you couldn't see before.
Yeah,
we
heard that.
I think the dust particles in the atmosphere collect over distance and stop you from seeing forever. That would be just like a wall. It puts up a wall.
Easily refuted by just looking through a telescope. The dust particles don't stop the telescope. Why would they
That
stop
has
your
a
eye?
limit too, buddy.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop a telescope. So if dust particles stop your eye and it doesn't stop a telescope, then it doesn't make sense.
So you're saying with a telescope I can see something over a flat plane that's 10,000 miles away?
Right.
I'm saying you can point a telescope at the moon and you could see in greater detail the moon.
I think a better way to explain it is, like we said earlier, right, that we can't see the candlelight once we get past 1.3 miles, right? But yet we can see it, say, 5-10 miles with a pair of binoculars. But then if we have a telescope, we can be 25 miles away and see that candlelight. Yeah? But
how about if you move it 1,000 miles away?
To see that candlelight, hold on, to see that candlelight at 25 miles away, that means that light is still traveling that distance. Yeah?
Yes,
but yet,
we're not disputing that. We're disputing the billions of miles of distance. We're disputing the fact that you think that light travels forever. This is what we're disputing.
But you haven't given any reason why you think it doesn't do that.
I have given you a reason why. The inverse square law, number one. Number two, we did a mind experiment with Highlander with a candle, and we showed you that light has a limited travel. I mean, why can't you see that?
What's the distance that magically stops?
Every instance that you say light has a limited distance, we say, well, you can just increase your optic lens and you can see it. So it doesn't.
Okay.
You haven't proven anything.
I can counter that. I told you, even with the aid of a telescope, there is still a limit. You think with a telescope, you'll see that candle? How far?
Well, what makes you think you can't? Because
don't tell me what makes me think. I'm asking you a question. You think with a telescope that you can see that candle in let's say 1,000 miles. Let's say we light a candle on a mountain and we hold on, let me finish, and we travel 1,000 miles away. Are you saying with your telescope you can see that candle at 1,000 miles away, sir?
Yes, here's your problem. Every instance where you increase your distance, we can increase our aperture size. And you can show that if you increase your aperture size, you take in more light and you can see things that are further away.
I don't think there's any way.
This stands to reason that you could mathematically calculate using the inverse square law for light how much an aperture size you would need to see light at X amount of distance. This is just math. You're just saying, oh, but there's a distance where it becomes improbable or unlikely. It's like, no, it's a function of math. You increase your aperture
a
size.
function of math. You
That
think,
tells you the problem
think
with math.
seeing is a function of
It's
math.
not a problem
Really?
with math because it works.
My God, these guys are more gone than I thought, man. He thinks he can see a candle at 1,000 miles away.
Tell you what,
Yeah,
I tell you what, get someone standing on the solar panels of the ISS with a candle and let me be able to see it. Bet you won't be able to see
Now
it.
we're talking. Now we're talking.
Yeah, we're only talking what,
Way to
450
go, Bandy.
miles. Right?
No.
250 miles.
Yeah, show me a candle on the solar panels of the ISS.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We can
Bull.
see the ISS. The ISS is just reflected light. We can see that at 1,500 miles, roughly.
I'm not asking for reflected light. I'm asking for a candle.
It should be more visible. A candle should be more visible than reflected light.
Light. Why do you care whether it's a candle or reflected sunlight? It's just light.
Now start double talking.
You are saying that depending on the optics, I can see a candle infinitely. Well, show me that. Demonstrate that. Put a candle on the solar panels of the ISS and show me. Let's see it.
You should be able to see a strobe light from Earth.
Yeah.
You should be able to see a strobe light from Earth from the ISS.
Why don't you ask a question that is doable? No one's going to put a fucking
a strobe light. Strobe light on the Earth.
A light with the equal intensity of a candle. How's that? Will that make you happy, sir?
Listen, no one's putting a candle on the ISS solar panels because that's just
put one on the Earth.
Did you hear what I just said? In the window, get a light, make it the same intensity of a candle, 1 candle power. Do you understand this simple thing I told you?
Yes, I understand the simple thing you're saying. You're saying you want to see a low intensity object at a faraway distance.
Exactly like you said, a candle 1,000 miles away. Well, we just made it 250 miles away. So you should be easily able to show that, correct?
Yeah, you need a very large telescope. Yeah, a very large.
I knew it.
Okay,
I knew it.
You can't demonstrate it. All you got is words to say it so, but you can't demonstrate.
Well, obviously, yes. We're just speaking words on Discord. I mean, that's stupid to say, but we can see the ISS. It is the distance we know it is away, and we can see light reflected off of it. So you saying you can't see a candlelight up there is silly because we can see.
Can you see?
No.
Can you see reflected light further or direct light further?
There's no difference.
No difference. Wow. Woo-wee.
Yeah. Well, if you say wowee, but you base that off of what? What are you saying wow based off of? What evidence do you have that you can?
That you can see stars billions of light years away, but can't see a reflection off of another planet billions of light years away?
If we can see the planet, we can see its reflected light. Planets don't emit their own light.
The problem is that it's right next to a star, which is really bright, and you can't, you cannot resolve it.
You can. Well, there's some cool technology where it blocks out the star's light, and you can see the orbiting planet.
That's an assumption, bro. Stars twinkle. Get fucked.
Stars twinkle because they pass through the atmosphere. That's non sequitur.
So are you saying all the heavenly bodies always glow at the same all the time?
No, I'm saying stars twinkle because they are pinpoint light sources. Planets, for example, don't twinkle, or scientifically they don't
pinpoint light sources.
They don't scintillate because they're not pinpoint light sources. They are reflected bodies.
You know, it's a mathematical thing that doesn't really exist in reality. A point.
There's zero math.
Concept, right?
Just the difference between pinpoint light sources and reflected bodies.
No. You do understand that a star is not a pinpoint light source. That's a concept.
It is a pinpoint light source.
Okay, so show me a point. Hold on, guys. We have a disagreement here. Show me a point. Can you hand me a point?
Good point.
Can you point out a point?
Yeah, a star.
Wrong.
No, that's not a point. That's a star.
It is a pinpoint light source. You can argue the definition all you want.
Moving on.
But we don't know like that's not my problem. If you want a non-pinpoint light source star, it's the sun.
Wait a minute. Now it's all relative, right? Now you're saying that the stars in the distance are pinpoint light sources, but the star, up there in the sky, the big one, that's not a pinpoint light source, but the other ones are, but they're all exactly the same. That's a violation of law of non-contradiction, bro.
Actually, I think that a pinpoint light source is actually is system dependent. It really depends on the optics that you're looking at.
It depends on the math that you're doing because it's a mathematical concept.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's really just a function of distance. It's really just a function of distance.
So is our star?
When I was so rudely interrupted, that
the majority of stars are pinpoint light sources because they are that far away.
What I was going to say when I was so rudely interrupted again was that if you have enough resolution, you can start.
Come on, let him finish.
Fuck you guys.
Go ahead, Mayak. I was clearing the room for you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. He's had a hissy fit.
Just in case he leaves. See you later.
I win! Did he leave?
No.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Come on, guys. Seriously, guys. We want people in here to talk to, right?
Yeah, but in all seriousness,
not these ones. No,
that
kind. No,
in all
Jeremy, they don't want
they
people
were
in here.
over talking a lot
They want-
too, and it's just
They
part
just
of it.
want people to laugh at and mock, so that they can go
let's
back
not
to
scare
telling
them
how
off.
their lives.
Oh,
They
yay,
do not
Kool-Aid's
want
here.
actual
What's going on, Kool-Aid? How you doing, my
His
friend?
talent to prove my point.
Come on.
Let's not
Yeah,
scare
I
these guys
apologize.
off.
What's wrong with
I apologize.
You're incorrect, Jeremy. Wait, you're wrong.
Incorrect and wrong mean, all right.
Yeah, I mean, we talk over each other sometimes. Some people are more sensitive to it. Me, like, if you talk over me, I just figured you guys don't want to hear what the fuck I have to say, so I just be quiet for a little while.
Absolutely correct. See, I'm talking over you, so no. Yeah, you're right.
I told you, Moyak, you're very low. You didn't listen, did you?
Are you talking about his IQ or just his volume?
That's debatable, Grim.
Well, he's deafened, so he didn't hear what you said.
How's my volume this morning? Should I increase the... Let's see, is this better? Much better?
Chris, I feel like I'm watching King of the Hill.
You are.
You're good. Let's go back to baseless assumptions about what stars are and planets and whatnot.
I'll take baseless.
That's interesting.
For 200.
So they say that we can detect planets because the stars get dimmer periodically. So what if we're detecting like the star like evolving or running out of fuel, or what could it be? Like a number of different things. Maybe some dark matter passed in front of it.
So is the twinkle of a star, Larry, a planet passing in front of it, is it? Is that the twinkle?
No, it's our atmosphere. You know the planets.
It's our atmosphere. It's
The
turbulent.
guy told us our planets don't twinkle. That's not right. They twinkle also because the atmosphere is twinkling them. They're not.
Planets don't twinkle. You're
Yeah,
wrong.
planets do not twinkle because they're a larger angular size.
Exactly.
Planets twinkle, dude, in the
No,
atmosphere.
they do not.
It's
They
the
do not.
atmosphere rippling that twinkles them.
No, their angular size is large enough that they're not subject to the same twinkling that stars are.
Stars are considered a pinpoint light source from observers on Earth. So that one ray, that one photon, that ray of photon, the angle of photons that we see from the star as it passes through the atmosphere twinkles because the light bends it. When you have a larger angular size like that of a planet, the twinkle effect that you see, it's called scintillation. It doesn't happen because you're seeing a lot more of it.
Tell us more
the
about
moon
these
doesn't
photons.
twinkle, for example.
Can you tell me what the last number is? Anybody, please? And it ties into this, I promise you.
The last number?
Yep.
Infinity.
of
the last number. What is
Dude,
the
it
last?
has to
What
be
is
a
the
9.
biggest number?
Whatever it is, it has to be a 9. Is the last number. It has to be. If you have an 8, I can always come with a 9.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking this stupid question is because think of it now with light. You're saying that light does the same thing. It travels to infinity.
Okay, so again,
No, it doesn't.
planets do twinkle depending on where they are on the in the atmosphere. If they're closer to the horizon, they absolutely do twinkle. I've seen this myself, and I'm reading it from earthsky.org and techscience.com. The first two links actually about planets twinkle.
Those are
planets do twinkle. And I've seen it
Yeah, but
myself.
why?
That's what I'm saying. I
Why
was like,
do
oh,
they
look,
twinkle,
there's
though?
Jupiter
That's
twinkling on the
clickbait,
horizon.
Grim.
What?
Those are clickbait articles. All this science shit, that's all clickbait.
No, it's the atmosphere, guys. The atmos. When you
That's what
look
we're
through
talking
even
about.
the moon, you'll see waves and shit. It's the atmos.
The atmosphere.
What's the
That's what
big
I'm
deal?
saying. Dudes acting like they don't, and they absolutely do. And it says on every single absolute source that they do, just not as much as stars and not so much at zenith, directly above your head and shit, but closer towards the horizon where there's more gases in the atmosphere to reflect the light. Then absolutely the refraction causes the twinkling effect, even on the planets. Thank you for playing.
When you look at it, whatever those lights are in the sky, what you see them as twinkling, quote unquote, it's due to our atmos. That's what
Yeah.
they say.
That's what he
Let's
said.
be clear about that. It's
That's
not
what he
anything
said.
to do with the star itself. We
Definitely.
agree on this, right?
Like
there's
both
a
the
mixture.
stars and the planets twinkle because of all the satellites, the 10,000 satellites that are floating in the atmosphere, and all the helium balloons. Also, both of those make it twinkle. Okay.
Can I ask a question? See, when I look at the stars, right? Like when I was looking at some of them last night when I was at work, most of them flicker between three colors: white, blue, and red. Can anybody explain to me why they do that?
We got a lot of questions about what we see in the sky, bud.
Those are also gases in our atmosphere that do that. Believe it or not.
They go green as well.
Yeah, green, blue, red.
So
I have
this
a
is part
picture
of
of
the
quote unquote
the
Mars.
noble gases, right? When they get excited,
Oxygen.
they turn into plasma and start glowing.
Is it because of the light? When the light hits the atmosphere, that's what makes them change color like that.
Yeah, and the more of
I
it,
would think so. The turbulence in the atmosphere.
definitely.
Okay.
I said
So-
atmosphere. My bad. Atmos.
Atmos.
Gas doesn't form a sphere. My bad.
The
You guys are weird.
What's wrong? What's wrong with saying the word atmosphere? Because I
It's
mean,
a wrong
like, if
word.
I,
It's a stupid thing to say.
if I
Dewey
hold
says
on,
that gases have no
hold on,
inherent shape.
hold on a second.
Hold on, guys. One at a time.
If I tell you I walked into the canteen at work last night, right, and the atmosphere in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife,
That's metaphorical.
does that actually mean that the air in the staff canteen was a spherical shape and it was really thick? No.
No, but it's the meaning behind the word. When you say atmosphere, you're reaffirming that the atmos, the gas, forms a sphere.
Because
so
it
I don't
does.
want to reaffirm that.
Well,
but when I say the atmosphere in the room, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that the actual air in the room is sphere shaped, am I?
No, and
It's a
nobody's
metaphor.
stopping you from using that word. It's just I don't want to use that word. Does that bother you somehow?
Well,
no.
You like to not have normal conversations. You like to make up words that fit your definition. We get it.
No, you got triggered by me correcting myself that I think I made a mistake because gas doesn't form a sphere, but somehow that triggered you. That says something about you, not about me.
We're not triggered by it. I'm just pointing out that you're being silly.
Even if you have a dome, right? I mean, it's kind of like half of a atmosphere, a Atmos
The word
hemisphere.
you're looking for is Atmos
Well, I'm just
plane.
saying, it's not really reflecting on the surface of the ground so much. I mean, you do know that the air around you is not flat on the ground, like it bubbles up. So I mean, it doesn't matter. You can call it atmosphere.
You can believe in your religious nonsense, and you could still use words that everyone else understands.
Yeah, that's my saying exactly to you. You can believe in your religious nonsense and let me use my words, if that's okay with you.
I don't know if this helps.
No one else knows what you're talking about.
But the actual original meaning of the word sphere doesn't have anything to do with being a ball, and it actually is just a relation to like the area above, like the cosmos or space or like the area that isn't here on Earth. Pretty sure it doesn't actually have to do with any sort of shape. That's like a you could consider it like
Can you
them
cite a source for that?
and misusing the word, but it doesn't actually refer to a shape.
So you're saying sphere doesn't mean a ball. Can you cite a source for that?
A semisphere.
Yeah, if you look at
use
just
it
etymology
in
online,
context.
here.
Yeah, I don't understand why.
You want me to back up
I
your
don't know
claim?
why the understanding or etymology of a word's origin somehow change its nature in present day. We know what a sphere is present day. It's how we use it present day. How they used it 5,000 years ago.
I'm not saying that people don't misuse it. I'm just saying that just because somebody says atmosphere doesn't mean they have to be like reaffirming the ball. They could just be talking about in the sense some people actually use the word this way anyway, even without the explanation I just gave. They say, oh, well, he runs in those spheres, okay? Or those circles. Sometimes they'll say the word circles, but sometimes they'll say that sphere of that subject, okay? They're not talking about a literal shape, obviously. They're talking about that area or that place or that section.
All right, I looked it up.
Where they
like
where
my
they
sphere
interact.
of influence.
All right,
Yeah,
Latinized
it's just about
spelling
to
of
say
Middle
sphere of
English
influence.
sphere, cosmos, space, conceived as hollow globe, about a world from Anglo-Saxon to Old French, from Latin globe, ball, celestial sphere, Mid-Latin Greek spheria, globe, ball, playing. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking.
Well, I just explained it. I mean, I don't think that the way I explained it was very complicated. If you can't understand it, there's not much else for me to do.
He's
Dude,
saying
I
you
just
can
read
use
it
it
out. It said sphere
colloquially.
like 3
Everyone got
times.
it.
Like,
Larry,
he's
everyone got it.
I'm not saying it never changed. Obviously, it changed. Eventually, it did change. I'm not saying that it didn't. The way
did it
people
change?
use it today is to refer to a shape. I'm saying if somebody's uncomfortable with the word sphere because they think that it's reaffirming a shape, it doesn't have to be, and so they could use the word and feel comfortable using it, not
After hearing
affirming
his
any
argument,
shape
I changed my
whatsoever.
mind.
I mean, it's fine. Whatever. It doesn't matter. If the other guy wants to say Atmos because he gets triggered saying atmosphere, whatever. It's fine. We understand what he's
No,
talking
it's the other way around. I say
Is it,
Atmos, and you got triggered.
Well, I can
That's
say
how it
both.
happened.
Listen, I can say atmosphere, and I know what I'm talking about. You can't say atmosphere because your cognitive dissonance triggers yourself, and you get all you pucker up like somebody just
Oh,
done a.
seriously, Nick. Atmos is a word. Atmos is a word, so get over it.
Yeah,
He could
let's
just
just
say that.
reiterate what just happened. I was in the middle of a sentence and I used Atmos. I even forgot atmosphere. I even forgot what the sentence was. And immediately after I corrected myself, the conversation changed to this. For the past 5 minutes, we're talking about this. You guys got triggered, not us, my friend.
He could just make
Yeah,
the
but
argument
all
that
we're saying,
word because you're brainwashed. He's not able to use the word because he wants to be correct. He could make the exact same argument you just did right back, but in reverse. Neither of them.
but hold on a second. He's not being correct because the word atmosphere does not mean sphere-shaped air, right? It does not mean that.
All right, like he corrected himself because definitionally he thought atmosphere meant something different from Atmos. He's just wrong. I mean, you can paint it up however you want.
No, I'm
He
not
is
wrong. I don't
Seriously,
care
you know
what you
what? Get
say.
back onto a
I don't
topic.
care how
Stop
many
with this
books you read, how many
petty
dictionaries
stuff.
you read. When you
Like,
say atmos and sphere, that means the atmos is in a sphere. I don't care how you say it, how you want
No,
to think
right.
about it. That's what it
Give me,
means.
give,
Atmosphere.
right. Give me evidence that the word atmosphere means sphere-shaped air.
It means that to me. When you say atmosphere,
Hey, look, we
when you
came
say
to what we
tall
were talking
boy,
about to begin with.
that means
You
the
have a
boy is
religion.
tall.
You
When you
understand it
say
holds
short girl,
to it.
that means the girl
Not
is
the same as
short.
everyone else.
Listen to reason.
Yeah, but the thing is, your belief that atmosphere means sphere-shaped air means nothing to the facts. And the
I
fact
don't
is,
care, and I don't care how much it triggers you. I say atmos.
atmosphere does not mean sphere-shaped air.
Yeah.
It does to me. It sounds stupid. It's like saying short, tall man.
It sounds weird.
It's like saying short, tall man. I won't say
is
that.
the
I'll say
claim,
it's
though, by the
either a
globe
short
that
man
our atmosphere
or a
comes to a
tall
sphere
man.
shape.
come on, guys, get back onto a topic.
So where's the guy that was
not.
saying sphere doesn't mean ball?
Yeah,
Where's that guy at? Where's he at?
We've
Montreal, if
learned
you
that.
created a terrarium, an enclosure,
So nobody wants to admit to that?
and you wanted its own humidity levels, and you wanted to make it, habitable for an animal. The terrarium you're creating has its own atmosphere.
So where was the guy who said that a sphere
And
doesn't mean a ball?
it could be square shaped if you have an
It's fine.
enclosure.
Dude, we have nailed down this subject. He has a belief system that the definition of the word isn't the same definition everyone else knows. It's fine. He's allowed to be an idiot.
No, you can. Listen,
What are you talking
moron.
about?
You
Sphere
can call
doesn't
a
mean
cow a
sphere?
chicken, but when you refer to a cow, I'm gonna think of a thing that eats hay and goes moo. Now you can think of a chicken, moron. That's up to you.
Don't,
Yeah,
guys.
that's literally what you're doing.
You see
We're
what
saying
happened?
that the definition of a cow
Hold
is
on,
a cow.
Nidhogg.
And you're like,
Nidhogg, hold on. Nidhogg.
ISS has its own
Hold
atmosphere.
on, guys. Hello. No name calling. You guys know better. Come on, man.
Yeah, I
All
just
right, so
gave
let's
him a
go
bit
with
of
this.
what
So does
he
sphere
stole.
mean
That's
sphere?
the first time I did it.
Because if we can't agree on terms, we can't have this conversation, Jeremy. So I'm going to need all the Globers in the room to tell me right now, does sphere mean ball, like a basketball? Or
Again,
a golf
hold on. Let me answer
Yes
that.
or no?
Hold on, right? It depends on the context in which you're using the word, right? Depends on the
Geometry
meaning of the
class.
word.
How about that? Geometry
Right?
class.
Sphere, yeah.
So, hold on.
Right. Does sphere mean ball?
If I say that thing over there is sphere shaped, then yeah, it's shaped like a ball. Yes, but if
What
I
does
say
Atmo mean?
that he has a sphere of influence, that doesn't actually mean that
Yeah, but that's
there's
not what I'm
any
talking about.
shape involved. Yeah, so it depends on the words that come before and after the word. Depends on which meaning that you're using.
I know. So what does Atmo mean?
No,
I have
Dolby Atmos. That's what it means. It's like a sound system.
I have a deflated basketball. Do I still have a sphere?
Atmo
You guys
is
are ridiculous. Are you guys like doing this on purpose? Or is this like your
Even
natural,
if the basketball was
good stuff?
deflated, it's not a
In
sphere.
English in 2022, you can say atmosphere in context, and everybody will understand you.
Yeah, you think they all
I-
came in here
I
at
don't-
once just for fun, just because, right? Coincidence.
But if you want to say Atmos and just sound special, it's okay.
I say Atmo because the word's Atmo.
All right.
Atmo means vapor. So you're
So what does
talking about
Atmo mean?
the word for vapor. Very cool.
Right. So if I say atmosphere, is that vapor shaped like a sphere?
No, because the word atmosphere has a definition, just like the word atmo has a definition. If you use atmo and it's not interchangeable with atmosphere, then you're talking about two different things, which is why we have the word atmosphere with its specific meaning, so we can all agree that we're talking about the thing that we breathe around the earth.
So if I
Around
say
the earth.
I'm
You heard
breathing
that?
in gas,
Around the earth.
yeah, if I say I'm breathing in gas and I didn't use the word atmospheric, now
according to your logic, what you just said, I'm not talking about the same thing because I use different words. Is that what you just said?
If you say atmo without context, you're talking about the Greek word for vapor. If you say atmos in context with the air that we're breathing, then yes, I can derive that you're talking about the atmosphere.
Okay, so what shape is the atmosphere?
The atmosphere conforms to the shape of the planet.
And you think
And
this
that's
is a wandering star?
That is a sphere.
You think this is a wandering star that you live on?
Atmosphere can be a square shape if you have a square-shaped enclosure, like I said.
Okay, so is this a wandering star? Because you said this is a planet?
Cube.
When's the last time you seen the Earth wandering in the sky?
Huh?
It's almost invented the word plane and then put a T on the end of it, isn't it?
From our perspective, we see the other planets wandering in the sky. So what?
You said other planets. That begs the question: is the Earth in the sky or is it below your feet?
Well, the Earth is in the sky in relation to other observers on other planets, but since we are on the Earth,
What
then
other
no.
observers? Can you point out an observer on another planet?
Again, it's relative. You can evoke the imagery of being on another planet because we can see other planets from our point of view. It's not hard.
So begging the question, circle jerk. So can you tell me when have you seen the dirt in the sky? The planet Earth, the dirt. When have you seen that like up in the sky wandering around?
Argument is a great one to argue etymology and the origins of words. Is that really what you want to do?
No, I just want to be clear. Like, have you seen the Earth wandering in the sky?
How is it not clear? Right now, you're making it unclear what you're referring to. No one here has any issues understanding what the Earth is and what a planet is. But you're here trying to argue semantics about word origin.
Is the Earth a planet?
Yes, the Earth is a planet.
So can you back that up by showing me the Earth wandering in the sky?
Yeah, sure. We have pictures of the Earth from the ISS. We have pictures of Earth moon. You can see it, quote unquote, wandering in the sky based off of that evidence.
I don't know. I mean, I look up and I can see Mercury, Venus.
Pedantic, or would you like to
I
go
can see
further?
Jupiter. Yeah, we can go further because I've seen Mercury, right after the sunset. And I've seen Venus, the morning star, the night star, and I've seen Jupiter all over the place.
Sure.
Right, but I've never seen Earth up there. So can you, from Earth, tell me when you look up and see Earth in the sky?
Well, that's stupid. Why don't you ask the question that is?
You got it, bro.
We don't live on Halo.
Moving on.
Yeah. Yes, I got it. You're dumb. That's a great point.
All you have to say is never, but it's
I
dumb.
don't understand your point of if we are on this planet, how are we going to see the planet wandering in the sky? That's not possible.
Yeah, no, that is the quality of flat Earth argument. That is the quality.
Look, take your confrontation, all right, zip it, all right, enter in an honest conversation, but stop with this rubbish. There's other rooms that facilitate the kind of mood that you're in.
I'm not understanding what his point is.
It's simple, bro. Do you see dirt in the sky? Do you see dirt in the sky that you can walk on?
Is it because he can't see the Earth in the sky, therefore the Earth cannot be a planet the same as Venus and Mars?
Bro, what I'm saying is, do you see dirt in the sky that you can walk on?
Larry, the word planet used to mean wandering star. Now it means something different in the heliocentric model. So when we say Earth is a planet, we're not saying it appears as a wandering star in the sky.
Hey, Matthew, when did they start being allowed to change definitions out of nowhere?
That's how a language works. You use it based on
you can't give me a date as when
consensus.
they started doing that? I got it.
The 1500s.
So when we go from apple to banana, then we're going to change the definition
that
from
would be
apple
ridiculous.
to banana.
You shouldn't change that You can't change that definition. No.
Oh, but we can change other ones. Got it.
Right. Yeah. Scientific definitions change all the time. You got it.
Good for you. You don't sound smart.
You sound condescending, but I am smart.
Oh, very condescending. You deserve it. You're asking for it.
I
You
agree.
believe in the globe.
Definitions change with time.
Why exactly can't language evolve and change and words evolve and change? What was the reasoning behind that not happening?
I'm wondering.
Fundamentals.
I'm wondering what changed. What changed about planets that don't exist in the first place to change the definition?
Our understanding of how they actually work.
Our or your?
Not yours, but the rest of us.
Oh, okay. So am I just behind then?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And I'm the condescending one. Goodness.
You said it.
Brought up bananas.
You can see them in the sky, dude. You just need
That
to
just
tell
means
us.
lights in the sky.
Can you
Doesn't
walk on
mean
it?
spherical planet.
Show me dirt in the sky that I can walk on.
Hang on. Actually, it does mean spherical planet because we can see phases of the interior planets. We know for a fact.
You and me? Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Where can you and I go and see that?
You have a telescope.
No. Fuck a telescope. Can we go to a planet to check out what it is?
Don't need to go to a planet to check out what it is.
Yeah, that's how you find out what something is. You go to it.
Telescope's much cheaper, and we wouldn't have to.
That's how idiots find out how things are, but that's not how.
Okay, I get it. So smart people stand really far away from it and assume what it is just by looking at it.
No, you don't have to assume what it is.
Yeah, you do, because you haven't gone there yet.
Do you have to go into a volcano to figure out what it is?
Do you know how it works, man?
You cannot be an adult in 2022 and say that you can't tell an object is three-dimensional based off of light hitting it.
It looks like it might be three-dimensional to you.
Is
do things always appear
okay, so you've been
exactly
there
as they are?
You don't have to be there to know a thing. That's just
do things always appear?
You really
exactly
do.
as
So
they
listen,
are?
if I tell you that I've eaten an apple and it tastes good, are you just going to take my word for it, or are you going to take a bite?
Okay, you come back to fruit.
Whether or not it's a hologram.
I will bet my bottom dollar you have never seen a banana.
Let's take your definition of knowing things to absurdity. When someone gives you an X-ray and says you have a broken bone, are you going to believe them, or do you need to rip your flesh open to look at it yourself?
So what about cancer? You got a lump. Do you go get a biopsy, or do they just cut off your penis? So if you got a lump on your penis, right, do you just go get it cut off, or do you want a biopsy done first?
Yeah, you can biopsy it. That's fine. You can also X-ray it. And you can see what's inside. You can get an MRI.
And see if it's benign.
You can see what it is. You don't need
to tell what it is by X-raying it.
You don't need to go to a thing to understand what it is. That's just stupid.
Well, I'll go for the biopsy, and you can go for the amputation. Right?
Again, making a red herring, making a straw man about my
it's an
argument,
example.
specifically for a
How
word
did I
on
straw man your argument? That's my argument. I can't straw man your argument by making one of my own.
Object is in the sky.
Hear me. Stop clipping, guys. Let everyone finish their sentences, please, because otherwise it just turns into chaos.
Can I just address the argument real quick, because they're making a really bad argument. They're arguing that somebody's choice to trust someone else is the same as knowing for sure through verification that that thing is true. Those are not the same thing. You can choose to trust the doctor that gives you an X-ray because you've decided that the institutions are good enough, they have stringent enough laws and policies that you choose to trust them that there's something wrong with your rib cage. That's not the same as you verifying that the rib cage is in fact broken. You've chosen to trust somebody, and that's entirely okay for somebody to do if they want to. If somebody doesn't want to do that, that's also 100% okay.
So if you had an X-ray machine in your back garden, and you knew how to use it, and you used it on yourself, then what? Are you trusting somebody else? And on the X-ray, you see a broken bone.
Right. What you're doing is you're trusting that whoever made the X-ray machine made it to do exactly what it's described to do, And so you're trusting that it's going to do that thing. And so when you look at the x-ray, if you see something wrong, then you would trust that it's wrong. Or you could decide that you don't think that the machine is working properly, or you don't think the person who designed it properly. And you could think, I want to get a second opinion and see if it actually is broken.
So let's say you made it yourself. You made it yourself. You're a genius technician. You know how to do all these different things. You made the X-ray machine yourself. You took a picture of your leg and you see a broken bone. Is the bone actually broken? Do you actually know that the bone is broken, or do you need to rip your flesh open to determine that?
No, you don't know that the bone is broken just by using the X-ray machine. You're walking around. You're walking around and you don't feel any pain. Nothing seems to be wrong. Nothing has changed between yesterday and today. And you made this machine and decided to use it and see if it works. And it's showing a broken bone, but you have literally no other evidence that your bone is broken. Obviously,
but what if you do have other evidence?
There.
The thing is, when we just from looking at something, we get it wrong sometimes, right? How many women go in to see what sex their baby is and they get it wrong every year? You know what I mean? You don't always get things right just from looking at them. You get it wrong.
Hold on. Let me give a personal account.
From the start, great.
You cut me off, Rick. So let me give a personal account. So when my son was 2, he had swollen lymph nodes down his neck, right? And I took him to the doctor, and the doctor said he had swollen lymph nodes, right? It was an infection. So she prescribed antibiotics. 2 weeks later, I go back to get a different doctor's opinion, and immediately she says, yeah, pack your bags, you're going to Children's. Your son has leukemia. I went back to that doctor like a few months later, and I said, hey, I got a question for you. Did you see the original blood count from the first visit where the doctor prescribed him antibiotics? She said, yeah. I said, should she have known that he had leukemia? She said, yes. His white blood cell count was off the chart that day. She should have diagnosed him with leukemia, and you should have went to Children's that night. And I asked the main doctor, the guy at the Children's, I said, what if I wouldn't have went and got that second opinion? He said, your son probably would have died. So when you guys talk about, like trust the doctor, a doctor is just a man, right? I don't trust in men.
The point is, when we look at things, we get them wrong sometimes. Like I said, women go in every day to see what sex their baby is, and they get that wrong a lot because I guarantee you, if I cut the woman open, pulled the baby out, I would be able to 100% tell you what sex it is every time because I touched it and I can, you know what I mean? I can now get a better.
There's a difference between verification and pragmatism. You can be pragmatic. You can have the X-ray machine used on you and think it seems to have worked in the past, and they seem to know what they're doing. The institutions seem to be set up to detect these things, and you can choose to trust all of that information and be pragmatic and go ahead and assume that you have a break. But you don't actually know for sure. You haven't verified that you have a break. You've chosen to trust the system. That's all.
Can I ask Jeremy? Jeremy, in your example, if you haven't touched the baby, you just see it from across the room, but you see it clearly. Can you tell whether it's a boy or a girl?
Talking about an ultrasound. Women go
no ultrasound. You just see it. It's already been born. It's laying in its cot, and you can see it from across the room.
It's all bundled up and shit?
No, let's say it's not bundled up, so you can see it's private.
I could.
Yeah, you can tell,
be able
right?
to tell what sex it is, yeah.
Okay. What if you had a screen? What if you had a window in between you, so separating like a see-through window in between you?
Probably still be able to tell. The point is, this doesn't change my point about the ultrasound.
Hold on. My next question then: what if you were looking at it through some camera, a live feed? Let's say.
Depends on how good the pixels are.
With a good resolution camera, so you can see it clearly.
I'd probably
still
be able.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So if we look at a planet through a camera or through a telescope or through something, can we tell properties about it?
Jeremy was incorrect with his answer.
Okay.
Wow. Which one?
The one about the camera. You don't know where that feed is coming from if you're looking at it through a camera. You're assuming that it's coming through the lens. The feed could be coming from anywhere.
Wow.
Assuming that it's it doesn't change my.
Now, hold on. You have to assume that whoever handed you the camera, whoever made the camera, all of these things have to be assumed and trusted that they are working exactly as claimed. And that's a fine thing to do for normal life. Everybody can do that, and that's fine, and it works a lot of the time. But if you're trying to determine absolute truth in reality, and you want to trust that the person who handed you the camera, that it works exactly like it's supposed to or exactly like it's claimed, you're not deciding that you actually want absolute truth in reality. You want to just believe a story you've been told, and that's good enough for you. And again, I'm not saying that's not okay. A lot of people, that's fine enough for them to just trust somebody. But that is what you're doing. You don't know what is actually showing up on that camera screen. You're trusting someone that it's what they told you it would do.
Yeah, and case in point, just real quick, so I just posted something in the live stream real quick. And all the ballers in here own that, right? They all believe the Tesla car in space with the planet, with the Earth going about.
Yes, there's
That's the
strong
credibility that
photographic
you're hoping
evidence
for
that
from your
that happened.
doctors. Okay, so you think that happened. Everybody else?
Yeah, we watched it launch. What of it?
Yeah.
Well, if you watched it launch, then you saw the screen flicker and you saw
Dave,
the
you're
video,
roboting,
right?
mate.
And you spoke to the doctor.
You got a bad connection, Dave.
Dave, you're roboting. That doesn't change my point about ultrasounds. We get it wrong sometimes because we didn't touch it. We just looked at it. Sometimes when you just look at
Well, not because you didn't touch it. Not because you didn't touch
no,
it.
it is
Because
because you
sometimes
didn't touch it. I told you
it's
because
not.
if I touched it,
It's not because they didn't touch it. It's because sometimes the angle is in such a way that it's hard to tell.
listen
Because
to
the
me.
angle of the baby
I
is
told
lying.
you if I
It's
go
not-
in and cut and listen to me. If you go in and cut the woman's tummy open and pull the baby out, you'll definitely be able to see what sex it is 100% of the time, guaranteed, right?
That's because you can orient it into a position where you can see it clearly.
Do you agree?
Right.
You agree?
Not because you
Yes.
touch it. Not because you touch it. It's because the angle where you're viewing it from.
Okay,
right?
so I can manipulate the angle. I can now touch it and
Exactly.
manipulate the angle because I touched it.
Not necessarily.
You're gonna manipulate the angle
You can
without
just move
touching
your
it?
head, maybe. If it, like the example I gave you, if it's lying in a cot, you don't need to touch it. You can still tell. And even if it's let's say the wall of the cot is in the way, you move your head around, you change the angle so you can see, and you can tell. You don't need to touch. I don't know why this obsession with touching it, Jeremy.
Flat earthers. There's a certain contingent of flat earthers that are like, if there's no tactile touch, then there's no way to know it exists.
And with ultrasounds, the times they can't tell is because the position of the baby is in such a way that they can't really tell. Or sometimes it looks like one, or again, because of the position or how it has its legs in what position.
We have a high standard of evidence, right? And we can't help that, right? But you guys definitely shouldn't look down on us for having an extremely high standard of evidence. So if you claim that you got a third nipple, right, but you can't show me, hold on just a second. If you claim that you got a third nipple, but you can't show me, then I can just dismiss the claim because you have provided no evidence.
But I'd take it on face value that you got a third nipple because I know someone with a third nipple, so it's not unusual.
You got a lot of faith.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
got faith that I don't have.
Well, but I've got faith that if I've got an olive tree here and I look down the road and I see a similar tree, I can say to you that's an olive tree, and I can say that with a great deal of faith. Exactly right, and I can verify it. Right? We can what we're talking about is stuff that we can verify ourselves.
Right, but what if I claim I have a pussycat tree that felines grow on? Domesticated cats grow on this pussycat tree, right?
Yeah,
that's the fruit.
Yeah.
Now that would be something you would need some information. You would need to see that for yourself because you've never seen a pussycat tree.
Most definitely.
Right. And so that's an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about the cosmos.
If you were to deny that tree exists, are you claiming now that trees don't exist? No. You're just saying that particular claim of that particular type of tree does not align with all of the experience you have of reality, and so you want to verify it. So it would be dumb for somebody to come along and say, "Oh, you don't believe in the cat tree? Well, why are you a tree denier?" That would be a retarded person's answer.
Mm-hmm.
You honestly,
Right, that's
you hold a belief that you must be able to physically touch something for it to be verified, and that's just silly.
Yeah, I didn't hear anyone actually make that particular claim
No,
specifically.
no one is claiming. No one is
Hang
claiming
on.
that stars don't exist. But what people are questioning, going, you know what? That star that you point to me right there, being 1,000 million trillion light years away, yeah, I'm going to question that, and I'm definitely going to question. And I'm definitely going to question. Hold on, Nino. And I'm definitely going to question a road star zooming through space. I'm going to question these things. They are extraordinary claims that you can't verify.
All right. So what verification,
verify.
guy? The other guy who
Sorry, go.
said that you don't have to touch things. What verification would you accept that other planets exist and they are in fact spherical?
Only personal. We have to land on them.
Okay, we have landed probes on Venus. We've sent probes to Jupiter. We've sent probes out past to Saturn. We've done that. So you're good.
An actual person, what I'm saying. And even then, it's still a lie because it's NASA. But still,
the agency that sent the probe to Venus was Russian. So you're wrong about that. But we've done it.
If I see a Tupac hologram,
You're not understanding the difference between the claims of something that somebody can actually experience themselves versus something they would have to believe another man for. Okay, it's not an extraordinary claim for somebody to say, "Hey, I have trees growing in my backyard." Why is that not an extraordinary claim? Because somebody can go pretty much anywhere on Earth almost and see that trees do exist. So for someone to claim they have one in their backyard isn't particularly strange or odd or extraordinary in any way. Nobody here in this chat, no one ever at any point in their life has ever been to another planet. So claiming that you've gone there is an extraordinary claim. That would require extraordinary proof, such as demonstrating it taking place.
No one's claiming they've been
there. So we do. We have video footage of people going to the moon. We have.
Yeah, we also got video footage of King Kong on the Eiffel Tower.
We have video footage of Darth Vader as well. If you want to accept that as good enough, that's fine for you. Not everyone accepts Marvel movies as reality.
Well,
yeah,
I think
TV
that's
magic is a thing.
Because you can look up in the sky with your own telescope using absolutely no one but your own cognitive abilities, and you can see planets, and you can see that they are three-dimensional. You don't need anyone else to tell that to you.
You can see it.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Okay, well then you're not trying. You're not trying hard enough.
So when you look at a planet, you say it's 3D. When I look at a planet, I say I don't see that. Now what? Does it matter? Do we need to sit here and argue about whether or not I think it? Like, why does it matter to you if I think a thing in the sky that neither of us can go to is 3D or 2D? Why do you care?
I mean, I don't personally care, but you should care that you don't go through the steps necessary to fully understand. You're supposedly a truth seeker, right? Why do you blatantly say? Why do you blatantly say I don't need to know the truth about that?
Yeah, I went through the steps. The things that I'm able to do, look at it, show me that it does not look 3D. Absolutely, there is room for something else to be the case. That's
like
the
what? Like what?
Like not 3D.
How?
Like what?
For the record, the moon is 3D.
Holographic.
Yeah, so
for the
that
record,
still,
I've seen Mercury.
Still a sphere. If we went to go land on it and it turns out it's holographic, what we see through a telescope is that it's a sphere.
Right. It would look like a sphere. Number one, and number two, saying it's holographic is just silly. The moon's been up there for longer than any technology to create holograms.
Let me get this out real fast. So I was not a flat earther at the time. I saw Mercury while I was on the bridge, and I say that because you couldn't be able to see it any other way unless there's like a carved out path and you could get the trees cut out because it's so low to the horizon. When the sun sets, it doesn't last long either, like just a few minutes. But I saw Mercury, and it looked like it had a phase like the moon, right? So the side that was facing the sun, where the sun went down at, it was like perfectly lit, and then the other side looked dark.
That's what it appeared to look like to me. Thanks.
Neat.
Yeah, that's a great observation. All interior planets look like they have phases.
I think he said that was Mars, right?
No, you can see Mars all night long most of the time.
Mercury.
Yeah, it was Mercury.
Whenever I
all interior planets look like they have phases. That's a great observation.
The light hits them. Yeah.
When I watch things on TV or play video games, those things look like they're 3D. Like just about every single time, they look like they are 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
And yet, I can know for sure through verification that nothing on that screen could possibly ever be 3-dimensional. It's just lights. And it's pretending to display 3D things, essentially. It's fake. It's not true. It just looks 3D because of the way we understand perspective works. We can make things look 3-dimensional when they're absolutely not. It is a plane of lights on the screen, arrayed in a rectangular shape. It cannot be 3D, the images that I'm seeing. It's impossible. It's literally impossible for them to be 3D, but they look 3D.
Yeah, congratulations. We all know how depth perception works. So what?
Right. So when you look through that telescope, you do not see that the planet is 3D. You see the planet and you interpret it as 3D based on different factors that you think make it seem 3D to you. But you don't actually see that it's 3D.
Am I touching the telescope that I'm looking through?
I don't know. That's a weird question to ask.
Well, I'm just establishing that I'm not still playing a video game.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
when you look through the telescope,
because your whole argument is based off of light viewed through a monitor versus real life. So I'm just establishing that I'm not playing a video game.
Looks 3D to you is not the same as is 3D in reality. That's my argument. And you can't disprove that argument. You can't argue against it, so you're trying to change it to something else. My argument is a thing that looks 3D is not automatically 3D because it looks 3D. Now, can you accept that argument, or are you going to try and deny that?
No, because
that's because we don't see in 3D. That's because we don't see in 3D, Bob.
In real life, everything is 3-dimensional. So yeah, I reject your notion. Because unless I'm playing a video game on a screen, then I'm living and witnessing 3-dimensional space.
Oh, hey, you know what? If you want to make that argument, I'm totally on board for that argument. If you want to make the logical argument of everything we experience in our lives, in our reality, so far has been 3D and not any other Ds, and you want to make the argument, therefore, it is a good assumption that everything we experience until we experience something different must be 3D. I'm totally on board for that argument. I think that's actually an accurate statement. I've never experienced anything that isn't 3D in reality. So I'm on board for that. But if you want to try and argue that because you looked at it through a lens and it looks 3D, that it's 3D, that's a stupid argument, and you should stop making that one. Go with the other one. It's a good one.
No, I think they can both exist at the same time. Like, I don't think I need to establish a tautology where we need to establish we exist in 3D space. I think that's stupid, and I think that's pedantic. But if you need that before we can say that things that we experience in reality are 3D, then sure. But until then, we can make a simple statement that as long as we're not looking on a monitor with a video game and we're actually looking at something in real life, then I think we can tell the difference between 2D generated imagery and 3D real life reality objects. I don't think
as long as it's based on the knowledge that things in our reality are always 3D, and it's not based on, hey, that thing looks 3D, so it must be 3D, because that's a really dumb argument. Hopefully you agree, but I don't know if you do. You haven't made that clear.
We live in 3D space, so the planets are 3-dimensional, and we view them as 3-dimensional. So again, where do you go from there, Mr. I don't believe planets are 3-dimensional?
Do you even know why we consider them 3-dimensional?
I didn't say I don't believe that. All I said was the
reason people consider planets 3-dimensional because Galileo claimed that he saw Jupiter's moons orbiting around it. And then he actually retracted that statement. And if you try to find a video of moons orbiting Jupiter, it's all CGI. How funny is that? So you have a telescope. Did you ever see Jupiter's moons orbiting around Jupiter?
You don't go to Jupiter to know that planets are three-dimensional.
I don't think Galileo ever retracted that statement.
He
did.
Guys, stop
Planets with phases.
guys.
That tells us that they're three-dimensional, and it also tells us that we're in a heliocentric model. Both of those done. With
I mean,
one
you can
observation.
see the red spot kind of go around Jupiter. You can see it through a regular telescope. You can see it go around.
Yeah, you can see the sun orbiting. It orbits rotating. It takes like 26 days to rotate.
You can
Have you
also
ever
see
seen the moons
sunspots.
orbiting Jupiter, though?
You can
say
see
you got a telescope.
sunspots
You
move
ever look at
around the
Jupiter?
sun too across the surface from one side to the other. You can't see them on the backside, but you can see them appear on the other side and move again.
People assume planets are 3D surfaces because of Galileo, man.
Maybe not.
We don't assume anything. We know for a fact, and it's not because of
Now, that's
Galileo.
not an argument. You didn't prove anything there.
I have to go back to we have to prove we live in 3D space now. Is that
Just
what
stating
we're
things
calling
are
back
facts
on?
isn't anything, bro.
Why do you have to use the language we? We know for a fact. I don't know for a fact.
Yes, we know that
we went to
humans
the
as a
moon.
civilization
We've done
know
this.
for a
No,
fact.
we
Yeah,
haven't.
those
Have
are just
you?
blank
Just because
statements. Doesn't prove
you're not
anything.
in the bell curve doesn't mean we as a civilization know a thing.
So let me ask you a question. Can you make a hologram with light like Tupac? Was Tupac a 3D hologram?
That Tupac at Coachella, that shit was sick.
Yeah, was that a 3D hologram? Nidhug, was that a 3D hologram?
I don't know, it might have been. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, go review that footage.
That's a good
right?
point.
Look up the recent Freddie Mercury tour. He toured with.
So here's my
real fast. Freddie
question to
Mercury
you:
recently did a tour.
Is someone trying to
hologram?
pawn off Pac at a concert as anything but a 3D hologram?
So it was not a 3D hologram.
Well, I'm asking: is someone trying to say he was real and it wasn't a 3D hologram?
Have
No,
you never
nobody's
seen a
claiming that
plate?
he's
Have you
real,
never seen the
right?
thing Dave Weiss does where he shows a plate and the people can't tell if it's a sphere?
Let me finish this real quick, right? So they did a 3D hologram of Tupac, which made him look somewhat real, right? It was a 3D hologram using light. But you couldn't go up to that 3D hologram and give it a hug. It wouldn't hug you back. You'd go straight through it.
Right. But we verified it was a 3D hologram.
Hold on a second. Napalm, you got some background noise, I think. Somebody's hot micing.
We verified it was a 3D hologram, and we didn't have to go give it a hug to know it was a 3D hologram.
Huh.
Right.
So you
My
don't
point
have to
being
verify
is,
anything to make claims.
My point being is, you and I cannot go up to these lights in the sky and give them a hug. Can't even give them a nid hug. You can't do any hugging. You and I cannot do this.
Yeah, but we didn't need to give him a hug to know he was a 3D hologram, right?
It was almost.
Jesus.
If I didn't know Tupac was dead, my bad.
It sucks when you're arguing
Tupac was dead.
you.
I thought you were done. My bad. If I didn't know Tupac was dead, I wouldn't have known if that was a real person or not.
Well, you could have asked. You could have been like, "Hey, is that really Tupac?" And someone would have been like, "No, that's a 3D hologram."
Even right now, you don't actually know that it was a 3D hologram. You just know that it was something. Okay, nobody here went and verified that that's what it was a 3D hologram. It could have been some other technology that was used. So if your argument is that we need to verify in the same way, in those same, yes, to actually verify that it was indeed a 3D hologram, there would need to be some further verification. However, with something that is as unimportant as whether or not they used that specific technology, it's fine for somebody to just say, I'll just go ahead and trust that that's the technology they used to display that image was a 3D hologram. With something as important as reality and whether or not a thing is truth or not truth, I would say it's probably not a good idea to just trust somebody else with their "trust me, bro" statements like, "Oh yeah, it's totally billions of light years away. Trust me, bro."
Hey, is
Well,
Matthew
but
Learn
someone
still
knows
there?
it's a 3D hologram, right? Like someone built the technology, tested it out. Someone did the mathematical computations to make it look realistic. I mean, someone out there knows that it's a 3D hologram. You don't have to explain it or go on faith based off that.
All right, so who did it and what was the
Someone knows.
calculations? Do you got that?
No, I don't have the
All right,
calculations.
so once
I'm
again,
not
another
an
claim that you can't
engineer.
verify, bro. What the hell?
I'm not an engineer, but we
what it
can
comes
assume that
down
someone
to-
out there made the technology, right? And just spring up out of nothing.
Bro, provide something. Like, you're claiming stuff but not giving anything.
I need to provide evidence that someone else claimed that someone made a 3D hologram of Tupac.
No. You need to provide evidence for your claims of all the we statements that you're making. We know this because we did that.
We went to Jupiter. Yeah.
We know the planets are three-dimensional because we can see them with phases like the moon, and we can bounce radar signals off them. They are three-dimensional, in fact. And just like
maybe
I
in
don't
fact,
have
not
to be the
necessarily in
engineer.
truth.
Almost done. Just because I don't have to be the engineer that designed the 3D hologram of Tupac, I don't have to be that person to know that it's possible. People have done it. People have bounced radar signals off of the moon, off of Venus. It's doable. It's been done. It's
Yeah,
said
no.
and changed.
That's fine. Like, if you're convinced that those things are 3D and that they're the distance away that they are and all, if you're convinced of that, no one here, as far as I know, is saying that you're not allowed to take those people's word for it if they've done all that work and everything. That's fine. What we're trying to get you to understand is that just because you trust them and think that it's true is not the same as verification itself. You have not verified any of those things to us. You haven't done anything to prove those things to us. You've just said you know for sure because someone else has done it and you trust them, and you're somehow, for whatever reason, thinking that we should believe them because you do. That's not a valid argument. Just because you've chosen not to
There's a
verify
bit more
doesn't
to
mean
it.
I understand you're impossibly skeptic about it. I get it. There's no amount of evidence that would convince you otherwise. I
Well,
get
that's fine.
it.
But
I get it.
that's your conclusion.
Being that skeptical is no better than being naive. It's a spectrum of retardation.
Well, you can't prove that though. That's the thing. Is that your
you say you can't
assessment
prove
of the
Well, nobody was
inconceivability?
insulting anyone. Why are you fucking emotional now?
We have proven it. Just because it doesn't meet your
He's
standard.
triggered because his whole way of trying to quote unquote verify his reality is like being dismantled. I think that might be triggering him.
Yeah, it's not triggered. It's not triggering, buddy. It's just you being dumb, and it's fine, man. You're
it
allowed.
seems like
you're allowed to live.
You're the one with the faith, and we're the ones that are dumb.
Bubble. But just don't say that we don't know and we haven't verified things.
Yeah, we don't.
We
don't know. We haven't verified. Exactly
I haven't verified
You
it.
don't know. You haven't verified either. You've chosen to trust somebody, and that's fine for you. But that doesn't convince any of us.
Bro.
If you want to be a rube and believe whatever they tell you, that's on you. But that doesn't convince any of us here.
Well, let me make sure we're hearing his argument right. Let me see if I can bridge the gap. So he's saying that we're the naive ones because we want to go and double check things to make sure that it's true, and that's stupid. But he wants to take it on faith, and he's not the naive one, right? Is that what your argument is, sir?
There are
There's
two
more
spectrums.
to it. There's more to
There
it
are
because
two spectrums of people. There are the naive people who just blindly believe, and there's the overly skeptical people who don't believe any amount of evidence given to them. Both ends of that spectrum, almost done. Both ends of that spectrum are stupid. I'm saying both ends of the spectrum are stupid, and you're on the opposite end of naive.
Citation. Can you verify that for us? Can you show us the verification so we know that the things you're claiming right now are accurate, please? Or are you going to give us another story about how somebody said?
Yeah, I can show you plenty of examples of us measuring how far away the planets are.
No. Your claims right now about spectrums. I want you to back up your claims about spectrums and stupidity and retardation. Please show your work that you have verified that this is the case about human beings. Back it up. Come on.
That's my opinion.
You're making all these claims, telling us that things were verified.
That's my opinion, buddy. And
Let me
you
give
can
you
just more words about nothingness that you don't actually verify yourself.
That's
Just
his
make up your
opinion.
mind. Got it.
He doesn't even have any sources.
Yeah, let me give you an
But-
example of how idiotic your statement is, Nidhug. Let me just say that We have proven the Earth is flat because people I trust on YouTube have proven it.
Cool. So you are you're believing them. So you have a faith.
Yep.
Cool story.
Right. So there you go. You're the one with the faith then.
No. It's just as good as Nid Hugs.
Yes, you are, because no.
It's just as good as mine. How
It's the
about we
same
compare?
thing.
How about we compare
Explain
resources?
to me how it's
Every
different.
citation that I have, you can compare with a citation of yours, and whoever runs out first loses. How's that?
You're missing my point completely.
No, I'm not.
If I say that somebody I trust has proven it, and I saw it on the internet, they wrote papers about it, they made YouTube videos about it, and they've proven that the Earth is flat. So we know that the Earth is flat. How is that any different from anything that you're providing us?
Well, can you provide that?
Sure.
I didn't think so. No, I didn't think so because you can.
I can.
Wait, he answered in the affirmative. Why are you saying that?
My point
give me some research
is I have
papers.
gone out and done things for myself as well, right? To prove to myself, because I don't just trust random people on the internet. I just don't trust random people who have made claims. I've done things for myself.
What things have you done?
What things have you done? What have you done? Have you made
of mirror flashes over long distances,
that you can
right?
then show
Things like that. So if you don't want to
Impossible
hear
to
it,
hear
I
when
just
two
want to
people are
talk
talking at
over
the same time.
Yeah, he's trying to not
different
actually address
games.
the argument. It seems like
Answer, Nape. Hold on. He asked you a question, Napalm. Answer it. What have you done?
Yeah, so I've done long distance observations, including long distance mirror flash observations that would not comport to the claimed radius value of the Earth. Right? So I've done that for myself. And
Can you explain a bit more?
Sure, yeah. I've set up vantage points of just over 17 miles of observations of a bridge on various days, more than 14 days. And I've also had somebody posted up close to that bridge. It's not quite as far as the bridge on a similar vantage point, doing mirror flashes of the sun back towards me that I'm able to observe.
You've given him way more than he
3-foot
deserves.
observer height.
Go back to the other subject before he's able to change it. He's trying to, it seems like, switch it to something else. Like, what have you done? You need to.
You were the ones who asked him, what has he done? Now you're accusing of changing the subject when you guys are the ones who changed the subject?
No, okay, I don't know he's talking right now, but it's not the other guy, okay? What I'm saying, the guy who just asked that question of this person has given him way more than he deserves in the form of an answer. That other guy seems to be trying to change the subject onto what have you done personally instead of is it the same as your claims? And he hasn't answered that question yet. He has not shown why it's any different than the claims he's making.
Yeah, so Nidhug, when you say we have done this, we have done that, but really all you're saying is you're putting your faith in somebody else who has allegedly done these things and proven it to themselves. How is my initial statement of saying I saw somebody on the internet who I trust who proved that the Earth was flat, therefore we have proven that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, because you haven't actually done that. You can't provide any evidence whatsoever. And if you can, do it. But you just saying a thing doesn't make it real. But I can show you. I can have a battle with you, and we can post references. And the first person to run out of references that backs up their claims loses. Because I got every single university all over the world that knows physics and knows that the world is a sphere. And you have absolutely nothing but YouTube videos from randos who have no credentials whatsoever and have done quote unquote research, which is just
the definition of spiral.
Right,
so,
exactly.
If you would like to
Hold on, guys, just let him finish, man.
Yeah, if you guys would like to actually let me finish answering before you jump in like a bunch of chickens, that would be great.
That's a rant with name call.
Guys, I don't care if he's wrong or he just let him finish, man. Otherwise, it turns into a shit show.
Yeah,
and no one can hear anything.
Yeah, it'll turn into a shit show. But just tone it down a bit, Nid. All right, because you're going to get what you give. All right, so tone it down and bring the mood of the room back to what it was, please?
Sure. Yeah. What evidence of your flat Earth? Do it. Let's see it.
Wait, hold on. Before he does that, you just admitted you were wrong about this entire conversation when you said him just saying things does not make it true, and he doesn't have any evidence to verify it, to show you. That's exactly what we've been saying to you the whole time. You've now admitted you've been wrong the entire time we've had this conversation. I just wanted to point out that you have admitted that without saying the actual words.
What are you talking about?
That's
What
some,
evidence?
that's
What
some
evidence
mental
do you want? I'll
gymnastics
give it to
there.
you. What
Whoever's
evidence do you
shouting is
want?
very
I'll give
loud.
it to you. Hang on. What evidence do you want? I can give it to you.
We
Your
want
personal evidence.
planets are indeed something you can land on. Give us that verification.
Mars
Sure,
rover.
yeah. I'll give you the satellite probe data from the Russians when they landed on Venus about 10 years ago.
Did you do it? Did you do it?
What does me having done it matter?
Okay, that's that's what he asked you. He can say that somebody else did the flat Earth thing, and you're saying someone else did the sphere Earth thing. What is the difference there? Please explain the difference.
The difference is that many other people have done it.
Okay, so according to you, majority rules on reality. That's how you determine reality.
No, it's not majority rules. It's verification.
So it's
If I
majority
do
rules,
a thing, and everyone else can also do the thing, then it stands to reason that the thing can be done. If
How
you
many
say
other people have
I
done
know
these
the
probes?
Earth is
didn't land
flat,
anything. Planets.
almost done. I'm almost done, dude. I know you need to scream at me. If you say the Earth is flat because I've taken measurements of the horizon over 14 days, and everyone else has also done that, but they arrive at the conclusion that the Earth isn't flat, and you say, well, the Earth is flat, that's a you problem. That's not verification of anything.
Let's go
I
back.
said nothing. Said nothing about a horizon.
On the planet. When did you do that? Since you're saying that if you can do it and everyone else can do it, then it's verified. When did you land a thing on the planet? Please explain to us.
I have not landed a thing on a
So
planet.
it's not you doing it and everyone else doing it. It's just someone claiming they did it. So
someone else has done it, because I hate to break it to you, but not everything that's ever been done has been done by everyone. Certain people have done certain things, and those certain things have been tested and verified as true, and other people have repeated them.
According to you claiming it, right?
According to how fucking knowledge is passed down, dude. This isn't new.
To show us the verification that the person claiming they did it, that no one else is doing it, show us their verification that they actually did it.
Yeah, sure. Do you believe that Curie discovered radiation?
Why are you asking me a question about what I believe? Show us the verification that the person did it.
Yeah, Curie is dead, and other people.
Why are you moving on to Marie Curie?
Stop telling me a story and show me the verification, please.
All right. So what is verification to you? How would you like me to present it?
Video, start to
land something on the planet so I can see it happening.
You want to see something happening in the past?
No, I didn't say do it. I do it right now so I can see that you can do the thing you claim
you want.
You claim you can land stuff on the planet. Land something on the planet.
Screaming at me like a child
the
and
same way you would want it proven to yourself.
I'm using my iPad. Am I being loud?
Yeah, you are a little bit, Bob.
Okay. I have difficulty. Like, I don't know necessarily if I'm being loud or quiet when I'm using my iPad. Is that better? Yeah. Is this better?
Yeah, slightly, mate. Slightly.
Okay. So I'm asking you to show us the verification. You said if you can do it and everyone else can do it, it's verified, and that's how you would verify something. So you must be able to land something on the planet if you're saying that's verified. So please show us that so that we know that you're not just talking out of your rear end, please.
Sure. I can show. So I'm going to show you people landing on the moon. I'm going to show you a probe landing on Venus, and I'm going to show you them crashing the probe into Jupiter. Those are three separate verifications.
No, you said if you can do it and everyone else can do it. So you need
to so maybe you need to find what verification means then, because I can show you three separate things that verify that we can land things on the.
Yeah, but I can verify Bigfoot.
Hold on. You said that was the standard. You said if you can do it and everyone can do it. That's what you said. So now
I can verify Bigfoot.
You need to do it.
Look, you screamed at
doing it.
I'm not screaming. I'm screaming. This isn't yelling.
Okay, if you don't let me get it out, I'm just going to stop trying. Okay, you've said the same thing 6 times now. What is verification for you? Because I can show you different people landing different things on other planets.
Oh, okay.
Now,
So
what about
for
that?
me,
Hold on, I'm
for me,
almost done. What
I can
about
show
that
you
is
Sandra
not...
Bullock in space.
All right, I'm done. I'm done. You can
okay.
talk with the guy since
Sandra
you think
Bullock's
that
in
I thought you
space,
were
you can
guys.
asking
handle
me.
Come
it.
on.
So I was going to answer. I thought you were asking me. Were you not asking me?
Yes, I
You
was
was.
asking
You was.
you.
All right. Verification for me would be a demonstration of it taking place. You showing me a movie about it, just like Star Wars, is not verification of Darth Vader or a Death Star. You would have to demonstrate the thing taking place so I
Well,
can
a
see it
live demonstration, you mean?
Perfect. Yes. Okay,
a
definitely.
demonstration.
Come
Videos and a
here on
demonstration.
September 5th. I want you to fly over here to Florida. We'll go down to the Kennedy Space Center and we'll watch the Artemis moon launch. How's that?
That wouldn't verify it. Something going up
You're
in
gonna
the
watch it get
Well,
scrubbed.
that is exactly what you asked for, a live demonstration. If that doesn't do
It's
it
not.
for you,
It's
then I
not.
can help you.
Incorrect. That's not what I asked for. I didn't ask for you to show me
This is
something
not
going into the sky.
verification.
I can do that myself. And I agree, things do go into the sky. So if your entire argument is things go into the sky, we can stop arguing now. I agree, things do go into the sky. But I don't think that's your
And
argument. I don't think you're
we can
necessarily
attach
that
cameras to
retarded.
the things that
Okay.
go in the sky, and we can see where they go.
So what you can't demonstrate for me is landing on another planet. And you won't just admit that you can't demonstrate that. You're going to keep arguing, it seems like, for whatever reason, that you or somebody else that you trust has done that, even though you can't verify that it's taken place.
But I can, and I
because it's
invited
not
you
on.
to come down to the Artemis 1 launch so that you can
Go
see
see it
this.
yourself. Do it yourself.
Okay, something
No
going
way.
into the sky is not the same as landing on another planet. Do you understand that, or are you actually so mentally inept that you think those are the same thing?
Okay, so how do you expect us? How do you expect us to get to another planet without first going into the sky?
How does going into the sky prove that you landed on a planet?
Can I maybe clarify this? Can you establish that the proof that he proved didn't be CGI?
Okay.
No.
Crypto's
So
trying to get
again,
in. Go, Crypto.
we
Go,
can
Crypto.
I didn't want to shit over the conversation, but I did want to actually talk. Okay, cool. So this is the equivalent of, say, Bob Dole going around your house, you saying, I can verify that my mum went to the shops because her car left the driveway. And then you're both standing in the driveway and you watch the car go down the road, but at no point do you see her get to the shops, right? So this is what he's saying to you, that you have then assumed past the point of both being on the driveway, yeah? So you're both at your mum's house.
Please quit clipping, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm gonna video call my mom, and we're gonna watch her drive.
I'd like to say something as well. I'd like to have a turn.
Carry on talking over me, okay? I didn't finish. You clipped me, so I waited for you to stop clipping me because I was getting bored of being clipped. Now, me not talking is not an invitation for you to just then bulldozer me. So I'm going to finish what I was saying. Now, just because you and Bob Dole are at your mum's house watching the car leave the driveway and going up the road is not verification for where she then went once you couldn't see the car anymore. This is really obvious, and I'm amazed that you're arguing it.
Call my mom. We can video call, and I can watch exactly where she goes, just like we can watch exactly where the rocket goes. It's just a dumb argument.
I think a good analogy though would be that so you watch the car drive away, but then all of a sudden you turn to your TV and someone did a CGI of her driving to the store, and you don't know if she actually went to the store because you're just watching a CGI movie of it. And that, I think, is what he's trying to point out, because you can show videos of things landing on planets and all these things, but the whole point and argument is those things were either made in a studio or CGI. So your proof has to be not CGI or
Yeah, you have to be in the car with your mom.
I have
to go to
another
the store.
point. I have another point to make if I can.
This is funny. Yeah, so I just spent like the
Can I
past
make
10
another
minutes.
point real quick? Can you guys not hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, so when he was asked for evidence that people can do multiple things, he gave us 3 separate things that only one person has done. The Russians went to Venus. That wasn't repeated by anybody, so that's only one person. Somebody else went to Mars. Simply because he said, okay, we went to the moon, we went to Mars, and we went to Venus. Again, the point was, you said that people can repeat these things, but people haven't repeated at least Venus and Mars, as far as I understand it, right? We're the only ones that went to the moon, quote unquote. The Americans only did that, right? So you haven't proven your point by giving us 2 more claims to prove.
All right, so you're saying that when I said that different people have sent different things to different, celestial objects, other planets and other satellites, you're saying that because I've shown that we can drive to Costco, Sam's Club, and the auto shop,
no, those are false equivalents.
Because different people went to different places, we can't travel to any of them. You must have all 3 parties going to each store in order for it to be verified. That's just dumb.
No, that's a false equivalency because you're describing going someplace on the Earth, right? That's not something I'm questioning. I'm not questioning that you can go to a different location on the Earth.
Yeah. So one person, we'll call him person A, went to Venus. They went to Costco. Another person, we'll call him the United States, went to the moon. We'll call it Sam's Club. And a third person, we'll call it JAXA, which is the Japanese. They sent a probe over to.
Still at home.
Yeah.
So we'll call that the Odyssey. Now, hang on. I'm almost done. And I know you probably understand this, but maybe not, because you should understand this. Now, just because we went to 3 different places doesn't mean that we couldn't go to those 3 places. And you're saying we can't possibly go to those 3 places because the U.S. didn't go to Venus, even though the Russians did.
Any of those places.
We did go out. We did get in our car and we did drive on the road out to the destination. It's a different destination.
Demok, hold on, man. Yeah, you did a very good job of repeating the claim or repeating my response. The fact that you want to call those places Costco and Walmart and Target doesn't change the fact that you simply gave 2 more places that people haven't repeatedly gone to over and over again, which is the point that I was trying to make. That's all.
Travis, did you notice as well how he actually strawmanned your point and hoped that you didn't notice the strawman, right? So the strawman was that he said that you claimed that because they went to different places that they couldn't have gone to other different places, which was never the claim, right? The claim was that you, Nidhug, have not verified any of these things and are just attempting to layer them as if it then makes it more valid, which it doesn't.
Again, my argument's always been I don't personally have to do the thing for other people to have done the thing.
I'm just mentioning the weakness of your logic.
Well, I mean, it's not a weakness in logic. I don't think it stands to reason that you personally have to do everything in order for it to be verified. That's just not how people work.
Well,
that's
you have
ridiculous.
To do something that's unbelievable. Yeah, you have to verify unbelievable phenomena.
Bro,
that's
not unbelievable. Just because you can't stretch your imagination that far, why are you talking over me?
Ooh, I like how you said that. Stretch your imagination that far. Nice.
100% unbelievable.
Well, when your imagination is only the size of a walnut, yeah, I guess you won't be. It would be a stretch.
Why would you need to imagine science and reality that's demonstratable?
How do you think a lot of the thought experiments were thought of in the first place?
You guys keep imagining you went somewhere. You imagine all these things. Can you demonstrate?
And then those experiments turned into reality.
Dude, you just want to believe. That's all it is.
Yeah, you can come down.
It's not just belief. I love how people say that science is all about a religion, and it's really not, because it constantly challenges.
Religion. Science is okay.
Science constantly challenges itself, and because it challenges itself, it can't be a religion, because a religion doesn't insist that you don't challenge the religion. And that's the problem you guys have. You're stuck in a religion that basically says we can't challenge our own religion, and anybody else who claims otherwise is challenging our religion.
Hold on. You like calculations over evidence. You like You like tantrums over tangibility. You like to guess instead of know.
Oh, no. There's a big difference between guessing and knowing.
About all the stories you told us about instead of ever getting in the car and going. You just keep telling us the story about how the car can run, but we've never seen it run. Isn't that
your analogies, Demok, your analogies are about as dumb as they get, because you can't use a car as an analogy for a spacecraft.
Do you guys believe in Bigfoot? It's not in space. If you can't do it, it's not being done.
Correct.
Do you guys believe in Bigfoot?
Nope.
Of course not.
There's evidence. There's no evidence out there to support it. There's a lot of hearsay and
there's video evidence.
Oh yeah, what quality is this video evidence? And when has there been a
people
modern
who said they
video
saw it.
evidence?
Isn't that good enough?
Hold
People
on.
who said they saw it.
There's not been any modern video evidence. Only old video evidence. You give me a piece of evidence that was shot yesterday.
Video evidence of the moon landing.
You know how many cameras are out in the forest? Hold on.
You know how long
cameras
ago
are
since
out in the
somebody
forest
landed on the
every
moon?
night, and not a single one of them has caught a Bigfoot?
Of any of your shit going to the moon? Where's your modern evidence of going to Mars and Venus?
Democ, you know people. Democ, you know people are still talking. Hold on, can you hear me? Yo, guys, this needs to stop. Democ, you know people were talking. Everyone's doing it. I understand. Just one at a time, guys. Don't stop clipping people when they're talking. Let them finish.
I'm sorry. I just when I see someone not able to cross the street, I want to help them out.
Hold on. All right, I'm just going to back up Jeremy there. We're going to start muting, and you're going to have to be requested to be unmuted. Okay, then. So now you guys all know the rules of what may or may not happen. All right, go ahead with the conversation. Give yourself some room. Stop clipping, and one at a time. Thank you.
I apologize. It won't happen again. I just get excited.
I looked up the probe to Jupiter for the past amount of time. Yeah, look at that, guys. Like 3D. There's bushes on Jupiter. How silly is that?
Bushes on Jupiter. Juniper bushes.
I did not know that George is up there.
Good. Juniper bushes on Jupiter.
We claim we took a probe to Jupiter, and when I try to look it up, it's a lot of 3D stuff. And there's even a video of an actual bush next to the probe. Like, what am I supposed to believe after seeing this?
You can't even get video of the moon or the eclipse in North Pole, and they're talking about video on Venus, Mars, Uranus, Jupiter. This is nonsense. You guys can't even get live footage of what goes on in Antarctica for 24 to 48 to 72 hours, live, nonstop, uncut, or the North Pole, Globers. So quit telling us about what you have of evidence of a moon.
I just typed in bush on Jupiter, and I got a link to Pornhub. I'm not clicking that, man. I don't know what's going on.
Hey, yo, your algorithm got you looking at some freaky stuff.
Can whoever said this, bush on Jupiter, what do you mean by that?
What? Yeah, but why are we worried about Jupiter? You guys can't even see Antarctica and the North Pole on the Earth. So let's stick to your local.
Hold on. Democ, how do you say you can't see Antarctica?
Like the dog on Play-Doh.
How would you like to support that statement instead of just making a dumbass statement? How would you? No.
All right, you're both muted. You're both muted. You're both getting muted.
Wait a minute! I just tried to ask him a question.
Bye.
Yeah. Angelo, hey Jeremy, you have to realize that Great Angelo here is a contrarian. That's his role here. Democ is trying to force his hand, so you have to have a little bit of a sway here and understand who's trying to answer.
Don't defend me, Pete. Thanks.
It's all right. We're all men here.
Can we stop talking about the conversation?
Others, they're smarter.
Yeah.
How are you able to cut in on?
Because
you guys
are
talking.
Angelo talks over everyone, every single person. He won't let us talk.
What are you guys talking about? You were talking about Venus originally.
No,
maybe I came in later.
Proof of a person actually doing what they claimed is what we started talking about. Then you jumped in over me being funny because you have no evidence of anything. You just keep claiming you do stuff without doing it, and no one actually has done it or repeated it.
Democ, what claim do you? What evidence do you have of claim?
Again.
No, because you're done. How long do I have to wait? For 5 years for you to finish saying something?
Telling me I was done. Maybe 10 seconds.
All right, here we go. Here's what we're going to do. When people stop, okay, hold on. If you're not sure somebody's done, if somebody's done talking or not, wait one more second. All right, so by the time they're done talking, wait like 2 seconds, then go. Then you'll be sure they're done.
Good, that was 2 seconds. Now, Democ, what evidence do you have for all the claims that you've been making? You haven't done any evidence. You spew out constant attacks on people without any evidence.
You ask the question and then you answer it.
Your question or what?
I asked you a question.
How many do you want me to answer right now? 3 or 1?
As many as you like, Democ. Give me some evidence of your claim that we didn't bring any evidence.
Just don't answer the question that you asked him, Angelo. Let him
So
answer.
give you evidence. You want me to give you evidence of you not having any evidence of a globe, any way, shape, or form, or going anywhere off this planet ever?
Yep.
That's weird. You want me
So
to
the
give you
photos,
evidence
you
that
said
you
there was
can't
no.
do something?
Are you done?
That's odd. So you can't do something, and you need evidence for that?
Okay. The question is, okay, all the photos that we brought, all of the evidence that we have of people who've actually gone to places like the moon and so forth, all that evidence is totally what?
That's not evidence. That's garbage.
Video.
That's make belief.
Hey, you just made a comment. It's garbage. Prove that it's garbage.
Because it's
Well, you prove it's real.
Garbage, burn it. Throw it away. Don't use any of it. There you
That's
go.
not evidence. Again, it's a statement. You haven't done anything. Democ, you have no proof
You throw
whatsoever.
garbage in the garbage. You don't use it anymore. You asked me what I would do with it. I would throw
Making
it in the garbage.
opinions is not evidence. An
Your
opinion is not
is
evidence.
not evidence
Good
either.
thing we set
Your
that
opinion of a
clipping
picture
rule.
of Bigfoot
Come
is not
on.
evidence.
All right, we're talking about the level of evidence. Now, I've got a nice, beautiful olive tree here, right? And Rakia, I can tell you, I've got a nice, beautiful olive tree here, and I can actually take a photo of it and I can send it to you. Go, oh, gee, that's a beautiful olive tree, Bandy. I don't know if I believe you, right? But you know what I can
Trust
do?
you.
Right?
Right now, I don't
You
trust you.
Exactly right. But what you can do, mate, is you can jump in your beautiful boat, right? And you can take a trip over here and land on the shore here and come up for a barbie. And you go, you know what? Gee, that photo marries up exactly. I can verify that olive tree. No problems whatsoever. We're talking about the level of evidence here that can be
You're
verified.
being way too logical, sir.
Yeah.
Well,
And you don't understand. And I can make a evidence claim right now or statement. I think that guy is Paid NASA Shield's father.
Just real quick.
Prove me wrong.
I am your father.
Just real quick, Bandsaw. The other aspect of this is that you're not asking us to believe something that conflicts with our understanding about reality. Right? So that's the other thing, that when we say, oh, we don't believe, if we can't do it or whatever, and then I've heard this, well, have you ever been to China? Okay, I'm not questioning, right? I'm not questioning a physical location on the earth somewhere. We're talking about claims that challenge our understanding of the physical reality in which we live. Now, that said, this goes back to what I said hours ago to Parmesan, when I said, what claim does your entire worldview depend on? We're still arguing about tertiary issues that are farther down the line. The argument of space and space travel and all of these observations depend on something greater that we need to be arguing, and that is the alleged shape of the Earth. That's the only thing we should ever be arguing about, because everything else depends on that primary claim being proven.
Well, the evidence for that claim, actually. What do you consider evidence that's deemable for you? And Paid NASA Shield and the Globers take anything. You can show them a picture of dog poop and say that was their kid pooping in the car, and they'd go send their kid off to camp because you showed them dog poop of somebody else's car that wasn't theirs, and they're like, yes, that's got to be my car. That's got to be my kid had to poop in my car. Even though I don't smell it, I don't see it. You showed me a picture of poop. I mean, that's how.
Actually, the problem is,
I have an answer for that.
Well, 1 second, please. Let me just say the problem is with all the basic foundations of globe earth thinking, we cannot experience via a life experience. We cannot get evidence on the ground. That's every aspect of it. So they would say to you, because this is the theme of their theorizing, that you're not going to be able to get evidence of something that's beyond. So do you understand my point there? Nothing that they claim to be true, we can experience ourselves. Not one aspect of their model, not one.
So is that real evidence when you can't verify it?
Okay, I'll answer that.
Parmesan.
I'll answer Demek exactly what you're saying here, and the other guy about his olive tree. The problem is in the world there's millions of olive trees everywhere, so the existence of an olive tree, could be easily accepted just by statement alone. I have an olive tree. Well, there's plenty of olive trees in the world, so you can assume that he's probably telling the truth. Now, if it was a credibility problem, that's another point. Then you go to his house to find out if he has an olive tree. But there's no need for that. There's no need for a poop smell in the back of your car because everybody has smelled poop before, and certainly dog poop. So that's the point. When you're dealing with things that
problem?
no, it's for that one individual would be a credibility problem if he had one, but he doesn't. We accept that he has an olive tree in his backyard because he's credible.
Yeah, but NASA have a credibility problem.
Now, but observable phenomenon that occurs over and over again is also something that's constantly being verified over and over again by multiple.
You're not verifying.
Mark's talking over me again.
Come on, John.
Get to the point, Mangelo.
Let him.
Guys, what the fuck, man? Come on, please. Please.
So the point is an observable phenomenon, whether it's in space or even locally, that's constantly being observed. Sunrises, sunsets, curvature of the Earth that's observed over and over again. Things like that all constantly support the evidence because of observation. Observational science is one thing that everybody claims in the flat Earth community is not science, and yet they've never experienced it because they haven't had to record observational data. I don't just trust my eyes. I use instrumentation also. And the point is that instrumentation that we've invented basically is very accurate and has been proven experimentally both in the lab and out in space to actually work. And when you have that kind of instrumentation that's constantly being used and verified, then you cannot sit there and turn your back on the evidence unless you have specific other motives for doing so.
I'd like to respond to that. Okay. So this is real simple, right? You guys say the science doesn't prove anything. Well, maybe that's because you're using observational science when you don't trust your eyes. If you actually manipulated cause and effect relationship and you use the scientific method like that rather than ask a question, right? Observe a natural phenomenon and trying to find out what the cause is, that's a lot better because I could ask a question, why are boobs good? We're not doing science yet though, right? But if I observe a natural phenomenon and I start hypothesizing, what do you think causes that, right? And then I form a test, right, where I could falsify or verify, that for sure, right, within 99.99% accuracy. Right. And, always leave it open for someone else to go check it out. You could actually gain a little bit of knowledge that way. But if I just look at the sun and go, I think that's fission, it's nuclear fission and there's gas particles and they're bumping into each other and that's emitting photons. Right. But it's how do I know that? I don't know that.
Sure you do. And Larry, that same experimentation that you're talking about, hold on. That same experimentation you're talking about. Well, I thought you were done.
No, I don't know that there's nuclear fission going on. What I do know is that the light from the sun is part of the electromagnetic field, right? And up until recently, I don't think a lot of globers knew that there was visible light and invisible light, right? So they say that, right now I'm on my cell phone. My cell phone is emitting particles, right? This light is traveling towards the antenna somewhere in my town and then relaying my voice vibrations to your eardrum, right? Because of particles. Now, do you really think your cell phone is emitting particles, like photons?
Yeah, well, first you hopped off topic going to your cell phone, but let me explain something very simple about the sun itself, for instance. Okay, we know what the sun basically has, what elements are in the sun, because we've done experimentally in the lab spectrographic analysis of light waves itself, to figure out what different elements give off what particular lights or light wave frequencies are. And so you can do that with a sun, you can do that with a star, and that's just repeating the same experiment at a distance.
Rainbow.
Hang on, please, Grant. Did you know what the sun was
So,
before you got
Larry, understanding and our knowledge of the sun is increasing every day based on these laboratory experiments that were done before we even observed or went and used those experiments on the sun and other objects. So you can't say that science isn't being done beyond observational science, because it's done all the time beyond observational science. In fact,
did you know what the sun was before?
Pete, just a second. Pete, almost done. Okay, so the scientific observation is the first step in the scientific method. You don't start the scientific method without an observation in the first place.
All these advanced
Okay, so how did you control for the helium and the hydrogen in the upper atmosphere to make sure that you weren't detecting that?
You don't detect it. We've got objects in space that are also looking at the sun and doing the same analysis. Several satellites that are specifically designed for that kind of analysis. But you're dismissing the image. Hold on, you're dismissing now the technical tools that we're using. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, I'm asking, how did you control for the helium and hydrogen in between the device and the heliosphere?
I didn't do the experiment. I can go look at the data. I'm sure it's in there. It's not true. You don't know that's true. You didn't look at the experiments that were done.
You certainly can't remove it all.
I looked at the conclusions. I looked at the conclusion of the work because I trust the fact that there was hundreds of experiments that were done over hundreds, dozens of years now. You know, we're talking dozens of decades actually, where we now know what is the mass and what not only the mass of a star, but what is its constitutional elements that are within that star.
We get it. You have faith.
Because
you
a
have
rainbow
faith.
would
You
disprove
trust.
everything you just said.
Again, a rainbow has nothing to do with it.
Because what is a rainbow spectroscopy of the same color of the same thing you're looking at for the
It's
sun?
the white
What
light
about
that we're looking
Jupiter?
at from the
What
sun.
about Mars? What about Venus? You got all the colors in the rainbow. Every color you see, what planets are in that rainbow?
Demok, actually, you're wrong there. That's where you're wrong, because if you look at that rainbow, what is the constitution? What are the constituent parts of a rainbow, and why are the colors there? Why are the colors there, Demok?
What are you making your judgment on?
Why are the colors there, Demok? Why do we have those specific colors?
Hold on. How does spectroscopy work? How do you make your
Answer
judgment?
my question. Why do we have those 7 colors?
Know how it works for you
Because
make
Demok, you're splitting white light up. The light that's coming from the sun that's diffused in the atmosphere is mostly white light, and as a result of that, you get those 7 colors. If it were skewed in the red spectrum, you wouldn't have those same. If it were skewed in the ultraviolet section, you wouldn't have those same colors. You'd have different colors. And that's the problem, Demok. No, we don't. We get different colors every time, and that's what you. Okay, Demok, you're going to talk all over.
We have a rainbow. What?
Go, Dim. Go, Dim.
Demok, you don't know what a rainbow is.
Finish the point, dude. You don't ever shut up, ever. Now listen.
Oh my God! Says the man who's talking right now.
7 different colors. 7 different colors. Right? Now you're telling me spectroscopy, and you want to say gases and colors. Then you said before you even knew what the sun was, you did spectroscopical analysis on fucking what the gases were before you knew what the sun was, to confirm what the sun is later on with objects that can get close maybe and reconfirm your notion of what you thought you believed. You want to keep biasly pushing. So when I see spectrums of light, right, and you're going to use a spectrum or spectroscopical form of light, how are you comparing the two and saying they're different when you see yellow light and yellow light? So now, is the yellow light of the spectroscopy of the sun any different than the yellow light of the rainbow? When you're looking in the air for both of them, you're looking
waiting for you to finish. Are you done now? Okay. Spectrographic analysis is a technique that's been known now for over 100 years. And even further than that, and it's been tested in the laboratory all through that time, and used not only that but also by students of basic science in colleges all over the world. So they know this science. They know exactly that it works. Not only does it work, it's been experimentally proven to work, and now they've used that same experimental proven technique on stars, on planet atmospheres, on even a planet crossing in front of a sun changes that spectrographic analysis enough to tell us what's in its atmosphere. So we have actual data that shows that.
All right. Are you saying that they've proven something through experiment?
Correct.
They know what the
experiments prove things.
Repeatable experimentation too. Not proven it, but come to a consensus, which is how science works. Well, nothing is proved. Again, you cannot say there's a real proof. The only mathematics allows real proofs. Period.
1 second, please. Let me ask a question to Great Angelo.
I'm trying to break down the whole reason that they call spectroscopy what it is and why they keep lining up that idea. He didn't answer any of my questions at all.
No.
What from step 1? When they say, I got a color, or I make this spectrological thing happen, what are they really doing, buddy? Matching colors, right? So you say they're matching colors with things that you can't touch or can't verify. That didn't help us out. So I have a rainbow. It's all colors. My question to you was, what's different about a rainbow coloring in the medium you're looking through to spectroscopy in the medium you're looking through? The air being different colors.
Various elements affect the spectrographic analysis every time. Each element has a different signature. That's how we know. And that, Demok, is the thing that's a little over your head, and I'm sorry that you don't understand that.
You're only looking at light in the atmosphere. Hold on. You're only looking at light in the atmosphere. How's that over my head? You're saying you're looking at a planet. You never touched the planet or the dirt or the material.
You're taking it
Denmark,
for granted, Angelo. You're taking it for granted, Angelo, that what you can do down here at ground level. I can get my little spectrometer, right, and I can point it at a fire with the light, and then I can go up to that fire and I can analyze it. I can work out what all the properties are. Right now, I may be able to point that at at a star somewhere and maybe get similar light, right? But I can't confirm it, right? It may register the same, right? Because it's the same light, right? It could marry up to exactly the same light in the rainbow, right? But I can't confirm what that rainbow is made of, no more than what I can confirm what the star is made of. So you are just taking what you are seeing in color and going, yep, that's it. Because I see color confirmed. That's it, and you haven't confirmed it. All you're doing is just seeing a color.
I'd like to point something out. Anytime somebody says that you don't understand, it's nothing more than a thinly veiled ad hominem, because there's no way for a man to know if someone else understands something or not. If they do understand it, maybe they're not capable of putting it to understand it.
He didn't even understand.
It.
Larry, he didn't even understand the basic rainbow and its parts were coming from white light. That's the reason why we get those 7 colors. And he proved it himself. He said it himself. But the point that I'm getting at bands, the point is that I talked about the instrumentation that we have in space, and band doesn't band. I'm guessing you just don't believe that we have instrumentation or satellites in space that are specifically pointing at stars and doing this kind of analysis and these observations. So that's my question. If you don't believe that, if you're telling me that that's all fake, then we have no conversation or argument. So what I'll ask you to do is suspend your disbelief. Is what I want to ask you to do.
No, Angelo, I've got no problems with these spectrometers, right, being on some sort of craft really high over my head, pointing at things 100 billion zillion light years away. I have no problem with that concept whatsoever. What I have a problem with is that light that you're pointing it at. You can't confirm what it is.
There's two things. First, let me address the first thing.
You can make an assumption.
That's right.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Exactly. Go, Jeremy.
Okay, two things. First of all, the word spectroscopy is very hard to say. I wouldn't go adding suffixes or prefixes onto it because then it's going to sound even crazier. Part two of this. Part two. There's a big difference between them doing spectroscopy on Earth. It's one of the most controlled environments that we do stuff in, as opposed to just pointing this into outer space in a totally uncontrolled environment where you're guessing what's in between you and the light you're looking at.
Well, that's the reason why the James Webb. That's the reason why the James Webb telescope is so good, because it specifically is staying within one part of the spectrum, which is in the infrared spectrum. That gets rid of a lot of the dust that's in between and so forth. Those longer waves are easier to manage as far as looking at objects that are that far away. That you tweak the instrumentation to make it more specialized and send that instrument up.
I hear you. Listen to me, though. Listen to me. Can you hear me? Hold on.
You can't observe it. You can't go to that star and see, because that star is probably gone by now anyway, if it's billions of years old.
All right. So you having a better telescope or better equipment doesn't change the fact that you're not doing it in a controlled environment. You're looking thousands or hundreds of miles. I don't know how far away. Okay. It doesn't change any of that. The James Webb is not your get out of jail free card.
No, you're right. And scientific observations, a lot of times when I observe animal behavior, which is what I specialize in with insects, is I spend a lot of time just doing observations and taking notes. And then I ask when I publish a paper, I ask my colleagues to do the same. And if they come to the same observation over and over again, even though they haven't gotten down to the level of the colony itself and done any, is there a chemical reason for this behavior? Is there sunlight causing this behavior? What's causing the behavior? We didn't bother doing that. We just observed the behavior. That's still science and still making a pretty accurate assumption of why that behavior occurs. It's the same thing when you're observing light from a star. You cannot go to the star to prove what you can't take a sample from the star. But
you don't know what a star is,
pretty
though. This
accurately,
is what's in controversy.
you can pretty accurately get an idea of what kind of light's being emitted from that star if you can isolate that star in your imagery or your receptors that you're using. And James Webb can take such a small area of space and eliminate a lot of the other
Listen,
That's impossible. That's impossible.
And the light is still traveling through this uncontrolled environment that you have. It's not. No, just told you when you agreed with me. This is not. This. Yeah, sure. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
You're right, and you're making a correct statement, but it doesn't eliminate the fact that after enough observations that come up with these same differences in each star. In other words, not every star gives the same, signature off. You have a lot of different stars that are giving specific signatures that are showing that star, either that star or the matter in between the star and your observer, is causing that spectrograph to show this element is very, very concentrated in that area. And most likely going to be the star where it's coming from, considering that's your target.
What about a star slightly to
after
the
you
left?
observe enough stars, you're able to decide which stars are giving off what and why.
Think they're
What about
observing
a
any
star
stars.
slightly-
What? Hold on a second. What lens do you need to observe stars that I can use myself? What laser light do I need? Red laser, the red shift, the red.
Demok, if you have the money, I'll send you the information. You go ahead, build yourself either a telescope or even a satellite, and do the measurements yourself if you want to be that kind of a disbelieving, person.
Let me ask you. Am I going to be able to see at 120,000 feet? Any planets, any debris, or anything like? Where am I going to see stars at to do this?
Really, Demok? That's your question?
Yeah, you really believe satellites are seeing them at wherever in your imagination, right? So
okay, there's an accusation that you can't support.
On my public, repeatable thing that I could get back and let you do it too tomorrow after somebody's paid for it, and we can all use it and redo it and keep doing it and see for ourselves at 120,000 feet. Stars and everything else, and we can do our own spectrological analysis if we'd like to. How about that?
Demok, if I thought you were genuine, if I thought you were honest, I'd invite you down to my lab here, and I'd show you real science, and you'd get to see it firsthand on a daily basis.
Hold on, bro. You'd show me stars at 120,000 feet because that's all I asked for. I didn't ask for your lab.
I'm just going to show you the science that you don't know anything about.
So
show you cockroaches bollocks dissected on these
You're going to show me stuff I don't even care to see to prove there's a 120,000 foot star in the sky up at 120,000 feet to prove there's stars visible there.
Yeah,
so you can't do that.
Actually, we have proof that stars are visible at 120,000 feet. We had a person go up that high, and we also had a balloon go up that high with imagery of stars. So what are you going to do now?
Show me.
No, show me
yours. Sure. Go live. Put a high altitude balloon up. It can't be that expensive. You got the money, right? You're a billionaire, trillionaire, cockroach looking at her guy, whatever you do to get paid. So you send your little balloon up that costs $5 or $10. I'll send you a $10 bill if you want to help pay for a little cheap camera, and just show us what lens and what camera we need, right? And then I'll reuse it after you're done. I'll send it back when I'm done, and we'll all do it. We'll all see stars at 110,000, 80,000, 20,000, 70,000 feet. We can all play video uncut.
Now, Demok, there is actually a video that he will post, and I know the video.
Martin, the video? No, that's not Pete. Stop. I want the video you can.
Why is everyone fucking shutting me down when I try to fucking speak?
Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
You're saying the same thing as he's saying. I'm saying you do it and I do it.
Demok, Pete, shut up.
Yes, but I'm just saying that they're going to present you a video.
That's what I get when I say you should be able to do it and I should be able to do it, not just paid NASA shield.
I know that. That's my argument exactly, Dem, that all these things disappear, but they will be able to present you with a video taken by a Spanish university at night time, send up. This is, I think, the video you're referencing, Great Angelo. Is that true or not? By a Spanish university?
There's several, not just that one.
You're going to show that, right?
Yeah, Spanish university's doing it, but the only people that ever had rockets for the last 80,000 years is America. Wink, wink. From Germans and Russians. Wink, wink. We've had to rent them. Wink, wink. But all these other countries are sending up satellites out of nowhere, but none of them got any rocket technology, and none of them are going to the moon. Wink, wink.
I know, Demok. Let me just say, I'll post you the video, right? You can have a look at it.
Israel and Japan have also sent up rockets.
Highlander, hold on. Go, Pete. Highlander, you just run for speed.
I'm just going to post Democ the video that someone is bound to post to you, Democ, and you can take a look at it because there are problems with it. I definitely have problems myself, but it definitely does seem to show as the balloon rises higher and higher, a greater skylight, so they don't disappear as expected. But it is a pretty unique video. There's not too many of them around, so I'll look for that and post it.
Is it by Jesse Kellum or Dwayne Kellum or whatever?
No, it's not. It's by a Spanish university. And Martin D. Bubblebus. Remember Martin D. Bubblebus from Amsterdam? He has it in his channel. I'll post it anyway.
Yeah, but hold on. Now, is it a live, uncut footage or like somebody's camera just going from the ground up?
Oh, there's a problem with it. There is problems with it.
Oh, then that's not usable. I'm not looking at that at all.
I have it here. Now, hang on a second. I have it here, right? I have it here. So just before I post it, in case you haven't seen it, Great Angelo is probably going to post something like this. It's few and far between, Democ. There are problems with it, but I'd love to hear what you think of it. Pretend I was Great Angelo. I would just present you with that. I just posted it in chat there, and I'd love to see.
Dwayne Kellum's the only one I've ever seen any video sent up, and it's not even authentic. He's got 2 views. He's got one to the left of some garbage stars that don't move or do anything. It's just like he's got a picture of a computer image just posted of like looking at the dipper, right? The dipper, right? And then on his right hand video, he's got no stars. So the live video footage shows nothing, and then his CGI set footage on the left shows supposed stars. It's because supposedly he's got some special screen on one.
Let me just jump in here. Hold on.
Can I just jump in? Can I just comment on this video a second, please?
Hold on 2 seconds, right? I just want to comment on what Democ said about America being the only ones to have rockets, right? That's a lie. Right? Okay. There's 72 space agencies, and 14 of that 72 have launch capability.
Okay, thank you.
So America is not the only country with rockets. He's a liar.
Okay, thank you. 1 second, please. Democ, let me look at the video here that I posted. Please take a look at it. I actually suspect myself what is said to be the moon is actually the sun. I suspected it might be, but that there are all of these sky features shown from start to finish. It's true. It is true. But I think there are cuts as well, and there is problems with it. But at least you have a video where it shows you something which is consistent. So please have a look at it.
Yeah, I think I've seen it before because I've tried to Google for a long time. Hold on a second. Now I want to talk about whatever Highlander. He said somebody's got rockets. What I said was if everybody's got all this technology to send satellites up everywhere, then surely they would have their own rockets on the moon, which they don't. I don't care what claim you make about what they supposedly might have that you can't go get in and do anything with, that you don't have any live footage start to finish of. You just have a bunch of claims. 72, 82 billion, zillion, let's say a whole bunch of weird claiming numbers, right? And all these countries have all this stuff and they can send rockets, but they don't and they can't because they won't. Where are they all at? How come Argentina and all these places aren't on the moon right now with their flag and their little colored, a little picture? Why don't they send a guy up there and spray paint or a Roomba to spray paint a picture of their flag on the moon real big?
So so you're telling me you want a country to spend all that money to send a guy up to the moon to spray paint on the moon?
What money? I said a robot.
You know how stupid and childish that sounds. Are you even serious when you talk?
I didn't say. I said a robot. You send a little rocket. The rocket goes to the moon, and it turns into a Roomba. The front part of it's a big Roomba. It releases. It goes down, and it starts driving back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And it makes a letter on the moon, shoots colors, does all kinds of cool stuff. You don't like that idea?
We've got well, perhaps we've got Artemis taking off in a few days, maybe next month, Highlander. All right, and it's gonna go up and it's gonna go around the Earth a few times. It's gonna slingshot itself off the Earth, whiz its way towards the moon, around the moon a couple of times, take a few samples, come back, and then drop off the information. What do you reckon?
Oh, sorry.
But what believe that?
Hadn't finished. Highlander, I hadn't finished, right? What do you think the chances are, right? Now, because I can go down to my local Aldi shop and buy hard drives, GoPros, all that sort of stuff. What do you reckon the chances are of us getting uncut footage of this whole mission from woe to go. Now, I'm not even asking for live footage, right? What do you reckon the chances are of us getting the footage of
Zero.
this
Hey,
trip available to us? Uncut
Zero.
from woe to go. Exactly.
And
Hey,
shouldn't we be able
Bansal.
to just bring a candle? Couldn't we just bring a candle so we could see it?
Hey,
Candle,
Bansal.
exactly. Yeah.
Hey, Bansal, they already have the video, bro. They already released the CGI that they're going to release for the launch. They
Oh,
did that
God.
on day one. This is how stupid they are.
Why can't we put a camera on it, our own camera, and then when it's done or whatever, like, why can't we get our own, like, why can't we pay them a couple bucks, right? Talking about it cost all this money. It doesn't cost another country anything to send a little fucking toy rocket missile up and then let it free fall to space. I don't know why that would cost any money for anybody to let something free fall. You could take it up with a rocket or a helicopter and let the rocket go, and then it's going to space in free fall, right? Why would you ever need the fuel at all? And why would you need to send a man? That's what we have robots for, right? 2022, it's not caveman days, you guys. We're not driving with our feet anymore. You know what I'm saying? Highlander? We're not, you know what I mean? Come on, man. Let's use some of this technology, buddy.
What do you think they're using when they go up there? Fucking crayons?
They're not going. You don't have any proof they're going anywhere. You don't have any proof they're leaving this planet. Not one
Right.
iota.
That's really where I am with all of this.
I know your fucking tactic is if I can't go there, therefore it's not real, therefore it doesn't exist. Yeah, that's your methodology. If I can't do it myself, therefore it can't be done. Yeah.
No, mine is if it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. That's pretty
I mean,
simple, right?
I've never built an airplane. Does that mean therefore airplanes don't exist?
So don't
Yeah,
claim you have.
I've never built a helicopter, therefore the helicopters not exist. I've never been to America, therefore does America not exist?
Then don't. Damn, dude. Don't. You're gonna say 100 things over and over. Don't claim you did it, then, stupid. If you claim you did these things, you keep claiming you know these things. You keep claiming we went somewhere, and you're lying because you know we don't have the proof or the evidence of such to back it. So stop making the claims. If you claimed you made an airplane, that would be a dumb thing for you to do because you know you haven't. So stop making claims for them that you can't back. That's my thing to say to you. Stop claiming we go these places without evidence. 100% evidence. That means seeing it, being able to produce it, or redo it yourself.
Right. Okay. So if NASA say they sent a rocket up into orbit, your logic is that if you can't send a rocket there, therefore NASA can't do it.
No,
Yeah,
I'd say a fly's in orbit, so
that
anybody
is
can send
awesome
anything.
logic.
Hold on, can I answer you? A fly is in orbit around your head, so NASA can do anything in orbit. They can send a hot air balloon up. They can fly a kite. That's in orbit. They can put a crop duster around your field. That's orbit. What's orbit got anything to do with anything? Cool. Orbit. Wow. Orbit's clean your mouth.
Yeah, if you're happy with the level of evidence, right, for you, Highlander, fantastic. You should be over the moon, right? And you should be a happy little chappy, right? Now we're not happy. We're not happy. Hold on, we're not happy with it, right? So, and we're not happy with the level of evidence, right? So we like to talk about things here on the ground, right? And you just want to keep on coming in here all the time, just saying it. It's here all the time. You know exactly what we're going to say, yet you can't provide it, right? What we ask for, time and time again. Same questions are asked. You give exactly the same answers. We're not changing our point of view or shifting ground, and you think that we may. Okay, so you're flogging a dead horse, mate. You're flogging a dead horse.
We give you guys evidence, right, that we have been to space, but then you just go, no, CGI, it's fake, we don't believe it, I can't go there myself, therefore it doesn't exist. And that's all we ever get back from you guys. Yeah.
It's not verifiable for us. We are not happy with it. It's happy for you. So you should be in a good mood. Why are you getting so worked up about it? You should be happy.
We get it, guys. Your standard of evidence is absurdly high. We understand.
Cool.
Do you guys believe in Bigfoot? You guys believe in Bigfoot? Globers?
Absurdly high.
You guys believe in Bigfoot? Globers?
I believe in Alf and Bigfoot. We have evidence for Alf, the alien life form, and Bigfoot. They're fuzzy. They're cool.
So, Globers, why is your reason for evidence, why is your standard of evidence so high for Bigfoot, but not for a space?
What's the evidence for Bigfoot?
Firsthand witness,
Yeah.
right? Just like astronauts who went to space, and photography, just like the
Okay.
astronauts who went to space.
Can you provide it?
Oh, you can just search on the internet.
Provided everywhere. Google Bigfoot.
Well,
Yeah.
your problem is if I search for Bigfoot evidence, I find a bunch of stuff that says that Bigfoot doesn't in fact exist. The claims of seeing one are dubious, and the pictures are grainy and edited. But if I look up pictures of space, I literally see hundreds of thousands from multiple sources, multiple angles, multiple institutions, both amateur and professional. So I'm sorry, what was the comparison again?
If he gets you 1 million pictures of Bigfoot, then that's good, right?
Yeah, sure. That would be a step in the right
1 million
direction.
same pictures of Bigfoot. Put him up one picture of Bigfoot 1 million times. Then we're good to go.
If you honestly think that that's what I said, then you have a problem with understanding
Well,
English.
yeah, 1 million pictures, just a bunch of pictures that are fake. That'll work for you, right?
I know you can hear me. Come on. Yeah, what his argument appeared to be is if I can appeal to authority, then it's true.
I'm sorry, what authority did I appeal to again? I'm sorry. I must have missed that.
Well, you said multiple institutions. If that's not an authority,
the definition of not appealing to authority.
Well, maybe you can tell me what you meant by institutions, if not authority.
I said, well, first off, appealing to authority is appealing to one specific person against consensus. I'm appealing to everyone who has made these observations, both amateur and professional.
Okay, so you don't know what appeal to authority is, and you were appealing
well,
to
then why don't you read out what appeal to authority is, so we can all hear you say an appeal to authority is to take the word of one specific person in a field of study over anyone else's opinion, because that's what appeal to authority is.
Okay, so you've just repeated the incorrect definition for appeal to authority. Cool.
Sure.
Do you believe in legend, Ned?
Yeah. So let me actually do this. Sorry, Bandy. Let me actually do this because he wants me to do it, and he is wrong. Okay, a form of argument in which the opinion of an authority, right? It doesn't say single person, says authority on a topic is used as evidence to support an argument. It's literally what you did.
Oh, really? Which one authority did I use?
Yeah. It doesn't say that in the definition.
So then you should be able to easily tell me what authority I used.
Yeah, you said institutions.
And amateur and professional people. So that constitutes about 99% of the entire population. So is the entire population the authority that I'm appealing to?
Right.
Yeah, that's right. You're an idiot.
You said
try again.
Institutions. What did you mean by that, if not authority?
An institution isn't by nature an authority. You don't understand what an appeal to authority is. If I say vaccines don't work because one specific doctor said vaccines don't work, that would be appealing to authority, because there are many other doctors that say vaccines do work. So when you say appeal to authority is quote unquote institutions, when I clearly said that we have both amateur and professional people who have taken countless thousands of images from outer space from across multiple agencies, not just ones based in the US, then I'm not appealing to a quote unquote authority.
So I'm going to ask for the fourth time, and you're going to dodge for the fourth time. What did you mean by institutions, if not authority?
I clearly stated multiple agencies and many people, both amateur and professional. Do you want me to draw it in crayon for you?
Okay, so
you know
amateur
the name,
people
the name of the mission?
Right. Yeah, I think that you're just very loosely defining words in order to squirm away from the fact that you were using an appeal to authority. I've caught you in the lie and you don't want to admit it. We can move on.
Feel free to point out the authority that I appealed to. Since you haven't yet, I'm going to say you're just bullshitting.
Oh, right. You don't appeal to NASA as an institution.
Nope,
He
I
just
don't
said that
appeal
he
to
appeals
just,
to the authority of the
just to NASA. If I appealed to just NASA, then you could say I'm appealing to authority. But I'm not appealing to just NASA. There are over 18 space agencies that all have taken pictures from space. There are amateur and there are there are
All
amateur
fake.
professionals who have taken pictures from space. There are private
fake.
agencies that have taken pictures from space. It is not an appeal to authority because the collectively are what I am appealing to. So it is definitionally not appealing to an authority.
We got it. NASA's
Yeah,
your God, bro. We got it.
Like an authority can be multiple things. For instance, you could say that there's a doctors' union.
Right, but that's not the fallacy, is it?
Yeah, actually, it says an authority. It doesn't say a
No,
single
you're
person.
talking about appealing to majority. You don't understand what fallacies are. Try
If I
again.
wanted to say appeal to majority, I'd have said appeal to majority. Funnily enough, you are also doing that. However, in the definition for appeal to authority, it doesn't mention single entity. You lied about that. I went and got the definition. You were wrong. You're still wrong, and you're still going on like you're not wrong.
I am not wrong. Your lack of understanding of what an appeal to authority is not my problem. If you think you're right, then bully for you.
There is definitely a lack of understanding.
You still haven't refuted my evidence. And if you want to say it's an appeal to authority, then go ahead. The only thing that a logical fallacy is something that has a very shaky grounds for being an argument, but it doesn't invalidate the argument until you can, in fact, show evidence to the contrary that the thousands and hundreds of thousands of pictures across multiple agencies, both amateur and professional, are in fact not reliable. You haven't been able to do that yet. All you've done is say, "Oh, you appeal to authority," and not understood what an appeal to authority is.
Just freaking
There's
animation.
another incorrect thing there that I have to address, right? If you make an illogical argument, there is no need to address it. It doesn't immediately invalidate it, but on the other hand, there is no reason to believe it is valid. So we can move on.
Okay, then move on. Go right ahead and move on. Move right past all the evidence.
Need hold on.
There isn't any. That's the point.
Yeah, there's no point. I just quickly, because I got to go. I just want to quickly get this in. So, Nid, I presume you don't believe in the legend of Bigfoot. You don't believe in the legend of Bigfoot?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't believe in the legend of Bigfoot?
Well, the legend of Bigfoot. You know, Bigfoot existed. You know, so you don't believe it, do you?
No, I believe that there is a legend of Bigfoot. Why wouldn't I?
But that legend of Bigfoot would be, you know, you wouldn't believe it, would you?
I don't know what you mean by that. I believe in the mythology of Norse gods too, but that doesn't mean they exist.
You do believe what he's asking, just don't want to answer.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm saying. So you either do or you don't believe in it. What do you believe in it?
I believe that there was a legend of Bigfoot. I don't think I was not clear about that.
Okay, so there is a legend of Bigfoot, but Bigfoot didn't exist. You know, there's also too a legend of Isaac Newton, right? It's a legend. Legend has it that Isaac Newton formulated the gravitational theory in 1655 or 1666.
Well, they're going to deny that,
after
though.
watching an apple apparently falling off a tree and asking why, oh, why did that apple fall down and not left and right, according to legend. Thank you very much, peoples. Have a good night. I'll see you in the trenches.
I'm going to give you the win there, Bandy. You won that one. You demolished.
The problem is hang on, Bandy. The legend is whether he came.
Wife, close friends, and people that he corresponded with.
Did you hear that other guy?
The legend was that he was inspired by the theory of gravity by an apple falling on his head. So that's the thing that's said to be legend, Bandy. It's apocryphal. apocryphal.
Well, it's just a story. It wasn't actually an apple. That was just part of the story.
Yeah, it's an apocryphal story. That's the legend that he's referencing, not Newton's lifestyle or Newton's times and Newton's gravitational theorizing as expressed in the Principia. Oh, yeah. A mic drop there, Bandy, I'd have to say.
Why haven't we gone back to the moon?
I actually wanted to jump in and just point something out. There's a lot of this going back and forth since even earlier. Nihug and the like, I think you guys are misunderstanding a lot of the stuff and arguments that DMOC and others are coming from. It's I know you guys have your proofs and your pictures and videos and science textbooks, and you got your scientists and they wrote papers. You have a lot of documented stuff of why you believe, but I think you're missing the argument is that we're telling you that stuff's fake. That I know it.
I'd never picked up on that. You're blowing my mind right now. I had no idea that's what you guys.
Why'd you interrupt him to be an idiot? Talk like that.
I want to point out, because when you get in these arguments with them, saying, "Oh, I have the evidence," you do realize though that every flat earther, quote unquote, once upon a time learned this same evidence that you want to present to us. We're just telling you we saw the light and see that stuff is fake and it's false.
I guarantee you probably dropped out of college. Guarantee.
I guarantee.
Wow, you should be muted.
I guarantee. I guarantee.
I understand you're taking it personally, Rakia, because you probably dropped.
You're making it personal by assuming someone. What if he didn't even go to college? You're just trying to demean a man.
Perfect.
Yeah, but you're just trying to demean him like going to college is some overlord of society.
Yeah, so then his statement that he learned the same thing I learned would be incorrect, wouldn't it, Rocky?
No, he said he can read the same books that you did.
Yeah, but did he? Because he obviously did.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, so
you're taking it personal because we seem like we're attacking your useless degrees, if you have any, because you can't even follow in a normal conversation. Maybe you should have took some elective courses like 101 classes on how not to interrupt. As you've interrupted me, the guy before, and the guy before that. I've given you all the lenience of saying I like you, dude, but you just can't help yourself right now.
Hey, so I'll let me share something with him. I mean, just to come back to where he said that he bet that I dropped out of college. I actually dropped out of high school because it was fucking easy and retarded. And I dropped out. So
that's not going to strengthen his argument.
so here's me out. So hear me out. I dropped out because I actually was forced to split bills at the age of 16 with my mom. I don't know what you were doing at age 16, but I was paying the house bill and the electricity and the water. So hold on, no, please don't cut me off. Please don't cut me off.
As you interrupted him again, you lowlife.
Rocky, I know.
Guys, please, come on, guys.
Quit interrupting, dude.
Listen, there's still a mod here. There's still a mod here. Just because bandsaw left doesn't mean get fucking crazy.
Okay,
dude, it's so simple. If you hear a voice, just don't talk, please.
So here's what happened. So I dropped out at in 12th grade. Started working when I was 16, paying half the bills. Dropped out in 12th grade, but I still kept learning. I love science, bro. I love space. And I used to love reading. Something that a lot of people don't even do nowadays is they don't read no more. They just listen and watch videos. And I get it. But I was actually self-taught. And I was bored in school. I used to always get in trouble and go to principal because before the teacher was done giving the day lesson, not only was I done with the lesson, but I also was done with the homework. So I was actually very intelligent, very smart. I had a high IQ. But that doesn't discredit what I'm trying to tell you, because just because I didn't go to academia, the higher education, aspect of it, doesn't mean that I don't know the same teachings that you were taught in school. And because all of us, I'm sure, have looked into it. At least that's usually the path that we're on, of looking for truth. We have to, matter of fact, I set out to disprove flat earth because I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But then it started making sense, and then I started getting a lot more spiritual. Then I saw it making more sense in the Bible, and then I started seeing correlations. And now I'm at a point where when you say we look at a star and say it's a trillion million miles away, and we send a rocket and we land it and we put a rover on a planet, when you say things like that, those are just words and falsehoods. And it doesn't mean anything other than what it means to you and your heart and mind, because that's your truth, that's your belief. No one's going to shake that until you come to that own realization that, wait, I have been duped. Because guess what? Your Artemis launch
Okay, you
that's
got to
supposed to
end it at
happen.
some point.
I will. I'm just going to go say one more thing. He said that we could go to Florida to go watch the Artemis launch. I'm willing to bet that it's going to get scrubbed again. If you're willing to take the gentleman's bet, I'm willing to bet you they get scrubbed again, because I think that this whole launching back to the moon thing is way deeper and more of a distraction of what's really going on behind the scenes right now in our politics.
I
But
absolutely
I'll
agree
stop
with
now.
you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a greater metaphysical tale being told which connects us all. Once we see beyond the obvious literal nonsense, then we can't just throw it out, Quifan. We look to it, we try to decode it. Can I just summate your argument to Nidhug? I think this is what he's trying to say is there's controversy on the table. All of us held the same beliefs as you hold right now, and you're presenting back to us. As the controversy is there, you cannot come back and give us the things that we already rejected in terms of our own mindset and our own progression through flat earth and beyond. You cannot just quote those things, because that's the thing we left behind. You have to come up with something new to act as convincer.
No, I'm not. Well, you're under a misconception that I'm trying to convince you. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm here for entertainment. So
You're here
you're
for
wrong.
entertainment, so you don't
There it
care about it.
is.
Okay,
That's why I interrupt.
cards on the table.
When I first started looking into flat Earth, I was like, all right, I'll educate some of these guys. You guys are beyond education. You guys have fully embraced your ineptitude and your ignorance. So I'm just here purely for
We're
entertainment.
insulting for your entertainment. You're insulting us for your entertainment. He just wants us to react to his
Guys, there's too
insults.
many people talking at once, guys. Come on.
Can I just jump in here and say something for anybody in the UK that hasn't heard yet? The Queen has died.
No shit, man. That's
Long live the Queen. Sorry to hear that, bro. I wanted to respond to what he said. So, if you were to come down here to Texas, right, we got man-made lakes, and I could show you how to fish in a lake full of trees poking out of it, right? Because that's what we got down here. We got lakes full of trees and limbs and shit, right? So I could demonstrate and teach you properly how to do that. But if I made some kind of claim like I could show you how to walk on dirt in the sky, right? But I couldn't demonstrate to you how to walk on dirt that's actually up in the sky, like that's not teaching, that's indoctrination. So if you want to teach us, like show us how to hook the worm, show us how to cast it and put the bobber on there and stay away from the trees, only fish in the fishing lanes and the boating lanes, because you can't fish. You can't fish over there by the trees. You're going to catch nothing but limbs all day long in Texas, right?
Hank,
So that's the difference between indoctrination and demonstration. One is teaching and one is brainwashing. Thanks.
You reckon it's more fool,
You can
Hank?
go
We've
down
been in this
and you can
arena for
actually go to the
years. What do you
labs where they build the rovers that they put on Mars, and you can actually go down there and see them build it and how it works. And they give tours literally they give tours all the time on what they're doing, how they build it, and the problems that they come into and the problems they have to overcome.
This is a guy here provoking.
Guys, Pete, guys, I want you to be a part of this. Hold on, Nidhug. 1 second. Pete, I want you to be a part of this conversation. Stop clipping. Let him finish, and then you can go next. Let him finish, and then you're next.
Yeah, so just like you can hook a worm and show me how to fish, you can go down and you can see them build the rovers that they send out and the trials that they have to overcome in order for it to work properly. And then you can see it loaded up onto the launch pad, and you can watch the rocket lift off, and you can see video footage of it going up there, and then you get live feeds and
Wait a minute,
pictures.
video footage? I don't need any video footage to take you out on the lake, bro.
If that doesn't, almost done, man. If that doesn't equate to you hooking a line, going down and casting bait and showing how to fish, then I don't know what to tell you.
Right. Let me just go briefly, Hank. What
There's no live feed of any rover landing on Mars. I looked
What a
for
load
it.
of bollocks, Nidhogg, and everything that Hank was talking about is something practical, something we can all experience. You just said we can go down, watch him building it, then when they take off in the rocket, your trust. Isn't this the whole idea of the Enterprise, that you can go down there and see it, and just by extrapolation then, and by video evidence, accept that they actually worked this thing on Mars, a planet that we were already told to accept via heliocentrism. This is nonsense. Can I just say one more thing to Hank? Hank, isn't it honest to God more fool us? Because you were here at the start when I was, and the exact same type of characters were coming in on a daily basis, bringing up the exact same issues, and all that's happened, they'll still do the same thing. We just waste our fucking time going over it again with them who won't listen.
Pete, I never
Yeah,
heard
it's
of
for
you
the
before
audience.
last. Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, it's for the audience, Pete. I don't make these arguments for myself or trying to convince these yahoos of anything, right? I'm never going to convince them of something, because once you become so educated and indoctrinated, you get stupid again, because you can't learn anything new because you already know everything, right? As opposed to someone with really low cognitive ability who can't learn anything new because of their own cognitive ability. These people can't learn anything new because of their own bias, right? So
They're all
I'm trying
actors,
to have,
Hank.
yeah, I'm trying to have conversations with people I'm not actually speaking to in this room. I'm directing and tailoring my rhetoric towards the audience who might be listening.
Yeah, I think it's an incorrect statement to say that we're not constantly learning, or that when you get educated in a subject you stop learning. It's just you're not retreading territory that's already been done. You don't need to trailblaze a particular field of science that's already been trailblazed, but you can take that information and
So
go
the science is
further.
settled.
It's all been discovered.
Nobody can do science. That's pretty cool. Nobody do any kind of science, whatever that means. What is science anyway? Just looking at stuff and just claiming it all day. And you say making a car means the car runs? No. Making a toy model doesn't mean the toy model has to drive down the road just because it looks like a car, acts like a car, and sounds like a car. Doesn't mean it is a car.
Did he really
That's
just
not
say
what that
that?
means.
The whole essence of science is, oh my, I mean, that is just, I can't believe you said that, man.
Tell him what science is, Rocky.
No, I really don't want to tell. You can't tell that guy anything. He's here for entertainment. He's just going to argue against it and laugh out loud or do whatever he does for his entertainment value. Like, that's weird for him to say that. It's like scripted.
He said we can see something get made, so we can see a box of cereal get made. That means they're going to send it to the moon. That means it's going there because we saw him put the cardboard together.
I actually have a bet with Nidhogg. Remember our bet, Nidhogg?
If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but I'm being very genuine.
Genuine about
being a Georgia script ass.
Where's your one camera that you can place on anything that the NASA or anybody's private corporation, company, whatever, rocket people? Where can you put your own there, and I could put mine with yours? We could put the Demok cam and the Nidhogg cam on whose rocket? Whose rocket can we walk up and just for science for the public? Since we're not secretive about science and we want to learn stuff, where can we put our camera on there?
Maybe you could write a letter to SpaceX and ask them if you can install your camera in your rockets.
Why would I need to write a letter and not just go put my camera on there for science? What, is that illegal to put a camera on to view stars now? That's weird. You guys find that weird? You write a letter. Hold on a second. Why would I need to write a letter to the president or NASA or anybody to go put a camera on something?
Hold on. Do you not think it would be weird if you just walked up and put a camera on my car? Or do you not think that I would come out and say, "What the fuck are you doing?" Would you not expect? Would you not expect me to come out and say, "Why are you putting a camera on my vehicle?"
We're talking about a rocket. Stop talking about your car at home. We're talking about a rocket that's owned by the public already. We already paid for all of NASA. Did you forget that?
I thought you just said it was owned by a private corporation.
I didn't say anything. Yeah, private NASA. All the corporations that are private
Right. So
are paid and funded by NASA.
how can it belong to the public if it belongs to a private corporation?
I didn't say the word public. My camera was public. My public camera. A public person can't go up when they own it. You're
So
supposed
if
to
the
own
rocket,
NASA. You're supposed to be making all your money in America.
if the rocket belongs to NASA,
Guys, I'm
what
just gonna.
gives you the right to just walk up and put a camera on?
Yo, first of all, when there's a major disruption in the chat, it doesn't help if more people start speaking up. All right, stop clipping, guys. I'm gonna have to start just muting people or something.
What gives him the right to just walk up?
Supposedly, since Kennedy walked out,
again. I'm sorry to the middle of my sentence interrupt you. I'm so sorry, Mark.
The question is Denmark asking.
Yeah,
listen. I just want to say, I just want to say, I drove back through Saratoga looking for a place to fucking park my 18-wheeler so I could go out and enjoy the beautiful city. No parking for 18-wheelers. There's something wrong with this country.
Yeah, so the reason you can't put a camera on the rocket is the same I'm just gonna say it's the same reason you can't walk into the White House and plant a camera on the fucking Oval Office White House desk. And if you don't get that, Demick, then that's not our problem.
That's not the
Your
same
problem. Yeah, it's us against them, isn't it? Why are you not on our side, man? When there's so much scant evidence and there's so much controversy regarding the nature of our world, why are you defending an official story here, especially that we all fucking left years ago?
For entertainment, he already told you. You just didn't listen. He's doing it for entertainment.
Yeah,
I'm here laughing at you right now.
I know it's more than that. I already know that you're actors, agents, and you're playing your part. I already know it's more than that.
I want to ask Dimmock. What gives you the right to just walk up and place a camera wherever you feel like placing it?
When Kennedy came out and gave his speech, and he said, "We will pay for all of NASA. You will foot the bill, all of America. You're going to pay for this." Meaning that's all public stuff.
Hold on, that contradicts what you said a minute ago.
Go hours on this and keep bringing it up and bringing it up.
It's fucking ridiculous, actually. This is so infuriating and frustrating for the intelligent flat earther that we have to listen to the same stuff over and over again when we have the opportunity to talk among great minds. Hey, whoever the moderators is here, you got a moderator differently with the likes of Mudhugs, or a Highlander, who are only here, you say entertainment, they're only here to cause disruption, bring you back, and fucking fight you at every point you raise. And let's understand this, though.
Right, they haven't even answered the first question yet, and he's already answered asked three, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
So the first question is the same as basically all three. For one, they kept comparing the rocket that the public is supposed to own. NASA was supposed to be for science, to see Earth pictures and prove America could go somewhere, for the people of America, right? So when the president came out at that time before he died, right, he said, "We will do this, that, and the other, not because they're easy, because they're hard." That was a claim. And then he said, "All Americans are going to pay for it." That wasn't a claim, because we have been paying for it. Everything that NASA or any company involved with NASA that they do when they get all that billions of dollars is our money. So who are you to tell me I can't put a camera on my rocket that my great-grandpas and everybody else's blood, sweat, and tears have paid for? Now they're died, and they don't get to see it, but I do. So what would be the point of me being alive if I can't put a camera on a willy-nilly rocket that's only seeing air? Why would you secretly hide that, or the White House? If you're in the White House, hold on, I'm not done. If you're in the White House and you want to be a public official of presidency, then put the fucking camera in there. If you don't, then don't take the job and get the fuck out.
Let him answer that, Dan. Let him answer that,
Not what the public domain means, Demick. It's like you can't slap cameras on public school buses. You can't slap cameras in public schools. You can't put cameras in any public places just willy-nilly. because that's not what being a publicly owned.
walk down the road and there's cameras everywhere.
But do you not see the contradiction in what Dimmock said? He said 2 minutes ago that NASA was a private corporation, right? And now he's saying that it's funded by the public and it's publicly owned. Which is it, Dimmock? Is NASA part of the public? Do the public own it, or are they a private corporation?
All right, let me answer. Shut up, stop talking. Stay with me here. The president of the United States came out and said, you are going to pay for it, people. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't care what the fuck you say. It's coming out of your pocket. We didn't have that choice. He told us we're paying for it. That means it's ours and we're paying for it. Do you understand that? Stay with me. I'm not done. So after it's guaranteed to us that we are paying for it, that means it's ours. Just like the military and everything else we produce for everything from our blood, sweat, and tears, right? It's ours. Just because you guys, right now today, they tell you on the news there are public companies, that's fake. Now, if you have a private company, I'm sorry, that's fake. There's no private just means secret. That's it. So if you have a private company, that means there's shit you can't know about that company. Too bad, so sad. So if you think that's
I'd like
for
to
the
point
public,
out how
I don't. So
yeah, I mean, I would. It's pretty awesome.
That it's for the public, but they're not. They've always been a private government Department of Defense institute. So stop acting like you can't comprehend that. They're portrayed as for us, but they're not. Do you get it?
I would love to see you walk into an army camp and try and put a camera on a fucking tank.
Why is your problem? You want all these secrets and lies to be spread by everybody, so everybody can just go willy-nilly do stuff and make a claim for you, right? Are you one of the people that get paid from these claims getting made? Is that the case? So everybody can just make claims and get paid from it.
Hey, Rocky, you own your own company. Do you agree with Demick's statements, or do you think maybe he's a little bit fucking psycho?
Who owns NASA?
Why you always got to insult, bro? Can we avoid insults?
Who owns the European Space Agency?
I'll say again without the insult. Hey, Rocky, you own your own company. Do you think Demick's portrayal of a private company is accurate?
Okay, he's not here.
I think it's awesome that Dimmock is pointing out the contradiction, and somebody else
not here. Who owns the European Space Agency? Who owns NASA, bud?
This is how this room works. Pretty sweet.
Hold on, let dude talk.
Who owns NASA? Who owns the European Space Agency, Highlander? Who owns these companies if they're private?
I never said they were private. Dimmock said they were a private corporation, not me.
Okay.
I never made that claim.
Okay, but now Dimmock is saying they're
you can go back to the live stream and have a look at the live stream and listen to Dimmock say that NASA was a private corporation, and then 2 minutes later he says they're owned by the public.
I heard him.
Clean your potato ears out. I said that NASA owns a portion and controls all the ones claiming to be private. Clean your ears out.
Okay, please.
NASA is a private corporation.
Let's make progress. Let's make progress. 1 second, Dem. Hang on, Dimmock. Let's make progress. So therefore, Highlander, Dimmock is perfectly entitled to ask for a camera on the front of a NASA rocket because it is publicly owned. He's a part of the public, and they ultimately serve us. Would you agree with that?
Hold on. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. Right? Because the problem. Hold on. The problem isn't Dimmock asking to put the camera on. I have no issues and no problems with anyone walking up to NASA and asking or requesting to put a camera on the rocket, right? What Dimmock wants to do is just walk up and put one on there, without asking permission, without asking anyone anything.
So you don't have to ask anybody to put a camera on your car, do you? You got to go ask NASA to put a camera on your public car that you own publicly, but privately, but you got to lease because you pay the tax or the title and the license every year on it. You got to keep paying that, so you really don't actually own it. You lease it. So what I'm telling you is you have your car, right? So if NASA's rocket is mine and yours, don't tell me when or how I can do what I want to do.
Yeah, not only is it a taxpaid for thing, But like these people and like governments have cameras on you everywhere. You're on fucking
Exactly.
CCTV everywhere you fucking go. By the time you walk to the gas station, 500 fucking cameras have picked you up.
Right. I did mention that. Can I reformulate the question then, the way we can all answer? And Demok, I know your answer, but please let Highlander answer first. I think I know what you're answering. Why don't they place cameras on the tip of the rockets all around to get to get a view of the greater, wondrous, magical universe when we get above the interfering atmosphere or the effects of the sun? Why don't they do that, Highlander?
Why don't they put a camera on the tip of the rocket?
Or somewhere around the peripherals in order to get a top view, so you're looking directly above, right? And you want to see as you break through all of the different layers of Earth into the great fucking wondrous stellar beyond. You're getting a head-on view. You're getting a full view, like a guy wearing a head camera as he's diving off a cliff.
Pete, I want to hear you make that. Pete, wait. Let's all hear Pete make that rocket noise again. Make that again, Pete.
That was more. Do you remember the guy? Was it Carl Sagan who was going? Your mind is blown thinking about the greater universe. Now we're penetrating into it, Travis, and that's the wonder of the image. Well, why don't they, Highlander? I have an idea.
Right,
I guess I'm going to get along with them. But what's your answer?
I am sorry, my friend, right? But I don't design the rockets. I don't build them. I don't have anything to do with the construction or the launch of the rocket. So the reasons why they don't put the cameras there, I can't tell you. You would have to ask. You would have to ask the space agency themselves why they don't do it.
I won't be doing that. I'm asking you here now, as a grandfather. I know your grandfather. Fair play, bud. But if you're teaching your children all the wonders of all of this stuff, I want the best answer that you can offer up. I have an answer. I have a much greater answer than that. And remember, we're just two ordinary people. But what? You have no answer. And they have cameras pointing down, but they don't have any cameras pointing up as per Dem's request. I think there's something wrong.
No light up there.
Personally, right? Now, this is just a guess, right? I'm not saying that this is the correct answer or anything like that. Yes, so, right, but my guess would be, right, is that the reason the cameras would be pointing downwards rather than up would probably be for aerodynamics. Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking along the same lines. You could just get fucking toughened glass.
You could put them inside something that's got a clear covering, and then they could still be facing out the clear covering and be covered by aerodynamically by the shell. They could be inside a section. Take a little section.
Now, Dem, do you want to? Dem, do you want to go first? Dem, do you want to go first and give your answer why they don't, or will I?
Why we don't what?
You want to go give your answer first? Why they don't put a camera on?
Because they're the Department of Defense, they're actually the government, and they don't give a fuck about anybody. They kill, steal, and destroy from you any chance they get, and they could care less what you want, and they're not going to show you anything. It's all private. That's why they can take private things. They do have cameras all in schools. The FBI can see them all day. The CIA can watch them all day. Every day in every bus, every city, every stop sign, every public bus, every stoplight, every pole, every balloon, every airplane, everywhere you go could have a secret camera in it, as small as they get cameras these days, and no one would ever know. And microphone, they get to do it privately, right? Wink, wink. But you, as the public, can't have the ability.
I was hoping to get more to the
all you had to say was Tupac said, they don't give a fuck about.
One second. I was going to hang up, please.
One more
second. One second. Can I give my answer, please? Because I was hoping Dem wouldn't get too. I will be very brief, please. Dem, I was hoping you wouldn't get too far from what you were talking about earlier. When they go up to those heights, the stars fucking disappear, right, Dem?
Well, everything disappears. The ability to see the Earth disappears when they clip it and cut over to whatever. They got a camera footage of nothing, looking at nothing, doing nothing, right? All day long. And then it clips to something. Then you're supposedly looking at Earth, which is not Earth. Then it's like some kind of goofy ass image of nothing. Like, what can you make out to prove you just went up off this planet live? You got fucking the ladies waving in the camera the whole time, zooming in? No. Do you got any fucking hot air balloons or anything being filmed going past or anything? No. Do you have like on a Blue Angels or anything like this? You'd have a show. You have like 3 planes coming this way, 2 going that way, a guy standing on the wings. Like this shit happening live, and you can film it every angle, every vision you can think of, publicly, live. Like everyone can film it and see it. You don't have to believe and take their word for it. You understand?
That's not the greater point here, bud. That's not the greater point. As we know, yes, as we think anyway, as the rocket ascends, then the stars disappear. So they can't show that because, of course, our whole reality is fabricated. But that's the ultimate reason why they wouldn't put cameras on rockets.
It's further than that, Pete. I know they can't show stars, but here's what else they can't show. If you went right now and paid somebody to drive you up in a jet and you said, I'm going to show on Joe Rogan's, or I'm going to show to this class or show this school some video footage. After you got down from the jet, you'd have to go request for the footage, and then they would send it to you. You can't show certain shit yourself live in the jet from the ground doing any of that shit. What happened was Steve-O went up in the jet and he was like, I'm going to prove the earth is flat to you goofy flat earthers. Stupid motherfuckers, right? Steve-O kept saying flat earthers are fucking retarded, right? So then they went up in the jet, right? And it was on Joe Rogan's show, right? Because he was doing a thing on it. So they went up in the jet and Steve-O was in the passenger and he passed out and started drooling on himself. So I really don't understand what he saw, right? Here's the other thing. They played footage, right? They said, here's the footage, motherfuckers. And it showed like a little rounded beveled edge of like some water. And it didn't make any sense, right? Then the next footage, it said, here's my footage. I filmed, this is my film personally or whatever, my camera or whatever. And on the bottom of the footage, it said not actual footage. Now, why would you show 4 minutes of footage that's not even actual footage of you being in the jet that you keep claiming to everybody they're so stupid and the earth is round and you're going to show them proof of it being flat, but you can't even show us actual footage of a fucking jet ride you took for 4 minutes?
Isn't that sad? I actually have an answer for that. Can someone else proffer up an answer? Because I actually have an answer for that. Them.
Your answer.
Someone else wants to offer up. Hey, Highlander or Hugs? What about it, Hug? Can you answer what Demox said?
You got an answer?
Why can't you guys film your trip in a jet live, start to finish, and show everybody?
You asked more about Steve-O and his experience, who said, I'm going to fucking show you dumb flat earthers. And he went through his... anyone else respond? Why did he do that?
Why would you want to put a camera in a fighter jet and record it start to finish?
Why not?
Stop asking me weird questions. The question is to you. Why did a guy call everybody stupid and not even present 4 minutes of real live footage? Is the question to you. Why would you fall asleep and slobber on yourself and say you were seeing a curve of the earth when you were passed out and slobbering on yourself on your live footage? So they show you slobbering on yourself with your head banging back and forth, right? But then they don't show you actual footage of the ground you're leaving and going around. Come on, dude. Did you really ask that question? You can't be sincere.
A couple months ago,
I don't know what video it is you're talking.
Sorry, let me just say this.
It doesn't matter. Listen to what I'm saying. I pass out in a jet. Then I play to you while I call you stupid and say you're a stupid glober. I got proof of a flat earth. But then I pass out and then show you footage. And at the bottom of the footage, it says not actual footage. Would that help you out?
Right. One, I've never seen the footage you're talking about, so I can't comment.
Hear the words. Listen to the words, dude. Listen real carefully.
Do you ever let anybody finish? Right?
You're not paying attention to what I'm asking you. I'm the guy. I'm telling you I did this. You don't have footage of it. You're listening to me tell you something.
There is no talking to that guy because he asks for your response, and then when you try to give the response to the guy, he just constantly interrupts so you can't say nothing.
You didn't give a response. You came in interrupting your whole time, dude. Be quiet.
I didn't give a response. Every time I get 2 words in, you fucking jump in and start going, oh, you're not fucking listening.
So is that your response?
No, you didn't hear what he had to say. He had to repeat what he had to say, and then you still don't answer, Highlander. So now answer. Damn, give him a bit of time.
I just wanted to, can I just say one thing? me and a few people like a couple months ago researched a bunch of satellite launches, rocket launches, balloon launches. There's a funny thing that happens. Once they launch, they have to switch to a 3D animation of the orbit. And I would love to pull up all the videos that I found of this a couple months ago, but it's going to take me some time. But when you try to research this yourself, you cannot find a video of a satellite from its launch entering orbit. It always switches to an animation.
Every single
And I tried to verify this for myself, and I did. And it's hard to find a video of a rocket.
We're talking jets, though.
Yeah.
I was talking just a jet footage. So
Just
this
a
guy
jet, yeah.
talking Highlander couldn't even get in a jet and bring you the footage start to finish. They won't let him. He's going to tell you all these excuses and ask you crazy questions that have nothing to do with the answer.
Yeah.
Why don't they let you? Now give your answer.
I'll give my answer if no one else has an answer forthcoming. Highlander?
No, it's for Highlander.
Yeah. Highlander, off you go. Go on. So I have an answer, and I understand the question.
Hold on a second. Hold on. We're giving him the floor. He just went off for I don't know how long. We're giving you the floor, Highlander. What is your answer? We need this so bad.
No, because I've tried to answer it several times, and every time you just jumped in over the top of me, so I'm not interacting with you anymore.
Okay, you're bound out.
I don't blame you.
No answer. No inquisitive.
Pussy-ish.
No
Your grandchildren be proud of you, bud.
An excuse. I told you he'd give an excuse. I called it, so my hypothesis was correct. Highlander will give an excuse. The next globe person that believes in globe, what's your answer?
Yeah, Nidhug. Come on, bud. Nidhug. Entertainment. This is fucking great entertainment.
Nidhug,
I'm up with one of the greatest entertainments on this flat earth.
Footage of jets from leaving the ground, start to finish live, that you take and show us right now. Why can't you go do that?
You've been democked.
Yes.
Because it doesn't support their
globe has
argument.
been
That's why.
democked.
You've been democked. Very good.
Well, they can't. They can't get footage of anything live. But yet they keep saying, look, Mom, Superman, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a ISS. Yeah, okay. Cool story, dude. Now punch me in the face while I'm looking. Wow.
So since he's not answering, or no one else is answering, Democ, I'll give you my answers. Same way that they don't put a camera on any rocket, which are all fucking fake anyway, but if they did, we'd soon find out that the stars disappear, all the skylights disappear, so that means they are of a different nature. Why Steve O did what he did, Democ, I think this is aimed at the conspiracy people. I actually have a more positive view of it as well, that if you're on the conspiracy pathway and you look at Steve O's assertions and what you've just been saying there and the follow-up, which is probably non-existent, then you'll only be more encouraged along your own lines of truth. You know what I mean? Because you know this is bollocks coming from all these guys, and they've probably been led into the story as well.
The Department of Defense will not allow you, the CIA, the federal government, no government of any country, and they're all connected. They're all the FBI. You got the Russian FBI, the Russian CIA, the whatever country, whatever place, CIA, FBI, whatever, secret, whatever it is. But the secret it's not even really secret. It's just their group of people that run their shit that know the shit you can't know.
It's all working for you, Dem. Here's the fucking hilarity of it. All working for you. Highest authority on this land. Make no bones about it, because they fucking know it as well. And we're asleep. And maybe here's the positive thing to come from all of this. Remember Joe Rogan? And he's like, I will sell my mother if someone showed me a UFO. Suddenly he goes back on. Hey, Dem, it's too obvious, though. You know what I mean? It's fucking too obvious. They're playing us for fools.
Listen to this, though. This is how stupid he is. I thought he was smart. And when I heard him say that, I said that was the dumbest statement I've ever heard in my life. If you sell your mom to see a fake jank-ass piece of equipment set up in a fucking warehouse that probably was set up 200 times already with magnets and fans and other, like, you look in a room like, oh my God, that's hovering. Oh man, get the fuck out of here. If you ain't getting in it and driving it and controlling it or rebuilding it and making one too, then don't believe none of that dog shit.
Although, who knows what real nature, and you know well enough, they've taken advantage of the electricity or the ether in many different fronts. You know that.
I'm not saying what technology we have as humans. I'm just saying if you can't, like, You know what I mean? Until we can do it, like the Wright brothers say, hey, we got a plane, and nobody believed them. But then when they're flying, you have to. So no, I'm not saying that what we have is not what we have. I'm saying they don't show us shit, and the shit they do show us is so fucking fake and goofy that if we walked up and like tried to do something, it wouldn't work. So if we actually did get on that rocket, we're not coming back. We're dead. You understand? If we actually lived a part of this, we wouldn't
we're
make
led
it.
into it. Imagine the Denmark. I remember a video by Beyonce once, right? And I don't know, you can't find fucking anything anymore. I'm in this conspiracy realm about 12 years anyway, full time. But I remember a video before, and I reckon she was initiated because she came out with this really emotional video, and she was talking about the wonders of things to come. I think maybe that if we're in this desperate realm, and people like Steve or Joe Rogan, they're sort of let into the true nature of things. Because remember, our true nature is not what's described via evolution or heliocentrism and beyond. So there's a different truth to us. And maybe this is all a fucking playroom dem. You know what I mean? In short, we have 70 years to work it out, and the clues are there from the start. And the people who are let in on the clues have to challenge you as much as they can because they love you and because they know our true nature. You know, I think it more likely it's something like that that's going on. I really do. And that's why Joe Rogan, I wouldn't sell my mother because I don't own my mother. But I think he was definitely shown some what do you call, even though he was an actor from the start, this is probably all part of the act, but he was definitely shown something convincing that he would go back on, let's say, the moon landings or other lies that he pushes as well, knowing full well that they are lies. He did interview Elon
We're all
Musk.
actors. We're all actors.
Well, who isn't? Is Elon Musk an actor?
Yes.
You're an actor. I'm an actor. We're all actors.
Is Kosho an actor, Jeremy? Is Kosho an actor? Your best mate, your bum buddy?
Everyone.
Is Kosho an
He's not-
actor?
First of all, I don't know what bum buddy means, but
Your bum
we're all
buddy, your best mate. You and Kosho, Jeremy and Kosho go together like a horse and carriage.
I don't know what that means, but we're all actors. Everyone. Kosho, you. All right. Everyone's an actor, Pete.
Is Kosho an actor? The guy who's
Yes,
been coming
all
in.
human beings. All humans are actors, yes.
Yeah, but hang on,
We're all
please. If you're a human being by default and you're an actor, if you're a human being playing a part and you're also an actor, like Nathan Oakley, you have to distinguish between actors then, right?
Well, how do you do that? He's very
Well,
arbitrary.
you
He's the
say you
arbiter of
don't call
who's
a
an
human
actor.
being an actor. You say a human being is a human being. Let's assume they're out for truth, love, honesty, beauty, etc. All the higher goals. Now, yes, if someone is playing a role like in a movie setting, and that's acting the part within a real man or a movie setting. Michael Jackson didn't die. We all know this. The character died off. David Bowie didn't die. The character died off. The man still lives. So the human being outlives, predominates the actor. Do you know what I mean? So the actor
We
here,
know
though,
MJ
Highlander
Bowie.
is certainly acting his part. Highlander and Nuthug is certainly acting their part. Yeah.
How do we know MJ?
What?
Listen, there's so many questions. So many questions, Pete. How do you differentiate between an actor and a non-actor?
In this stage, I shouldn't have to answer anyone here that question because there's so much controversy within even the flat earth side itself. It's all about division, further and further division. You'll always be pushed to the very end. I would say my own answer to your question, Jeremy, is yeah, well, obviously the enemy is clear to see, the Ball Earthers, all the returning antagonists, the Baller Borg crew. But within our own realm, and remember, all great empires were brought down from within. I would say it's the people who continually say the same things, and for time and time again are happy to dwell on the same things, have the same arguments, and will not entertain new issues, new arguments.
Hey, you keep saying the same.
Quantum Eraser and Ether tells you they're an actor.
Hold on, Pete, we have to ask you these questions and get you to answer these questions, right? Otherwise, we don't get our show
I
payment.
just answered it. Now you're the one who can't answer questions. I just answered it, Jeremy. Did I not?
No, Pete, I'm telling you the reason why we ask you these questions is so that we can get our acting payment every month.
I don't give a fuck what you do. You don't necessarily have to be paid. You have to be let in on it. I know you have an army history. Maybe you're Illuminati. You're born into certain families, certain knowing. Maybe you're a Mason. I'm not. I don't know what you are. I know you're acting your part because you can't answer any of my questions honestly, bud. I know that.
Hey, do you know what?
That's a lot. But he can't answer anything. Why can't we have live footage, start to finish, of anything? 360 live to YouTube, hooked up. As soon as you get in there, put your suit on, film yourself doing it, just like a police leaving the station, getting in the car. He has a live cam on the whole time. Why do we not have live cams of all the rocket stuff with all the people on their helmet, on their body, on the rocket, everywhere? Not the
Why?
nose, everywhere.
Why
You
are
can't
you
hold
not
on. My
asking?
question,
Why
my
are
main
you not
question. Hold
asking the
on.
space agency
My
this
main
question?
question was about
Because
a
you're
jet.
defending the space agency.
Just a second. My main question is about a jet. Personally, just a jet. You can't go get in a jet right now and film it live and show everybody start to finish before you even get in it to when you get out. I guarantee you. You want to bet money on it? Now, why can't you
Yeah,
do that?
yeah. Do you know why I can't do that? Because I don't know how to fly a fucking jet. So no, I won't be getting in a jet. I don't know
Say
how
you
to fly
could.
one. That's just
Say you
stupidness.
could. Now, why couldn't you do that? We're
Hey,
talking about the people who can. Clearly, the guy was in a jet, right? Why can't he bring back live footage start to finish? Why was it only 2 minutes?
Why can't you go and ask the people that own the jet that?
Here's a question.
So NASA, you trust NASA, spectroscopy, all this weird stuff, but I got to go ask for a jet ride to be shown? This is weird. So you
Right?
trust all
No,
this
no,
stuff,
you're
but
not
you don't even
asking
know
for a
the
jet.
answers. You don't even
No.
know that a jet ride can't be
Jesus
shown
Christ.
live. But you're going
Right?
to talk to us about a
Hold
rocket.
on.
Well, let's
You're
start with the
talking.
jet. You're
You're.
military and the jet,
You ever stop?
right?
Right? Right, you're talking about this one specific jet ride that this guy took that apparently he passed out and slammed on himself, right? Now, I'm not saying that that never happened, right? But you are asking why he doesn't have footage from the very start to the very end, right? All I'm saying is I don't know why. And for you to know why, right? For you to know why, you would have to go and ask the people that own that specific jet. Jesus Christ! This is
But you're
why
not
people
saying
don't
anything,
talk to you.
Highlander.
Yeah,
You have a
Denmark.
response, and then when people give you a
I'm just going to
response, you
mute you.
just
Hold on,
fucking
Highlander.
constantly
Highlander.
interrupt.
Highlander, you're not saying anything.
Constantly
You don't know.
interrupt.
You'd have to go and ask NASA. Thank
I
you.
know. Now I got to mute. I got to mute everyone. Hey, guys. Denmark, what the fuck, bro? I've had to mute you like 3 times today already. With multiple threats of muting. Relax, man. Let Highlander finish. Let everyone finish. Highlander, you're clipping him too. Okay? Let everyone finish. Go.
Right. I'm not saying go ask NASA, right? I'm saying whoever is the owner of the jet, because you don't have to be military to own a jet, as far as I'm aware, right? So whoever is the owner of the jet, that's who you have to ask why there's no footage from start to finish. Because I can't answer that. No one else in this Discord channel can answer that.
So you're telling me
No
nobody
camera
can
on the jet because
answer.
they didn't want to
You're telling
document.
me, hold on, hello. You're telling me nobody can answer why we can't have live footage from a jet start to finish?
No, that's not what I said. Are you listening, Dimmock? You were talking about that one specific jet flight where the gentleman passed out. That's the jet flight you were talking about, right? And you were asking why there's no footage from start to finish and why there's only 2 minutes or 4 minutes of it. Right? I don't know. No one else in this Discord room knows why. You would have to go
fucking
and
know
ask
why.
the people that were
Okay, we
involved.
got your
Are
answer.
you done?
We got your answer. Thanks for that.
Hold on, Pete.
Highlander.
This is between me and him for a couple seconds. One
All
second,
right, all
buddy.
right.
I
All right.
said, why can't you Google or find any live footage start to finish of any jets? You, a human, call your buddies, call their buddies, call your military family, call the rocket science guy. Ask any of them for any live footage of any jets or rockets or missiles start to finish, uncut, that you can control the camera to.
Right, okay. I tell you what I'll do, right? Because I do have friends that are still in the RAF, right? And I will message them tonight and I will ask them why we can't have live footage from the minute they get in the jet, the whole flight, and then when they land, right? I will ask them why we can't have that, okay? I will ask them that for you tonight. okay?
Yeah,
And I will
I've
get back
Googled
to you.
it for 10 years and I can't find no live footage
Okay.
of anything leaving the
Okay.
planet
Okay.
live from start to finish. None of
Have
it.
you
Can
have
I
you
give you
See,
guys
now
listened?
some
you've
friendly
just changed.
advice?
Hold on. Now you've just changed the goalposts because now you've just said
Yeah, I told
we
you
don't have
every
anything
single one. Google it. Find it
leaving the
for us. I'll
Earth,
wait.
right?
Find it.
All right, then
Fighter
there's the
jets,
fucking
fighter
Find
jets
it for you
don't
to find
leave the
it, dude. Quit
Earth.
talking.
point is made, Demo. Come on, bud. Hey, Highlander, have you told your RAF friends about your time and effort spent convincing flat earthers that they're stupid all these years now? Did they know that there's a possibility that the earth is flat and stationary? What do they have to say? I'd be most interested. Pretty intelligent.
Do I tell who?
As we are.
Sorry, can you
Very good
repeat that,
question
please?
now. Very good question.
I'm sorry,
He
can you
didn't
repeat
hear you
that
all the
question?
way. He said, tell your buddies the world is stationary and flat, and they can prove the flat earth is wrong by sending you all the live footage start to finish.
But have you not talked to your buddies about the amount of time you spend debating with flat earthers in these types of forums for years, and they don't
Well,
have no
yeah,
opinion on flat earth? Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the guys I
Here's
work with at night, they know I talk to you guys, and they think it's absolutely hilarious.
Why? Did they see the earth moving? Did they see the curvature? Come on.
They don't
learn to
want
drive a
to.
bus. Any man can learn to
They
drive a
don't.
fucking bus.
here's the question. Here's the question I've always had, honestly, and I think all of us globers and flat earthers and anti-ballers alike can ponder the same thing. Why have they never, in their spacewalks, turned around and shown us that beautiful 93 million mile away sun that's behind them, or all the stars and planets, the view from the space from so far away?
I thought you were going to say do a
I
360
have
with the
never,
camera.
yes.
Right,
Why have they
right.
never done a
That's
360?
an easy
Never.
one, right? It's the same reason why you don't look directly at the sun because it's blinding.
I just did it today.
So the ISS is
Hey,
blinded by the sun at all times, and it can't never see stars anywhere. Isn't that weird?
here's the
1972.
problem
It's a
I've ever
comedy. Our
seen.
lives are a
In
fucking
all the
comedy.
videos, in all the spacewalks, in all the spacewalks they've done, they've never just turned around, like took us a quick look, like, hey, check it out. Oh, look at there's Mars. There it is. Good look, guys. Never, ever. And the problem is that there's an excuse as to why they don't, but I don't think that's a valid excuse.
There's
Oh,
always
they
an
could throw a
excuse.
camera around attached to a cord back and forth to each other and film, and here your turn, you film this. No, you here, throw it to him, you film this. Float the camera over to
You
the dude,
you
they
would
look at Earth.
you think
That'd be awesome.
you you would you would think that if I'm an astronaut and I'm going to be in a place where not even 1% of any nation has been in, to have such a beautiful view from that point, you would think that that would be the first thing any astronaut, all astronauts would do, would be like, oh man, I want to record this to take back to my family and friends and show them. Because, like, imagine going to the Grand Canyon and never filming the Grand Canyon. You just show the
Hold on a second, right? These astronauts, these guys are at work, right? They are at a job, right? Now, my friends and family, right, have asked me all the time, what do I do for my work? What does it entail? But I can't actually take a video camera into where I work and record me working, right? That's
no.
because the
Wait, hold
company
on.
says, hold on, because the company says I am not allowed. It's prohibited. Yeah. So
Wait,
does that mean what I actually do for a job is not real?
Let me point something out to you. Hold on. No, wait. Hold on. Before we go there, wait, D-Mark, hold on, D-Mark. Wait, hold on. Before we go there,
Are you telling me
before we go there, let me finish.
you've never seen these astronauts play ping pong with water balls and do
they do it all the
shampoo
time at
commercials?
ISS, right?
Come on, man. They are wasting so much time up there.
Let me just point this out real quick. Okay, you're saying that they can't do it or they're trying to work. What I'm telling you is that when they go out of the space station to go work, they have cameras on them, but they specifically make sure that they never show you that shot behind them. In all their movements, it's facing towards the Earth, and that's it. Never once did they, like, naturally, even if I had to turn around and grab a tool, they never show that shot. Matter of fact, you know what they do when they have to turn around? They cut the camera shot. They cut the angle. They show a different angle or a different camera showing, making sure they keep that narrative going, where that point of view. So let's say like the astronaut.
Actually, that's not true, man.
They
I
all.
know people talk about this all the time, but it's actually not true. There's a lot of footage of them turning their head and shit.
Please post it. Please post it.
Hold on. Could the camera not?
I mean,
could the
it's
camera not
really
turning
easy to
around?
find. There's a lot of it.
Post it.
Ones have
I'm telling you,
stars and
never
planets and
seen
meteors
it.
coming real
Please,
close
if
and the
you
moon
have it,
looking like
please.
How about a video
Who
where
said
they
that,
turn
Rick?
around and there's the Milky Way there?
Oh, lovely.
I've never seen that. I'm a glober. I'm a glober.
Now
and
that
I've
is a
never
fair
seen that.
claim. When they turn around, it's always black. There's nothing ever there. So that is true.
my point. That's my point.
What's
Where
up
all
with
the
that?
stars at 120,000
What's
feet?
up with that?
Which camera do I need to buy, or which camera can the public buy to send up right now live to load up to YouTube to show everybody there's stars at 120,000, 80,000, 70,000 feet? Asteroids, meteors, ISS, anything.
Demok,
Relax.
Dwayne Kellum put up a balloon up 115,000 feet, and it did actually show all the stars up. He had like 4 different cameras.
That's the atmosphere.
So it is possible.
One guy in the whole year, in the whole
He said
Earth's time.
115,000 or
One
120,000.
guy. So one guy
It was
sent a
about
high
100.
altitude
I think it
footage
was
at
100.
night. Now, hold on a second, please.
I
So
mean,
we went to the moon. We send probes. We
you
do all
do
this
it
shit.
too.
But
You
you're
can
saying
just use
Dwayne
different
Kellum.
cameras.
Hold on a minute, please. Dwayne Kellum. How is he
Yeah,
the
the
only
footage
guy?
is available. If you
Only
want to look at it.
Russia sent monkeys up, and all these other people sent dogs, cats, dogs, monkeys, humans, robots, videos. No film from start to finish, from the ground up, of live stuff at 0 feet to 20 feet to 1,000 foot to 100,000 foot of a million different views of stars being there at night. Not Dwayne Kellum.
Okay. Well, it's on Odyssey. The full footage is on there, so you can watch from bottom to top.
And I think you're
if you
being a
believe
bit too
that,
harsh
if you
here. So
believe
that's
that, I
another
don't think
incident.
so. He had
Yes, but hang on,
I
Dem.
described his footage already. He had 2 things sitting next to each other. One showed you the live real footage of no stars. That's the live real footage. And then the other one showed you CGI. So which one do you believe?
Now, 1 second, please. There's a possibility here, the reason why that the ballers tell us that we can't see the stars is because of the exposure, right? So you have to set up a different. 1 second, please. Can we deal with the reality here? Because if these one cameras had a differing exposure, and as far as I know, Dwayne Kellum is an honest man. I don't know that he's not honest, right? But if he is, fair enough. But I think he might have put a specific camera in place, which then captures the stars above the atmosphere. Why I actually think that is because, unlike yourself, I think, Dan, we're looking at things from the opposite. Maybe you think the source of all the skylights comes from below, which I could think myself it does, and it reflects off what's above, though. So the points of reflection are still there. On Earth, we actually get to see them with our visuals through the atmosphere. But as we go above it, the same points of reflection are there. We just can't see them with the normal camera settings.
The only video that I've seen where they had stars behind them, I believe, was the Russian film, and then, or was it Chinese? But one of them. But the thing, though, is that when they replayed back that video and analyzed it, the stars, you could actually see them even through the astronauts. So clearly, it was like a CGI, it was fake. It was filmed. It was a studio. And the guy's pointing out, He's like, look at the stars in the background. But then you see the stars on the astronaut suit, and you can see through the astronaut the stars. And so here's another thing too.
They have an answer for that. They have an answer for that, though, bud. They have an answer that is something to do with neutrinos or some atmosphere in space. They've acknowledged that. Excuse me, please. They've acknowledged that. I've seen them acknowledge that phenomena. People have pointed it out, and they've given you an answer, which is not, of course, we don't
care about excuses, Pete. We care about live footage, start to finish. How many? So, because can all of us go out tomorrow and get a camera and send it up and set the exposure on open as you can have it, which a camera is. It never shuts. So you just press play on it, so it's going to expose all it can. So we're going to send it up, and what kind of stars are we going to see at 120,000 or 80,000 feet, you guys? What planets, debris, rockets, meteors, comets? What are we going to see?
Listen, it's actually a brilliant question, and Dem, the one thing that we do consistently see, talking about daytime launches as well, is the sun. Can I ask you, Dem, like a rainbow, we know that the sun is sort of the source of the rainbow. So those emanations in that direction is causing us to see the rainbow behind us, right, as we're looking at the sun. But where is the source then for the sun? Is it something emanating from above? Same with the skylights, the stars. Is it something emanating from above, or is it something being projected from below as opposed to a rainbow? It's a good question.
I like the below idea.
I think that when you can see the sun and the moon, and no stars, the sun and the moon are there, but the stars aren't. The sun and the moon probably are the cause of the stars in a certain aspect.
Emma, that's fucking brilliant, man. I've already said for years that the moon is a direct reflection of the sun, but the sun is a reflection of something else. But yes, when I found the Milky Way, I posted it in chat. The Milky Way. How can the fucking Milky Way be on the moon? Are we dealing with a reflective pattern being expressed? What is the primary source? I think it can't be the sun, Democ, only because it moves so much, and the only thing that's consistent is the northern star. So we have to go back to the north and a primary source.
Yeah, but you keep taking discussion. What I'm trying to say. Yeah, I know, but you're taking it away from what the whole point is. Can anybody get a live film, start to finish, of the stars from the ground? Let's stop running away from this. If nobody can even get a jet footage start to finish, they can't get a high altitude balloon footage start to finish of stars. Like, what's going on here?
From the ground.
D-Mock, the sad thing is this, D-Mock. The only place where they do that is in movies, and I think Sandra Bullock's movie was Gravity. That was actually probably the best done, because they do you do see space behind them. They do turn around. They do show that beautiful shot in the long far distance that it should be seeing with the astronauts up in the ISS. But remember though, it's a movie, and that's where they did it best. So that should tell you something.
What do you think the stars are?
What do you think the stars? Damn, Pete, hold on. Forget what they are, man. Listen, we need live footage of seeing them, or any object, any object, not just stars. Quit sticking to the stars, dude. I'm talking about meteors, asteroids, comets, debris, dust, dirt, anything. When you let the balloon go and it sees it start to finish at 120,000 feet, the ISS or anything.
We're not going to fucking get that this instant, are we?
Hey, how about this?
I'm
think of it this way.
What camera I need.
Bro, can we move?
Think of it this way.
Somebody other than you, Pete. I'm asking somebody that might know, Pete, not you. So please stop answering every time.
You're still well in the atmosphere at 120,000
Have you not asked the same questions again and again?
Do I have
the footage? I haven't had the footage again and again. I've never seen any of it. So I'm gonna always ask this question. It's a true statement. No stars. Where are they at?
Let me jump in real quick.
And you're pissing me off now, because you're after asking me particularly, and the rest of the flat earthers. No one else is coming in saying, "Well, I think I might have something for you."
Hey,
so you
let me
just
jump
keep
in real
asking
quick.
the same question.
Let me jump in real quick. D-Mock, here's something that I want to bring up. You know, like when they showed that volcano erupting and that really high satellite or whatever it was caught it on film. How about like if a plane exploded in the sky and became this fireball, there would be millions of people all around that see it from the ground and recording it, and buildings would have it recorded on their CCTV. And why don't we get any footage like that when there's a really awesome meteor shower? Where's all the satellites capturing all those fireballs coming down Earth? These are the things that you need to think logically and say, wait, they don't do that. Why? Why wouldn't they? That would be awesome and amazing to capture.
They don't exist. Because they don't exist is the simple answer. Until
Yeah.
proven, they don't exist.
Yes, because they can't do it, damn. And the reason is, well, we have to figure out as flat earthers why they fucking can't do it. Rather than keep asking again and again for that image,
Oh,
why
I'm
can't
asking
they
for
do
which
it?
camera
They
I need to
certainly
prove them
know.
wrong
They
right
certainly
now.
know that they can't do it.
Listen, Pete, I'm asking which rocket scientist, which one of these smart guys in here, not necessarily you and me all day. I want to ask one of them, which camera would they use? Which camera did Dwayne Kellum send up from the ground that he could see stars when it got to
All right, yo.
120,000 feet?
I'm legitimately getting a fucking headache because y'all can't move past this argument.
Yeah, I want
Hey,
that camera. So
hey,
while you get a headache, try to find me that
hold
camera.
on.
Google what camera
Like,
Dwayne
if
Kellum
y'all
used.
can't accept the fact that cameras on rockets would provide better evidence than the claim and the animations of entering orbit, like, move past this so we can make better points and actually
Hey,
learn
No, I
something.
want stars at
how about this?
120,000 feet. I didn't say anything about rockets. I said a high altitude balloon and show stars. Which camera does Dwayne Kellum use? I want that one. Can someone Google
How
that and
about
find a camera?
how
He
about
gives
this?
all the details in his description,
Hey,
Demark. For goodness sake.
how about this? How about this real quick? How about this? Think about this just real quick. Just come down a path with me. Think about how we can predict months out when a meteor shower is going to come. Don't you think it would be a really cool thing to show all the kids in school from a satellite that's already in the sky in orbit, in theory, as we so-called believe? Wouldn't it be really cool to just watch all those meteors flying and becoming fireballs as they streak across our skyline? Like, wouldn't that be awesome? So if we could predict it so far down the road that it's coming, why don't we send up a hot air balloon and say, oh, we're going to catch all the meteors, we're going to watch them coming from space? Why don't we do that? Why
Also,
haven't we?
Because it would prove a flat Earth. All right, great.
I know the answer, yeah, but hang on, that's a brilliant question. And also, with all of the satellites, I think it's in the many thousands at this stage, these regular meteor showers, which come from space, if I'm not correct, or if I'm not incorrect, Quifan, I'm not sure where they say that the meteor showers, the Perseus meteor showers, for instance, that occur regularly over the northern hemisphere here. I've seen it myself. Where's the damage? Where is all the fucking crashes between the satellites?
Space.
Where did it come from? Where do meteors
They come from a projection. They don't come from anywhere. They're a lie.
But I'm talking about their story, Dan. Where did they say the meteor?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a very good question.
I know
Why?
it is.
And the thing is that I think those are the questions that we just don't ask because it's not something that the media focuses on. It's not something that the schools focus on. It's something that they keep us away from because if you brought that up and try to prove it, you would actually disprove what they're saying. And that's what I personally.
The ISS should be hit by a meteor shower all the time, every time, or a comet, or debris, or a bolt, or a nut, or another satellite, or anything else floating up there that might have got lost, or maybe the guy that got lost in space, maybe his body might bounce into it. Like, where's this real life stuff happening?
Now, here is my point, especially to you, Apocryphon, because you told your story here, man. Fair play to you, bud. And that's when I brought my son to school, I just collected him and said, "Well, how'd you get on this slave farm?" Everything he learned in school, I already taught to him over the years. So I sort of appreciate. I wanted him out of school. He's in university now. I didn't want him in university because I know the nonsense there. So I appreciate where you're coming from, and I respect you more for it, bud. Especially if you're coming from an honest and I guess a spiritual place as well, because this is what we are immersed within, a sort of material realm within a spiritual body. But here's my question, though, to go beyond that. I think anything is obvious. So we ourselves have figured out why they can't do these things because we live in a flat Earth surround. So the flat Earth versus the globe Earth already decided. But what's the true nature of our reality? These become the greater questions then for us as individuals. You know what I mean? And these are the things we have to work on.
The reason you don't know the nature of reality is because someone's controlling your perception of it. Wow.
Yes, but my point is that we are greater. Well, coming to flat Earth, I know we're greater beings, and I look upon all of these things now as clues for us, as the individual mind, to come to terms with what actually might be going on. Dem's questions are always, as ever, excellent. No ball earthers can answer any such advanced questions. They can't answer them honestly anyway. But at the same time, Dem has to be working on his own, and of course he does. He expressed it as well on his own version of what's going on with reality, which is the onus on all of us. That's what I think, and then we have to pay attention to the clues. Because if you think NASA or any of the other governing bodies, whatever you want to call them, don't know the fucking nature of our reality somewhat, don't know what stars are, or don't know what Earth is to some greater degree than what we do, you're kidding yourself. You're definitely kidding yourself. That's the truth. And last thing I will say to Dem, the last thing, this is very, very important as well. Dem, of all of the sky, I know I'm fucking can go on, sorry about that, but the last thing, Dem, of all of the skylights, the only thing that remains consistent is the sun, not even the moon. There's the NASA video or amateur video going up, coinciding at its highest point, at its zenith, with the full moon passing over. We don't see any of those videos because the moon itself diminishes like the stars. I'm done now. I'm done.
I've seen the moon and the sun up in high altitude footage, like people's footage. Like, I'm not saying that can't be, something crazy too, because I know for a fact there's no way Dwayne Kellum can be the only human that's ever sent up a fucking balloon at night to see the beautiful stars. With all the astronomers and all the people we have that are supposed to be studying stuff, you would think Galileo would have been the first guy to send a hot air balloon up with a camera on it, or himself with a hot air balloon.
Right. Let me Hey D-Mock, let me end with this. Because I'm gonna get off here shortly. I just want to say this. Ballers always try to put that burden of proof on us, but I think that we prove to them that it's not a ball by destroying their belief in a ball, and we can take apart the science that they're using the pseudoscience to prove their science, and I think that's the easiest way. And so, in other words, we use deductive reasoning. So if I could pick apart, like in a court of law, if you're saying you're somewhere and you weren't at the scene of the crime, but I can make it to where, well, using deductive reasoning, I could find all the holes in your story, and then it begs the question, well, then what's the truth? Obviously, it's not what you're saying it is, using deductive reasoning. And I think we do that daily here on Discord. We destroy their arguments, but they still say, but well, where's your model? Well, show me what you, and this is the problem. We don't have a model, and I will swear to to the day that I die, we're never going to have a model because we can't explore the model. We can't explore the Earth the way we should be able to. And then
swearing on that, bud. Hang on, please. Don't be swearing on that, bud, because the model is already there. We can make the model if we so choose, just using the information we have. I will say one thing though. If you think it's I'm not no insults. I don't mean to be saying it like this, but if you think that is a victory, a one-upmanship against some of the returning ballers here, have you considered that they knew the Earth was flat and stationary as you know it now before you did?
And they're just here to argue.
They're not here. They're not here to argue. Let me just respond to that. They're not here to argue against you necessarily, but the newcomer, and to encourage them into conspiracy flat earth thinking by their rigid and unsatisfactory responses.
Well, the reality becomes that I'm going to always stand on the side of my personal spiritual belief, and it is written that no man will ever be able to measure the depths nor the widths, and the day that we can, he will take man from this planet, from this plane, from this earth. It says that in scripture, so I'll stand by that.
Hang on, please. What sort of a power? What sort of a God would do that, though, bud?
Hold on.
Hang on, please. Yeah, let me just respond to that.
Pete, you're taking everybody's time like it's 7-hour Pete time. Listen, hold on a second.
Shut up, Dan. He made a comment.
It's true, Pete. It's true, Pete.
I haven't been on here
I said
that
this
long,
yesterday, Pete.
It's not true. It's not true.
Yes, it is.
Can I talk, then? Can I talk? You offended by me talking, buddy? You want to take everybody's time?
I'm not, but he made a response to me, Demok.
You keep saying
Just
that.
wanted to say, can I,
give
me 10
me
seconds then to
dude.
respond to him. Is
It's
that
not
okay?
to respond to Beat Show. Everybody's not responding to you. They're just asking everyone. They're talking to everyone.
Responded to something I said, man.
Well, stop saying stuff every second, and somebody can respond to someone else. Do you understand
You
how
have been
that works?
speaking more than I have, man. And you've just been asking. You haven't challenged
Can
me
I
at all.
finish my
You
sentence,
haven't challenged
dude?
me at all.
Just the whole, dude, can you stop talking is the point. Okay, now, no one knows what the earth is on a public level. If you go out and jaywalk on the street and say, hey, buddy, do you know what the earth is personally? No one's going to know. So stop saying you know and somebody knows and can know what the earth is exactly, because no, they don't and can't to a certain extent. Especially when you're just standing there on one portion, the little piece that you're standing on with your 2 feet. You don't know what the earth entails. So that's crazy to say.
The Queen
ever.
doesn't know. The Queen, the most powerful person on earth, doesn't know what the earth is.
Pete, I'm not done. So to say that NASA or the military doesn't know more than us about a certain thing because they have the ability to go farther and, deeper than us, doesn't mean they know everything either. They know it's flat and stationary. Right? But nobody knows that. That's why the claim is not on us ever. There is no claim to be made on the person that wasn't 3,000 years ago making shadows, and then Galileo, then Copernicus. Like anybody of those or anybody who follows any of that, those are the claim makers. They all have to prove stars, orbit, Lagrange, all the stuff. They have to prove it all. We don't have to prove shit. Why would a burden be on a little kid? So, hey, little 3-year-old, the burden's on you to prove the question you just asked to a grown adult who has all the answers. I'm going to leave it on you, young kid who's trying to learn, instead of just take you like the other gentleman said and go fishing with you, hand you the fishing pole, show you not to hook yourself with the physical items in your physical hand that you can physically touch and we can do together. Then you can physically show all these attributes to the next. And they don't have to take your word for it because now they've done it. So you've got to take the word every time.
That's the whole purpose of life, that we come from beast to best. We go from the bestial unknown, the follower. You can train a cow, you can train a fucking dog, you can't train a cat so easily. But the point, Mark, the point is though, you're looking for literal. Okay, we were all born into a lie. We know it, right? Now, are you saying that the truth isn't greater in the possession of someone to a greater degree than it is to us? We're only coming to it. Mark, how can you hear my question when you're talking, man? Are you telling me that no one has a greater idea? All the agencies don't have a greater idea of reality than what you do. Yeah, but why did you talk?
That wasn't my point. And me and Apocryphon were talking about when you interrupted us about 87 times in a row, and he wasn't directed it to you. Like I said, he was talking to everybody. What we talked about. Stop interrupting me, dude. Dude, bro, mute button. Mute button. So, we were talking about the shape of the earth and whether the claim was on the person who has all the information, wink, wink, or the person who's asking, what the hell is it, because I can't demonstrate this to myself. This doesn't match up your claim. Your claim does not match none. None of your guys' claim match what you say. So now where is the demonstration of any of your claims proving what you say? Not a picture like Bigfoot of a globe, not your falsified evidence that's goofy evidence that you just want to claim everything is evidence.
Okay. When you said no man could work out the extent of the earth according to the book of Job, but when a man does, did God say to destroy the world? Surely he wouldn't have to say that if he knew that no man could. Well, Griffon, why would he say that?
Listen,
so frustrating, honestly.
What he said,
even more so because you're breaking up, Travis. Travis can't find no truck stop.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What'd you say? What'd you ask?
He conflated these two ideas.
Go ahead.
Hey, Denmark, I might go to Livestream 2 altogether, bud. Let you continue with your fucking bullshit.
Hold on. What did you ask? I'm sorry, Pete.
Mute button a little bit.
Mark, you've probably been here all day, and you've been here. So, yeah, I know when to operate the mute button, and I also know when to ask serious questions to fucking fellow flat earthers. I'm not looking for ball earthers to answer my question.
Well, go down to part 2, and then maybe somebody wants to go talk to you. You keep saying everybody's referring to you. I'm sure if they are, they'll follow you down there, right?
Well,
So
I'm interested in what he asked me. He asked me
there
something.
you go, Demark, you fucking dickhead. Apologize.
Pete, what did you say? You asked me something. What did you say?
I said, if no man is capable of determining the extent of the earth, according to the questions Lord God asked Job in the book of Job, right? Why would he say that when man does figure it out, or if man does figure it out, then that's the end of the earth? That's the end of it. What he already knows that man can't figure it out, so it seems extremely redundant to say something like that. But you maintained that no one did. Okay, my summation is you maintained that no one could have a grasp on it, otherwise there would be the end.
I'm saying that I think it's one of those things that it's written and it's self-evident. In other words, he's mocking man, saying you'll never know the depths or the and then he confirms that when he's telling Job in the story, when he's saying, "Where were you when I fixed it on its put it on its foundations and fixed it in the spot?" But what I'm trying to say is that there is scriptures in the Bible that clearly state that we won't know, we can't know the depths of it and the widths of it. With that being said, when a baller says we do know the depths of it, okay, how far did we dig? 8 miles. Okay, but you say it's way farther than 8 miles to the center of its core. Oh, but we know it's a core because we have the science that we use. Blah 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 blah. So they start turning. This is why I love that scripture in first. I think it's 2 Timothy, verse 6:20. I think, or maybe 1 Timothy. But he says that man uses this science, but it's not the science of God. And I love that scripture because it backhands anybody that thinks they're so smart that they're figuring out God's world and design and creation.
Right.
I'll just leave
Let me
it at that.
Let me ask you a question, Dan.
Uh-huh.
When Job is a righteous man, right?
Yeah.
So now, when you're dealing with ballers here, they're not righteous, are they?
I'm not here to judge them, but I mean,
no, they're not. Are they righteous?
We'll know them by their fruits. We'll know them by their fruits. We'll just say that.
And their fruits are just repetition of bad fucking apples, bad gone off sour apples. That's all it is ever. A stale rotten egg. That Highlander, a Nudhug, all the rest of them come in with. We know this intrinsically.
They can still be good people, though.
I guess I'll go on mute. I fucking hell. I guess.
My statement was done. I just said they can still be good people. Even though some of the stuff they do is probably questionable, like taking money to lie. You can still be a good person at heart and save a kitty or save a lady from a burning building and be a good guy, but you're still doing something crazy at the end. Yeah.
I think they're all good people. I've been on Gem Pandas with you, of course, and I've said the same thing. I think they all are acting a collective part because I choose to believe the more optimistic that mankind is in for an awakening, and they're playing their part, the most antagonistic part possible in order to encourage the individual. When I talk to ye generally here, I don't address Quifon.
Why do we need to be awakened?
Okay, I'm going to definitely go on mute. I don't address ballers. I already knew anything to do with spinning ball is a sort of fantasy, but more so it's metaphor. So I'm asking questions of us, posing our impression of reality on others. And Demok, that's what you do. So great. You fucking bring it down to basic core elements, which only you can say, but no one is going to sway you against what your advanced thinking of. You're not going to say you're right, but at the same time, you've made advancements within your own mind. And that's what I always ask the greater questions towards.
And the scriptures I'm talking about, Pete, is in Jeremiah 31:37, if you want to look at that. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I will tell you. Okay. I'll definitely go on mute this time. and I'll take a break. Right. But I will say, Quifon, right. I think We're told, right? We're told. I think first of all, this is a sort of construct, fabricated reality. But we're told that the Book of Genesis and the Book of Job have a relationship. The Book of Job and the authors predate Moses and his authorship of the Book of Genesis, right? So I think that puts us right at the very center. And I think the charge is on us as flat earthers and beyond. Coming to spirituality is a wonderful thing, isn't it? To recognize our connection with God, and now we are in the best position to ask or to answer Lord God's questions of Job. If you can't answer them, that's fair enough. But at least try. We're in a better position to try. I'm done now.
Well,
I'm
here,
done. Thank you.
well, let me point this out. It says, "Thus saith Yahweh, if the heavens above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth below can be explored, then I will cast off all the offspring of Israel for all that they have done, declares Yahweh." So, him himself saying, if you can do this, I'm just going to cast you all out because of what you've done.
Oh,
The
that's
last time
so. Hang on, please. That's so interesting. That is so interesting because we all know about the Jews, right? We all know about the Jews, how they were kicked out of so many countries. We all know about the Jews' influences now. I'm not saying anything against anybody. I'm just saying we all know the sort of official conspiracy story. So, in order, if the Jews were cast out, or Israel, in the terms that we recognize as cast out, is that a bad thing?
Well,
Never know. Can I put a little seed in your mind real quick, you guys? Just one thing about the Bible type stuff. So when they say like flooded and like a sea, could it mean a sea of people? Can your people be flooded by a sea of people to where you have to escape, to where you have to get your seed and protect your whatever that is, so your species or whatever that is, like you get on a boat and you leave with 7 people, that's you leaving a sea of people that was going to overcome you anyway.
Yes,
So
the answer is yes.
That's what's happening right now as well, Travis, isn't it? All Ireland 20 years or 30 years ago, completely different place. Now it's all foreign nationals for the most part, and I have no begrudges. I love my fellow man, but that's just simply the way it is as well.
Yeah, it might be happening today, but the Bible has nothing to do with anything today. It's a book of the past. If you want to,
if I want to,
I think that was God.
You swear by the history, then, Travis.
I think God cut him off.
He swears by the history. Then it's like he never came to flat Earth and considered historical revisionism.
I mean, it's obviously a book from the future because the guy who said he was leaving didn't leave. He came back and he's now speaking.
The Bible is happening now. It's been played out now.
That's what I was pointing out. Hang on, please. People. If a sea of people, just a second, Pete. If a sea of people floods you, right? The way you can Trojan horse them is put your seed back into that group of people, and then from within your seed will like take them over. Like you come back and be like, because your sons and you have a connection, some type of connection. It's like just it's there, and then like through that, I'm telling you.
And what are you doing though? Are you acting for yourself as an individual? You're acting for your race, your kind. I mean, you're not just going to go out and shag a black woman for the sake of what you just said there. You know, keeping the line intact and defeat him from within.
How do you know that?
In time, though, you're relying on time. You're relying on your mind, incorporating the greater story.
Bible times. I'm talking about the Bible. I'm saying in the Bible, if a gentleman's people, if his group, his bloodline was being outrun by a sea of another, being flooded out, the only way to overcome that is to out baby him through them or yourself. That's all I can tell you.
Do you think the Bible times existed? Can I ask this question? A very fundamental question. We all know Martin Liedtke, one of the top flat earthers. He doesn't talk about flat Earth anymore now, but he talks about Tartaria, where he's been fed information, Demok, from these mysterious sources, and he's making a sort of a living.
Talk about Tartaria. Not that it was a fact, but just the discovery or explanation of it. I believe it's just the water-faring Phoenician people, the phonetic people of water. I believe there was a group of people that was fine-tuned with water. I believe there's a little group of people who live in the dirt. I mean, people can live wherever the fuck they go and like force themselves to be. Like nature will take care of them in a way. So like, and they're all people, not necessarily an alien or nothing, but a water controlling people And the evidence was they kept saying, why all this giant crazy shit? Well, the boats and the ships had to pull up, and the water can be at different levels. So if the water's at different levels and you got 20 steps, that means if the water has never, ever, ever in your whole lifetime ever been to the 20th step, that's the safe step to be, put it up to 20. So then
Maybe.
10 is where the water goes. So now you as a little guy, you're standing there looking like, man, 10 steps up there is like a story high, but you don't know the water level at the time and what they did and how they moved stuff, and everything was boat, ships, anchor, bringing in the goods, going out. The doorways were real big. They were like giants. Well, it just could have been a boat that needed to go through that doorway. Think about it.
Maybe none of that shit ever happened, Democ. Maybe none of that shit ever happened. I'm talking about the Bible back in Travis.
I'm saying
Travis,
maybe it's
Travis.
just people
But Democ,
that use water.
Yeah. Democ, the point is, though, when we consider all of these things, even the actual historicity of it, if we deem to be true 2,000 years ago, it's still a fucking picture within our brain. Now, Travis, do you hold that, if he's still listening, do you hold that those times existed? I'm not, trying to lead you in any way. Do you hold that those times existed and those books came from those times 2,000 years ago?
Yeah, I know. I would say that somewhere between the 8th century BC to the 1st century is the time period for the writing. Sure.
Well, all I say is we're definitely not paying attention. One of the first no-planers in 9/11 was called Nico Haupt. He went on to produce a body of tome of work called 1490. What is it? Google 14. Hang on. What's it? Sorry, Google 1690-ish. So if that's the name of his title of his book. So in other words, no, it's not. Hang on. Oh, sorry, I have it. Google. So if you type in inverted commas, sorry, Travis. If you type in, here's my point. I know it's fucking extended, right? But it's an important point. Now, 9/11 hoax. We already accept it's hoax here, right? Symbolic hoax. But Nico Haupt was one of the first no planers, right? No planers, no flat earthers. But he went on to produce a body of work called Google 1648-ish. So if you type in Google 1648-ish, he has a massive body, a tome of work, which talks about no primary source material predating 1648-ish, right? So that he couldn't locate throughout his vast and intricate search. Now, let me make the point again. It is that coming to flat Earth and throwing aside everything that has been pre-established to come back and just accept that the biblical times are kosher and above board is obnoxious, I should think, for most flat earthers at this stage, and especially considering if it's a game of clues, Nico Haupt being a big clue giver, if our history is relatively recent, what the fuck do we make of it as individuals? I'll definitely go on mute now.
So when D-Mark was talking about out-baby, the out-baby, are we talking about like rape or are we talking about like courtship?
Back in the day, what do you think? Way back in the day, what do you think they did? You think they went to court? Or you think a guy just walked up and met the lady and had a baby with her?
Well,
like
I mean,
stuff like Noah, Mo, that time.
It's like a Brad Pitt, it can go either way,
Right, I'm just saying, maybe the ladies did want to mess with him, and maybe that's why everybody was jealous of him. Maybe they were like, why the hell are our ladies going to this dude? You know what I mean? Or something like, I'm just saying, like a way, if your people, or if your group, and you're a guy, and you are the bloodline of whatever you are, and you kind of think about that, like what are you going to do if you're being overrun by a whole race of people? and you're the one that writes the Bible and does all this, like, you got to like write your story. Like, who are you writing it to? If you don't have any kin, and like, you see what I'm saying? So the sea or the great flood might not have been water flooding out people like that. It could have been another group of people. And then the same story with the Trojan horse. The Trojan horse could have just been people putting their seed, you know, into another group of people, and it, like, if my genes prevail over yours, and that baby keeps, you know, having babies through that, you know, if it, you know, it's a hopeful type thing too. It's like a strategic hope, you know, one last thing that you can do. Put your seed in the enemy, and hopefully it rises up within the enemy.
Oh, rise, chicken. Oh, rise.
Yeah, kind of like wasps and stuff. You know, like a wasp will go stick another animal and have its baby in it, and the animal will live its life while it's like feeding the wasp, and then the wasp grows and the other animal dies. Nature doesn't give a shit. It allows that to happen. See?
Are you trying to tell me the honey badger don't give a shit?
But your seed can grow up and it can. It doesn't mean it's going to do what you say.
I'm saying, how do you know that nature didn't put it in that certain group of people to, if they put a seed in somebody or in another different type of lady, that seed becomes that type of dude, that type of thing, you know, whatever he is, more than them? How do you know? I mean, the wasp puts its baby in a maggot, and the wasp is born. It'll put its baby in a cantaloupe and like, so you see what I'm saying? It's just a source of food for the thing, and the thing's going to be what it is. So if there is a case in point in that, and like a certain gene like outdoes every other thing, if it happens that way, then who knows? Nature would intend. No matter who it is, no matter what race, it doesn't, to me, I'm not picking or choosing. I'm just saying anyone.
Well, I gotta say that while you guys were all arguing and bickering with each other, I had me a really nice big cigar, like bourbon flavored, and man, I don't smoke cigars very often, but when I do, it's like amazing.
A cigar that's flavored like whiskey.
Oh. Yeah, I don't drink whiskey. I can't drink bourbon or anything like that. So yeah, it was kind of nice.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to argue that, but Highlander, I mean, I don't know if he can hear me or not, but he clips me like really a lot. It might sound like I'm clipping him, but I wasn't trying to. I've actually been trying to be cool and not be talking over and being too bad at nothing. So.
Hey, Pete, you still there? Does someone know what he's talking about? 1648-ish. I'm trying to find anything about it.
I know about 1666. That would have been right before there. Yeah.
You guys want to see an interesting quote?
Yeah, go for it.
This is Paul Dirac. Dirac, pretty famous dude in the quantum world, right? He said, "We can now see that we may very well have an ether, subject to quantum mechanics and comfortable to relativity, provided we are willing to consider a perfect vacuum as an idealized state, not attainable in practice. From the experimental point of view, there does not seem to be any objection to this. We must make some profound alterations to the theoretical idea of the vacuum. Thus, with the new theory of electrodynamics, we are rather forced to have an ether." Obviously, I'm not running around with them in fantasy la la land about vacuums, though. The point is at the end.
When was that quote made?
You know, what's it at that point? If you're arguing with, you know, an anti ether person, that's the point where you dismiss them. Nope, you're done. You're done. It's over. Nope, stop talking. It's finished.
Sorry. 1951.
Yeah, old quote. Here's one quote from 2006 I have from another dude. The ether, invented by Isaac Newton, reinvented by James Clerk Maxwell. This is the stuff that fills up the empty space of the universe. Discredited and discarded by Einstein, the ether is now making a Nixonian comeback. It's really the vacuum, but burdened by theoretical ghostly particles. Uh-oh. Hostile witnesses, man. The ether. Oh, I just read that. The approach of Einstein differs from that of Lorentz in two major ways. There's a difference of philosophy and a difference of style. The difference of philosophy is this. Since it is experimentally impossible to say which of two uniformly moving systems is really at rest, Einstein declares the notions really resting and really moving as meaningless. For him, only the relative motion of two or more uniformly moving objects is real. Lorentz, on the other hand, preferred the view that there is indeed a state of real rest, defined by the ether, even though the laws of physics conspire to prevent us identifying it experimentally. The facts of physics do not oblige us to accept one philosophy rather than the other. 88, John Bell, Speakable and Unspeakable in Quantum Mechanics. These are top tier people within the paradigm, of course. I just found them interesting.
Those are some banger quotes.
Yeah. Agreed.
I want to have the DeMott quote put with there. We just and the Riggs quote and everybody's quote. Let's all write our own quote. Put it up there. If you're special and I'm special and we're all special.
I'm just a hack, dude. I just pay attention.
Well, pay attention to that hack you put on the wall and you write your little thing. Hack it out.
You guys wait till show you guys what's going on with the double slit when we were redoing it. It is pretty crazy. The Glovers are scared already. I can feel it.
Flashlights are deadening.
That whole entire little heliocentric fairy tale can be debunked with a $15 laser and a couple other things. You guys know why they say they can't get the one-way speed of light? Because they just assume relativity is true. And it says that to synchronize the clocks, to move the clock to the other side to try to get the difference. Since it moves over to the other side, it affects the time. So that's why they can't measure.
I think it's because man always makes these postulations or hypotheses that don't make no damn sense and they shouldn't even hypothesize in the first place. Like, why don't things go up and left and right and over when some do? I mean, that's just weird. So, if you know some do, then why would you say, why don't things do this when clearly some do? That, to me, that's weird. For the gravity thing or anything like that, for someone to sit there on Earth and they get all this play and all this credibility and all they said was something really stupid like, why doesn't this do what it's not doing? I mean, it's ignorant to me. Kind of ignorant.
Yeah. Hey, Witsit, what's the name of that rapper dude that you're talking to or hooking up with?
King Los.
King Los?
Yeah.
Cool.
King LOS.
think it's funny when you say, "Where's the tilt?" and they're like, "What do you expect?" I'm like, "Tilt." And you're like, "Where's the degree of tilt?" And they're like, "What do you expect?" I'm like, "A degree of tilt." And then they go tell you about the dirt and a model and a number from a number that has no shape. The numbers don't even have a shape that they're describing to me. So it's really weird. So then I'm like, well, outside or on this ball that I have here that's an actual physical object, why does it react like this, but outside doesn't? It's just weird. I was thinking about putting my cardboard up and going live with it. Just putting some caps on there and some stuff and like popping it up, looking around, looking at it, just giving different views, side view. Don't you find that weird that, like, if you made a globe today, Travis, or anybody in here, or Whitson, or anybody, if you made a little ball and put some little ships on it, like 20 of them in a row, and you had them floating, disappearing half, like they're going down an elevator shaft or going down the ladder, the globers would all laugh and say, "That's not right." And then if you got a ball model and put stuff on it and showed a view, they would say, "That's not right." But I haven't seen one baller get a ball, go outside, and film what is right, which ball that they have that matches whatever they're talking about. I haven't seen that, like a physical object. It's weird.
See, all you have to realize. Oh, mic check.
You're good.
Thanks. All you have to realize, like, as a baller, all you have to say is, "Nuh-uh, you don't understand. You're stupid." And that's like all the arguments that you have to make. Now, if someone makes a simple argument, right, all you have to have is like a simple rebuttal, like, "Well, it's not the scale, right? It's not the scale, so it doesn't work." And, you know, if you got evidence against me, it's negligible. But if I have evidence against you, it's superior, right? It's far superior, even if it's just, negligible.
Dude,
But,
a great example to elucidate that, like hypocrisy, is when I talk about electrostatic acceleration, and I'm like, everything's electrostatic, and look, if we're going to test that here, we can manipulate electrostatics and things can float. So what we show is that the manipulation of electrostatics will affect the directionality. It will literally make something accelerate in a certain direction. So therefore, we have proved that electrostatics does indeed result in that effect. So we've proved it. And they're like, "No, how's it work like this then? You need to explain this and this and this. How would it work? What about this? That's not good enough proof. No, what about this? I need experimental proof. You have to prove it." Right? They just go all out. They have a million questions critiquing, ridiculing me, all this stuff when I bring it up. And they don't apply any of that to their claim of gravity being the bending and warping of space-time. Like nothing. Like, don't even slightly do it. So they just come up with it and don't have any experiments, any demonstrations that actually manipulate their claimed cause, but it's a fact. But we literally have evidence that we can manipulate it and prove that it changes the cause or changes the effect. And that's not sufficient. Like, think about how blatantly hypocritical that is.
well, earlier there was a guy on here saying that, we can't learn anything new because, why would we go retrace down a road that we've already been down? I'm like, oh, so you're saying the science is settled, right? Because they love saying you can't prove anything with science, right? Because we can never get to 100%, for sure. But they always say, well, this is settled. The Earth is a globe, right? We already know that, dark matter exists. It has to be, right? And it's like, well, wait a minute. Like, why are you so dogmatic while pretending that you're the one who's open-minded and trying to learn something new? But it's just a facade, right? They're not trying to learn anything new.
Yeah. You want to hear a new argument? That just absolutely, you guys have probably maybe heard it, but just absolutely destroys the globe, and you'll never hear the globers rebut. So you know how they bring up like NASA page show, and then they'll run in here and be like, "Great circle routes, circle routes," like it debunks flat Earth, right? Which of course you can have a circle on a flat Earth. So they're saying like the planes take great circle routes. They only ever talk about latitude, right? East to west, latitude, circle routes. You'll never hear them talk about longitudinal, right? Now, here's the point. If you have like on a meridian, like a line of longitude, you have a great circle route on a globe, then your path would be drastically off and would have to be updated because the earth is spinning underneath you. Now, you guys have kind of heard it in that layman terms, but the point is very specifically like it would have to do that objectively. And it doesn't. Right? So, ironically, when they bring up planes and they talk about the great circle routes as if it proves the globe, literally it debunks the globe. And you'll never hear them talk about the meridian circle routes. It debunks the globe. And then they want to say, well, oh no, the atmosphere is moving like lockstep with the earth. But no, that's literally what Coriolis claims isn't happening. Right? That's what they claim it isn't doing. That's what Coriolis supposedly is. So we have to account for it with bullets, but not with a plane flying over a spinning earth. The great circle routes applied to the meridian on the globe debunk the globe.
Yeah, and another thing they do is like every time they say refraction when we're talking about like the Black Swan argument, it's like they think they won when they said refraction. It's like, no, silly. When you say refraction, you're giving up because when we measure the distance of the horizon, it has absolutely nothing to do with the geometric horizon that nobody can find. It's what's the atmospheric conditions of the day, and you're admitting defeat whenever you say refraction. But they think it's like a victory dance. Right, but it's the exact opposite of that. They're admitting, yeah, there's no geometric horizon. So whenever we measure this, we're actually just measuring the distance of the horizon based on the conditions of the day.
Yeah, how insane is that? They pretend that's like proof or something. They pretend that that's like, yeah, you said it well. Like they take their victory dance while they're literally like conceding.
Must be tough to be a Glober.
Be retarded.
Must be tough. Well, I mean, for everybody who's new to the subject and hasn't heard anything, right, they need to put their work in, due diligence, and do their own research. But for the anti-flat earthers, it must really suck because they were going around telling people in 2015, like, oh, the math works out beautifully. Dark matter. No, it doesn't. And now you're coming around, 7 years later, and you're kind of circling back around to the, vacuum catastrophe, right? Which ether and the vacuum catastrophe go hand in hand. And it's kind of like, you guys, your model sucks because my cell phone isn't emitting photons right now. It's just not. Like, it's not emitting photons through my pocket that's going to the antenna. And how many times have you had to teach an anti-flat earther that there's light and then there's invisible light? So there's visible light and invisible light. Sorry, visible and invisible. And then as soon as you teach them about that, then they go on to school you about how light actually works when they didn't know the very basics.
No, they don't know anything. So look, with their great circle route, they have to just, it's literally a flat circular plane through the globe.
They know things. They're not everybody's an idiot. They're just regular people who know what they know.
No, they don't know things though. Like they don't know the things that they claim to know, I think is the point, right? Like when they claim relativity, none of them actually even know what relativity is. They don't understand it. Like when they claim constant speed of light, like they don't actually know anything about how they came to that conclusion or anything about it. Like I think that's kind of the point. Like they claim these things with all kinds of arrogance and confidence as if they definitively know it, and actually they portray that we just don't understand it. But ironically, they literally don't know their claim.
They're projecting.
Almost, yeah, like 90% of the time. Like,
how do they not know there's an invisible light spectrum? Sorry, I didn't speak over. How do they not know there's an invisible light spectrum?
Yeah.
How do they not know that?
We had people
that's
You're
like
not,
seventh
you're not
grade
using the
shit.
right term. You're not using the term that's in the books that they recognize.
It actually is in their books, though. That's the funny part, right? Like, there's a huge spectrum of light, and we have a very, very small portion of that spectrum that's called visible light. And then we had a whole room of Globers telling me that that's all that light is the visible light. There's no other light other than the visible light.
That's stupid. What's that?
Yeah, it's.
What's it? Would you agree here that they're consistent in the manner that they say always that they're defending the model, and when they say you don't understand, they're talking about aspects of the model that they adhere to or cling to. But when they ask you for a model, then I mean, are you going to say you're a pizza pan earther or something like that? You know what I mean? So I think they're sort of consistent in a twisted way. Do you know what I mean by that? Have the model fully developed for them, sort of
They don't have a
defending
model.
all the aspects on faith, right?
They actually don't have a model yet. Like, they don't have a model. There's literally not one thing proposed that answers all the questions. There's not even a globe Earth model it doesn't exist. So that's the ironic part. Like, not even that there's problems with the explanations. There just isn't one proposed.
The point is they're all defending the model, their model itself, and they don't even understand. That's why they always revert to other giants of science or great minds of the past or great minds outside of themselves for greater elaboration upon the points that they're defending. But I think that's their trick. That's their sort of way of getting around the lies that they're telling, is to say that they're defending the model at the end of the day.
They don't have a
There is
model.
no model. It's 95%. Listen, it's 95% made up horseshit.
I know that, but they still have a model.
No, they don't have a model. What I'm saying to you is there's not a model proposed that incorporates all the globe claims. Like, if you ask them, they'll like point to Google Earth, dude, which is hilarious. There isn't a model.
They don't have a viable model, but they have the best picture of a developed sort of worldview. We know it's bollocks. But I'm saying this is how they get out of it karmically, I guess, the people who come in here defending it. Well, I was only defending, imagine Nuremberg trials at the end of the day. I was only defending the model to the best of my ability, the best I understood it, trusting in others, greater minds beyond me. Do you know what I'm saying? Of course the model doesn't make sense. Of course it doesn't.
Well, it's beyond not making sense.
Stephen Christ's model, would you agree?
We're trying to point out a little nuance here. It's not just that the model doesn't make sense. There actually isn't a model. Like, there actually isn't a model that they can show you. They can't give you a link and say, here's our model. They can't say, hey, go to this museum and see our model. They don't have a model that actually incorporates all the claims of the globe. There isn't one that exists anywhere. No one can give you a link to one. They'll literally tell you to go to Google Earth. Like, they don't have a model.
When you go outside in your backyard and put a big ass ball back there and have a 10-foot by 10-foot ball, knowing damn well that's enough for them to like make their little 12,000 or 24,901 mile radius, they can make the marks on it all day long, cut it in half, and this represents that. We already know this. And you put stuff on that ball, they're going to say that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, no matter how big you make that ball. But they won't put one that you can see lined up next to it on their live video to demonstrate how yours is wrong. This is the problem. They have nothing. They don't even have this.
They have nothing viable for sure, but they will say at least they have something that you can relate to. They have the globe Earth, Google Earth. You can zoom into any place. A convincer for the people, of course, right? They'll also refer you to the stars via Stellarium. And I remember someone called Cara Dunn years ago. There's vaster programs out now that show you exactly all of the relative motions within the solar system of the globe Earth around. So they have a pictorial. And we know it doesn't work.
GTA 5 globe version. GTA 1 globe version. So they have a video game that they call the globe. That's not evidence to me.
And it's not even a video. There's not even a video game that has all the part. My point is, they don't have a model that actually is complete, right? So they'll be like, they'll send you in different directions for each claim. They'll be like, oh, go look at this cartoon, this textbook about the core. Go look at Google Earth, which takes flat maps and stitches together into a cartoon. They don't have an.
Do they even have like a
are you
and the globe? I don't know.
Point.
Let me explain why. Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say briefly to Witsit, the point is though, when it comes to a model, we think of a model, a mannequin, just something there that you can visually see and represent. Of course, we know there's loads of problems, but there's no alternative. There's very few. Stephen Christ's alternative is the most complete model. Both of them are wrong, but yet when we come to investigate the nature of the truth, these are the best models in their completion that are presented before the average viewer.
Well, we can give them 100 different speculative ideas of models, right? And the ironic part is that's all they have as well. The difference is there isn't viable and can be disproven. That's the difference. There are flat Earth quote unquote models.
And maybe the point of all of these models is to get you to produce a model within our own brain, one man's brain, to encompass everything. You know what I mean? By contrast, we learn what the nature of a reality is with it. And remember, I always ask everyone to bear this in mind: the truth is known, and the heliocentric model is a metaphor, or at least bear that as a possibility. So yeah, invert everything, see what you get.
Right, so I just wanted to say, point out that they have so many, things that contradict each other, just like the left, where they have to change words, the definition of words, to make things fit their worldview. So when you ask them, does light come from the sun, right, they'll say, yeah. Does it come in, 90-degree or, parallel rays, or does it diverge or converge, right? Well, they say, well, it's almost parallel, right? It's almost parallel. Well, what the fuck does that mean? Is that like someone who's almost straight, but sometimes on the weekends, he goes to gay bars? What the fuck does almost mean? Right? So when they do that, they say, well, the apparent size of the sun is only 5 or 10 degrees. So it's only 5 or 10 degrees. The apparent size of the sun doesn't make a fucking difference. What's the actual size of the sun in their model? It's oh, that's not just a few degrees. Right? That's actually ginormous deviation of light, right? What was it, 109 times the size of the diameter of the Earth? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Hey, Pete, can you answer the DM I sent you, please? It's about, I guess, Nico 1648 or whatever.
So if you set a vessel or plane out on a path initiating the Great Circle, let's say southwest course from Sydney, leaving out all external influences like currents and winds, geometry should make sure that you arrive at the coast of Africa on a northwest course without touching the rudder, all the while watching the bearing on your compass change continuously along the route. I also dropped a picture for this next. This is not how it works, though. You have to work the rudder hard and constantly change course in order to stay on that route according to the Great Circle calculator. But if you touch the rudder, you leave the route created by the geometric plane responsible for the Great Circle route in the first place. There is a screenshot of how you have to do it. It says the navigator needs to adjust the ship's course continuously because the Great Circle track is a curve when plotted on a Mercator chart. But the ship does not sail over a Mercator chart. It sails over the real ocean, and if that would be a spherical one, heading out southwest from Sydney to the geometry of the sphere would guide your ship past the Carolean to Africa without touching the rudder, when in fact, if you would do that, you would hit the ice wall of Antarctica.
Ice wall? What fresh nonsense are you talking now, Whitson?
By the way, you have noticed that all arguments about great circles are always latitude arguments. They never talk about the longitude, which are also called meridians. All longitudes are meridians and great circles because they are produced by a plane cutting through the center of a globe Earth, and there are plenty of flights along such meridians, one of them being the route from Frankfurt to Abuja. So I have a picture of that. And then I'm not going to read too much. I just want this guy really laid this out very well. So he said, before we get into the details of the specific flight, let's take a look at the principle that goes under Coriolis, a term globe defenders absolutely love to invoke in all applicable and non-applicable situations without actually trying to figure out what that means. The animation here, there's animation of Coriolis, right? Which calls Coriolis a force, but it cannot be because it is not an interaction. It's a fundamental requirement for something to be called a force is an interaction. It's a projection of the non-accelerated movement of a body onto an accelerated or rotating system.
Well, Whitset, here's the interesting part. We both adhere to the idea principle of ether. Lemon Birds, I don't know, it'd be a great conversation between yourself and Lemon Bird. But yeah, if in reality, if everything they say is metaphor, everything delivered to her is metaphors or encapsulation of the greater reality, which is that needs to be decoded. If ether is a thing in play, and we know it sort of follows the path of the star, so something is moving at 15 degrees per hour. Let's just go with that for a second, right? Let's just say it's the ether as it emanates from the north center, or at least the motive forces from the north center. Then well, actually, I have a question to ask before that. Do you hold any sway with the Foucault's pendulum results or determinations? Is it complete bollocks? Of which I've heard loads of times. All the ball earthers still still say that it does have a variation with latitude, or as flat earthers as you go away from the north center. Is that true or complete bollocks? Do you mind answering that first, and I'll get onto my main point. Do we notice a deviation with the pendulum, a free swinging weight at the end of a string when we move north or south, closer to, in reality, the flat Earth epicenter? I'm guessing. Is it a real phenomenon? In other words,
I haven't ever actually personally tested it. It seems like it may be a real phenomenon. Yeah.
Right, and I go along with that as well.
The
I go along.
Foucault
I know that
pendulum.
Foucault. I know that, but I still go along that there is an influence, and it's like when they say the bowlers that if you take an ounce of gold and weigh it at the equator, as you move north and as you move south, you get a different variation according to they call it according to the globe Earth curvature.
Weigh it in an elevator, up and down, bottom floor all the way, second floor reweigh it, third floor, and if you keep getting differentials, then we don't need a globe for that. We just need elevation.
But
Foucault pendulum.
Yeah.
The Foucault pendulum.
Go on, Jeremy. Yeah.
Foucault pendulum and the weight change with latitude, all that stuff is an affirming the consequent fallacy. It's fallacious at its heart.
That's why I was asking, what did you think there was some practicality to it? And I just go along with there is, right? If we think of the ether then in terms of an enclosed system, something that's moving around, then there will be an influence in terms of a body in free motion through the air if this is a greater subtle influence. So I think this is possibly what they're incorporating when they talk about Corollas effect. That's what I think.
Things like that is why they won't.
Ben,
is why they
can
say
you hear me? Anybody?
Yeah, we hear you. You were roboting, but go ahead.
All right, just to check. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So look, if you take something up a mountain so that the air pressure is different and it weighs differently, would you be able to, in a controlled environment, increase the pressure and bring it to the same weight as it would be at ground level?
Yes, you would.
Okay, so wouldn't that be controlling a variable that would help us? Jeremy, you're hot micing, bro.
All right.
It would, Travis. It would.
Oh, I think that's a reasonable consideration to take into account.
The only thing I would say is we're dealing with reality, and 99.9% of the world don't know what ether is. All the educated minds will discard ether. I hold that ether is a thing, and there's a reality in play that affects what we experience at ground level. I think there's some relationship between the north and the southern peripherals and the equatorial center in terms of the barrier. But I do think there is a real.
It's just an electromagnetic field, bro. It's an electromagnetic field. You would get that same effect with an electromagnetic field. That's what it is.
Austin, did you hear what I said though?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so let's say that we're going to go up on a mountain to test the air pressure and weight differential between ground level and, let's say, 2,000 feet, right? So you go up 2,000 feet and you weigh your 10-gram weight and you find out that it's off by a couple of kilograms. What if you then changed the air pressure or some other variable that you could control and brought it down to the same weight that it was at the ground level?
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I mean, that's what weight is
right?
Pressure over area. So
right.
I saw a video with Good Times for All. He was using electrostatics or voltage or something to change the weight on a test mast. Did you see that one?
A test mast? A test mast?
A mast. Weight.
A weight. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Whatever a calibration weight or whatever they're called.
I haven't seen that one. I only saw the one that he did with the dust particles or hair and whatnot. He did it with something heavier.
I don't know. It looked like a few grams the weight he was using, but it looked like he got it. It would have been better if he used like a balance beam or something because he was using like an electronic scale. I don't know. Definitely needs to be repeated.
I want to point out that this case. So when you get the difference, like the reason flat earthers they just want to dismiss the whole thing, which I think makes us look bad. Say the phenomenon is real, that's not a good look, right? So like if there's a different precession in the south, right, and it's going a different direction, the question is why? How could that work on a flat earth? It's electromagnetism. It works perfectly on a flat earth with an electromagnetic field. I'll drop some pictures to show you, and that's exactly what you would get on a flat earth. So, it seems we've been duped a bit where we have decent art where we're like, well, that's correlation, not causation. You're still attached to the earth, so you don't have an independent frame of reference. Most flat earthers go along and just saying that it's all bunk, none of it's real, doesn't have anything to do with anything. But the fact is that, well, there is a pendulum, right? I mean, it's not just all fake. So it's a bad look if we don't honestly respond to things, just like it's a bad look for the Glovers when they lie.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, and if you want to say you can phrase it just the way an affirming and consequent fallacy would go like, if I eat 10 cheeseburgers, I'm full, therefore I ate 10 cheeseburgers. You can put anything you want with the weight change or the full call pendulum and all that other stuff, right? You can frame it just like an affirming and consequent fallacy.
Yeah, but this is the problem that I'm trying to elucidate, right? We have like two different trains of thought. One is I'm going to make no claims, detached from everything, say nuh-uh, and say, well, you're affirming the consequent, which they are. And and then I can say I'm 200-0, right? Because I've made no claims. I've just said nuh-uh. And I don't address any of the phenomena. Now, or the other option is you actually want to try to wake people up, right? So when someone hears you say, oh, well, that's just affirming the consequent with the weight distribution and with the precession of the pendulum and with the precession of the gyro, that's just a correlation, not causation, affirming the consequent. They're like, okay, but we do see it, right? So like, what's going on? Aren't you curious? No, we just know that doesn't technically prove the globe. That's not going to wake up a lot of people. Like you can run around and say you're 200-0, but I mean, whatever.
Well, would you say? Did a magnetic field?
Yeah, that would give you the difference between the north and the south, and it's a variance of variables, right? So this is what's wrong with Globers. They want to always like pick and choose and straw man you, right? When we're like, what's going on in the horizon? Well, you have angular size change with distance, you have perspective at play, angular resolution limit, and you also have the Atmos. They want to pick one of them out and say that wouldn't explain it, but it's an entire answer. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole answer. So like with the pendulum, it's a whole answer. Right, you have a vortex with a background medium, there's an electromagnetic field, and then any translation of motion from the outside to the interior of the system, which can be demonstrated, bro, right? Like, would cause some type of drift. Now, I'm going to go in detail. I'm going to redo the pendulum. I'm going to look at the gyros. I'm going to lay it all out, but...
Yo, hold on, bro. Hold on, man. You went way off. So is there you said a magnetic field, is there a magnetic field rotating in different or moving in different directions in the north compared to the south?
That's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna drop a picture. I'm gonna drop a picture for you, man. Well, you're not.
No, I'm just saying. I understand. You're saying a magnetic field can cause the full call pendulum. Pete, relax. You're saying a magnetic field can cause the precession in the pendulum, right?
Well, I'm saying, like, even with the weather patterns being different in the north and the south and stuff like this, I'm explaining why the motions are different. And I dropped a picture that'll show you the two different types of motion.
Yeah, why? Is it because of a magnetic field or?
Well, that's why I was trying to explain to you that it's a variance of factors. And when you say stuff like, is it because of this one thing? It's an insufficient way to go about it. That's not, it's a variance of factors.
me say something here, Jeremy, to you as well as Whitsett. The best bowler will tell you anywhere, the science will tell you, is that we can all appreciate the same nature, the same reality. We're giving a model, we're giving a possible explanation. We've all ruled out their explanation, right, as possible. So there has to be something then that has to be offered, which is what you're asking Whitsett ultimately, is what is his explanation. And that's exactly what he's saying. We as flat earthers shouldn't be so keen just to rest on our laurels after proving in a million ways to Sunday the spinning ball earth model incorrect. We got to focus on what might actually be happening, which is the ultimate quest of each man.
Sorry, I'm at work. I missed it. What?
Of course he fucking
What'd you
did.
say? What'd you say? What's it?
I
ain't even talking to
I
you.
was talking Jeremy.
All right, and then you stopped, and I said.
Yes, but then you insulted me by saying, "Oh, I was at work."
Oh, Jay, why are you screaming, dude? I have headphones on, man.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, Whitson. I'll turn my volume down. You can understand my frustration.
See, I missed what happened. I was at work. I just wanted to like a quick recap of why the Foucault pendulum's processing.
Yeah. So, okay, this is how I see it. Okay, so there's a medium. There's a background medium that connects the sky, and all this is all connected as a background medium. So there's a translation of motion as the sky moves around us. Okay, and then you get a centrifugal effect on the Earth because there's a movement of the system around us. Right, that's the primary macro way to say it. Now, when you get into the particulars, whenever you talk about, well, why does it move different in the South than in the North? Now, I will say that the experimental validation of the pendulum in the South is sketchy. It's sus at best because there's not a lot of information on that. So I'm not claiming one way or the other. But if it is real, right, we can still explain it. We don't have to just say nuh-uh because
how do you explain it?
I dropped the pictures in the chat, Jeremy. I showed you a picture of the magnetic field in the chat.
I know,
immeasurable magnetic field. So, oh, sorry,
yeah,
go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, but it'd have to be. I know I have questions about this too, but it'd have to be moving in different directions.
Focus on your work, bud. You're a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, we want to talk to Whitsett,
You're
bro.
a brain surgeon.
Chill out, Pete. Relax. I'm just trying to figure this out. So, like, if we could flip people over with this, you know, I'm willing to try. It would be better than just saying affirm the consequent. So, but we got to have some kind of. Yeah. I'm trying to get down to the crux of it right now, Pete. You're gonna let us?
Well, who's gonna answer the question though? Who has like an answer, or not an answer, but maybe an idea of what's going on? Anybody?
I have an answer.
Besides Pete. Fuck! I fucking didn't finish my sentence. I said anybody besides you.
Oh well,
fucking hell, man.
Diminish me. Off you go. I'll go on mute. Jeremy, off you go.
I think we all know that's not going to actually happen. But Jeremy, yes. So you're saying it has to move in different directions, right? Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, look at I dropped 2 pictures of a magnetic, a solenoid, like a bar magnet.
And the equator, and you're saying the equator would be right in the middle of that thing?
Yes.
Brilliant.
I can work with this now. Relax, Pete. Relax. I can work with this right here. This is good. Like if that's the equator running through the middle of that thing and it could be going in different directions, that's dope.
Yeah.
Here we go. What is that thing?
How can we measure that
it's a bar magnet? Well, that's the point, right? So we would have to verify the precession of the pendulum in the South, which I mean, I haven't done. We need to contact flat earthers to do that. But if we just take the story at face value, there is a precession of a pendulum. Okay. So that isn't all just made up. Now, the flat earthers have good critiques, right? They're like, well, you have to start it, and it's attached to the earth, and it's designed to precess. All this stuff is valid critique of the globe earth spinning claim, but there's still an effect here, right? There's still an effect. When it comes to verifying the South, we'd have to talk to flat earthers, obviously. I'm not going to trust like mainstream sources, but there isn't much information about the South.
But can we verify that that's how the... Go ahead.
Well, the question I was going to ask, I could just imagine it, but having trouble doing it. Would what we're seeing with this, toroidal field type of deal? I know it's not a toroidal field; it's something else a little bit. But now, just a simple claim that when you view south, and viewing north, how would it change depending on where you're facing? If this is, and would it lay out correctly?
You're talking about the stars now?
Well, that's what this is the issue, right? Is the stars in the south?
We were talking about the pendulum, but they're all connected. It's all connected. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think there could be just actual two motions of stars. Like I don't see because the flat earthers always say that you just look if you look in a different direction. Like there's logic to that. Like a 6 looks like a 9 on the opposite side, but that's not what we observe. We see all the stars move around a central point in the south as well. I have a whole playlist of like 40 time lapses from a flat earther in Australia. So like
I can explain that though.
Okay.
Is it fixed that time lapse? The way Polaris is fixed, Whitson, I definitely value your opinion on this because I'm confused about it.
Can we not change the subject
way
though?
Polaris is fixed when we look at the time lapse. The southern crux, which is Australis Polaris, is that fixed in the same way that Polaris is fixed from all those different representations?
No, it's not even claimed to be. There's not a pole star in the south. Larry, you can explain it with just perspective.
Right. Okay. So
hold on. Before we get on to the stars, can we just finish out this magnetic thing? So can we measure that that's how the magnetic field is?
Well, yeah, we can measure
with the
magnetic
equator.
flux, and so you can look at them. Yeah, you can look at the magnetic flux. I'll drop. What I'm going to do though, what is really good is I'm going to drop a video if I can find it, and it's like a Mercury experiment that shows using magnetism how you'll have opposing rotations. You'll have it moving one way in the center, one way in the outside. And yes, this is what the data shows, even with weather patterns. Right.
So with this magnetic field matches on Earth. You're saying?
Yes.
It matches the thing. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
What's it?
Well, how come
the South Pole is beneath us? It's not at the peripherals, which is where we get the Aurora Australis, as opposed to the Aurora Borealis at the North Center. We also note that there's more inclement weather the further we go from the equator, north and south. Have you considered that the actual South Pole on Earth in reality is beneath us?
No.
Am I just being ridiculed here and dismissed? Because
I'm saying no, I haven't considered it. I don't consider that viable at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is Earth then?
I like the subjects that you're bringing up with it, man. These are great subjects because, like, I just put a picture up. These are the biggest issues that Glovers have, is what you're addressing. I mean, that's great of you. And like, I just put a picture where I commented the Glovers' biggest issues: southern star clockwise rotation, southern land navigation distances, and great circles versus straight lines. I mean, these are their biggest,
Very good.
issues. Yeah.
Altitude
You're
versus
a ball
longitude and
earther.
latitude.
You're a ball earther looking for justification and answers for something that's impossible. This is sort of beyond. This is thinking about reality. Whitsid, are you telling me seriously you haven't considered that the South Pole might be underneath us? What do you say is underneath us in your view of flat Earth reality?
I would say,
Are we
when you
floating
say
through
south,
fucking waters on a pizza?
yeah, so there's as above, so below. So we live on an inertial plane. So what we see above would be reciprocated down below. It just wouldn't necessarily be exactly as we see it. I don't know what's below us. I can't go there, but magnetism would necessitate a reciprocal manifestation of the field, if you will. I can drop a picture for you of a magnetic field, and then
I prefer to hear your words.
Did Jeremy's question get answered? Like, Jeremy, did you feel good about that answer?
Listen, the guy here who's the ball earther coming in with the basic objections. We've been through this for fucking years, bud.
he's not a baller.
Who's the baller? Hey, repeat, relax, bro. Why are you so fired up today?
You guys want to hear my explanation?
I posted issues with flat earthers. Okay, sorry about that. If you're a flat earther, more power to you for asking those questions. Sorry about that.
You guys want to hear my explanation?
Sure.
Oh, it's yours, yeah.
You're
Right,
telling me
so
that you've never considered that the South Pole might be beneath us?
Dude, Larry, look, Larry was talking, Pete, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Just to answer your question, you ponder on it while Larry's talking. Look in the chat, look in the bottom left picture. The white line is where the Earth is. So you'd flip that over. The top is what's on the left is what we see in the sky. There must be something on the bottom as well. Now let's let Larry talk, please.
Right,
all right, so first of all, rainbows. I think the reason that rainbows appear to touch the ground is due to perspective. I think it's actually more of a rain circle, but it appears to humans on Earth as a bow. When we're talking about the analemma and the moon's analemma, which I can't remember the name of, I apologize. I think the reason that the 8 is not symmetrical is due to perspective also, and that that this is not the thing going on. So when I say perspective, I'm talking about a drone 400 feet above your head, 399 feet, right? You fly it all the way to the west until you can't see it anymore. It's going to appear to disappear into the horizon. So let's say that there is more land to the north and to the south, hypothetically. If there was a corridor of more land, then the stars would be acting just like there's more land in that direction. And as you go closer, I bet more stars would appear in the field, and then the ones that look like they were part of a pole would just be like over your head. Like when I go outside at night, I see the Pleiades over my head. But if I were to continue towards more land, let's say South America, the Pleiades would eventually fall off out of my perspective range into a, let's say, circular Polish region in the sky, and that all the stars don't travel from east to west. The ones above the polar region travel east to west, but the ones below it are traveling in the opposite direction, west to east. Right?
Yes.
And this is just my way of understanding that there's more land, like a hidden corridor of land hidden by the United States governments or the governments of the world, and that the southern
another pole.
polar, it's not a pole, right? It appears like a pole, but it's just the way that the stars move above our heads.
So
right?
I just dropped a
I'm
video for you, man.
Oh,
Go ahead,
thanks.
though. Sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off.
Yeah. So I'm thinking if there's more land in that direction, that's what the stars would look like, just like a long corridor hallway, right? If you could put that on a rotisserie stick and you could stand in the middle of it somehow while it's rotating, but you're not rotating, the rooms and the doors and the lights are all rotating. That's what it would look like at the end of the hallway, like a polar region. Okay, I'm going to click on this video.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is like when flat earthers, the talking point is that it's perspective because it's which way you're looking. Like if you walk on the other side of a road, it looks like the car's going the opposite way. If you walk on the other side of a whirlpool or a vortex, it looks like it's going the opposite way. A 6 and a 9 change the way it looks when you walk across your room. That is an insufficient explanation. It does not explain what I just posted.
I agree. And further, I would say, as flat earthers, we all sort of agree that there's a barrier above. What it separates us from, we've got to be more specific in our thinking. If you're going to say, I have no idea about that, and if I ask you, what have you started off thinking, what's beneath us, or what's the setting for Earth, the new Earth, because we've erased the blue marble Earth, and you say, I have no idea, how can I listen? I'm not saying myself, how can you listen to yourself? You have to come to some certain formulations in terms of your thinking, and then base everything within that set as sort of backdrop. I think that's the only way it can work. Does anyone else agree with me?
Is independent of replacement.
That's
no,
correct.
No, but that's the whole point. That the people who fed us the lie of the heliocentric model, they already know the truth. Fucking Shakespearean times knew the truth that we were living on a flat Earth.
Why are you screaming, man?
Is that the only truth? Is that the only truth? I mean, there's more truth than that.
No, it's not, because the Earth isn't even flat. We haven't said what it is, right?
Hold on, Pete. So that's looking south at the stars, like your camera. So I get my camera, I set it on a tripod, I face it to the south, and then it films that.
Yes.
What if you face it north? That was like my question earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you point it north, you'll just get a partial view. I haven't asked them to do that, but the point is that that's a diversion away from why this is observed.
We need all observations. We need north, south, east, or west. The same I would ask for a glober. That
We've
way
seen
we
what
can
it
put
looks
them all
like, right?
together and see what that means. No,
Yes,
we can put them all together in like a strip.
Yeah, well, we've seen it, right? You can take like a panoramic view.
My main point was you're looking at a wall, a flat wall to the left of something. What's that got to do with the sky in general? Of you making something appear some way from a screen that you formatted onto. I don't get it. Doesn't help me do anything. Really.
Okay, well then, all I'm saying is hand wave dismissal is not gonna wake anyone up, and like so that's all we ever get. And I'm the one that coined the phrase "falsification is independent of replacement." So if I don't need someone to tell me that.
I heard that you stole that.
Enough real evidence? No,
Oh,
you didn't.
someone heard that you stole that.
Don't have real enough evidence. You can say how you want.
Guys, settle down, guys.
By the way, I
I heard you stole it from who was it? I heard you stole it from Nathan Thompson.
Oh my God, are you kidding me, dude? I made the phrase up, dude.
No, to be clear, I was telling that to Pete. With Pete's telling us that we need to come up with another explanation, not necessarily.
No,
It's
I know
true,
that.
but we do.
Hang
When you're
on.
in a hold on.
All is
When you're in a
busted.
globe, when you're in that globe set mind, hold on, Pete. When you're in
Hang
that
on,
globe
Jeremy. I thought he
mindset,
was
which
mentioning me there. Take it easy a second, please. Hey, yes, but we all know that here the globe is busted. What I don't do, what Witsit encourages not to do, is to throw out everything that's given to us via what's delivered. Now, when we look for clues, well, that's a different matter. So yes, off you go now, Jeremy. But yeah, I'm with you there, bud. Falsification. Yes, but we are men, and we know what's a lie, and we know that the lie was built deliberately. So, what is the truth? We have to assume that others know it. We have to assume that,
we,
or else we're nowhere.
all
So,
right, we heard you. We got it.
I'm done now. I'm done.
All right. So, thanks, Pete. Thanks. Jesus Christ. So, Wits is right though. You don't have to falsify anything. It's independent of replacement. However, when you're in the, just stop talking, please, Pete. So when you're in that state of mind, like I wouldn't come over until I had an explanation for a sunset, right? And then I saw Rob Skiba's thing. So I mean, you're in that frame of mind, and you still want explanations first off. So it'd be good to have them too. I mean, it's not going to hurt as long as they're like viable.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, again, it's what's your motivation? Is it you to be able to create a narrative where you could never lose a debate because you never address any phenomena, and then you can say I'm 500-0, or do you actually want to wake them up? And like, I actually want to wake people up. And so when they come and ask me about the star trails, and then I say, oh, well, it's just me looking in different directions. Dude, if I don't blame them for walking away saying this guy has no idea what he's talking about.
Film that at 120,000 feet. That same
Well,
thing you pattern you got.
our good friend Walter, with the personal dome, created a model where that's exactly what we would observe with just one point of rotation going in one direction without a counterclockwise due to perception, like Larry had mentioned.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, but that personal dome thing does not talk about like all of them going in a circle around a singular point. It talks about them looking like they're going the opposite way. Like that's the problem. That you can use like a paperweight and put it over concentric circles, and you can get the same effect. I'm not claiming that there has to be two sets of stars, but
it doesn't have. It's not the paperweight with Walter the Glober, Bislam, whatever, right? He made the. So it's you have a dome, a 360 dome of perspective. It has nothing to do with like the glass, what the effects of a glass. Just the effects of perspective, and the way perspective would set things going at a certain distance, and they would appear to be making a left turn instead of a right turn, because that's how we perceive things that fade in the distance. Yeah.
If we don't have
So, I mean, how does that
120,000 feet, why are we going by any of this dog crap? But I put a picture in the chat of what the real stars do when you're standing there and you look at them with your eyeballs and how they appear versus what a spinny whatever that. I mean, I don't even know what that's got to do with. I mean, and it's a flat base surface that I drew it on the edge of a box. So what's that got to do with balls or no balls or anything? I mean, it's just, they're dots that you're staring at, and I don't. And you can't.
And they're moving in a direction.
Are you claiming the stars don't move?
I'm claiming at 120,000 feet. Show me that.
I'm asking you, do the stars not move?
Well, we can't
There are no
show
stars.
that. So why are we
Okay,
getting
that's
into
going to
that?
wake people up. There are no stars.
Yeah, we're trying to build, dude.
But
This is
120,000 feet. We're trying to find truth. So if you can't see no stars, what rotation pattern are you going to see at 120,000 feet to wake people up, buddy?
Well,
yeah,
if you
so you're
find
triggered
out,
because I'm exposing the logical bankruptcy
So
here.
stop
For one,
half science, right?
all you're doing is asking for something that's literally not attainable, which is that I'm going to go get time lapse.
You mean seeing stars at 120,000 feet when they're 200 million miles is not attainable?
Oh my God. Okay. No one claimed that they're millions of miles. That's bullshit. Straw man. I can't get a time lapse. Why is everyone interrupting? I can't get a time
A
lapse.
whole bunch of crazy nonsense. Of what?
You're jumping in a little. Maybe you're jumping in late, but
about 120,000 feet. I'm giving you the same question I give Globers. At 120,000 feet, what do we see these stars do? If you can't present it, stop making claims about what a star does when it doesn't exist.
He's trying to
I actually
respond to your
have evidence of seeing stars over 120,000 feet. It'll take me about 5 minutes to get it, and then you're not going to say anything. So this is my point. Flat earthers have talking points, and they just say the same thing over and over, and they don't know what they're talking about, and it makes flat earth look stupid. When you claim that stars don't exist over 120,000 feet, you're provably wrong.
Yo, leave him muted. Whoever muted Democ, do not unmute him, please. He's been muted several times today. That's a wrap. Pete, you're next.
I was curious, what's it? So then, you know, I mean, not that you have to do this, right? But like, so now it's, you know, Earth's not a model, right? So we have atmosphere, right? And then we have magnetic fields, and we have perspective. Does this toroidal type field, what is this called? A dielectric field or a toroidal field? But how do these combine to form the reality that we view? Because all of those things have to be taken into consideration: the atmosphere, perspective, as well as the magnetic field.
Yeah. So they are all combined, right? That's why I'm saying it's really ignorant to just be like, well, like to isolate one single thing. It's the worst thing to do ever. Just like saying density disequilibrium when there's electrostatics, right? Like that's ignorant just to say it's density. Like, so I agree with you. Everything has to be accounted for. Like temperature fluctuation alone alters things significantly when it comes to weather. But we have magnetic flux and we have air currents, and we can observe them and we can record them. And yeah, perspective alters things with which way you're looking. But like if you're standing under stars that are moving around a central point, you're going to see them move around a central point, right? And regardless of perspective. And we see this in both the north and the south. And this is the number one thing that globe earthers say. And it's been 7 years of me being in this community, and it's still just hand wave dismissal for 95% of the flat earthers. And it's just not a good look, man. So like you're asking me, like, how would I combine this explanation with perspective? Is that the question? Like, yeah,
No, it's not really a question as much as it's like kind of a warning to when you're using this one thing that you're on right now. Remember that these things have to match it up as well. They have to work into it at some point.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see the conflict. I don't see the conflict.
Well, I don't know if there is a conflict. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it all matches up and there is no conflict. But that would
let me ask Whitson a pertinent question, please, if you don't mind, because I've been in this long enough as well. But Whitson, when you talk about ether, I'm absolutely with you, bud. But do you set the confines in your mind of Earth as above and maybe Earth as below? Have you some context for this ether? Is it something that's just resting there and everything is passing through, or is it something that has a source? I'm not pushing you, but this is part of sort of flat Earth and beyond. We know the ball is ridiculous. Falsification doesn't require replacement, absolutely. But when it comes to the true nature of reality, which is the question of all of us, men and women and children, right? Well, then we need to make progress. If we throw out everything like Nathan Oakley does, I don't mean to name drop or anything. If we do that, then we just view the world with new childlike wonder, his own words, but we forget that there's other people, other fuckers in play who know better.
There's more fucking cocksucking bitches who... Oh, God, sorry.
The source of the ether is the pyramid in the sky, and that's the big P of the puzzle. That's the source.
Be right back. I'm going to fix some food. I dropped the videos for you guys.
Asked you what's it, not videos. Just
you asked me. I showed you the magnetic field. I'll do it again. I'll drop you a magnetic field, and then you'll be able to see exactly what's going on. Okay, so you can just scroll up. I dropped a magnetic field. You can see that if. Okay, I'll go fix some food. I'll come back and I'll reorient it for you. It's not complicated. There must be something below us. Electromagnetic field necessitates that. We cannot verify what it is, but as above, so below. That's what magnetic fields dictate.
I agree. There's a power in play that is sort of defining Earth and Earth's confines in a place. You go fix some food. Let me just clarify for others as well, because this is the quest we should all be on. When it comes to what isn't, we already know what isn't, but what if what isn't was scripted to represent ultimately what is, and we came to realize that everything in this earth is turned on its head. Now, the big question I've asked, and I challenge anyone to answer, I've asked Nathan Oakley, loads of others, I never get any answers. What have we replaced the vacuum of space with, the infinite space, as flat earthers with? Which the answer is, I think, ultimately that we have to try and find an answer. The alternative answer for flat earthers, they sort of the ones who are at rest and happy enough just to debunk something they don't know. So where does that leave?
There is no vacuum. There is no vacuum. That we don't need a container because there is no vacuum.
But there is a vacuum.
The thing I don't like about having a
Sorry, Jeremy, but there definitely is a vacuum. Sorry, Jeremy, I have to go, bud.
The thing I don't like about having to come up with an explanation for stuff at this point is like you can't prove it. Like I told you about the sunsets when I was first starting out, and how I saw Rob Skiba's sunset video. Now, whenever I explain it to someone, they want to say, "Well, there's no proof of atmospheric magnification, of the atmosphere magnifying things." So now, where do I go from there? Now I feel like it looks stupid when you say that.
You can find them videos of the infrared sun set and show them that the angular size of the sun does change.
I'll more direct than that.
Goes down.
I'll be more direct than that.
And also, I mean, I guess to you, Pete, I wanted to ask. I mean, how do you think we got through the container to verify the vacuum then?
No, the vacuum is not through the container, bud.
Oh.
Vacuum
You
is
verify the vacuum?
Vacuum is
right.
Well, I can tell you how you can verify the vacuum. But to answer Jeremy more specifically, Jeremy, if you ask just briefly, if you ask your friends to look at the sun as it's rising, right? Or the sun as it's setting, not to get them to glare at it at its highest point, even though you could do the same thing, but ask them to do that, and now ask them to wet their eyes. And maybe hum as well. If you hum and vibrate, what color they see the sun is. Without a wet eyes, you will see the sun is yellow. With wet eyes and a little bit of vibration, which is probably not necessary, you will see the sun is red. Do you ever hear of a red moon? Do you ever hear of a magnified moon? When we look at it towards ground level, it seems massive, enlarged on the horizon. When we look at it upper levels, it sort of shrinks down. So this is definitely an argument for water playing influence in terms of what we see and what we see through. So yeah, that's something everyone can do for themselves.
What a bunch of bullshit.
So if anyone,
do you wet your iPhone lens and you wet your iPhone lens?
No, you wet your eyes. You can either have a good cry or take a glass of water and dip your fingers in it as an experiment and dip it into your eye.
All right, listen, if anyone has proof that the atmosphere is magnifying objects, the sun, I wouldn't really use that because they're going to put a solar filter on a camera and show you that it doesn't change size throughout the course of a day. You know what I mean? It's glare, different.
Next time that you go to eat sushi, dip your fingers in the green. How do you call the green stuff, right? And then rub it in your eyes. See what you're gonna say.
How do you not know what the green? Jose, how do you not know what
wasabi.
What the green stuff is called, Jose?
Wasabi.
Yeah, so Jeremy, I mean, you can look a little deep. I mean, I'm not saying you're right or wrong or anything, but look for infrared sunsets, and you can see and measure the angular
and the infrared.
But
are you getting glare during the infrared?
No.
Let's see the video. I mean, I know it's not. I don't know.
Hey,
I
you
can't
guys
prove
need
atmospheric. If we could prove, hold on, Jose. If we could prove atmospheric magnification, that would do our side a world of good. So if anyone has that, all right, it'd be a good time to break it out because that would help us out a lot.
Jeremy, if you need any answers or clarifications, I'm here to help. I'm an earther, and I'm here to help. Just ask.
Thanks, Jose. I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, JG, how did you get on with Nathan Oakley since then? I mean, you were great friends at the start. You, like Ranty, you had the best of evidence to show that we were on a global. Then you went your own way, like Ranty as well. How do you get on with Nathan Oakley now? He's still going strong. Are you still going strong?
Yeah, he blocked me. I'm
Did you
going
just
weak.
say that
But have your own show going, JG.
Did you just say he has the
Or I think
best?
you're
He had the
saying
best
in
of evidence.
That's what I say. Big fan over there. You're a big fan.
I
Where's
think
the
it's all a
evidence,
load of
Jose?
bollocks, JG. I
Evidence
really
for
do.
what? I got you. I
More
got
as I
you.
go on. It's all a load of bollocks. That's what I think.
You got me? All right. Where is it?
Evidence for what? I got you. For what?
The
For the
only
flat
people we
Earth.
could talk to are via forums like this, JG, and there's all sorts and all manners of restrictions and sort of kiboshes put on what you can say and what you can express. I think it's all a load of bollocks. That's what I think.
Evidence for the flat Earth? You asking?
Yes, especially from the flat Earth. This is where the
You ask
division
Jeremy?
comes
Or the
into
other
it,
guy?
JG. Do you remember Patricia Steer and Antonio Subarats? Do you remember the Bible literalists and the freer thinkers? You know,
I'm
it's
trying
all
to play
division,
Jeremy,
and there
but
will always be division until you
I
come
don't
to
know
a
why.
conclusion.
I didn't say anything to you. What'd you say?
you say somebody asked for evidence, and you say for the flat Earth, and I
No,
want to
I didn't.
play, but there's that extra voice, unnecessary rambling around that.
That wasn't me. I think Widget said that.
Now, please bear with me because I haven't spoken to JG in a long time. But
I'm not interested in talking to
will
you. I'm not
clarify
interested in
this?
listening to
Will
you,
you
bro.
clarify what I'm about to say on your own channel, Jose, which was about 2 years ago? Remember me and Rumpus? It was one of your own pictures over the keys of Florida or something, and there was loads of still water, and there was buildings in the background, trees, etc., birds, and there was a setting, and I was asked to explain it. Rumpus was asked to explain it. Rumpus has a whole volume. He's a thesis almost written. He's nearly finished it, not quite concluded it. So he
Guys,
gave
let me
his
know
answer.
in the text
Whatever.
chat when
Can I
he's done.
finish? He gave his answer.
I got
He
you,
gave his
Jose.
answer.
I
It
got
was
you.
elaborated upon. It took about 20 minutes or whatever. I gave my answer. It was about 5 minutes. Do you remember that, Jose? Were you more satisfied with my answer or Rumpus's that day?
He's not engaging you, Pete. Sorry.
Hello.
Another. So I just wasted my. Am I not welcome here?
He's done talking,
Do I
Jose.
irritate people?
Oh, never mind. He's going again.
That's not true, Pete. You're not.
I irritate people so much, though, that you must offend me. That I just feel I should have sang a song or tried to write a song, Jeremy.
I didn't offend you. Jose said he didn't want to interact with you. What do you want me to do, Pete? You want me to mediate this, or should we go to counseling or therapy? Like, what do you want to do?
Oh, I thought he was here again talking to me. I thought we were having a little bit of a laugh.
He literally just said he didn't want to engage with you.
Why not?
Ruhif does the
Because
same thing to me. I don't know what to tell you.
Channel.
I'm not asking him nothing. I'm not your messenger boy. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm a messenger boy, sending my message to you. What's going on, Jeremy? Why can't you allow? Why is there such strict moderation here? Why can't you allow for different time zones, different nationalities, different personalities, and different state of sobriety as well?
What, dude? We have all that here. What we don't allow for anyone is every single time someone goes to talk, then you get talked over. That's what we don't allow.
Are you allowed to say thank God the Queen is dead?
I don't do that, Witsit.
Yeah,
Try to
Pete, what
engage all of
happens is
us
that
in
Pete,
expanded
what happens
conversation beyond globe Earth. But that's okay.
Hey Pete, what happens is that you interrupt so often that people don't want to engage you in regular conversation because they know you're going to just interrupt, and that's like your time. You like switched it up on everybody.
I don't know. Maybe Gio recommended that there's a live stream
like
2
everybody-
and 93. Maybe I should go into live stream 2 and start up a conversation. For goodness sake.
I mean, I like your point of view, but you interrupt so often that that's pretty much like your time.
Yes, but you do understand that I have the ability then to express where I've come in my journey. I'm just talking over Mangelo, great Angelo, who played a million games of chess in his life, so he must be very, very smart, or a Highlander, or other contributors like that, and cutting them short because we're so sick of hearing their same objections over and over again. I think I'm trying to help you out more than anyone else, or the audience.
No, we're not. You're not helping. We're not cutting anyone short. Everyone's going to be able to finish their thought, no matter who you are. This is an open platform, right? Everyone
so,
gets to
Jeremy,
say their
you know
piece.
I was the fucking deceiving, lying, conniving agent of deception. You'd give me the same time as an honest contributor.
Yeah, everyone that comes here gets to say their piece because this is an open thing, right?
Well,
We're not suppressing anyone's.
for the season. Okay, that's no respect.
We're not
for
suppressing it.
Contributors. Yeah.
We're not suppressing anyone's point. Everyone can be heard here.
That's like saying that we're all members of a bar. We all meet up regularly, and we allow any fucking the same. It's not that we allow any fucker to come in and start shitting all over the tables, start insulting you and throwing digs
It's
everywhere.
like never ends.
Nope, there's no insults.
Connection is strong.
Last week to come in again. Okay, Jeremy, thank you.
We don't allow insults, Pete. So that's not going to happen.
We don't allow insults or the C word.
Bruh.
Why are you trying to debate me, Pete? Why?
Yeah, what are you doing, Pete?
We're trying to build right here. We're trying to build. You guys just ruin it for us. We don't get much time without the Globers. Let us try to.
Is talking about then, if you're trying to build, which is beyond Globe Earth. The Globe Earth is obviously a lie, Jeremy.
Obviously, we all fucking know that the globe Earth is a fucking lie.
I know that as well. I know that. People like New Perspective. When he says Michael Jackson faked his death, everyone, the flat earthers go, "Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean?" As opposed to going, "Well, that's fucking so interesting.
Just because
everything else was fake, tell me what you know about that."
Pete, just because there's a lull in the conversation doesn't mean that you have to fill it. You don't have to fill the silence.
Plus, Pete, no one ever even heard of you. A year ago, no one's even ever heard of you.
But I go to
That's not true. I've known Pete for 7 years.
Hang on, Jeremy.
I've known him for a long time.
I'm just fucking with him.
Would you recommend, honestly, I want to know this because I definitely want to remain here talking, but I want to speak about things that are quotidian to me and my thoughts. But is it better I go to Livestream 2 and start up a different conversation?
Yes.
No, don't.
I'll do that. So can I play music in Livestream 2?
Hey, I want to speak to Pete. Who is this Pete? Who is the Pete everybody's talking about?
Come on, man.
Dodo.
Dodo leads to Aristarchus. That's all you need to know on Earth.
Aristarchus.
Okay,
you got to say it slow in segments.
Brilliant.
Aricus.
Let's be inclusive.
Arya Stark from the Game of Thrones. Tarkus from
Livestream 2 is open and ready.
Wait there. Why we're not telling anyone to go to Livestream 2. I don't think that's correct to do that.
Listen, you can go to Livestream 2 if you want to hear Pete. He'll be there all day.
Hey, we're being inclusive. If Jose is allowed to talk, Pete is allowed to talk.
I feel unloved.
Well,
no, Pete. No. We give you a lot of rope, bro. We give you a lot of rope.
I'm glad another man.
We love you. Give him extra. Not enough.
I'm glad another man gives me
something.
Come
on, man.
Listen right here. I would just say that this just reminds me of the days back on the fucking estate where, the English came in and they didn't want that fucking Irish around.
Taking the piss now, fucker. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
and you were there back in the day.
Accent,
I was there before you.
They stole everything we had. The reason that we do fight, because we want the rights of marriage and the honeymoon, and we don't want them fucking our wives.
We just don't want the English fucking our wives.
Wait a minute. Where's me potatoes?
Fuck are y'all talking about?
What they think? What the fuck are we talking about? What do you mean?
When I ask all these people here how they do now, they don't understand a word I'm saying. But anyone who understands what I understand, they understand what I understand.
Hey, come on.
You guys aren't even taking a moment for the Queen or nothing. Not a moment of silence for the Queen.
Shit, the Queen died.
The Queen. God fuck the Queen.
The Queen died.
Yeah, today. That's fucked up for you to say that today.
That lizard, she'll probably grow back. Don't worry.
Pat Stay passed away. Rest in peace, Pat Stay. Legendary.
Pat Stay was brilliant.
Bro, best
one of the best
all time, probably, man.
Best what?
Yes, yeah,
Freestyler, did you say?
I don't know about that, but he was a good battle rapper.
One of them of all time. You know, during Hollow, he did a
Cost.
rebuttal that was a freestyle about Mike Zombie. That shit was
Who's
very
that, the blind
layered,
guy?
Did he
metaphorical.
say during the Holocaust? During the Holocaust, right?
No, the Hollow to Don battle. Hollow to Don
Hollow
battle.
to Don. Yeah, he said something like, "Oh, that's still your friend. Damn, if that was me, Zombie would be a walking dead man." Like, to me, that's one of the best rebuttals I ever heard.
Is this the blind guy?
Y'all gotta see that battle. I'll post the battle.
Hey, Crypto, freestyle to the globe Earth. Come on, man. Do it in honor of the guy who died, Jeremy.
Well, the thing is this. Wait there then. Okay, but the problem with this, right, and this whole premise is this, right, is I'm not fucking crypto.
Are you?
I'm crack villain.
Oh, I fucking thought it might be
Oh,
you,
my God.
dickhead. Hey, crack villain, how you doing, bud? Big up to you. Freestyle to the globe Earth nonsense. Freestyle to the globe Earth nonsense. Off you go next.
I can't. I listen. I'm a better rapper than crypto is, but like I just can't be bothered.
Oh,
I'll
I
be
can
honest.
just see you now on the stage of 8 Mile with Eminem and you're fucking picking your arse or something. Come on, man. Get up.
I ain't doing no fucking rapping. Not today. Not today.
Settle
No.
down.
Gilbert nonsense, a lozenge. No. I was going to say, to suck on, give me a lozenge.
Give me a lozenge. Yeah.
And here's the point to anyone who doesn't play music or doesn't write poetry or doesn't write songs or doesn't think deeply about things and write their thoughts down. You're capable of it. All it takes is building upon. Start off with freestyle to the globe Earth nonsense. I didn't mean to say that in MC Hammer style.
I challenge Witsit that I'm a best flat earther than he is.
Look at the vast material.
There you go, challenges out there.
I would say.
There we
right?
go. Let's hear.
Go ahead, Jeremy. No,
I
go
was
ahead,
going to
Jeremy.
say, let's hear your best flat Earth evidence, Jose.
I challenge
You're up.
Witsit to a one-on-one point versus point. Who's the best flat earther, me or him?
Hey, Crackville, I thought you were a pikey though.
I'm a romanical gypsy and I'm quite fucking romantic with it.
Let's hear some of your freestyling then, bud. You're at your fucking worth nothing.
You weren't nothing, you wee fucking bastard. You weren't nothing. You weren't nothing. You and your family couldn't feed a fucking way out of a paper bag and all that. You weren't nothing, bastard. You pikey dogs, you.
I can't understand this shit.
That's kind of the point. How you doing, Electric? You good, bro?
Yeah, honestly, I low-key been getting a headache listening to some of this stuff today.
I've only just come in, so.
It's the same headache for years on end for all of us.
Bro, you're the one giving me a headache. Yo, turn up your mic, because it's like, it sounds like you're really far from your mic, Jay Sweet Dodo.
Yeah, but you might have just met me. Turn it up or turn it off?
Make it better. It sounds like you're distant.
Oh, okay.
I can't hear you every time you talk, but you talk all the time.
I was sort of trying to make it worse because I'm so alone.
What the fuck is going on, bruh?
The emergence of the now, right? Everything you're wondering, all of us listening here right now, a wondrous moment could emerge in the next 10 minutes. How would we to know? How would we be there to know? If the moderators sort of bear with the greater flow, well then who knows where it will go.
Listen, we're going with the flow, Pete. This is what we do. We go with the flow.
I like it.
You're trying to make a tidal wave, though.
Let it be, Jeremy. Let it be. Time is ripe.
That's what she
Careful,
said.
this floor is wet out here.
Well, I'll create shock and horror amongst everyone here. If I was to tell you that Paul/Fall from the Beatles was the dodo, what would you make of it? You probably wouldn't make anything of it as a ball earther. As a fat fucking earther, you should make something of it. Because the Gleason's map, when you rotate Australia around to the bottom, which is all like a combination lock, which we always recognize this orientation. Remember, up is up and up is down. Yeah, down is up, down is down.
All right.
Anyway, when you do that, a certain bird jumps out at you when we take the flood waters away, when we make land out of the Gulf of Mexico, the Mediterranean Sea, the Philippines, and that is the non-existent dodo bird. Anyway, off we go.
Yep, Tom York's coming up next.
See, we need quantity. I mean, we need quality, not quantity.
Oh, that's the best quality you can ever fucking get, dickhead. Because you are the fucking dodo.
I love it when people say that.
You are the dodo. You are the divided state. And I asked Whitson, has he considered that South might be under? I'm so surprised that he hadn't considered that South might.
What just happened?
No one's considered that, Pete. That's a ridiculous notion.
Am I still on? Am I still on?
That's a
mic check.
Yeah. I wonder who muted him.
I don't know. It wasn't me, but Pete, that's a ridiculous notion.
Well, he's been muted, so he can't reply, Jeremy.
Geo has had enough. Comments.
Who muted Demok? Warning. Demok's on a warning, bro. Okay.
Yeah, see, to everybody who's been muted, right? Here's the deal, guys. If you just like come up with something really important to say, and then like if you can get it in there, say it. If you can't, write that shit down in the text messages or write it on your phone or somewhere else where you can remember to say it later. And then if you get a chance to say it later, say it. If you don't get a chance, then shut your fucking mouth.
Everyone's gonna get a chance. Everyone's gonna get a chance to say their piece. Believe me. It may not be the instant you want to say it, but it's gonna. Did someone just let off a Nextel chirp?
No, that was me, my phone.
The pikey farted.
I thought you had a Nextel. I thought I heard a chirp from the 90s.
Nah.
Jeremy. If I say the Earth is flat, right? I'm a flat earther. I'm just a globe denier. When I talk about the Earth or the flat Earth, am I talking only about the surface, the land that I'm walking on, or am I also talking about the waters that are on part of this system that we live in? Are we talking also about the sky? So if we look up, are we talking about the clouds, about the sun, the moon, the stars? When we talk about the flat Earth, what do we talk about? We need a reference. Or
what are you on about? Whoa.
It encompasses, I would say being a flat earther encompasses all of reality.
Well, so wait there, Jeremy, does that mean that you think clouds are flat? That they're not three-dimensional in shape?
I mean,
so you be careful what you say right now, bro. You're about to get strawmanned hard.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about all these subjects. I wouldn't say everything's flat.
But wait, you just said everything was flat.
What makes you a flat earther?
No, sorry.
Hold on. Yeah, what makes you a flat earther is you don't fall into one camp, right? You're not like only going to QE's channel or only going to Flat Earth Debates channel. You're looking for information anywhere you can fucking get it, anywhere you can find it. You're looking at the retards. You're looking at sub-retards. You're looking at the geniuses and everything in between.
And this way is the best way to learn. Talking to each other, clarifying in real time.
Jose, remember the show you did with the box? Remember that? You don't remember the box and what? Can we cut step out of our box? We're out of the box, bro. We got no box for the flat earther.
No,
the Globers, they're stuck in that box, bro.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
I'm starting from the ground, from the foundation, the ground up. Like I don't know nothing about it. So it's all right. When we talk about flat Earth, it's not just the land that I walk on. It's the oceans and the skies and the clouds and all that shit. Now, when we say flat Earth, we got it in our minds. We still gotta use imagination because we say like, well, there's mountains and hills and holes and dips and buildings and shit, but But
Defamation.
in the big picture, we can just disregard all of that and just plan that out, because we know in the bigger picture, actually, yeah, we're
To
not
the
going to
extent of
account on.
oceans.
We don't have to say every time, yeah, there are mountains and hills, so the Earth is not flat. No, in the
Well, you
big
just say a
picture,
flat
right?
Well, he's asking, does it
topographical.
extend to oceans, atmosphere, barrier above the stars? Is it all possibly part of Earth? That's what JG Jose Gonzalez is asking.
No, don't put words in my mouth, and I don't want to engage with you. Just saying.
Okay, okay. Let me just say
Please engage
something.
with
Let
me.
me say something. Let me say something. So basically, again, this is why, and I agree. You don't necessarily have to. If people can't use their imagination, they need a preface of, that it's a flat, non-rotational topographical plane. Then, yeah, you're right. People should be able to use their imagination and understand that that's probably what we mean when we just simply say flat Earth.
Yeah. And there are actually almost always people that want to just not progress the conversation when they want to get stuck in the no. Well, the Earth is not flat because we got mountains and hills and shit like that.
I
We
feel like
don't
this
need
is
to
aimed at
specify that.
someone.
I don't think with this.
I feel like this is aimed at someone very specific. I feel like this is aimed at someone very specific, Jose.
It's to various people, various groups and people. So
Hang
I
on,
mean,
Jose, you are the biggest. Hang on, he's the biggest enemy coming into the friendly camp here, because Jose sucked up to Nathan Oakley to get into his show. He did all these observations.
nonsense,
Then
off
he went
topic,
did
obfuscation,
and he went back to being
distracting.
a Glober again.
That's
and
what
he
he's doing
introduced
right
his
now.
own show, and now he's back
I
here
know,
again
Jose.
asking me questions.
Hey Pete, can we have a break for a bit?
Okay, I'm going to go to Livestream 2.
All right, man. Jose wanted to speak for a bit. Yeah. Go ahead, Jose.
No, just back and forth, like as a flat earther. Now we need a reference, because if we say, well, we need to measure the ground that we're standing in, which is actually the earth, the surface that we can walk, or I can put some floaters in my flip flops and walk in the water. Let's theoretically say. So yeah, it's physically part of the earth and the surface that we walk on. But in order to measure this, I don't think we can do it without a reference point like the skies, for example, the clouds. Is that fair, or is there a way? Well, there's a physical building something physical, either that or a reference frame, like using the skies and the earth and do comparisons what we observe.
Look, bud, they gave us numbers for the size of this globe, and they told us how big it is, right?
It is,
and
yeah,
the
as
best
big as they tell
reference
us. Yeah.
frame,
Sorry.
right? The best reference frame is light, because it normally travels straight, right? So let's say you're on Hawaiian Islands, right? And you see in the distance another island, and you take out your binoculars, and you see a hula woman, right? And she's doing the little hula dance. She's not really doing the hula dance. It's heat waves, right? There's a little bit of atmospheric turbulence, right? She's not dancing at all. It just looks like she's dancing, right? That's about the extent of refraction as far as I could tell from my everyday experience, right? But you guys on the globe side, you guys are claiming that there's this super omega refraction that causes light to bend at 8 inches per mile squared. That's a cool story, but how do we demonstrate that? And if we can't use something, I'm almost done. If we can't use something straighter than light, then what would you recommend? We build a spider web, like stronger than steel, that's perfectly straight, that doesn't flop in the wind. What could be better than light?
I think there's a fault in your reasoning, because the light, yes, in the small scale, in the control environment, it goes straight, point laser or whatever. But physical tests that we can do either through water, through glass, or through different through varying temperature, the light actually bends. It could bend just a slightly bit, but just bending a tiny bit that your eyes cannot even perceive. It could be a lot of bending at the end of the day for miles away of the distance. And if it goes through different, like no water, because that's not, we're looking through air. But still, just temperature inversions and all that shit, it will bend the light. And the bigger the distance, the wider the distance, the more it's going to bend at the end.
Okay. Let me just say one thing. Can you show me some light bending upward?
Yeah, not laser light either. Not laser light.
Well, no. Wait there. Show me even laser light. Like, again, it's quite hard to find examples of laser light even bending up. But yeah, show me normal light.
We've got those.
There are it bends. It
Show me
can
light
bend
bending
upwards.
upwards.
I mean, you put me in the spot. We're on Discord. I can just waste hours looking for that. But
No, go away and come back.
I have trust that there is evidence of light bending up and left to right and down and up. But why are you telling me to go away, dude? I'm here. I've been welcome to hang out here. So
No, you're
get the
here.
fuck out of
You're
here.
allowed to stay.
Go
Don't worry.
fuck
You're
yourself,
here
Travis,
without
man.
any-
You're a racist piece of
Okay,
shit.
hold
man. Come
on.
chill,
Hold on.
chill out, bro.
Hold on, Jose.
Guys.
Wow, Jose.
Well, don't attribute
hold
it to
on, bro.
racism.
Hold on. Listen, you made a claim. Both this gentleman and I were going to ask you for evidence. You said, "Oh, you don't have time to spend." I'm saying simply go away, find the evidence, and then come back with your evidence that daylight bends.
And I don't have to conform with whatever the fuck you want me to do. So fuck
I
you.
also think Jose is more.
Chill out, Jose. There's no reason to take it to that level, bro.
He's not a terrible person to talk to.
Yeah, I behave like that with you because you're a racist piece of shit over and over again to me.
Hey, Jose.
I'm not in the
Jose.
chat.
Wow,
Just not today. Miracle that hasn't happened today. So that's why.
Hey, hold
Screw
on,
you, man.
hold on. Listen. Wait, hold on. Wait, aren't you the Jose that says troll and let troll, and that you can be trolled and you can handle it if somebody comes at you with a harsh word? Aren't you that same Jose?
I just don't want to do anything that you want me to do. Like, get out of here and shut up. Go fuck yourself, man. Shit, who the fuck are you?
Let's not do this. Let's go
Keep it
back
down
to
low. Keep it down low, man. It's all right. It's okay, Jose. It'll be okay.
where were we?
Okay, let's not attribute any form of racism to it or anything like that, right? But again, Jose, you're more than welcome to stay in here, I'm sure. So,
Yeah, we're cool, man. We're cool.
and so like, the problem is, and like Hank stated, right, light would be a very good way for us to measure things because it's something that, as we know it, is relatively straight. And I would say, in fact, that what would you believe would be the result of this observation, right? And then this would again be my problem, is that then you'd have to explain it, right? So let's say someone has a camera 2 feet off the ground, right? And they're looking at another person with a camera that's 2 feet off the ground. And in fact, we do this with a set of people in a circle, all pointing cameras toward one another, right? I would understand that it would be that you would say, if they were like, let's say 4 miles apart, right? It wouldn't be possible for them to take images of each other sat on their asses or on their knees on, let's say, a frozen lake, for instance, right? If we saw that, though, however, and every image that was taken on that lake, with all of these observers sat in a 360-degree circle, aiming toward the center, and thus taking a photo of one another, and you could even put a 3D camera in the middle, and then that 3D camera in the middle at the same height also shows all of the observers in a circle that are all pointing cameras at one another, taking photos. Basically, the point of why I'm saying this is, if an observation like that, for instance, was to be done, what would that tell you about the nature of Earth?
Observations like that have been done over and over, multiple times, in not only frozen lakes, but in very hot and warm and mildly and windy and raining weather. And it is very unpredictable to base your whatever you want to say to an observation to a so low to the ground, close to the ground observation, where is the thickest amount of atmosphere and air and all that kind of stuff. You know?
But I understand,
you were too
the
excited
idea.
to talk over me, so I don't know if you heard me all the way, but that's fair. That at least you
I did
didn't
understand
interrupt me.
you.
It's okay.
I did understand you. I thought you were finished.
Yeah, try not to like before one finish because it's very distracting, man.
Oh yeah, you're the one to teach us how to talk.
I would actually disagree with you, Crib. I think light's a terrible way to measure things because the light's bending, so you don't have a straight line to know. Like, we know it's not going in a straight line.
Jeremy, can you show us daylight bending, please?
Well, I can show you objects in the distance if you have a static position. I mean, all you gotta do is go to the oil rig. It's not going in a straight line. One day you got, if you got 2 static objects, It's in a different position. I got to make two different angles to the same static from two static positions.
And you can see all kinds of distortion
Okay,
in this object. So that's all obviously there's distortion
know.
going on. I cannot base my credibility in those observations.
Again, the reason why I mentioned the observation in which I mentioned was because of the perspectives in which are involved in it. Again, it's pretty easy to attribute a refractive model to, let's say, one field of view. But when we're talking about a all-encompassing 360-degree view of lots of observers all looking at one another, okay, and then all of those observers also being able to be seen from basically elevations that would be impossible on the globe, right? Then we need a refractive model in which would allow for all of those different points or views to be able to see one another in a 360-degree circle, observers looking at one another, right? With cameras 2 feet off the ground, it necessitates if they were like 3-4 miles away even, that they wouldn't be able to see one another, right?
That'll probably break the internet if that is done. That would be super cool to analyze if it happens.
Right.
If anybody,
I believe it can be done very fucking easily as well. Like,
how many
genuinely
people
believe.
you say?
You could do well. It doesn't matter. Like, if you did this,
So it's not that easy. You gotta get a bunch of people, right?
whoa.
Travis, if light was, oh, go ahead.
I don't think that would be the hard bit to do. The hard part wouldn't be getting the people, Jeremy. I don't know why you're being so vitriolic about that. That was a bit fucking weird, to be honest.
That's me. That was Jose. That was flip flop.
Why are you talking over me?
Oh, that wasn't me, bro. That was Jose.
Yeah, that's what I said. Jose. Well, whatever.
I think you said
Not
Jeremy.
you, Jeremy. I know it wasn't you, Jeremy. Well, no, I'm saying, why is he talking over me when he was the one that a minute ago made it so apparent that he couldn't, stomach that? Anyway, shut the fuck up. What's the point? I stuck up for you a minute ago, so you could have your say, and then now you're talking over me. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
You talk 2 minutes just complaining. Go ahead, man.
One at a time, guys, please.
So the point is that it wouldn't be difficult to get the people to do this observation. What would be difficult would be the cameras and the location, right? You would need a lake, right? Effectively, was big enough to do this, right? And it would just be the logistics of doing it. I don't think that the actual observation, however, would be hard to achieve. But what do you guys think? What would that mean for the idea of a refractive model? That if that observation can take place, what would that mean for the globe?
Nothing.
I think the more cameras, the better. If we're talking about recording each other, so you said that light isn't reliable because it bends down, right? Well, if it's bending down one way, and then another guy's on the other side of the bay, and he's taking a picture of point B, and then the guy at point B is taking a picture of point A, light can't be bending down both ways, right? Because in order for light to be bending down, it has to be bending down because the temperature of the ocean is cooler the more shallow it is, or the warmer the more shallow it is, depending on what time of year it is. So if light is bending down towards the observer, then the other observer on the other side, light wouldn't be bending down because it's getting cooler and cooler and cooler, like a walk-in freezer, right? It would be going the other way. So how could light be bending down both ways? So I think that's why light is reliable. So what you're saying, the multiple cameras, that would actually eliminate the refraction issue altogether. Thanks.
Have you never looked through a mirror? And
Here's RC Micey. Where's my $500, man?
Don't.
You never looked.
That's
through
not a good
You
start.
never looked through a mirror or ever looked through a window, and you don't think that on both sides of that window you're going to see a distorted effect?
No, the point I mentioned earlier about light being reliable or not, it is known that the light bends, slightly bend. It could be a small fraction of a millimeter, but in the longer distance, it's going to be a lot of light bending. It bends up, it bends down, it bends everywhere. Now, if you're going to ask me to show you light bending up, I'm not going to find that right now. RC, relax, RC, relax. RC, relax. I'm talking, RC, chill. Chill. I'm not fucking done. I'm taking a breath so I can continue. RC, please.
You cut me off.
RC, shut up. No. You were
I'm
done, and I was in the middle of conversation, and you jumped in when it was my time to rebut. You just came in out of nowhere talking. You jumped in front of me. You
No,
finished
actually,
saying
I
your
asked
piece.
the other
You
guy.
finished stating your point. Thank you very much. Let me finish my
asked the other
point,
guy.
and then we can continue. Or I can
Hold
shut the
on.
fuck up. You guys can take the
No,
floor.
hold on, Jose. Hold on. RC, what are you doing?
This nigga screaming every 5 minutes, bro.
Let Jose
I
finish.
haven't been screaming at anything. I'm asking. I
Finish.
asked the other guy a
All right,
question.
you're
and he let
muted.
it in.
You're muted.
Oh, so
Finish
you
it up.
muted yourself at the end of your
Temporarily.
statement.
Temporarily. We'll have you right back, RC. We're just gonna let Jose finish because we're all adults.
So one last point about the point that I mentioned earlier. Is light reliable? Even though we know that a light bends for a test like this, I say no. I wouldn't trust it, and I don't know if the majority of the flat earthers or globers or the whole world will trust it because it's known that the light bends. That's my point.
Again, yeah. Well, light might bend, right? But then we would have to have some form of a predictability to the bending, and then we have a way of explaining the phenomena of the light that is bending, right? That's what Larry or Hank had just mentioned, okay? And that's why I stated that if we had a circle of people looking toward the center of the circle, all of them filming the one another, right? Not only straight across the circle, but also to the right and to the left, and then also a 3D camera placed in the middle of this circle, right? Now we have so many different perspectives. Let's say we did it with 36 people, right? One person for every 10 degrees of the circle, right? And we doubled the amount of cameras, right? So that the people were filming the person to the right of them, and then later they would film the people to the left of them, but also the person opposite to them in the circle, right? Now, what you would have, and then the camera in the middle, that's a 3D camera that also shows all of these people, and every camera is at 2
What are
feet
the
off the ground.
What are the distances
Listen,
away from each other involved?
well, we can the distance could, let's see, it could be a mile, right? Or it could be 2 miles away. Okay, let's say wait there a second. Let's say we did it 2 miles away. All we would have to do would it be to adjust the cameras to the elevation in which, right, the globe should have a sagittar there blocking the view. Okay, and then that would appear to be that, let's say the sagittar, and based on the elevation of the cameras and based on the people sat there, let's say it would be that, we should only be able to see out to 2 miles away and people were 2.1 miles away. It would be that we should see like a grouping of heads in a circle but not be able to see the bodies of the people sat down on the floor, right? We would expect this as either a homogeneous image, or if again it didn't appear like that, we would expect to see some people and then other people we wouldn't see based on the way refraction works, right? We would have a really varied image. But if we, however, ended up with an image in which that was homogeneous, as it would seem to appear on a flat surface, as if we were sat on the floor of a fucking, pool hall or a school hall or something like that, and there was no refraction to be seen, and people are claiming that actually the reason we can see these people that are too far away for us to see is because actually it's refraction, light bending them up over the curve into the field of the observer. Then we would need a refracted model that would explain how that worked for people in a 360-degree circle.
No, just a model. Just having a model doesn't really do it for me personally. I'd want to see, make a straight line to the object, and then we'll be able to see from the straight line where the lights, where it appears and where it actually is, right?
There's a lot of faults in that setting, in that setup.
Villain, nobody ever made the claim that light is refracting in a 360-degree circle.
I didn't say they did. I didn't say they did. I asked the question.
360-degree circle.
I asked the question, what would it mean for the globe if that observation existed? Asking mostly.
Okay, it doesn't, so I don't know why we would account for observations that don't exist.
Well, Rumpus literally made the claim that it could go in a circle. 360.
I don't hear Jose actually defending it going in a 360-degree circle either. And my entire point here, like Craig Villain beforehand, I was asking you, right? If you look through, a mirror or to a mirror or even just glass, you're going to see light refracting in the opposite direction if you're looking in the opposite direction. Like, I don't know why you're calling that into question. It's not a weird thing. You can demonstrate that just looking through a two-way mirror or just a piece of glass from two opposite different directions.
All right, Crack, were you going to respond to him? not-
You go ahead a second. Yeah, go ahead.
All right,
Now I
cool.
gotta.
So,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, just let me respond real fast. So here's the thing. You guys are claiming that when there's a whole lot of refraction going on, that we can see things that are obstructed, right, by physical objects. The light is bending around a corner, around a curve, or at some sort of angle where we can see things that we shouldn't be able to see. So how do we verify that in real life, right? Because I've seen helicopters take off, right? If they take off at night, it doesn't make the sun rise again, right? It doesn't make it to where if I grill outside, I can't see my neighbor's wife mowing the yard on the other side of the fence. Right?
Hank,
So go ahead.
Hank, I just told you how to verify. You got to make a straight line, bro. There's no other way.
If you want to simply verify, can images or something, an object, be seen around something that is curved based off of refractive properties here between the observer and the thing? Provable by simply looking at something that is behind a curved object and doing that. I've seen that before with like butane. I've seen that with like even hot air and colder air. Like, these are not hard things to demonstrate on very small scales. Are you asking for a small scale demonstration of it? Because I can get you that video if you want. What are you asking for?
I'm just asking, how do we verify your story that the Earth is actually curving? It looks flat because of refraction. And then when we go, wait a minute, you guys said that there was a geometric horizon, the boats go over, and now, there is no geometric horizon. It's refraction. That sounds like, you're admitting defeat to me, right? Because if we measure the distance of the horizon, hold on, bro, hold on. If we measure the distance of the horizon, it has nothing to do with the size of the Earth. It has to do with the optics of the day or the hour or the minute that we're measuring the distance to the horizon. So you guys have to come up with something better than a story that it just so happens that the light just so happens to bend at the same curvature rate as the Earth, and that's why it looks flat.
The idea is that the Earth light can bend the same curvature that the Earth does.
Can and does, it's two different things.
So the question is like, is there some type of demonstration where a refractive index gradient that we
Fix
can
your mic, bro.
observe? And the answer is absolutely. We can absolutely.
Mercy, your mic's fucked up.
You can model
Your
and
mic
you can.
keeps getting.
Can you see me? Can you hear me now?
You sound good now, yeah.
All right. You can absolutely model refractive indices. You can absolutely model refractive index gradients, right? Based on air gradients that exist, temperature gradients that might exist, different like materials that you're looking through. You can absolutely like model and demonstrate these things. Like, how do we verify it? Well, we can measure the refractive indices of things and of different substances, including air at different temperatures. And you can, if you know the refractive index, you know exactly how much it's changing its trajectory. So, like, this isn't a hard thing to be able to do. And if you know anything about refractive indices on any types of materials, fluid or otherwise, I mean, like, what are you asking for? You're asking for what is the refractive index of air? I can tell you that. You want to know what the refractive
listen, RC Mercy.
Stop giving us all these. Stop giving us all this rhetoric. Stop giving us all this rhetoric and word salad, and go out and do a model. Do it.
I'm asking Larry for some clarification on exactly what he wants. He said demonstrate. I said, well, I can demonstrate refractive grade.
So do it. So don't tell us. Right. He said demonstrate, and all you did was yammer.
Travis, calm your tits a little. Calm your tits. All right, I'm not coming at you with that. So you can like take your 5-year-old attitude and just sit your ass down for a little bit.
No.
Larry,
I'm just simply talking about what
would
you're
you
saying.
like in terms of what would
He
you
said
like in terms of demonstrating? Oh, okay, Travis, calm your tits. Larry, what kind of demonstration would you like?
A practical demonstration, as if I was teaching you how to fish at Lake Fork, a very popular lake around here, where you don't know how to fish in a lake with trees sticking out of it. You ain't going to catch nothing but trees. So I could teach you by demonstration, not through indoctrination, not by speaking, but showing you, okay, this is how you hook the worm, this is how you cast. You want to cast over here, not over there. Don't cast in the boat lane, that's the boat lane you want to cast over here, because this is where the least amount of trees are, right? Through demonstration and observation, you can prove things, right? But you can't just say, well, just because it can, that automatically means that it does, and that automatically means that that's happening. So what we're proposing is getting multiple observers, at least 2, because if light is bending down from observer A to observer B, and observer B can see observer A on the other side of the curve, then ipso facto, the light would not be bending in the opposite direction down, it would be bending up, right? Because if the atmosphere bends, because it's getting colder and colder and colder, right, because of the shallow water near the shore, then the guy looking out where it's getting deeper and deeper and deeper, it wouldn't have the same refractive index. It would be the opposite, would it not?
Yeah, just like if you look through a piece of glass with a certain refractive index, you're going to see it appear to you, if you're facing the opposite direction looking through the medium, appear to bend in the opposite direction as what the other person is relative to you. That's the basic idea of like looking through a medium from opposite directions. I don't know what your issue is with that.
Right, there's not an issue. So I've been on the earth long enough to know that people used to take pictures of each other and like smile and wave instead of calling cops on each other. That man needs a camera, call the cops. No, we used to take pictures of each other. So if person A takes pictures of person B and person B takes pictures of person A, then that means that it's not because of refraction that we can see that far. That debunks refraction. So I propose at least 2 or more people start making these observations, because you can't say that light is bending down in all directions at the same time. That wouldn't make sense. So I think you guys are almost done. As soon as we do that, you're done.
Done with what exactly?
Well, he's saying we're done with proving that the globe is false. But RC, can I ask you a couple questions here?
I'm glad you agree with me, Hank.
I'm still trying to get down to what Larry exactly wants demonstrated, but sure, Larry hasn't exactly said. He wants like 2 observers looking through the same medium.
More than, yeah.
Refractive effects of like looking at 2 distant objects from opposite ends of something. Sure, okay. Is that your very specific thing you want?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I want multiple observations. So flat earthers, instead of getting together and getting high and trading art, maybe flat earthers need to get together around bays and take long distance observation at like a 360-degree area.
Exactly. So you agree with what I said then, Hank? You think that's a good idea, right?
Yeah, because light can't be bending down in all directions.
Exactly.
At one point, it's going to have to be bending in the opposite direction, because if these conditions cause it to bend down going east, then if you're going west, what are the conditions going to cause the light to do? The
Exactly.
opposite.
And then if we see a homogeneous image looking through that cross section as well, right? So imagine looking through that cross section of the light apparently bending east, right? And you have an observation looking west, and we should see the opposite, right? But then what if we look through that cross section from north to south across it? Well, then we should see light bending in a diagonal line from the left, if the left is east, to the west being on the right. We should see a diagonal line, or we should see this observations bending that would be predictable to the way the light was bending to the east. So then if you had observations of people taking images of themselves, right, in all directions toward one another in a 360-degree circle toward that center and that cross-section in the center, boom.
Who made the claim that people can take images of themselves?
No, I'm not. Well, of themselves, meaning a group of people taking images of one another. That's not a claim. It's just maybe a slip on a word. If you want to stick to that as a claim, then you're a knobhead.
Yeah, let's not call names. RC's being cool. Can I ask you 3 questions? RC, it won't take long. They're just yes and no. No gotcha.
Sorry, I thought you were JG, to be honest with you. Sorry, RC nicely.
RC, can I see left or right curvature with my 20/20 vision from ground level?
Ground level?
Yeah. From ground level, 6-foot man, 20/20 vision. Can I see left or right Earth curve?
You should be able to, Rakia.
Hang on, let me let RC just real quick.
It's the angle of your vision, like 120 degrees, 180 degrees.
Okay, yeah. I got full spectrum of vision, however many degrees I need. Can I see Earth curve from ground level with 20/20 vision? That's left to right.
Left to right with the naked eye. There's no you're not taking a picture of it necessarily with like a wide angle lens or anything. You're just like a man looking at it, right?
Let me repeat it. Yeah, it was really confusing, so I'm gonna repeat it. My eyes are observation from ground level. I'm standing there. I'm 6 foot tall. My line of sight, 20/20 vision. Can I see Earth curve left to right?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, that's an answer. Okay, that's fine. What about straight forward? Do you think I can see Earth curve looking straight forward, even along like a parallel bridge like Lake Pontchartrain? Do you think that's Earth curve? Ground level, 20/20 vision.
I mean, yeah, you probably could see evidence of that depending on what.
You just committed a fallacy. You just broke. Yep.
We can go through all of that, but 20/20 vision, looking straight ahead, I can see Earth curve if I have something parallel like a power line or a bridge. That's Earth curve to you, right? Or see, am I quoting you right?
When I said it, if you want to quote me, I said yes. Looking forward, depending on what you're looking at, right there, you can see evidence of Earth looking, depending on what you're looking at.
Well, I told you what we were looking at. Straight ahead, 20/20 vision from ground level, 6 foot up, along, let's say, parallel along a bridge. I'll even give you that. Do you think if that effect is making it look curved, do you think that's Earth curve? It's not that difficult. Like, you either think it's Earth curve or you don't.
You asked 3 different questions there, right? You
Oh
first
my
said,
God.
look along. No, you really did. I gave you your answer first. If you want the straight answer to your first question, right, is can I see Earth curve? I said depends on what you're looking at, but yes, you can see evidence of Earth curve looking straight forward with 20/20 vision. But it also depends on what you're looking at. You brought the bridge in. Which is another question.
Okay.
Can I say, hold up? I'm going to give you your answer. So just chill the hell out, right? So your next part was then you introduced the bridge. I'm going to assume your bridge is over water. I'm going to assume it's really friggin' long. Okay. The answer is yeah. You should be able to see evidence of Earth curve looking straight on the bridge, assuming that the bridge is equidistant to water in terms of elevation. Right. You should be able to see evidence of. The second thing the third thing that you asked was like, well, what about things like power lines, which I assume it's going to be a little bit more different because you have elevation change. There's the answer to your 3 questions that you asked.
Yeah, I was bringing in the parallel lines like power lines and bridges just to give you something to base against. But you answered yes. Okay, that's fine. So without, what about would you consider that to be a great circle route, looking straight ahead and seeing Earth curve?
Repeat what you just said again, bro, because you cut out.
Okay. RC Meisty, 20/20 vision from ground level, 6 foot observer. Looking straight out ahead of you. You said it's Earth curve that we're observing. Is that considered to be a great circle route?
You don't see great circle routes. Great circle routes are courses that you track along whatever surface that you have that's on speed. You don't see.
That's a fair answer. You
don't
see great circle routes.
A great circle route, by definition, is a path that you travel.
You don't see the great circle route is the answer.
Can you see the path that you travel? Sure, but you don't necessarily say that, do I see a great circle route? If you're on a great circle route and you see the route, then sure. But are you asking, can I see the route? No, you can't see the route. Right? But I'm simply saying seeing a route is a conceptual thing on the surface of the sphere.
Okay, cool. Don't see the great circle route. Awesome.
I did.
Thanks.
Yeah, you trying to like re what I say is not an honest way of having a conversation. Stop being an
Yeah,
ass.
whatever. That was just
Again,
questions. I wanted
you
to know how you would
rewording,
answer.
I say, in order to fit whatever fantasy you have in your head, is not an honest way to have a
Hey, can I ask him a question?
Wait there, wait. I wanted to mention one thing quickly. Wait, so one sec. So Rakia, with what Rakia is mentioning, RC Meisty, how far do you believe you can see along a horizon from left to right with a field of view of the normal eye? Remember, you can look left and right with your eyes as well from one perspective, right? And it's still a joined up image. It's not like you have to, it's not like a cut scene in a movie, right? You look along a horizon out in the distance, left or right, okay? If you can't see curvature from left to right, what makes you believe that you're going to be able to see it in the distance going away from you?
Why do people interrupt to say nothing? Yeah.
You can see, if I remember correctly, I'm spitballing here, but I think it's about 160, 170 degrees in your field of vision that's unobstructed. But if you're asking that from distance, well, it just depends on what you're looking at, right? If you're looking at a mountainous terrain, well, it's going to be different than looking over a still ocean, which is going to be different than looking through foggy atmosphere. But in terms of degrees, you can see about, if I remember correctly, it's 160 to 170 degrees in your field of view. With both eyes, I think with one eye it's 120, 130 degrees that you can see.
So you're admitting then at least that, let's say you're looking out to the horizon, it would exceed from one end of the horizon to the other in one field of view. If you're looking out at sea, let's say for instance 6 foot high off of the ground would be your observer height, you would admit, right, that distance would be far greater than the distance of how far away the horizon is from you, correct?
Okay, distance is a course travel. You don't see in distance, you see
I know you don't.
angles, okay? You can see with both eyes working properly about 170 degrees, I think it is. Maybe
I'm saying in your logical mind, we can measure this out afterwards. In your logical mind, would you state, right, that if I'm looking out to a horizon, let's say it's 7 miles away from me, right, and I'm on the beach, I'm 6 foot off the ground, the horizon 7 miles away, me looking left to right on that horizon, however, okay, from left to right, logically in your own brain, would you state that you would think the horizon is the same size or larger than the distance of the horizon away from the observer?
The horizon, I don't understand your question. It doesn't make any sense.
I do. I understand
it's
your
pretty
question.
obvious.
Cool. Answer your question then.
Oh, no. This is your question.
I said I don't understand the question.
Okay, so you've got the horizon that you're looking at, okay? Right? From left to right. Would you think that distance, if you were to drive a boat along that horizon, okay, and plot a course along it, right? Would you think that the distance from left to right that you're observing would be further than, okay, would be further than the distance in which you're looking at the horizon from, i.e. the horizon is 7 miles away from you? Do you think that portion of the horizon you can see from left to right is longer than 7 miles? Or less?
More or less than like the amount of
Oh my God.
in front of me?
Look, all right, I still understand his question.
I see what he's saying. I also don't think that he understands the implication of what he's saying. So if you're asking me if I'm standing right at a given place, and can I draw, for example, horizon to me if I go from one end to the other, I might be able to see, I don't know, 5 miles in one direction and 5 miles in the other direction, right? And in the center of me, I can only see 5 miles in front of me. Very easy way. Let's just assume I'm sitting on a flat surface. Basic triangles tell you that, yeah, I'm going to see a lot farther from left to right of me than in front of me. Because in front of me, if I can only see 5 miles in one direction and 5 miles in another and 5 miles in front of me, well, right in front of me is going to be a lot more than 5 miles to the left or 5 miles to the right. Because if I'm on a flat surface, it's going to make me a triangle. If I'm moving from 5 miles on that side, 5 miles on the other side. It's going to give me 10 miles. Doesn't make a lot of sense now, does it?
Yeah. Go ahead. So give him the punchline. Give him the punchline question.
You do realize that's a problem for you, right? So you effectively stated. Well, you stated that you could observe.
RC, stop interrupting.
Immediate
He asked
interruption.
me a question. He asked me a question. He said, "You do realize it's a
Immediate
problem?"
interruption.
No, it's not a
No, he
problem at
didn't.
all.
It was a
Look, he's going on to explain.
question.
Listen. I'm moderating, RC. I'm moderating. You're talking through me now. Okay. He is going on to explain why he thinks it's a problem. Okay. You don't get to Fundy mute
Why
him.
don't I get to answer my
RC,
question?
why are you talking again?
You did.
I'm asking, why do I not get to answer the question?
You said no. Now he's going on to explain why he thinks it's a problem. Okay, so you're going to see.
It was a rhetorical question.
RC, we all sat here and listened to you give your long-winded answer.
I wasn't done speaking.
You were.
No, I wasn't. He cut me off.
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you.
All right, you guys can have your pity party. Have fun with that.
So I don't have to mute you. I just need you to just try to behave cordially.
I'm behaving. If you guys want to have your pity party,
Hold on, Austin. Let me say something real quick.
See,
RC Meisty.
I think you already knew the problem. That's why he left.
He was looking for a reason to go.
Yeah.
He's just looking for it.
Well, for the audience, right?
I may offer the reason and say I'm going to end up muting you. It doesn't matter. We don't let them run around wild. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And for the audience, right, the implication, right, with someone that states that you can see curvature while looking straight, right? Let's say it's a bridge that you're looking at, right? And you would be able to observe curvature on a horizon that is out to the horizon, which is 7 miles away, right? The implication is this. Someone that also states that, like a triangle, as he clearly put it, right, that it's obvious the field of view from left to right of the horizon, that distance would be far greater than the distance to the horizon itself. Well, if you can observe curvature out to the horizon, okay, remember a ball is exponentially curving in all directions, right? If you can view curvature out toward the horizon, it necessitates that the far greater distance from one side of the horizon to the other in that triangular view that you see of the horizon, it necessitates that you would be able to see curvature from left to right also. In fact, it's easier that way than the other. Remember, look at the logic behind that, right? You can see it looking out toward it, but not from left to right on that horizon. That's ridiculous. That's a convoluted and backward way of seeing the whole premise of the thing.
Can I say one thing to that?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not ground level, but I've stood on mountains and I've been able to see multiple cities that are clearly like way more than just a few miles. But that's on the top of a mountain.
Now I got to call out Jesse. So Jesse, you're saying 5 mods were badgering him and not letting him finish. And what objectively happened was he went on his long-winded explanation, and then he went to say, you do know that's actually a problem for you, right? And then went to explain why, a rhetorical preface to his argument. RC wanted to Fundy mute him and not let him talk. I said, RC, look, he's trying to explain why. Can you just wait? And then he started talking over me and refused to let him present his argument. So objectively, you're wrong. And this is what the Globers do. They get in the chat and they lie. They blatantly lie and misrepresent what actually happens to try to somehow pretend they don't have a fair opportunity to give their argument here, which is objectively not true.
Hello, Wizard. I'm new. Can you shout me out, please? Thank you. Wizard, shout me out, man. Make me happy today. You ignore me in the chat box. Every time that you go live in your shows last few nights, I tell you to shout me out and you ignore me, man. Come on, it breaks
I'm
my
not
heart.
shouting you out, man.
Come on, man.
Can you shout out the donor in our historicus like you did in the old days on Nathan Oakley?
Hey, Oakley, Witsit, do I get a chance to respond to your 15-second tirade?
If you want to respond, sure.
He did call you Oakley, just a purpose.
Well, if you want, off you go.
Yeah, no, I was listening. The other guy was trying to make a point, trying to answer, and there was like 5 guys, team hit, taking turns, keeping him from answering. Each throwing.
Okay, just real quick.
I'm going to respond.
No,
So,
hold on. Let me respond.
I'm
real
just
quick,
going to leave
Austin.
this
I'm sorry.
fucking. This room is lost
It's
all
okay.
cordiality. It's insane.
It's okay. Where's
the love, Winston? Where's the love?
when RC was asked a question, it was a yes or no. You do realize it was a yes or no. What RC then went to go and do was extrapolate further an answer he wasn't and asked a question about. So he answered the question by saying no, and that should have stopped right there.
Have you stopped beating your wife yet?
Oh,
that's a false. That's a
what
false.
sort of guy would call himself RC
question.
as his first
Not
name?
all questions.
I don't beat
Yeah,
my
I'm
wife.
really not here for this type of shit. I don't want to have to leave the call.
Not all
He's making a point that not all questions can just be simply answered with yes or no. But the point is that he was clearly going to go on to rebut what RC had just said, right? So whatever confusion may have been there, I jumped in to moderate, to clarify it, to clear up the confusion. Said, okay, RC, look, you gave your long-winded answer. He disagrees with you. Now he's going to go to give his answer. And RC refused to allow that to happen and wouldn't even let me moderate. That's objectively what occurred.
Shut him down then, Whitset. Shut him down. And actually, Whitset, I feel so bad. I heard you on Nathan Oakley's. That fucking dickhead, the way he talked to you, and all of those dickheads when you jump in. Desperate. It's not only RC Micey who's being desperate here. It's our own side that's being desperate.
All right,
that's
well,
okay. When you
I
can't
think
debate someone, you
maybe
have to fund
Jesse,
mute them.
maybe Jesse got a little bit confused, actually. Maybe he thought it was me that was being drowned out. RC had just answered a question, right? He'd answered the question, and then I said, well, you understand what you just stated and why that's wrong and a problem for you. And that was a rhetorical question, Jesse. And then I went to continue the explanation of, again, why that's a problem. And he pretended that was a question I was asking, right? When
Now
it
it was his
simply
turn to
rhetorical.
monologue his explanation and reiterate it again after we had all heard it, when he clearly gave a rhetorical preface to present why he disagreed. And if you're going to sit here and white knight for it, this is why people don't like engaging with Globers. They have no contention or problem with just blatantly lying.
Hate it, because we know they're liars. We know
Jesse
they're
Gordon
actually
made a short statement. Jesse spoke a short statement, and that's all he have to say. 30 seconds.
Well,
Jesse was in the chat saying that everyone just bombarded. I know that, but the reason I mentioned him in voice is because he was in the chat amping RC up while he's giving this false narrative that we just wouldn't let RC Meisty talk. When I jumped back in my headphones, all I heard the whole time was RC Meisty talking.
I agree with that. RC is annoying.
I would sit here. We have JG, the faker, the one who did the impossible and went from being an ardent flat earther back to being a baller again. Fucking ridiculous.
We don't have to bring up all this personal stuff about his past and stuff. Like, I don't know why people are so immature in this room nowadays, but we let other people talk. We let them present their thing. We don't all talk at the same time. We don't get so emotionally charged that we start screaming and raising our voice and interrupting people. If there's some confusion where the conversation is starting to overlap, someone jumps in and moderates to bring it back to where we can all hear what's going on. This is just basic understanding of how to exchange as adults.
Right, it's a basic understanding of how a good club works. We are involved in a club with a great intent, the greatest intent ever, and then we let all of these fucking thieves and robbers and repeaters back in on a daily basis, and we argue over their objections. Fair enough, Whitset. If that's your utopia, let it be. Let it be. I don't mean not in a literal way.
It's not a utopia.
Whoa, there's a false premise there, Dodo. The false premise is in which that apparently Wits is looking for a utopia, right? The utopianistic view is actually, again, I believe, also shrouded in fascistic ideology. Maybe it's hidden under a vernacular in which people don't understand that it's hidden in the psyche.
I agree. Don't get me started on Thomas More, the author of Utopia, who was beheaded. Do you remember Alice in Wonderland and the Red Queen went around saying,
there you go. You should already know the problem with it. So your statement was a bit silly.
I do, but I'm asking Whitset, if you're going to bear or be tolerant for JG Gonzalez or RC Micey or whoever you're listening to in the chat and say this is an open forum, if you're going to invite any old rabble in, well then, is there any progress to be made, Whitset? Or are we just going to repeat the same fucking day again and again and again?
Well, personally, I think the only value to have to talk to the Globe Zealots who have shown no intention to be honest is to bring new arguments. So I can agree with the critique in that sense. If you want to go back and forth over the same exact arguments with the same exact people and the same circular reasoning, I mean, I don't believe that to be fruitful, but I do think there's benefit for one if someone else is listening, or this can be clipped out and shown to someone else, someone that's new to the conversation. And if you're bringing up new subjects, right, that's always pretty beneficial. I think that guy supposedly flies planes, so it's good to show that he's ignorant of the implications of his profession. And that's why I was going to jump in with the circle, the circle on a meridian and how that actually debunks the globe. But it doesn't, I mean, it wasn't my conversation. I conceded the floor to them and they were still talking. But either way, that's my answer to that. It's like, yeah, I think it's beneficial in a way. It has its lane.
No, yes, I get you, man. And I've often said that myself. The purpose of all of these back and forths on a continuous basis is for the new listener, for them to know completely what isn't so. What is so a different matter. Then you come to you with it. But
That's what I was fixing to say.
Yes, exactly, Dave. But here's what I'm saying. This is why I'm so fucking upset. I could punch the dog, even though I love animals and I don't eat animals as well. Every flat earther should be a vegetarian at the very least. Anyway, here's my problem with it. By your very own, you've been treated like shit. Nathan Oakley, their crew, Quantum Eraser, the very minute you bring up basic considerations, you're shouted down, you're muted, and this is the greater offense. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? And that's where we need to focus more on. The rest of these guys, because they are morons, they come in and do the same thing again. They either know better, they're so stupid that they're indoctrinated, or else, well, you decide. But that's my point. That's my point. We don't get to hear
so
the
tired
great
of hearing people
minds
call
and the
each
great
other
minds
stupid
here,
today.
like Witz's mind, because it's shut down at every stage, even among our own.
How about today when the guy was kind of insinuating he was an optic, guy? He understood all the things, and when you explained to him how the bottom would be obstructed or, lose resolution first due to the angle change and the atmosphere being thicker at the bottom, the density of it being, greater at the bottom, and he said no, that's not the true. It would disappear equally, and that's not at all the case. That's strange,
Dave,
but people need to hear that.
and repeat the same sort of spiel. Pretend that they didn't hear what you said yesterday. Pretend what happened yesterday didn't happen.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I think the most important. Let me finish. Remember, I didn't pause for a second. I think the most
said
important
that
thing
like
to come
10
from
times,
today,
dude.
Rakia. The most important thing to come from today, Rakia, was the mirrored water layer, and how if I could convince Travis that the dividing line where we see the original, the true target and its mirror image, if I could convince him why, or give him a reason why we would expect that to be blocked off, then he would be fully on board. Myself or Bandy Bansaw's thinking. I think
Yeah,
that's
maybe
the most
so.
important thing to come from today.
Well, if
I'm
the
done.
guy comes back again tomorrow, I can go through it with him again. And if there's one or two people that weren't here today, can hear him say that and go, "Holy crap!" He doesn't know what he's talking about, and this makes more sense. And they go out and study that. It helps, right? He can't come back and say that he tried to retract today and then he left. RC tries to come in here and muscle people around with his opinions and not facts. He can't back it up. And then when one little thing goes wrong, he leaves. He's gone. Hit and run.
Yes. Why tolerate him though? Then that's what I say to Whitstead. He says all points of view are worth hearing. Now, if you're dealing with the same fucking messer who's coming in every time, throws a stink bomb in the room, and then engages for a while until the smell really emanates, and then it's time for him to go. You know
Well,
what I
that's
mean?
the server. That's the server wants all the opinions to be heard, and that's fine as long as they're doing it peacefully and not calling names and all that. But what he does is shutting the conversation down. That should be controlled more.
Well,
The
everybody
server has to have loyalty to all of the contributing flat earthers here of a potentially genuine heart. And you have to do that. You have to show bias against the people who you know are going to come in and repeat exactly the same, not in a constructive manner, in a destructive manner, antagonistic manner on a daily basis. That's all I'm saying. Even though allow that to happen, because there's always a new listener coming in, but there also should be time for all of us flat earthers to put our minds together and delve deeper into the maybe truer nature of reality, which we can be sure, for fuck's sake, we can be sure that the greater powers, the greater minds living now know over us. And I don't like anyone knowing anything over me. I don't like it.
With the go ahead,
It's my life, Dave. It's your life. Your children's life.
You're long-winded, man. I mean, I love you, but
I'm done now.
you got to make a point and go, and you cut off Witsit to
I'm
do
done.
it.
I made my point, but I'm
I know.
passionate
Just
about
maybe
it
go
at
on
the
mute.
end.
Yeah, this just goes on and on.
Yeah, so I mean, I was gonna say that the thing about the server.
You're still talking over Witsit, a mod, which is my point. We have to respect the mods more. When you hear their voice,
To be honest.
So I was just gonna say, like, I guess technically speaking, with the server, right? Like, people come to and fro as they please. So no one put a gun to anyone's head and made them come in here and hang out. And I'm for one am all in support of it not being an echo chamber. Like I'm, without the globe earthers here, there's really not much value when it comes to the specific subject. I think flat earthers should be keen on who they're discussing the conversation with and what they're discussing specifically, and maybe bring up different arguments just to hear what desperate nonsense they'll say and kind of know who has dishonest intention. But unfortunately, you're not going to find a globe earther that comes and talks about this on a regular basis that, I don't want to be ugly, but that actually has honest intention. I've yet to run across that. And what I mean is honest intention in the way that they have a conversation. Like they like, just like how they started virtue signaling in the chat about how somehow RC Micey was treated unfairly when objectively he wasn't, right? Like, you can't really do much about that. It's kind of the bad that comes with the good, I think, is all I'm saying. Like, it's inevitable.
So if you invite me to your club, right, and we have a long-established club, which is going against the grain initially, obviously to a massive degree, Witsit, and once again, congratulations to you and Kai for getting married. It's wonderful, beautiful. So yeah, we have one reality. We have a short time to work this shit out. We need to know who is fucking fooling us, who's faking us, and who isn't. And this arena has already provided ample evidence. It should be clear to every flat earther who is a faker, and I mean on the flat earth side as well, not just the ball earth side. But ultimately, here's my point, to realize that this is a story for all of us to figure out, because there's only ever been you in your own reality, and you represented me, you do represent me, and you represent all mankind. Each and every one of us does.
How much longer do you need? How much longer do you
Well,
need
Dave,
to figure
I
this
don't
out?
appreciate what you're saying. How long will I give you if you talk about the Bible?
Dude, you just blasted me for no reason. I asked you
No,
a
I
very
did.
simple
Because
question.
you're offending me. How much longer do I need?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. How much longer do you need to figure this out?
Oh, I beg your pardon then, Dave. I thought you were saying, how much longer do you need to talk like Kosho or Joe?
No, you said we needed more time to figure this out, and I'm asking you. You come here to have time to figure it out. How much? I've figured it out, man. I mean, this. I'm not here to try and figure anything out at all. Now, I like the back and forth and learning things, but it's pretty straightforward on what's going on, right?
Are you a Freemason, Dave? Did you join a fraternity of some kind?
Not at all. I actually went away from the fraternity when I was in college because I didn't like the symbolism and you got to get a tattoo on your ankle and do this hazing. And I didn't do it that way. I was an independent in college, and all my friends joined the fraternity, and I still hung out and, had fun and partied and lived with a couple of them. I still have business associates that I went to college with. But I'm not that way. I'm an individual as more than anybody.
Do you tell everyone you know that the earth is stationary or flat? We've been lied to.
100%. As many people as I run into, waitresses, people around me, my family, my workers, we all discuss it as much as we can. But one thing I have learned is when it's contentious, like people don't want to talk about it, I kind of leave it alone unless they bring it up and pick on me about it, or then I'll just blast away because they asked for it. But I'm not going to cause an argument over a subject that, in their own time we can talk about it,
Yes, but then, Dave, the implications of that are that you're living a false not life in terms of your own thoughts, your own processes. I'm sure you still even have to restrict yourself with your family and your wife or whatever. But when it comes to these people, you know that they're living in a fantasy, and because you can't talk about something, you have to sort of put on a mask or a face in order to deal with them, even though you're wanting them so much because you love them so much, to just consider the basic things. And even when you get the chance to talk, then you will just reiterate the early arguments that we all came by. This is what I think, just to finish, this is what I think. We were always meant to come by this path. And what you got to work on is where you're at now, because all there is you and your mind in this reality.
Well, that's kind of how I treat it. I plant the seed, and I do it in a way of pointing towards the creator. And that's what I think it's all about, hiding the creator with tricking people or fooling or deceiving, whatever you want to call it, about the creation itself. And it's up to them, to once that seed is planted, I'll water it every now and then, but I can't make that tree grow, right? I can't make it grow. That's not up to me.
And this is my whole point and objection to allowing all the antagonists. We all know who they are, Xanax. We all know who they are. The people who came over from Gem Pandas, whatever. They do it regularly. And let's allow it. I'm not saying let's allow it as if I had any authority, but it's brilliant. It's brilliant to do that. It's only via that antagonism can the new listener come to some sort of terms as to where they're at and what they have to question, by realizing how obvious and transparent their acting role is, because they fail so fucking comprehensively against the likes of your or Demox or Witsets or everyone else flat earthers arguments. But here's the point: the script writers, Dave, when you mention God as a he, does God have an arse? Does God have a penis?
No. It's just a he, like you call a boat she. Boats don't have vaginas or tits either, but I call them she. You name them after a girl. It's just kind of the going thing.
So imagine, oh, I accept your answer. Imagine all of our reality was scripted and there was deeper and deeper layers, codexes within codexes. Once we got to a certain point, obviously flat earth was given to us. All the conspiracy stuff was given to us on a plate. It really was. So if there's deeper and deeper and deeper layers, if God was a he, why was the Bible a he orientated? The man has the power. I think there's a sort of a clue, you know what I mean? I think there's a layer for us, the individual mind, as we live now, in our true heart, as best as we can, to come to terms with. You know what I mean? But we have to answer these questions, as opposed to what the ballers do, what the heliocentrists, the big bangers do, rely on faith alone. Faith alone cannot take you anywhere, because you'll never know where you're at. That's my own point of view.
Hey, Rakia, you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just want to apologize for my mannerisms earlier today. I know we kind of went at it.
Good. That's nice. That's nice.
I don't even remember, man. So it must not be that bad. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well, I apologize. We bumped heads earlier on that dumbass. Yeah, we're talking about meat eating and vegetarian.
Oh yeah. No big deal. No.
Yeah, that's going in your file.
I got emotional, so thank you.
No, I destroyed you, bro. Just take it as it is.
Yeah, hey, Ricky, you have a cow's arse slice on the grill at the minute, don't you? Tell the truth.
I just want to apologize, man. I want to just let you know.
I'll do the same if I offended you, because it's really just it really touches my it really I gave you my personal account about my family, right? So it really hits home with me a lot. Yeah, it really hits home.
And I feel you, and I know I gave my personal accounts too of things, situations, but at the end of the day, bro, I'm glad that we could share that, and things got heated and emotional, but
yeah. No big deal.
It's all love. It's all love. I love you, man. I'm sorry.
Just to sum up how I destroyed you is, my wife is basically a vegetarian and she's never sick. And I'm basically, meat. I eat 95% meat, and I'm healthy. So,
well, let that be known. Let it be known that you know what? Hey, it's different from one to the other, and some things work for some, and some things work for others.
Yep. Thank goodness, man. All right.
If you're
If everybody was the same, it'd be a boring place.
I would like to just point out to everyone that the Great Circle, every time a Glover brings up a Great Circle as if it somehow debunks a flat Earth, of course, you can have a Great Circle on a flat Earth. Believe it or not, you can have circles on a flat Earth. I know that's very profound. And they want to always bring up latitude, Great Circle routes. They're never going to talk to you about the longitude, the meridian. So when you have the Great Circle on the meridian, then as you travel, the Earth would go underneath you. You'd have to constantly update relative to the Earth spinning underneath you. And you cannot, of course, claim that it moves with the atmosphere, that moves lockstep with the Earth, because that's literally the opposite of what Coriolis claims. I posted it with much more detail on the post right there. Everyone can read it. I encourage you to actually read it before you try to open your mic up and respond. And you should read it, fully understand what it says. And I've been asking all the Globers, none of the Globers can even acknowledge it. All they do is come back with straw mans. They pull a sentence out and say, oh, yeah, this proves the globe, or oh, yeah, whatever. They can't actually respond to the argument. And I've never really heard flat earthers drive this home enough, because there is no rebuttal. And the ironic part is they love to bring up the Great Circle route. The Great Circle route literally refutes the globe. Thank you.
Well, that reminds me.
You come in there with responding
hold
to
on,
a text chat.
hold on. Wait, hold on.
He came in responding to a text chat, which was nothing to do with the conversation that was in play. We get your point, but you did come in and sort of interrupt and take the conversation away from anyone else who would like to comment on what Dave and Griffon had said. But fair enough.
Let me piggyback real quick though on what he just said, because that makes me think about. I brought up the question about the moon and the speeds that it has to speed up to circle around and then slow down to catch its speed that it's originally calculated to be moving at. And I think that, like, logically, if it's going 2,800 miles per hour in its orbit, as they say it is, but to get ahead of the Earth on its circuit, that means it has to be going faster than the 67,000 miles per hour that the Earth is moving. So that means the moon is now going 69,000 miles to go up and ahead and forward, and then slow back down in its circuit. So I just want any baller to try to explain to me these speeds that it would have to, no difference than relaying a race around somebody on a track field. If I'm doing circles around you, obviously I'd have to travel faster than you to get ahead of you, and then slow down to keep that steady pace behind you. Am I wrong here, or you let me know?
You're right. You are right. But the problem is...
you don't understand it, but it's okay.
Nidhug, will you read the post and fully read it, bro? You should check it out, bro. Because if you seem like one of the cooler Globers. And if you actually want to, if you're interested in what's going on, you should fully read that, bro. Really think about everything it's saying, apply it to what you think's going on, and just like.
Wait, are
really
you
see
talking
if
to
you
me?
can come
I'm
up
not a Glober.
He's talking to you. He's a
I was
flat
talking to Nidhug.
He's talking to Nidhug.
He's talking to Nidhug's text. Okay,
Talk
what's
to
it?
Nidhug.
No, Nidhug just jumped on the mic. Pete, everything you say is wrong.
And what's it? I just proved to you you're wrong by saying that. You're responding to Griffon. You're responding to him, and he's a flat earther, but you're responding to a Nidhogg in text, right?
No, he said something on the mic.
Pete, you might need to slow down a little bit, bro. Yeah, I know. Just that doesn't make you right, though.
Did anyone else hear Nidhogg, or did everyone else hear Apocryphon answering?
Woo! Nidhogg came in.
Here?
I think you're just speeding a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, hold on. What's that?
Apocryphon finished, and Witzik came in as if he was addressing a text comment.
Yeah, we're all trying to trick you, Pete.
Nidhugg responded to him.
Well, Dave, I was trying to answer you before we went back on these considerate matters, and say that you said, as Hank said earlier on, that only if you didn't follow doctor's advice, both of your children would have been dead. My child is blind in one eye, and I came to find out later on, all it would have taken was an injection of bicarbonate.
Hold on one.
But the best doctors at the time said that they need to have his lens out, an artificial lens. planted in between. I'm done now.
Hey,
That's all I
yeah,
have to
but
say.
You're not
let
done.
me ask you a question, Pete. Did you hear Jeremy?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Democ, your mic's open.
Yeah, it's screwing everything.
Your mic is fucked as well, Jeremy.
I got you.
Pete's earphones or mic might be lagging.
Oh, he fixed it. Never mind. Sorry. No.
Pete, is your mic lagging? Did
Oh,
you
my
hear
goodness.
Pete, did you hear Jeremy?
Yes, I heard Jeremy, but I'm sure, I bet my fucking leg that everyone else heard Jeremy, but he was breaking up. Is that true or not?
No, while you were speaking, he tried to get in and mod, and you kept talking. I was asking, I'm making sure your mic is all right, like your earphones are all right.
Oh, can someone answer my question? Was Jeremy breaking up there or not?
Oh my God.
No. Wait, I want
No anymore.
I want a baller to answer my question in regards to the speeds of the moon.
I did, man. It's like, hey, drive in a car and grab a yo-yo and spin the yo-yo around you. The same thing.
Oh, fucking hell.
So you're admitting that the moon would have to speed up from 2,000 miles per hour behind you up to 69,000 miles per hour to get ahead of you. You're agreeing to that?
Does the yo-yo spin up and slow down as it rotates around you when you're driving in a car?
Is the yo-yo falling around another object?
Yeah, like it like grab a yo-yo by the string and like whirl it
That's
over your
not
head like a bolus.
analogous.
Like whirl it over your head like a bolus, so it's like making an orbit around your head when you're driving in a car. Same
That's
thing.
not
technically it would.
analogous to his question.
Yeah, but why
So
can't we use
technically
the
it would
moon
then.
for the moon and not a yo-yo? If we have all this evidence and live footage of everything, why don't we use the real stuff to prove the real stuff, Clovers? Please.
Because I'm making an analogy because the real thing confused the guy.
It's not analogous because the moon would be pulled, or I mean, what the force is gravity, right?
It's orb.
Some people talking really though, isn't it?
On the speed, if you're on the Earth and you just take the speed of the moon,
See, he is breaking up. I was right.
Earth, it stays at a constant speed, right? But if you're on the
Hey,
sun,
God works in mysterious way. Jeremy, you're breaking up, bud.
looking at it, it appear that the moon had this.
Jeremy, man, you gotta get out. You gotta get out of the basement of the school you're in.
People are afraid to tell Jeremy he was breaking up because it would prove me right. That's comment.
Yo, Nidhug, you ever gonna make an actual point about anything, or are you just gonna insult people?
I mean,
All right, if you're on the, can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Check.
Yeah, there you go, Jeremy. There you
I haven't heard Nidhug make an argument ever.
I have a bet with
no one's
Nidhug,
scared
by
to
the
tell
way.
me
I
I'm
have a
breaking
bet
up,
with
first
Nidhug.
of all. Second of all, if you're on the Earth. Yeah, all right. Thanks, Pete. Thank you. So no one's scared to tell me I'm breaking up. Okay, that's not a thing. Second of all, if you're on the Earth looking at the moon, wouldn't it appear to be going at constant speed, right? However, what if you were on the sun, watching the moon go around? Would it still, like, where would you see the moon be at different speed?
Here we go. Nidhug, off you go, Nidhug.
Why do you think that was directed at me? I did not have the misunderstanding.
Because you're the only bowler here that says the sun and the moon are what they say according to accepted science.
I didn't make a misunderstanding about how the moon orbits the Earth. So who was that directed at?
Uneducated.
I've never seen
Directed
this.
at you.
The string that's attached to the
That
moon.
was for whoever.
Has anybody else seen the string
was for
attached to
whoever
the
came
moon?
up with the sun.
If you have an issue being able to visualize something orbiting something else while both objects are moving at a constant rate,
Oh, you mean you got to use your imagination?
then you can help yourself by visualizing it by way of grabbing a
You mean
ball and string.
imagining?
and making it rotate
I thought
around.
But we don't. But we don't. But we don't see the moon travel at such a speed to pass us up. It's a constant. If you want to talk about your degrees that it moves per hour, it doesn't equal up, and that's my point. I'll mute myself. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know what you mean. It doesn't add up.
Griffon.
Bro just said, if you wanna believe in orbit, all you got to do is visualize it. What?
You can't never film it orbiting anything. You can't see it. We got an ISS and we can't see the moon orbiting and the sun.
No, I
orbiting.
gotta imagine it and just hope
weird.
that
Yeah.
it's real.
What would that do? What would that do to the tides that you say that is pulling on if all of a sudden the moon rushed up to the front of the Earth to get around it?
Oh, I know. The tides are caused by the string that's attached to the moon, and the string drags through the water, causing
asking.
You're just being dumb. Right
Hold on, I'm
more mockery.
Asking you. And
Jeremy,
in the
breaking up.
glow model. Yep.
Yeah, Jeremy, go on a break for a while, bud. Take a cup of tea. Get back
Why
to
don't
the
you
main
hop in the
surgery.
school's Wi-Fi network, Jeremy? I mean, you'll stop breaking up.
Now, Nidhug, why don't you answer Griffon's question with respect? You don't know all the answers. Now, he is actually the guy that you would aim most of your, I'm not going to say vitriol against, but most of your sort of cast asideness against, because he already admitted he left school at 16. So surely he knows fuck all. Why can't you answer his direct question, which relates to your own fucking scientific explanation as to what's going on with the moon when it slows down and speeds up as it travels around the Earth?
Slow down and speed up. There you go.
Well, he says it goes from what'd you say, Griffon?
Wrong. That's
2,000
a
to
thing that can happen.
67,000 miles. I think you said it has to when it's spinning right around the Earth to catch up, right?
Yeah. So if you take the moon's speed per degree that it moves, per at the angular, when you try to measure it that way, it's 2,800 and something miles per hour. But for it to loop around to get in front of the Earth, that's spinning much more
There's no in front
faster.
of the Earth. That's where you're wrong. There's no in front of the Earth. Once you remove that misconception,
no, you can't just say that. Logically, it has to. If I'm, if,
let him answer.
hold up. Listen. If I'm on a freeway and my buddy's traveling 80 miles per hour, if I want to jump in front of him, I have to speed up to get in front of him. And then if I'm going to go around him, I'm going to slow down for him to pass me back up. That's logic.
Sure. So the moon is gravitationally locked with the Earth. So while you're talking about it is not analogous to what the Earth and the moon are. So try again.
Hey, Nidhogg, that's a terrible answer.
A better analogy would be that you're a guy on a train going 80 miles an hour, and you grab a little girl by the arm, and you start swinging her and rotating her around you.
Hey,
She's going
yo.
at the same speed as you are, and you're both going in one direction.
Yo, what the hell are you talking about?
That didn't make any sense at all. What Apocryphon said was correct. We have one physics. So in our physics, if we demonstrate it, isn't that physically viable for you or not? You don't believe in physics? You have magic physics, right? So you got another physics. Show us your physics.
You can't cite anything.
Bro literally just said he's gonna grab a little girl and swing her around on a train, and that's what proves orbit.
It was just an analogy. Relax. Now, where would we go though to see the difference in speed?
Triggered by analogies, yet you misunderstand the actual reality. So I don't know what kind of teaching device you want me to use. I'll just stop and I'll just say you're wrong. And
We're just men across the world having a conversation.
You misunderstand the simplicity of a flat plane like a checkerboard. That's beyond your comprehension. But you're telling me I can't understand orbit that you can't show me. That's weird.
Yeah. Yes, you're a fucking idiot. That's not me.
Because I don't imagine.
Nidhogg, what are you doing?
No, it's because
Nidhogg, don't call names, dude. Listen to me. That's the second time I had to tell you today. Don't call names.
Mark is doing grand, Jeremy. Stop it.
I'm talking to Nidhogg.
Nidhogg, yeah, he's a dickhead.
All right, sorry. He's just an idiot. He's
Pete,
not a.
don't call names. What are you doing? I just told Nidhogg not to call names. Come on, guys.
Okay. Nidhogg, take it easy. Answer
Well, I'm
Denmark.
just saying, where can we see the orbit you believe in, your religious orbit you have, Nidhogg? Where can we demonstrate this without a string? One physics, remember.
I looked for proof of orbit. It doesn't exist.
Well, don't we have a physics class? So if we have one physics and we explain something like this is physically happening, shouldn't we physically be able to demonstrate it in physics class? Is that
That's when they do the blanket with the heavy weighted thing in the middle, and then they show centrifugal and centripetal forces.
Riding along.
That doesn't explain, spheres and vacuums.
I still haven't seen that with an Earth. I haven't seen anything do that with me being the Earth. I haven't seen a black fabric of an Earth sitting on that. I haven't seen anything spin around and fall down a hole with us. I've seen none of that. I see stuff in the sky look like.
I'm just curious.
And then when you then when you focus in, you got to chase it down. That's all. That's what I see.
I'm just curious why all the planets decided to line themselves up on this elliptical, like space-time is just literally bending in this flat sheet. Isn't it supposed to be warping all of 3D space? It looks like it's warping 2D space.
Can't we get a high altitude footage of 120,000 foot or higher of all these planets lining up?
There we go.
Wouldn't that be good?
Come on, Dem. Come on, Dem. Come on, bud.
Calm down.
Come have respect. Come have respect that the Queen died tonight. Come have respect because now we got to value our own being to the best of our ability. So Dem, push every fucking one to the limits of their ability to understand the depths of your own venturing into flat Earth and beyond. Don't just repeat the same questions. Are you looking for bowlers like fucking Gem Panda or all of the rest of his crew to come in and give you some fucking floppy or flaccid answer? Let's push things to its limit. The Queen died. The controller of the Earth has died.
Why'd you get banned from Gem server, man?
I'm done.
Who are you asking that to?
Why'd you get banned from Gem server, Pete? I know why you got banned.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly how I got banned. I was speaking, as I always am, respectful. I know I speak a lot.
Always.
Some woman called Napa, who I always have trouble with. She's one of these women who just comes in, always antagonizing a bowler, and everything you say is just just shit. And she wants you banned and muted. She came in and said, "Ban this guy." She came in like this, "Ban this guy." I was having an intellectual conversation.
Are you talking about Queen?
Talking about
Queen of the Trolls?
No, you're talking about
So here's the answer. Here's the answer. She came in, and she just came in. Why doesn't someone ban this guy? Because he's been talking so much. And I said, what am I? And before you ban me again, the reason why I said this was, it's actually down on me. I said, what am I? A black Irish man to be treated so, to be told that you're nothing, just ban this guy. The reason I mentioned that, when the Irish went to England, and they also went to America and built it up, and built the fucking world. When they went to England, though, there were signs on the pubs that said, when no dogs, excuse my language, no N-words, I won't say it, but no N-words, and especially no Irish. So that's what it said. What am I, a black Irish man? In that context, Gem Panda banned me and his crew because I was being racist. Because I mentioned the word black.
Well, they probably got bored of you, Pete. You know, I mean, how much of this
no one gets
take
bored
day
of you. They get bored of you before they get bored of me.
That's because Naps is black. Yeah, but Pete, that's because Naps is black. She's a black woman.
I don't give a fuck what she is. She's a fucking rude. I ask continuously, where are all the real women at over in Gem Pandas? They're all fucking ball earthers, and they all have nothing to say about the intricacies of the ball earth. They all revert to other topics. One of them called themselves abortionist Jay.
You don't think that's rude, Pete?
No, I don't. Because we're all just people here on the face of the earth, and who knows who's a fucking agent? Who knows who's trying to fool who else?
Oh, they're all agents, Pete. They're all agents.
Hey, Jeremy, NASA, with all of their budget, knowing that they were fake from the start, in this informational age, do you think they wouldn't have people put in place to fucking defend their lives?
Yeah, it'd probably have like,
Naturally.
you know, 50.
Now, same with flat Earth then. So when flat Earth and everyone was recommended flat Earth, do you think that the greater powers that be would not have their people in place? Patricia Steer, Mark Sargent, for instance.
They got knit hugs everywhere, don't they, Pete?
Hey, no one will answer those. No one will answer those questions.
Yes, Pete, they're all agents. I know, we know.
Yeah, you see, you're just diminishing everything. But I tell you, there's a greater story beyond. We were always on to see through the agents and look at the greater script that they're all attached to, and you're just diminishing that as if you don't care what's beyond, Jeremy.
How do you differentiate between an agent and a non-agent?
Things that they won't talk about over what they will.
Sounding like a Glover. Just stop.
So if I don't want to talk about a certain topic you want to talk about, I'm an agent?
Okay, Jeremy, tell me about IPS, who came on the scene as I am Mark Sargent, and he is now stringent 9/11 was a hoax. Now, I am already 9/11 was a hoaxer from 10 years ago. How far have you come, Jeremy? How many people died in 9/11?
I think a lot of people died due to 9/11.
There you go.
I just want to know, though.
There you go.
What do you mean, there you go? I just want to know, how do you decide an agent? You said by the things they won't talk about. So if I don't want to talk about the topic you don't want to talk about, that means I'm an agent?
But you're looking for truth, right? You're a man. You have children. You have responsibilities. Your own life is peripheral to yourself. Out of all the people you're talking to across the world, you never know any of them personally. You never visit any of these spots across the world. You've got to care about your own reality and where that's unfolding to. More especially if you don't care about yourself so much as the fucking things and hours of time, as the things and hours of time was sort of enforced upon us. Well, we care about our children, and what counts in this life, Jeremy? The truth, right? The truth.
Yeah, I'm in this for the truth, absolutely. But so
so how can you
if
say
somebody
that
doesn't
people
want to
died
talk
in
about a
9/11?
topic I want to talk about, I'm not going to call them an agent.
Yeah, we can tell it. How can you say, in spite of all the evidence available for you, that people? Okay,
you've got to let other people in. Come on, you can't just endlessly talk.
Okay,
well,
I mean,
you don't know
Jeremy
Pete,
one way. How can you say, Jeremy, that in spite of all the evidence available to you now, you still
Dude, I was talking for like 3 seconds.
Hundreds of people. Who is shouting?
Yeah. I was talking when I thought you'd stopped, and then you just carried on again. Right? Had you not talked before, I would have had more sympathy. But you've been talking ever since I came on.
Jeremy
so can you
asked me the question: how do I tell an agent? This is important stuff, Bud. This is important stuff. How do you tell the agents amongst our midst? I gave him an answer.
Go ahead,
now,
Crypto.
what are you trying to shut me down for?
No, I was talking.
You talk too much, Pete. You don't have an off switch, man. You don't know when to stop talking.
Dangerous. I never get to talk about the things I need to talk about, though. That's okay, Travis.
Pete, I have heard you say all of this stuff for the past 2 years. You always say it. You always have a chance to say it.
Why don't you talk to a therapist?
And also,
so when I'm talking to Jeremy, Travis, and he says that he still believes hundreds of people or thousands of people died in 9/11.
Here you go again. Here you're on a soapbox. You're taking another opportunity to just rant.
I'm fucking answering your question, you fucking dickhead.
Okay,
relax,
no name
guys.
calling.
Relax.
No name calling.
No
please.
name calling and relax, please. Come on.
What's the subject?
Well,
He's done it.
Crack, go ahead. Crack. Crack, then Pete. Pete, go.
No, dude, I was actually just trying to make a silly joke. But now I'm actually just pissed off. Pete, you need an off button, dude. You need an off button. Once you've been talking for about 2 minutes, you should ask yourself the question, wait, am I pissing everyone off because I won't shut up? The answer is probably yes, and wrap your thoughts up.
Now, listen, it's my personal belief. It's my own personal belief that people died in 9/11, right? I don't have any bodies or toe tags I could show you. It just makes logical sense to me that people would have died in that, right? You want to think nobody died in that. That doesn't seem very reasonable.
Can I answer him, please? My point is Jeremy.
Nothing.
Can I answer him, please? My point is Jeremy. Who's talking here?
Hold on, somebody's hot micing. Hold on, Pete. Can you hear somebody hot micing?
Who the fuck is talking here when you asked me a question directly?
Yeah, thanks, man.
Pete,
Yeah.
just relax for
I'll
a
see you Monday.
second. Somebody's hot micing. We're going to fix it, and then it's your turn.
All right.
Oh, so much to do. I got so much to do.
maybe doing some more trim on my front face of the house, and then I can finally paint it.
That's
I have to do more trim. Yeah, we thought we were done with the trim, but there's just stuff.
Okay.
It was signed.
Okay,
it was
thank
that guy's
you.
sign.
My-
Go
my
ahead
simple
now,
point-
Pete. Relax, man.
thank
Will you take a breath and relax? Go ahead now.
No, but you know the arena here, man. You have to fight like a dog to get in to say anything.
Stop
My
talking
simple
about
point
talking.
is,
Make
though,
us point.
Jeremy, you don't need to say anything. My simple
my
point
God.
is here.
Make a point.
Jeremy, will you step back
let him
a little?
talk.
Yeah. Okay. My simple point here to Jeremy is, if you did your ample research, like the fucking idea that the Earth is a flat, a station as opposed to a spinning ball, if you don't do your research, then it seems fucking ridiculous because what you've been indoctrinated into. But if you do your simple, basic research, which is 10 years ago and beyond, then you will come to realize 9/11 could have potentially be a media and victim symbolic hoax. The point
the
is,
hell?
though,
I
if you
had
take it
family that died
literally,
in 9/11.
let me
What
finish.
is-
I didn't
Don't
pause.
interrupt.
The
Hold
point
on,
is, if
Pete.
you take
I'm
it
gonna fix
literally,
this for
then
you.
you're missing out on
Pete.
everything that's possibly to come beyond in terms of the scripted narrative. I'm done now.
Whoever that was, whoever that was, I know it's Pete, but please don't interrupt. You can go now. Go ahead.
All I said
to
was
you, Jeremy. Go
I have
ahead,
family that died in 9/11. So saying that it was
But
like a
Pete, I
media.
have consideration for other people and know that they're trying to get in and say their piece, and I let them do that. Okay, Pete?
fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not a moderator. I know you're juggling lots of things. I'll
I
figure
gotta
out
smoke
where
some
Go
weed.
ahead.
This dude
Go ahead,
Pete
Electric.
doesn't understand how to have a conversation.
Just go ahead, Electric. Go ahead.
I'm just hoping we could get back to like a nice topic that we could like dive into, not just talk about semantics.
Yeah, so nothing to say then, as if I
Let's talk about
spoke to the
9/11
fucking
and if
ether.
people died or not.
Yeah, I know someone who died.
Yeah,
Let's get
9/11
back to
definitely
fucking
happened. I mean,
rockets on
I remember seeing the smoke from my house, from the
Question of
towers.
if it happened. We all know it happened. It's if
Yeah, it
people
happened.
died or not, because this Pete doesn't think anyone died.
Where's new perspective? Where's new perspective here? A well-respected member of this community. He knows no one died as well. He knows it was a hoax. And Jeremy, you're pretending, so you're giving off all the signals that you're an agent.
No, you don't know no one died.
I know someone died, bro.
This is what makes an agent.
Yeah.
Can I say something for a second? I don't think I don't think that there are any agents, because the whole point is, if there were agents, I mean, there would be no flat Earth debate without people arguing for the heliocentric model. So if you take away the people that are arguing for the heliocentric model, it would just be an echo chamber, and you wouldn't get anywhere. So there are no agents.
No, you haven't decided where you are. What is Earth, bud? Can anyone worth their fucking soul tell me what is Earth? We know what it isn't. The blue marble.
It's the ground.
The spinning ball in empty space. Can anyone worth their soul tell me what Earth might be?
It's the ground, bro. Yeah, it's a roughly
Don't give me that
spherical
bullshit.
planet. It's the third planet from the sun.
See, this is a bullshit answer. Next. And the next answer we can consider.
Yeah, I mean,
It's the ground.
Wow. I would personally describe it as the floor of the universe. That's how I consider it.
Fair enough.
What about the second two planets? Can we see those at 130,000, 120,000 feet?
What is Earth, Tim? Don't worry about criticizing someone else's answer. Give your own answer. What is Earth?
What are you talking about? I'm not answering anything. I'm saying, where are those planets at 120,000 feet? The first and second one.
They're not. They're all reflections.
What is your
of the
obsession
fucking
with
sun.
120,000 feet today?
They're all reflections of the
Same
sun.
one everybody says with not wanting to film at 120,000 feet. The same obsession they don't have of not having that they do have of not having. I have the opposite. That's all. I'm just the opposite.
Jeremy,
I get shut down,
Jeremy.
man.
Pete,
You know
for
what the
fuck's
story
sake.
is.
For fuck's sake, Pete. Are
Go
you
ahead,
even
Chris,
listening if anyone else is talking?
I was listening. I asked everyone, what is Earth? And if you have an answer, please answer them up to men. What about the
Dude, I'm
plane?
gonna mute
Can
you.
anyone show me a high altitude balloon?
Second I pull over, I'm muting you. I'm not going to pull over to mute you, Pete. You need to shut up. Let other people talk.
Just 2 minutes, Pete. 2 minutes. Let's get this sorted out. All right, what's up now?
Pete,
Pete,
because there's silence doesn't mean you have to talk.
Pete, give us 2 minutes. We got to sort
Take
some
a
shit
break.
out. What's up?
Take a break. Just chill. All right. Well,
Yeah,
I'll mute
what's
you
up,
in
Chris?
a few minutes.
Couple of things
What's
I
up,
wanted to say
Chris?
before over me again. First of all, don't worry about Demok. He's got a feet fetish. The second thing I wanted to mention is that Jeremy, are you currently wearing sunglasses?
I'm not. Why?
Jeremy? Okay, are you
I'm
wearing
not wearing sunglasses. What?
If you're not wearing trench coat and sunglasses, you can't be an agent. So I think that's a really good refutation.
I mean, dude, you know what I would do if I was an agent? I would come in here and call everyone agent. That's what I would do as an agent.
You would do what?
I would come in here. I would come in here and start calling everyone agent. As an agent.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think Nidhogg was trying to do that.
I'll let you guys know right now, I'm definitely not an agent.
That's exactly what an agent would say.
Demon oil.
I get paid sweet chill money, baby.
I think some people don't know their agents. I got a cousin that she is really outspoken about vaccines and pride stuff, and she posts all these links on Facebook. And I really have to consider that she's not in full control of what she wants to post on Facebook. But I'm crazy, and I'll consider something like, people don't know their agents.
Now,
Exactly
listen,
right. They use the programming mechanism to create agents, and they don't even know that they're agents. Simple as that. They don't need to insert agents into these arguments. They've already got them.
Listen, as far as no one dying on 9/11,
yeah, that's a wild claim.
As far as no one dying on 9/11, I mean, that's hard to believe.
I had
We've seen what happened.
I was in year 7 and we had a math teacher. His name was Mr. Gilavari. He used to always talk about how his brother worked in the freaking towers. And then one day he came to school with tears were flowing down his eyes and he didn't have a brother anymore. And it was the next day of the towers being destroyed. So that was enough for me.
It's because people say that the planes were holograms.
I mean, what? So what? The fire in the building collapsed was like the building came down. Did they have time to evacuate everyone? I don't know. I mean, it looked like whether it was a plane or not, it looks like there was a pretty big explosion into like offices and shit. I don't know if those floors were being used or what, but I find it hard to believe. If nobody died, that'd be fucking amazing. That'd be a miracle.
I mean, you could see pictures of the people jumping. I mean, it's not really up for debate.
I've done my research.
I remember being in middle school, and like a couple days after 9/11, a whole bunch of the students had family, and they everybody had lost family during that time. Like what? Like the things I'm remembering back then. How could you say that didn't happen? Like you have to have not have been there or something.
Well, did they see like a picture of somebody jumping? Was it a picture while they stood and all the way down? Like you go, you take like 3 of them all the way down.
It's on video.
While they hit.
It's on video.
No,
you can video.
No, he said photo, a picture. That one said a
picture.
picture.
Whatever. There's video.
Oh, okay.
Video is just a whole bunch of pictures.
But who was there to watch that guy jump on that day?
I mean, what else are you gonna do? It's not like you can fucking Superman over and save him.
No, I'm saying, what if there wasn't no person that day, and just the video they showed you was a video of some other stuff out of all the 19 million movies they had the Twin Towers in already, and maybe somebody jumped in one of those movies, and that's what they were showing you. I mean, who knows? If you're not there.
Possible.
Arguing that people didn't jump from the tower? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you'd have to prove people were in it to say there was somebody in it.
It's absolutely possible that video was faked. Yes. However, I mean, we saw the building on fire, explosions. Like it only makes sense that people died from that.
Exactly, and people are dying today as a result of it. First responders and stuff. So
I mean, yeah, the aftermath of that is still happening. People are still falling out because of 9/11.
Yeah, because of the smoke from that day. Firefighters ran into that building with all that smoke.
Well, it was due to have a major asbestos removal, which would have costed billions of dollars. Yeah. And it just so happened that they conveniently didn't have to do that. Not only that, the guy cashed in on a huge insurance policy, but that's another story.
Yeah, I
Talking,
brought a lot of that up to a lot of
talking
people
about
that didn't even know about the asbestos and the insurance and all that. And the main guy not showing up for just one day out of supposedly all the days he just always was there. He just didn't show up that one day. That's kind of weird too. The owner of the fucking building.
I
But
mean,
if the building's under construction, you can't have people in it. So where are all these people in a building that supposedly had asbestos? You can't let people in an asbestos building just to type on typewriters and stuff. That's not going down.
By the way, I heard my name mentioned, and I never said nobody died. By the way, Pete, I know the theory that nobody died, but I can't claim that nobody died. How am I supposed to know? But I know why.
called you
I know
like
why
you were
I
going to
guessed
come.
it.
When it comes to that, when it
like
comes
you
to
were
that,
going to come back them up.
I'm like most of you. I think it only makes sense that at least some people died, right? I wouldn't doubt, however, that they might have inflated the numbers. They might have lied about it a little bit. Those buildings were mostly vacant. Like they were less than half occupied. Like most of those floors weren't even used or rented by anybody.
I doubt
there's
there
a
were
chance
planes
that the
though.
numbers are much lower.
They
Definitely wasn't
they always fuck with the numbers. You know that, but I mean, say
but
no
they
one died is fucking.
They could have had 99%
That's
of the
absurd.
floors unoccupied. It's neither here nor there, really, like how many floors were unoccupied. But there still could have been people in there, regardless of how many floors
You
were
know,
unoccupied.
you know who would say no one died at 9/11? An agent.
Exactly.
That's true.
Hey, Pete, we're talking about 9/11.
Saying no one died is, I think, it's a bit disrespectful. Talking about holograms and bombs being planted is one thing, but to actually say that no one died, I think it's been a little bit disrespectful to the actual people that died on the day, right, and people that are dying after it as a result.
Well, I mean, according to Pete, no one's.
Oh, can I get in?
Just like it's disrespectful to say people didn't die in the Challenger, right?
Like, why would?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to
Oh,
disagree.
good point. Great point.
This dude
Oh,
Nidhug
man.
is an agent, bro.
Why would? I've never understood this. Like, why does anybody think that our governments would like give a shit about that? Like, why wouldn't they just kill people? Like, they really value our
No, wait.
lives.
Can't do it.
This is
But
where
they know how
I'm going to
valuable
back
we
up
are. They
the
can't do it.
idea that they would. It's much easier for them to do something and have it be more like let's take 9/11 out of the picture, like Sandy Hook or something. It's much better for them to have no lawsuits, no death. It's just
New
to show
perspective. I
it
know
all.
it. Nice one.
Yeah, it for those reasons that would make sense. That I mean, maybe they don't give a shit about us, but I think there is some kind of code that they follow. Maybe I don't even know if it has to do with morals, but I think that they do follow some kind of procedure that makes other psyops easier to pull off because they're not actually killing anybody, and anybody involved and doesn't feel like they actually killed somebody. Now, I'm not saying that about 9/11 because I mean that was just huge, and there's people dying from the inhalation of the asbestos as we speak. I imagine they were paid off from what I heard. But regardless, for all these other things, for all these other psyops, it's much easier if they do it without any deaths, because then it can be just a theater production that they can wipe their hands clean, feel like it was just theater. We're allowed to lie to you on TV anyway, so.
That makes all kinds of complications, though, that you're not mentioning, like the paperwork, death certificates, like,
Couldn't do that.
Yeah, none of those exist usually.
Well,
I mean, people check the
88 drills and exercises on 9/11. The greatest cooperation between all bodies and forms of sort of governmental defense or
there's people that say that they've checked the census and there's no spike in deaths from that day, and all these. Some people really get behind the idea that they didn't.
The point is, new perspective, that if they went through this extreme, and we noticed as well that 2.3 trillion went missing. Was this the cost of the 9/11 operation? Maybe. But the point is, though, that they would have gone through all of the different details from the victims' families, from the fake funerals. They would have gone through the whole process like the most intricate movie that you ever could imagine. They went through every detail. You cannot find it. You know what I mean? You cannot find a sort of sort of plot a hole. And here's the point, though. Yeah, maybe it was a fucking movie.
So my math teacher was an agent?
Yeah, but
Yo, man, so
if
can
we
I
don't see beyond the literal, we won't get to see the symbolic. Visit Tim Osman, IPS. He'll give you some inroads there.
Well,
My
if I had to say,
my math teacher,
there was an
my
agent,
name
I
is
would say
Tom
Tim Osman's probably on the top of the list of possible agents. To be honest.
100%. My math
Yeah,
teacher
Pete.
ended up
Your
becoming a
boy Tim
9/11
Osmond's a
conspiracy
fucking
theorist.
agent. What do you think about that?
You bulldozed
Yeah,
all over
man.
the top of crypto.
I swear, guys, like we need to provide some space for each other to talk. I get that Pete fills all spaces and that Pete needs to back off, but we all need to do that a little bit as well, right? So actually, one thing that Pete said is correct, and I haven't even made my point yet. I do want to do this afterwards, so please don't leap in once I finish this point. But yeah, we need to make it less dog eat dog and more conversation between friends. Like, can we do that? Is that a thing? Bansor.
Sure.
You said specifically, Bansor, specifically what you said about it being disrespectful to deny the deaths of people. That's a circular argument, because if you don't believe they died, there's nobody to disrespect.
Well, people died.
Yeah, but that's an assertion.
Yeah, they did, and they are dying
Yeah, but
as a result
I'm
of
not even,
it.
dude, I'm not talking about any one event. I'm talking about the logic of your statement, right? Saying to somebody that if you don't believe people died, that it's disrespectful, doesn't make any sense to them, because they don't believe anyone died. It can only be disrespectful. It can only be disrespectful to dead people if they actually died, right?
Yep,
They
yep,
are.
yep. Give
So
me
it
some
is.
evidence that no one died.
Give me
Crypto,
some
I would
evidence
say.
that someone died, dickhead. We're flat earthers. For fuck's sake. They fake the earth.
Pete, if you call me a dickhead again, I will put you on mute, and I will not unmute you.
I think he called Bandsaw a dickhead, but anyway.
The point
Pete,
is
don't
that
call me.
I'm not denying anything. I'm speaking to the logic of Bansal's statement, right? So don't call me a dickhead for talking about logic.
I wasn't calling you a dickhead. I
Called
was calling him a dickhead.
The
You dickhead now.
logical thing
You're
would
thinking
be
that I
if
called you a
people
dickhead when I
died,
was
then it
calling
would
him
be
a dickhead.
disrespectful to say people didn't die. I don't think
Maybe
there's any
Bansal
logically
can respond, seeing as it was directed to him.
Yeah, I would like to see some evidence instead of just wild statements just thrown out there from people that think that no one died. I'd like to see some actual evidence that no one died.
Yeah, fair enough, but that doesn't really speak to my point. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, that these people that actually think that no one died isn't being disrespectful. Right? And I'm going to say that it is disrespectful, because all you're doing is saying words, Crypto, right? And you're showing absolutely no evidence as such. You have a gut fuzzy feeling that you woke up in the middle of the night and you've had some mushrooms and gone, oh my God, no one died, type of thing.
Yeah,
Come
I'm not
on,
making
Daddy.
that
Fucking bullshitting.
So what I could do for you guys is I'll go to the 9/11 memorial and I'll look at the names on the memorial and I'll Google it and see if they're actually dead. How about that? I'll do that tomorrow for you.
I've posted September Clues, the Clues Forum, fakeologist.com, Tim Osman. All the evidence is there, but you're just saying, show me the evidence that people died, like Boston bombings, like the Challenger disaster, as he mentioned. Show me evidence people died. They're presenting stories. That has to be our base standard point now, especially when we look back, Bandy, right? Which is that, well, no one died. These are all fucking media fakery events. So they have to prove that someone had died.
Are there even any
I'm
arguments
not
that
saying
nobody died at all? Like, why do people think that in the first place? That doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying, Pete, that there is nothing fishy about 9/11. I'm not asserting that whatsoever. You know, whether it's holograms, bombs, a couple of people with some hacksaws in the middle of the night taking the buildings down. I'm not saying that there's nothing fishy at all about what went down, right? But I'm not going to fly with the assertion just thrown out all the time that no one died.
Hey,
Ever.
Yeah,
hey,
making
Bandy.
assumptions is the
He
last
hasn't
thing
looked
any
into
truther wants to
he
do,
hasn't
right?
looked into the victim report. He hasn't
Can
looked
I
into how
speak,
they create
Pete?
victims. Yeah.
Pete, can I speak to you for a moment?
Please do. Please do.
So I had my math teacher, right, bro? He used to say that his brother worked in the towers all the time. And then the day after 9/11, he came to school and his brother was dead. He never saw his brother again. And now he's a 9/11 conspiracy theorist.
It also makes sense
are you saying that my math teacher just made it up?
Okay, so he asked me a direct question. Please bear with me. Did your friend? So you're just a stranger on the internet, right? So we're encouraged to be skeptical.
Okay,
I'm not.
cool.
Can I finish? So
yep.
did your brother? So did your friend's brother? Did your friend get his brother's remains delivered home? They had a proper funeral.
I believe so. Yes.
Did they get the body? What parts of the body did they get? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm not 100% sure.
What the fuck?
It turns out that there was no body parts found in 9/11 rubble. Not to mind the rest of the missing things, right? New perspective. None of these people seem to know
I don't
this
know.
fucking new perspective.
I didn't look
10
into
years
that.
ago information. But it
That
turns
could
out
be a
that no
claim.
body parts were found outside of DNA identification parts, which was down to the cell or the skin
All
level.
right. Okay, fair enough. So what's the explanation for that? His brother worked in the towers and then all of a sudden he didn't exist anymore.
I would say that this is one of the Vixim possibilities, but also in terms of my own thinking, yes, you have a certain number of paid people to go in and play a certain role for a certain number of months or even years, which will be a convincer for the story. His brother took a big payday and he's either in contact with his family and they're not letting you know when is the last time you spoke to him,
That's a whole
when is
lot
the
of
last time you can
assumptions.
vouch for him, or else he just did a complete disappearing act. He went
All
to
right,
the
fair
North
enough.
Centre and fucked off to Agartha.
Fair enough, bro. But, to be honest, I think that's obvious garbage.
No, it's not fair enough.
So
It's
hang
complete
on.
fucking bullshit.
Your mate's brother is now 9/11 conspiracy. So what does he think happened? When's the last time he spoke to him?
So basically, many years ago, actually, because I was in year 7.
So.
I'm 33 now. All right, hang on. Let me finish, bro. You just screamed and yelled saying, "Let me finish," before, and now you're just yelling "fuck off" over the top of me. So that was year 7, so I was only 12 years old. So now, the last time I spoke to him, I was probably 20, and he was like, he thought that it wasn't box cutters from fucking Afghanis or whatever it was. He thinks it's something different, like a government inside job.
What do you think? What do you think, bud? Now that you're here, what do you think? Do you think?
I think there were no planes.
He's probably
Why
angry
do
at
you-
his brother. He's blaming the government.
Why do you think there were no planes? I'm
Point,
curious.
though, he knows
as
someone
to
who
why you
directly
think
lost
that.
someone in 9/11. What do you and the guy who directly lost someone in 9/11, which you vouched for, even though it was a long period of time, you only vaguely knew him. But he's now looking into 9/11 conspiracy, which you heard 8 years ago. So what do you must have looked into 9/11 conspiracy. Where did you come out, bud?
Where did I come out?
Pete, you've talked enough. Why do you think that that there maybe wasn't planes?
I don't know. It just looks like the planes were CGI.
You know what that looks like?
Real.
You guys know that? I gotta ask you guys a question. What do you think about this? You know that famous footage of the South plane, the plane Flight 175 hitting the South Tower? The big famous one that everyone's seen. Like probably the first image that pops in most people's head. If you zoom in on that about a second or two and slow it down, the wing goes behind the building, from a building behind the towers. What the fuck is going on there?
Well, now, so you know why people say there's no planes, because you saw the wing disappear, right?
Mm-hmm. But you have
That's why
the same.
think there's
You
no
have
planes, partly.
I kind of get that. Like, yeah, I totally get it. I always want to know what you guys think, because there's the same angle taken. I think there's almost 50 different angles of that South Tower hit, and they're all pretty much identical.
Are y'all trying to tell me
You've
my
also
cousin didn't die? I'm just wondering. Are you guys trying to tell me my cousin didn't
You've
die?
also got the.
Yeah, dude, they're trying to tell you your cousin didn't die. The flight wasn't.
Hey, Jeremy, you're roboting a little bit. I think that Gio wanted to get in a while back. If Gio still wanted to say something,
The flight didn't exist. It's all made up, all fabricated. There was absolutely no paper trail from the FAA whatsoever. From
Nidhug,
takeoff.
you're a goofy. Shut your dumb ass up. Y'all are trying to say that my
you
cousin
obviously
didn't
doesn't.
die? Like, I don't
Hold on, wait.
understand what y'all are
He can
telling
say
me.
what he wants to say. It was obviously just trying to mock what people were saying, but it doesn't sound like you've looked into it.
This guy Nidhug is totally disingenuous. I'm just wondering, asking everyone, Do you guys think my cousin didn't die on 9/11?
I believe you.
All right, thanks.
Oh, it's your cousin now? How is it your cousin now? Who said
You think
that?
my cousin was paid to
different
like
guy,
go and live on the island for the rest of her life or something?
I mean, how cool would it be
What's her
if your
name?
cousin is just
What's her
hanging
name,
out with
bud?
Tupac on the beach right now? That'd be freaking
What's her
awesome,
name,
right?
your cousin? Come on, bud.
Yeah,
This is serious stuff. This pertains to all of our destinies.
Yes,
What was
especially
his
you,
cousin's
Pete.
name, though? Come on.
Nidhogg is doing his best to be really rude. Like, you guys hear that? I bring up something like my cousin dying, and he wants to make it into a joke. Fuck.
He's been talking all day,
was gonna
dude.
say,
Too. He's drunk and just wants
Yo,
to be
Nidhogg, shut your
annoying.
dumb ass up, bro. That was disrespectful.
And
Fuck
he
you.
just
Nidhogg, man. Nidhogg will go along with you. I don't
Pete,
go along
shut
with
up!
you.
Jesus Christ!
All right. Well, I was
So
gonna
anyway,
say
like I was
something,
saying, with that wing going behind the building.
ET. Seriously, Geo's trying to talk.
Well, I was trying to get
You
into
suggested that my cousin was paid to go live in a
Electric. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm clearing my name up because you have some misconceptions.
Nidhogg, seriously. What the hell is it with you guys? No, I've done it. Go, Geo.
Well, thanks for clearing the floor for me. But I mean, those guys could have gone first. I don't have to go first. But no, I was trying to get in a few minutes ago too. I'm kind of just in and out, running around, so I'm not always right at my mic. But I have been listening all day. So no, I was just gonna say 2 comments. It was a little bit earlier, but I was gonna say with the people dying, to me, it would make sense that the criminals who pulled it off would have real people die, because then you have some real stories, you know, kind of like the one Anthony said, that, you know, people that actually lost a loved one in their family. So it would make sense that they would have real people die, so that it's that much more real. It would be kind of strange if no one knew anyone that had anyone who actually died. However, with that being said, I think they also, you know, likely could have added to the numbers, like Lou had said earlier. They could have made the numbers higher than they actually were. And there also were all those stories of people being interviewed on TV and whatnot. Who knows how many of those might have been crisis actors and whatnot. So there could still be some fishiness in terms of the people dying. But I was just going to say the one point, which is that it would make sense that they would have people, real people die to make it all real. And then just kind of the other comment I was going to say too about what Crypto had said about, is it disrespectful to say that people didn't die if they really did? I personally just don't agree with that logic. For example, if somebody said, "Hey, my brother died in a car accident," if I said, "You know, I don't believe you. I don't think he did die in a car accident," I personally don't think that's disrespectful. Meaning, I think you can still honor that person's loss in a way, but then still have your own opinion of what happened, especially with a big event like 9/11. So I just want to say that too. That my personal viewpoint is that I don't think it's a direct disrespect to just say that your opinion is that you don't think that happened or whatever it may be, because that's just your opinion. You're not really like wronging them or disrespecting them. So anyways, those were just the 2 points I want to make.
Also, real quick, am I a robot?
Yeah, you are, Jeremy. Yeah, a little bit. All right, I'm going to take you guys off mute one by one. Electric, you're off mute.
There was a lot of fishiness around 9/11. My father worked in the World Trade Center around this time. He took the day off of work to come pick up me and my brothers from school before the planes hit. So my father has some insider information. There was definitely a bunch of people that weren't in the towers that were supposed to be working there that day. There's a lot of fucked up stories about 9/11, but to say that people didn't die,